Chapter 1. The game is loading. Welcome to the world of Apocalypse real-life dungeon. As you can see, you're trapped 5,000 meters beneath the Earth's surface. There is no food, no resources, and the only thing you can trust is the shovel in your hand. Surviving is your sole objective. Below are the game rules. Rule 1. Players are allowed 20 digging opportunities each day to excavate the surrounding rocks. Exceeding this limit will result in immediate elimination. Each rock represents the unknown. It could yield water, food, equipment, or even potions that enhance your physical potential, but may also unleash deadly monsters upon you. Rule 2. All items and life forms within the game can be quantified. Each player will receive an insight to scan the attributes of items and monsters. Rule 3. Players can unlock talent skills, which are drawn randomly and categorized from E to SSSS, with probabilities decreasing accordingly. The chance of drawing an A-level talent is 50, while SSSS level talents are unique. Rule 4. Upon the game's commencement, players can unlock a backpack with 3 item slots, which can be upgraded to add an additional 110 slots. Note that the game backpack has no weight limit, and items can stack without restriction. Rule 5. The underground world is shrouded in mystery, teeming with remnants of ancient civilizations. Players can explore these ruins and unlock ancient structures. The game officially begins. Enjoy yourselves, players. Lastly, a reminder, everything in this game is real. If a player dies in the game, it signifies death in reality. So strive to survive. Lin He stood in the darkness, staring at the game's introduction. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with horror. An hour ago, he had been seated in a library, engrossed in a book. Little did he know that in the next moment, the entire world would shatter like a mirror, splintering into cracks that swiftly vanished. When he regained his senses, he found himself in this concealed space, enclosed and dark. The surroundings were filled with inky rocks, entwined with creeping vines. The space was small, barely accommodating a single person, resembling a colossal cage that threatened to drive one mad. Initially, Lin He had thought he had been kidnapped. However, he soon grasped the reality of his situation. No one could tear apart the world, nor could anyone create such a convincingly realistic virtual experience. So, is this a game controlled by a deity? Lin He murmured to himself, his gaze fixating on the cold word elimination in the game rules, sending a chill down his spine. He understood that his life was no longer in his control. He had merely become a stream of data within the game. All he could do was survive. Taking a deep breath, Lin He struck the rocks and discovered they were solid. If the game description was accurate, he was indeed 50,000 meters deep. Attempting to pry them open would be akin to climbing a mountain. Lin He circled around, glancing upwards. He noticed a faint glow hovering above, barely illuminating the cave. He speculated that this might be the mechanism distinguishing day from night in the dungeon world. He had already been here for an hour and showed no signs of oxygen deprivation. He was also curious about how the game achieved this. After examining for a while, he found nothing but a small iron shovel tucked away in a corner. Lin He sighed and, adhering to the game's prompt, opened his character panel. A translucent glow flickered and text unfurled like a flowing water curtain. A series of data appear before him. Player: Lin He, adult male. Average statistics all at 12. Level: LV1. Stamina: 11. Player stamina determines life points, stamina 100. Strength: 12. Strength determines attack power, strength 10. Agility: 12. Agility determines attack speed, movement speed, spell casting speed, movement speed, agility 10. Wisdom: 11. Wisdom determines mana points and spell attack power, mana points, wisdom 10. Player talent: not yet awakened. Player skills: none. Player equipment: rusty small shovel. This shovel can dig 10 times daily, randomly yielding food, water, toxic gas, equipment, structures, monsters, etc. Note: the small shovel can be upgraded by plundering other players' shovels. Each upgrade increases the digging count by 1. Player title: clumsy novice. Game ranking: 49 quintillion 529 quadrillion 458 trillion 396 billion. Lin He quietly examined his panel, his expression growing increasingly grim. The game ranking indicated a total of 6 billion players, meaning nearly all of humanity had been forcibly drawn into this game. Moreover, he had just witnessed the ranking drop by 1, signifying that someone had perished. This confirmed that the game's introduction was indeed true. Death within the game equated to death in reality. He dared not relax and continued to scrutinize the panel. To his surprise, he discovered additional options. Chat, trade, challenge, craft. Lin He clicked on the chat button. Messages flooded in like a tempest. Where is this? I want to go back. I unearthed a monster. It wants to devour me. Help me. I have money. I don't want to die. Various messages overwhelmed him. After a brief glance, Lin He hastily chose to close it. He frowned, examining the button further. He noticed that beneath it were options for world, country, region, guild, and team. The guild and team options were grayed out, indicating they had yet to be activated. The reason for the deluge of messages was that he had inadvertently clicked the world button. He then opened the country and region buttons, which significantly reduced the volume of messages. Additionally, the world button displayed a 1, indicating a limit on information, while the region button simply displayed 500 in the upper right corner. He speculated that this represented the number of players assigned to this vicinity. Just a bunch of unfortunate souls. Lin He shook his head and forced a wry smile, losing interest in the regional chat channel. He had discerned that most of the messages were pleas for help, offering no useful clues. Rather than waste time in chat, he would be better off exploring the game's rules. As for rescuing others, he had no interest. He was barely able to save himself. Why should he attempt to save anyone else? He exited the chat box and resumed searching through the interface. To his surprise, he discovered features such as a shop and an auction house. He opened the shop. Old Seal Black Iron can withstand toxic gas for 20 seconds, 80 gold. Heavy Great Axe Brass, a toy crafted by goblins, 1,000 gold. Black Buckwheat Bread, 8 gold. Bottled water, 5 gold. A dazzling array of goods left him dazzled. Among them were garments from a bygone era and everyday essentials. The most valuable item was a silver-grade skill book, priced at 2,500 gold. Lin He perused the offerings for a while, intending to purchase some bread to stave off hunger. However, upon seeing his account balance displayed as 0, he silently closed the system. Apologies, I was overly ambitious. It was still early, and the cave's glow continued to shine brightly. Lin He had initially intended to further investigate the auction house, but realizing he possessed nothing, he decided against it. However, one thing he was certain of was that players could exchange resources through the auction house, significantly easing the challenge of survival. Exiting the game interface, Lin He did not act immediately, but instead crouched down to summarize and analyze the situation. This was a habit he had cultivated during his university years. As a top scorer in the college entrance examination, he possessed a keen logical mind. He believed in planning before acting. After observing for some time, he had drawn the following conclusions. 1. It appeared that Earth had been destroyed and all humanity had entered the dungeon world. 2. The dungeon was fraught with dangers and opportunities. Every dig represented the unknown. One might instantaneously amass wealth or encounter toxic gas, monsters, and meet an untimely demise. 3. Most importantly, this was not merely a game. Death in the game was equivalent to true death. Having analyzed these points, Lin He felt a sense of relief wash over him. The most terrifying aspect of existence was the unknown. Since the events had transpired, he had to face them. After resting for a moment, Lin He reopened the panel and opted to draw a talent. Talents could be activated at any time. Would he like to draw? Lin He wiped his hands, confirming they were clean, and chose to proceed with the draw. The extraction of talents is currently underway. Congratulations to the player for acquiring the unique SSSS level talent. Daily sign-in Hundredfold Amplification. Daily sign-in. Players can check in once each day and randomly receive food, water, equipment, and various resources. Hundredfold Amplification. A derivative skill of the daily sign-in, granting a hundredfold increase in resource acquisition during character sign-ins and resource explorations, allowing players to obtain resources at a rate of 100 times. Note, transactions at the auction house, crafting, synthesis, and player kills are not included in the hundredfold amplification. Staring at the glaringly bright letters, Lin He was momentarily lost in thought. After a long pause, he suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck? A lucky star?" At that moment, even if he had little experience with games, he understood that with just one strike of his shovel, he had unearthed a treasure. This was no mere cheat. It was as if the Jade Emperor himself had been unearthed. With a staggering 1 in 60 billion chance, the SSSS level talent, daily sign-in, and hundredfold amplification. Even with certain limitations, Lin He was acutely aware that with this boon, he could effortlessly traverse the depths of this underworld realm. However, for his own safety, he must never reveal the level of his talent, otherwise it could lead to disastrous consequences. The game backpack can be upgraded once. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Upgrade. Having perused the game introduction, Lin He knew that every player could upgrade their backpack once and could expand it by 110 item slots, so he confirmed his choice. The backpack upgrade was complete. Congratulations to the player for receiving an additional item slot, and due to the activation of the hundredfold amplification, an extra 99 slots were obtained. Invincible, Lin He murmured to himself, astonished that the system's lottery could amplify. Although his luck had faltered once, and he had only drawn one item slot, the talent was extraordinary. He had unearthed the Jade Emperor, now shining brightly. Gazing at the 103 item slots in his backpack, Lin He felt a pang of pity for the other players. In the next moment, the daily sign-in system was activated. "Would you like to sign in today?" "Sign in," Lin He exclaimed excitedly. Congratulations to the player for receiving a resource package, influenced by the hundredfold amplification, granting 100 resource packages. With a full 100 packages in hand, Lin He felt he had reached the pinnacle of his existence, exclaiming with great enthusiasm, "Open the resource package." The resource package has been opened. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 bottle of mineral water and 1 buckwheat bread. Due to the effect of the hundredfold amplification, an additional 99 bottles of mineral water and 99 buckwheat breads were acquired. Holy smokes, he had struck gold. After a considerable time, Lin He had opened so many sign-in packages that his hands were sore, finally unveiling all the contents. Gazing at the 10,000 bottles of mineral water and 10,000 buckwheat breads in his backpack, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy, even thinking it was rather unremarkable. A survival game in a post-apocalyptic world? Was it really this simple? With such provisions of food and water, he no longer had to worry about starvation. However, his ease was solely due to the daily sign-in talent and the resultant hundredfold amplification skill. The other players were likely facing a different reality. Contemplating this, Lin He leaned against the stone wall and opened the regional chat button. Among the nearby 1,000 players, only 980 remained. Clearly, 20 players had already been erased, their fates unknown. A chill ran down Lin He's spine as he scrutinized the chat records in the nearby channel. "I'm so hungry. Does anyone have water? Bread? Can anyone sell me some? Who the hell said there would be water behind the rocks? I ended up digging out animal dung. I envy you for finding dung. At least it could fill my belly. I'm done, for I intended to dig for food, but I unearthed a monster instead. It's coming for me, ah." Various messages sent a shiver down Lin He's back. He had initially thought that items like mineral water and buckwheat bread were commonplace. Now it seemed these resources were exceedingly rare. It was entirely possible to dig 10 times a day and find nothing at all. Though the shop sold water and bread, they all required currency. At this early stage of the underworld game, where would the players find money to squander? It seemed they could only endure thirst with empty eyes. Lin He sighed, feeling a sense of impending crisis. He suspected his luck had run out. No one knew what awaited them with the next strike of the shovel. If he were to dig down and encounter a monster, then the so-called child of destiny would become a mere joke. A small shovel can only mine. I must acquire a weapon, even if it means trading food and water with others. He gritted his teeth and opened the auction house, only to find it utterly barren. There were no weapons, not even food or water. Only a few scattered stones and dirt were up for sale, with no one interested. Hope dashed, Lin He let out a deep sigh. He glanced once more at the crafting button on the panel. Through the crafting button, every player could independently create weapons, shelters, and other equipment. Yet the simplest weapon, a stone axe, required 2 pieces of wood and 5 stones. The burden is heavy and the road is long. Lin He has no intention of lingering any longer. Hesitation leads to defeat, and he is determined to wield his first shovel. Otherwise, he will inevitably be surpassed by others. Without further ado, Lin He seized a small iron shovel and made his way to a nearby stone wall. Taking a deep breath, his expression turned solemn and grave, preparing to confront the unknown. Clang! The first shovel struck down. To his surprise, it was not as hard as he had imagined. The small shovel seemed tailor-made for this environment. The once impenetrable rock was effortlessly shattered, resembling tofu under his touch. Simultaneously, the system prompt chimed in. Ding! Congratulations on breaking through the stone wall and discovering a cave. Acquiring stone material 1. Due to the hundredfold increase effect, stone material 100 has been added to your inventory. Lin He let out a sigh of relief. He had previously calculated through the chat of nearby players. Out of 1,000 individuals, approximately 20 unlucky souls had encountered crises that a probability of 150 was not too high. Entering one cave led him into another. Lin He cautiously surveyed his surroundings, discovering that this cave was slightly damp, roughly around 10 square meters in size. Under the faint glow, numerous verdant shrubs thrived within. Among them, one shrub bore 3 crimson fruits at its apex, tantalizing to behold. Can these be consumed? Lin He, filled with curiosity, chose to pick them. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have obtained Songwan Fruit 1 due to the hundredfold increase effect. Songwan Fruit 100 has been acquired. Note: Songwan Fruit satiates hunger and is delectably flavorful. More food? Or perhaps fruit? Lin He was utterly delighted as he activated his insight, and he discovered that the satiation index of this fruit was 13. While that of buckwheat bread was 20. Although he currently lacked bread, the rarity and deliciousness of the fruit suggested it would surely appreciate in value. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to toss a few fruits into the auction house later, hoping to exchange them for materials to craft weapons. Weapons are of utmost importance. They are the very foundation of his survival. Lin He took a deep breath and resolved to continue his exploration. However, at that moment, a thought struck him as he gazed at the shrubs. Since they are wood, could he possibly excavate them? The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. He picked up the small shovel and began to dig. Ding! You have excavated a shrub, and the hundredfold increase effect has been activated, obtaining Songwan 100. Note: Songwan can be planted and requires no sunlight, only 100 milliliters of water and a planting pot for successful cultivation. This can be planted, but what exactly is a planting pot? Lin He was filled with questions and attempted to use his insight to examine the properties of the planting pot. Planting pot can be used to house plants, requires stone material 3. Just 3 pieces of stone material. Lin He was overjoyed. He had just acquired 100 pieces, so he was not short on that. As for the 100 milliliters of water, that was even simpler. He had just checked, and a bottle of mineral water contained 600 ml, needing only 16 ml. In the future, he would prioritize preparing the planting pots and then sell them in the auction house. Just as Lin He intended to stash the Songwan into his backpack, the next moment, the game reminded him that shrubs can be decomposed. One shrub can simultaneously yield 1 branch. This can also be decomposed. Lin He froze momentarily, instinctively trying to decompose it. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully decomposed the shrub and obtained a branch 1. Note: 10 branches can be combined to form 1 wood. Lin He was stunned on the spot. And after a long while, he burst into ecstatic laughter. After tirelessly searching, he had stumbled upon a treasure. He never expected that these shrubs could indeed be exchanged for wood. 1 shrub 1 branch. 10 branches 1 wood. Does this mean that by decomposing 20 shrubs, he could acquire the 2 pieces of wood needed for a stone axe? His first weapon was finally within reach. Lin He was overwhelmingly excited and immediately chose to continue the decomposition. The shrub was successfully decomposed, yielding a branch 1.10 branches successfully combined, resulting in wood 1. Moments later, after decomposing 20 shrubs, Lin He found himself with 2 pieces of wood in his inventory. The materials required to craft the stone axe had been gathered. Given that the equipment crafted in the early stages is relatively simple, no design blueprint is needed. As long as the materials are complete, he can jump right into crafting. Stone material 5, wood 2. Would you like to confirm the crafting of the stone axe? The system prompt echoed in his mind. Lin He took a deep breath and clicked confirm. Stone axe crafting in progress. Ding! The stone axe has been successfully crafted. Congratulations! You have obtained a stone axe. Radiance shimmered, and soon, an axe appeared in his backpack. Lin He took it out and scanned it with his inside eye. Stone axe, black iron level weapon, attack power 20. Barely able to fend off danger. Indeed, the more easily obtained items tend to be of lesser quality. However, it can at least serve as a means of self-defense. Lin He grinned and stored the stone axe in his backpack. The earlier joy now somewhat subdued. With 100 shrubs, having used 20, he still had 80 remaining. The rest would be needed for crafting planting pots and the like, which was slightly insufficient. Without hesitation, Lin He continued to excavate the shrubs within the cave. Ding! You have successfully excavated a shrub. The hundredfold increase has been activated, obtaining shrubs 100. Ding! The system prompt rang incessantly as Lin He continued to excavate until he had gathered 500 shrubs before finally stopping. His backpack was filled to the brim, and Lin He finally felt a sense of security. Opening the auction house, he found items trickling in for sale. However, they were still a hodgepodge of goods. After browsing for a while, Lin He could not find any weapons akin to the stone axe. It seemed he was still ahead of the pack. Lin He felt a surge of motivation. Invigorated by the thought, while pondering, he popped a songwan fruit into his mouth. As he bit down, juice splattered, and the sweet fragrance of the fruit spread across his palate, tantalizing his taste buds. Simultaneously, a sense of satiety blossomed within him. Lin He savored the fruit leisurely. He casually opened the nearby chat channel and discovered that others were still conversing. Damn it, what a terrible game. The resources are far too scarce after 10 shovels. I haven't unearthed a single thing. Don't mention it. I actually dug up gas. The system prompt indicated it was toxic gas, nearly knocking me out. Poor fellow, I just dug up a piece of black buckwheat bread that smelled divine. May the lucky ones perish. Can't the unlucky ones get a break? Lin He browsed for quite a while, feeling as though he were scrolling through a forum. It was quite entertaining. Yet he also realized that the scarcity of resources far exceeded his expectations. The unlucky ones had essentially no way out here. A single piece of black buckwheat bread could arouse envy among a crowd. Looking at his fully stocked backpack, Lin He felt a twinge of guilt. It seemed he had already placed himself ahead of all humanity. However, this was still far from enough. Rankings held little significance. Survival was the ultimate goal in this game. With resources in hand, Lin He was not in a rush to continue excavating, but rather intended to maximize the utilization of his current resources. The auction house held little promise. The game store lacked funds. Lin He set his sights on the crafting options. Clicking the crafting button, a plethora of items appeared before him. Stone axe, stone table, stone stool. A dazzling array, yet none satisfied Lin He. Just as he was about to scroll to the end, one item suddenly captured his attention. Shelter, brass-level defensive storage equipment, comes with 100 item slots. Can be carried with you. When faced with danger, players can take refuge inside the shelter until it is destroyed. This equipment can be upgraded. Requires stone material 500, wood 20, iron blocks 10 for crafting. What a splendid item. Upon completing the introduction to the refuge, Lin He's eyes sparkled with delight. Overwhelmed by joy, he felt as though this piece of equipment had been tailor-made for him. With abundant resources at his disposal, he feared that his backpack would not suffice. The refuge's capacity of 100 item slots was precisely what he needed in this pressing moment. Furthermore, its capacity to provide shelter from attacks greatly pleased him. In this apocalyptic game, timidity was the foremost rule of survival. Only by maintaining composure could one hope to endure until the end, with the double assurance of the refuge and the stone axe. He finally felt a sense of security. At all costs, he was determined to craft the refuge. Lin He gritted his teeth. Even if it meant depleting his entire fortune, he was resolute in acquiring this equipment and surviving to the end. It seemed imperative to sell some items. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved 10 portions of pine cone fruit from his backpack, which still held over 200 portions. Next, he pulled out more than 200 portions of bottled water and bread. He then cast all these items into the auction house. Setting the prices, he established a rate of 1 fruit for 1 iron block, 1 bread for either 1 piece of wood or stone, and likewise for 1 bottle of water. It was a strict 1-to-1 exchange. Strictly speaking, food was the most precious commodity at this stage. Lin He's trading resulted in considerable losses. However, he was wealthy enough that these items were merely a drop in the bucket for him. Additionally, he had been ensnared by the allure of the refuge. He was eager to craft it without delay. In the game, players used their real names. The auction house offered the option to remain anonymous or to reveal one's identity. Unfortunately, Lin He had overlooked the anonymous option earlier. Consequently, his generous actions immediately attracted the attention of all players, creating a tremendous uproar. It was worth noting that most players were still struggling to mine resources. Living on the edge of survival, and their circumstances were scarcely better than those of primitive humans. Some had even begun to ponder whether consuming stones might lead to death. Lin He's brazen act of listing 400 to 500 portions of food and water was considered utterly heartless. The global chat erupted with messages. What the heck? Why are you such a beast? Is your name Lin He? Are you running a wholesale operation here? I'm reporting you for cheating. Someone just struck gold in the game warehouse. My God, this is outrageous. How can a non-lucky player survive? Fine, I'm out of here. Linda, do you need any trinkets for your legs? Lin He leisurely observed the envious and resentful remarks from these players, a smile playing on his lips, finding the entire situation rather amusing. They were desperate, and it was clear they were in a frenzy. After indulging in their envy for a while, he casually closed the chat interface. Ding! Someone traded with you for a listed item, receiving 1 black buckwheat bread in exchange for 1 iron block. Ding! Someone traded with you for a listed item, receiving 1 bottle of water in exchange for 1 stone. The crisp sounds were unending, akin to a heavenly symphony. Lin He opened the auction house to find that the bread and water he had listed were swiftly dwindling. Simultaneously, the resources corresponding to the refuge within his backpack were steadily increasing. Strangely, the pinecone fruit remained untouched. With no one opting to trade for it, he couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. Indeed, in this game, food and water were exceedingly scarce the moment he listed them. So many players flocked to purchase them, akin to a supermarket going bankrupt in a clearance sale. However, he understood the situation. After all, food and water were the very essentials for survival. Certainly, the dry buckwheat bread could potentially save these players' lives. But to him, it was merely a trifling matter. As for the pine cone fruit, which was undeniably delicious, it remained unsought after. The reason was simple. It offered 7 points less in satiation than bread, making it more akin to a dessert rather than a staple, and no one could afford it at present. Lin He took one last glance at the auction house, sensing that it would take some time before these items were fully traded. He then casually opened the global leaderboard that he could hardly be bothered to look at the rankings beyond the top 10. Surely enough, his name was prominently displayed at the top. Moreover, he had established a considerable lead over the second-place contender. It was as if he was galloping ahead unopposed. Observing the constant shifts between the 2nd and 10th places, as players nearly fought tooth and nail for rankings, Lin He felt a strange sense of solitude that often accompanies mastery. However, he quickly dispelled this sentiment. In a survival game set in a post-apocalyptic world, anything was possible if others were relentlessly striving on the brink of life and death to forge powerful equipment. While he merely sat idly by, he would inevitably become an experienced fodder, left far behind by others. With this thought in mind, he closed all interfaces. He picked up the small iron shovel once more. Dig. Continue digging. He swore not to relent until he unearthed something. Gritting his teeth, he set the stone axe beside him for good measure. The small shovel struck the stone wall with fervor. Swish. The wall parted as if it were tofu. Ding. You have unearthed a section of oak rock. Nothing lies beyond. Ding. You have unearthed a section of brown rock. Nothing lies beyond. Ding. You have unearthed a section of green rain rock. Nothing lies beyond. The system notifications were relentless. Lin He chose different directions, digging several shovels worth, yet discovered nothing. The room had, however, become considerably spacious. This left him on the verge of despair. Had his luck truly run dry? Had the fortunate one become a non-lucky player? Was he destined to be a mere jester? He gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb to despair, and continued to dig into the stone wall with the iron shovel. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the shovel seemed to strike something solid. Lin He's heart leapt with excitement. Had he finally struck gold? Indeed, before he could finish his thought, the system notification rang out. Ding! You have unearthed a black iron treasure chest. A black iron treasure chest? Lin He's eyes widened, hurriedly glancing at the ground. Indeed, a black chest lay quietly at the center of the next room. Lin He had played games during his university days, so he knew that treasure chests were exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. He never expected to unearth one with a single strike. It seemed fortune favored the fortunate. Those previous digs had merely been a warm-up. He sighed, activating his insight ability. Black iron treasure chest. Players can obtain resources by exploring or defeating black iron level monsters. Opening the chest may yield food, water, black iron level equipment, blueprints, and there is a slight chance of acquiring bronze level equipment or blueprints. After reviewing the description, Lin He gained a fundamental understanding of the treasure chest. Wiping his hands, he sought to enhance his luck and silently pressed the open button. With a click, the chest opened with a satisfying sound. Simultaneously, a familiar notification echoed. Ding. You have opened a black iron treasure chest and obtained 1 crimson stone. Influenced by the player's talents, you have additionally received 99 crimson stones. Upon hearing this, Lin He's backpack now contained a full 100 pieces of crimson gemstones. Had he truly uncovered gemstones? Lin He was momentarily stunned, casually pulling one out. Crimson stone can be embedded in black iron equipment. If embedded successfully, it grants Tinfire attribute. Had he truly struck it rich? Lin He was elated. His stone axe was far too rudimentary, with an unimpressive attack power. If he could embed a fire attribute gemstone into the stone axe, it would elevate this black iron level weapon to new heights. Without hesitation, Lin He placed the stone axe and crimson stone together, navigating to the crafting section to press the embed button. The embedding failed, lacking the embedding white paper. The cold, mechanical voice felt like a bucket of ice water. Instantly awakening Lin He. Embedding white paper? What on earth is that? He reopened the crimson stone panel and noticed a subtle explanation in the lower right corner. Embedding gemstones requires learning the corresponding skill book and drilling holes. Black iron level equipment requires a white paper, while bronze equipment requires a yellow paper. Note: drilling skill books can be purchased from the store. After a brief moment, Lin He opened the shop, gazing at the white paper priced at 50 gold coins. He felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. Is this truly a case of bundled sales? It certainly reeks of penguin-like tactics. Why must one purchase a skill book for drilling instead of simply embedding gems? It is nothing short of extortion. After venting his frustration, he looked at his empty inventory with a grim expression. Reluctantly, he stowed away the crimson stone and silently picked up his shovel. Dig. Keep digging. If he could unearth a single gold coin, with the influence of the hundredfold amplification, he would surely strip this game bare. Gritting his teeth, he plunged the shovel into the ground at the original spot. Ding. You have unearthed a piece of yellow-brown stone, and a cave wild boar is charging at you. Roar. A foul stench filled the air as, in a daze, Lin He was confronted by a wild boar that stood nearly as tall as a man. Bursting forth from the dark cavern, the boar's eyes glowed with rage, its body covered in black bristles, with 2 tusks resembling swords poised to inflict lethal harm. Damn. I've encountered a 1 in 150 chance. Lin He's expression turned serious as he retrieved a stone axe from his backpack, casually tossing an eye of insight towards the creature. Cave wild boar, black iron level monster. Level: LV1 health, 15 strength, 17 agility, 13 intelligence. For comprehensive threat index, 22. Note: the wild boar is among the weaker creatures in the cave. Hunting it yields meat. This is deemed weak. Lin He cast a glance at the boar's stats, his anger flaring anew. Apart from its intelligence, this creature's attributes far surpassed his own, with even its agility exceeding his. No wonder its threat index soared to 22. Faced with life and death, however, Lin He found an unexpected calm. He tightly gripped the stone axe, which boasted an additional 20 points of attack power. With his strength at 12, and the axe's 20 points translating to an additional 2 points, he thus possessed a total of 14 strength and 12 agility. Although still inferior to the boar, he was now equipped for battle. What he needed to do now was observe the boar's weaknesses. Then, he would wear it down. Within the cavern, a tense standoff ensued between man and beast. Lin He's gaze was piercing, while the boar, with its bloodshot eyes, panted heavily. Moments later, perhaps growing impatient, the boar let out a thunderous roar, its hooves crashing against the ground like a small mountain, charging directly at Lin He's coming. Lin He's body tensed, his mind razor-sharp. Just as the boar was about to change direction, he executed a roll to narrowly evade its charge. The boar, with its massive inertia, collided violently with the rock wall. The impact caused the hard stone to crack instantaneously, revealing numerous fissures. Lin He crouched on the ground, cold sweat drenching his back. He silently swallowed hard. 17 points of strength was indeed beyond his capacity to withstand. Just a moment ago, he had almost become a forgotten child of destiny. Boom! The wild boar continued its relentless assault within the cavern, while Lin He deftly dodged its advances. After 2 or 3 minutes, with his back bent and his face pale, he gasped for breath. Yet, within his eyes gleamed a spark of determination. He had identified its weakness. Although the boar's strength and agility were terrifying, its large size rendered it cumbersome, making it difficult to turn in the narrow cave. This was his only opportunity. Hope was slim, but it existed. Lin He clenched the stone axe tightly, extending a finger in provocation towards the boar. Come on, Try to kill me. Roar. The boar bellowed, charging at Lin He with all its might. Lin He ducked swiftly, avoiding the charge. In that fleeting moment, he swung the stone axe down with all his strength. Die. The axe struck the boar, as if it had collided with iron. The tremendous recoil nearly caused him to lose grip of the axe. Yet, the result was that he had managed to break through a layer of skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. This truly a black iron creature. Are you jesting with me? Lin He seethed with frustration, cursing silently. However, he had no time to waste on complaints. The boar, in agony, had become frenzied, recklessly charging at him once more. Swish, swish, swish. With each strike, another 5 minutes passed, and Lin He's axe was rendered useless, its durability utterly diminished. The boar, however, showed no signs of death, though it appeared considerably fatigued, its body marred with wounds and blood. Seizing the opportunity amidst the boar's fury, Lin He opened the crafting menu. With 2 stone 5 a brand new stone axe was crafted, and once more, he engaged in battle with the boar. For the next half hour, within the narrow cavern, Lin He dodged and countered, ultimately exhausting 3 stone axes and sustaining minor injuries before finally wearing down the wild boar. Bang! With a resounding crash, dust flew into the air as the black iron wild boar fell heavily to the ground. At last, the system notification echoed in Lin He's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the black iron creature. Cave wild boar, and earning 10 experience points. Though meager, the reward elicited a grin from Lin He. He understood that the true prize from this battle was not merely the experience but the boar's meat. At last, he could indulge in sustenance beyond the dry, tasteless bread. After taking a moment to rest and regain his composure, he began to gather his spoils. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining wild boar meat 1. Under the influence of the Hundredfold amplification, you also receive an additional wild boar meat 99. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining tough hide 1. And under the influence of the Hundredfold amplification, you also receive an additional tough hide 99. 2 consecutive notifications rang out, and Lin He was overwhelmed with excitement at his bountiful harvest. The wild boar meat not only boasted exquisite flavor, but also provided a satiation level of 30, surpassing that of the black buckwheat bread by a full 10 points. Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, he had previously encountered options for crafting leather armor and pants, but lacked the materials at the time. Now, with 100 pieces of tough hide at his disposal, he could indulge freely. Ecstatic, he navigated to the crafting panel. Indeed, tucked away in the corner were the options for leather armor and pants. Crafting the leather armor required 30 tough hides, while the pants required 20 for anyone else. Amassing such a quantity of tough hide would be an endeavor for ages. However, for Lin He, it posed no challenge. All materials for the leather armor and pants were in hand. Would you like to proceed with crafting? Yes. The leather armor and pants are now in production. Ding! Congratulations to the player for acquiring leather armor and pants. Wild boar leather armor, black iron level equipment wearing it grants an additional 300 health points. Wild boar leather pants, black iron level equipment wearing it grants an additional 200 health points. Set attributes activated, granting an extra 100 health points. A total of 500 health points, translating to an impressive 5 points of stamina. Overjoyed, Lin He reveled in his success, with 12 stamina to begin with. The additional 5 brought his total to 17, exceeding even that of the wild boar. Truly, I am remarkable. Lin He congratulated himself, just as he was about to stow away the remaining tough hides. He happened to catch a glimpse of the hide's description. A simple phrase caught his eye. Can be sold in the shop. This item is sellable. Lin He's spirit soared. He was just 50 gold coins short of purchasing the white paper for drilling. Though currently impoverished, he had unexpectedly discovered a way to earn money. Without hesitation, he opened the shop and tentatively listed a piece of wild boar hide for sale. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 1 gold coin. Just 1 gold coin for a piece of tough hide. This is utterly outrageous. Lin He gritted his teeth, further convinced that this game was indeed crafted by penguins. Equipment recovery is entirely extortionate. Tough hides can be fashioned into armor, and within the game, armor is sometimes far more valuable than weapons. A gold coin for a piece of tough hide is nothing short of daylight robbery. Yet, he was in desperate need of funds. At long last, Lin He, his expression darkened, sold the remaining 49 pieces of hard skin to the shop and purchased the white paper with 50 gold coins. Should he study the perforation white paper? Indeed. Subsequently, Lin He took out the stone axe. Should he perforate it? Yes. Lin He was overwhelmed with excitement. The weapon was successfully perforated. Should he inlay the crimson stone? Inlay. Ding. Congratulations to the player for successfully inlaying the weapon, granting a fire attribute of 10. Moments later, Lin He held the stone axe, which was now bathed in a fiery glow. His eyes sparkled with delight, growing fonder with each glance. Although the axe appeared flamboyant, akin to acquiring a skin, who could possibly resist such a dazzling appearance? He clicked to view its attributes. Stone axe, black iron level attack, power 30, fire attribute 10. An additional 10 points in attack power? Not bad. Lin He nodded, his previously anxious heart now considerably calmed. Just as he was about to test the weapon, the system announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to player Lin He for achieving the first gem inlay accomplishment. Announced server-wide. May other players strive for greater heights. This simple notification instantly ignited a wave of astonishment among all dungeon players. Damn, it's Lin He again. Truly, it's infuriating how some people are simply on another level. I haven't even seen what a gem looks like, let alone gems. I've never even laid eyes on a decent weapon. Why must you compare yourselves to this beast? He is not even human. How else could he be the best in the world? So we're just here as mere runners, are we? Is Lin He truly an invincible member? I report Lin He for cheating. He is not playing the same game as us. The messages from He Jialing flashed frantically. Yet, Lin He paid no heed, his frustration boiling over. Why should this be? After all his efforts to achieve this accomplishment, he was met with a mere server announcement, with no other rewards to speak of. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, feeling indignant on his own behalf. He opened the auction house to discover that all the items he had listed were sold out. This brought him a modicum of relief. The materials for the refuge had been gathered. He could finally unlock this extraordinary item. Moments later, 500 stones, 20 woods, and 10 iron blocks were placed on the crafting panel, forming a small mountain. Such a massive amount of materials felt extravagant even to Lin He, causing him some heartache. Yet, to ensure his safety, he could not afford to hesitate. With the materials for the refuge now complete, should he craft it? Yes. Lin He's voice trembled. The refuge was in the process of being crafted. Ding! Congratulations to the player for acquiring the black iron level item. Refuge, resource space 100. The melodious notification left Lin He entranced. He barely had time to admire it before another server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Lin He for achieving the first crafting of a refuge, announced server-wide. Boom. The entire server was in shock. All players were left utterly bewildered, their minds blank. Damn. I'm done. Just destroy everything already. Another achievement announcement left everyone completely dumbfounded. It's Lin He again. How much money has he spent? Mom, I'm done playing. Linda Lau, newbie seeking guidance. The messages exploded in a frenzy. Lin He was left with a dark cloud over his head. Damn it, is this turning me into the server's public enemy? Cursing under his breath, he looked at the mini refuge that resembled a Lego piece, and he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Well, regardless, I now possessed the refuge. Though it appeared to be merely a small bungalow, should any insurmountable crisis arise, at least he could take shelter within. Lin He owed his current success entirely to his unyielding efforts. It had little to do with talent. Lin He admired the refuge for a long while, casting a glance at its upgrade requirements before casually shifting his gaze away, placing it into his system backpack. Damn, the material demands have increased tenfold, and what on earth is this magic crystal? For now, upgrading felt like a distant dream. The brass-level refuge would suffice for the time being. Yet this was merely a shell. To construct a fully equipped refuge, he would need to see if the shop had anything worthwhile. Lin He opened the shop interface and began to scrutinize. Wastewater filter, brass-level blueprint, priced at 100 gold coins. It could purify contaminated water sources into drinkable fresh water. Required materials, stones 20, glass 10, waste components 2, functional beverage maker, brass-level blueprint, priced at 100 gold coins. After adding 2 bottles of mineral water, it could produce functional beverages, which would invigorate the drinker and increase stamina by 1 for 10 minutes. Required materials, stones 20, glass 10, waste components 2, yellow crystals 2. Lin He felt a surge of joy. With the abundant mineral water supplied by his talent, the wastewater filter seemed modest in its function. However, for long-term survival in this dungeon, the need for water for daily use and irrigation would undoubtedly be significant. In the long run, this item was quite essential. As for the functional beverage maker, in encounters with foes more perilous than wild boars, having a bottle of such a drink could very well save his life. These necessary consumables, whether for personal use or for sale in the auction house, would never be in excess. Thanks to his talent, the abundance of crimson stones was plentiful. Lin He selected 40 crimson stones and sold them to the shop, earning 200 gold coins. Ding ding ding. The sound of coins was truly delightful. He purchased the 2 blueprints. However, gathering the required materials would be a daunting task for Lin He alone. Those waste components and yellow crystals seemed nearly impossible to find. Lin He opened the auction house. Players were generally impoverished, most still struggling for food and water. As for me, Lin He, I lack nothing except for cash, despite the barrage of personal attacks from others. I can list bread and fresh water in the auction house. Players would snatch them up faster than anyone else. With billions of players, surely a few lucky ones would emerge, right? Lin He pondered and set the prices. Bread and mineral water would still be exchanged at a rate of 1 for stones and wood, while glass would be 10, 1, and yellow crystals 50, 1. For anonymity. For Lin He, who had already set off 2 server-wide achievements, it held little significance. Transactions would not be completed in haste. After tidying up his tools, materials, and weapons, Lin He glanced at his excavation count, which had reached 0, and felt waves of fatigue wash over him. The upheaval of this day, from being teleported from the library to the depths of the earth, being thrust into a so-called survival game, experiencing the most perilous battle of his life, to now finally finding his footing, had left even someone as strong and tense as Lin He feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He opened his system backpack and placed the refuge. The silhouette of the bungalow-like refuge suddenly expanded, solidifying in an instant. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, the outer walls shimmered with twinkling star-like lights. There was only one door, with no windows. Lin He pushed the door open, revealing what resembled a master bedroom, containing only a bed and a dim yellow incandescent light on the ceiling. At least there was a bed. Lin He consoled himself, realizing he still lacked essential items such as a workbench, wooden chairs, and tables. These items could be instantly manufactured by merely tapping the system panel to allocate materials. Yet, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. The bioluminescence at the top of the cave outside the shelter gradually faded. In the underground realm, billions of players, having either faced life and death or struggled for survival, unanimously chose to rest. Lin He collapsed onto his bed, surrendering to the encroaching drowsiness. Lin He turned over in bed, sat up, and stretched lazily. What did I eat for breakfast today? He suddenly halted, gazing at the unfamiliar room, taking a moment to comprehend his situation. I've been dragged underground by some unknown force. How unfortunate. Truly unfortunate. Previously, I found the monotony of a 3.1-line life unbearably dull, a future so predictable that it was utterly tedious. Now, I have come to appreciate the beauty of modern society. My mother, who insists on preparing delicious breakfasts daily despite my reluctance to rise, the air that, while not pristine, is liberating, the lush green grass after the rain, and the sky as white as freshly washed linen. All are remarkably beautiful. Just one day in this place, and I already find myself nostalgic. Now, I can only linger in this dim cavern, taking each step as it comes. One must always look forward. Regaining his composure, Lin He opened the World Channel. Many had risen earlier than he, and the World Channel was already abuzz with activity. It's Lin He again. How does he possess such an abundance of resources? While we all struggle to make ends meet, how has he already constructed his dwelling? Speculations arose about Lin He possibly being the illegitimate child of the event organizers, who has Linda's coordinates. What level of talent does Lin He truly possess? Messages flooded in from countless players eager to pry into his secrets. Beep, beep, beep. The system notifications echoed endlessly. Lin He silenced the notifications and continued to read. Some sought his guidance with humility, others vented their frustrations with harsh words, while a few, leveraging their identities from the bygone era, issued empty promises. There were also those who fawned over him excessively, and others still who attempted to morally bind him into selfless contributions. There are always opportunists. Under extreme circumstances, the chances of encountering either a fool or a genius are equally likely. No choice but to focus on the task at hand. Lin He understood. He was merely an ant that had taken a few extra steps. All were struggling to survive. There was nothing inherently superior about his situation. He clicked open the auction house option. The items he had listed yesterday had been swiftly sold out. Lin He felt a surge of joy. Indeed, under the vast population, certain low-probability events become inevitable. Even the luckiest of players could not outmatch the collective efforts of the less fortunate in certain circumstances. The stone materials were ready, and he had successfully traded for the glass. All necessary materials for the wastewater filter blueprint were prepared. The functional beverage production device only required one yellow crystal. Lin He clenched his fist tightly. He retrieved the manufacturing materials from the auction house and placed them into his backpack. The discarded components, true to their name, were a collection of mechanical artifacts. Some stained with grease, others slightly rusted. Lin He cast a reconnaissance eye. With system verification, it should pose no issues. Preparing to manufacture the wastewater filter, there were no server limitations. On the world channel, information cascaded like snowflakes. Abundant and overwhelming. Amid the bombardment of system notifications over the past 2 days, Lin He had become the focal point for billions of players. Countless individuals with ulterior motives sought to uncover his secrets. Many continued to message him tirelessly, offering bribes, threats, and personal attacks. Yet Lin He understood that in this powerful underground world, all the trappings of the old era, wealth, status, connections, had dissipated into nothingness. Only resources mattered. The resources that ensured survival were paramount. He opened his backpack, and the blueprint for the wastewater processor appeared in his hands. It felt leathery and warm, emitting a soft, milky glow. Wastewater processor, brass level. Materials are complete. Would you like to proceed with manufacturing? Yes. Upon confirming, the blueprint transformed into a sphere of white light, descending to the ground. The wastewater processor was now in the manufacturing stage. Please wait. The white light gradually expanded, and the mechanical outline sharpened into clarity. Ding! Manufacturing successful. Congratulations, player Lin He, for creating the wastewater processor, brass level. At the moment of success, a system announcement echoed across the server. Congratulations, player Lin He, for successfully crafting the wastewater processor, brass level. You have unlocked the world's first achievement for junior artisan. A collective gasp rippled through billions of players. The world channel was inundated with messages. Damn it. I knew the system shop refreshes once a day. Today's blueprint, which was purchased, was undoubtedly his doing. This Lin He must be a citizen of our great Paukai nation. Why is it that I just finished crafting an axe and have yet to see a single coin, while he has already amassed enough wealth to buy the wastewater processor blueprint? Lin He, look at me. I'm your long-lost half-brother. What a spectacle, publicly declaring kinship. It was both hilarious and mortifying. Lin He couldn't contain his amusement. In such a vast world, there truly was a myriad of characters. He closed the world channel. He had yet to claim today's signing gift, and he wondered what treasures it might yield. The personal panel materialized before him. He clicked on the talent option and selected to sign in. Yesterday, he had received bread and water. What would today bring? Lin He was filled with anticipation. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations, player, for receiving a resource package. Due to a hundredfold amplification effect, resource package 100. 100 resource packages appeared in his backpack. He chose to open them. Congratulations, player, for obtaining yellow crystal fragments 99. To his astonishment, today's sign-in yielded yellow crystal fragments. This item had numerous applications and was undoubtedly valuable. Moreover, the functional beverage production device required one yellow crystal. Retrieving a fragment from his backpack, Lin He utilized the reconnaissance eye. Yellow crystal fragment, a rare crafting material. 100 fragments can be synthesized into one yellow crystal. Without hesitation, he prepared to synthesize. He opened the package to combine the yellow crystal. After a considerable duration, all 100 packages were opened. Lin He gazed at the full stack of 100 yellow crystals neatly arranged in his backpack. He exhaled deeply, his fingers feeling slightly numb, for someone with a severe collecting obsession akin to that of a hamster. This was an immense satisfaction. After resting for a while, the faint yet steadfast glow at the cave's apex illuminated the space. Lin He took out his shovel from the backpack. He still had 20 digging opportunities for the day unused. Although he could survive for an extended period due to his talent, at least his life was not in jeopardy. However, living without a future, facing a force capable of relocating billions underground and gamifying the entire world's data, made his own possessions seem trivial. Continuous progress was imperative. Otherwise, it would be akin to rowing against the current. Lin He gripped the shovel tightly and approached a stone wall, swinging down decisively. Ding! You have excavated a section of Qinggang rock. There is nothing behind it. He was not surprised, as he had encountered many empty walls the previous day. Entering another empty chamber, Lin He continued to dig. Ding! You have excavated a section of yellow-brown rock. There is nothing behind it. Ding. You have excavated a section of green rain rock. There is nothing behind it. Ding. You have excavated a section of red sandstone. There is nothing behind it. After 3 consecutive digs, all 3 rooms yielded nothing. Lin He furrowed his brow. Is the drop rate really this low? Is it because I didn't tea shower yesterday, and my hands are dirty? For others, whether it be resources or dangerous monsters, the opportunity to dig only 20 times a day was a limitation. If empty stone walls were so prevalent, the chances of survival would diminish significantly. Shaking his head, he cast aside his worries. There was no room for concern about others now. Once more, he swung the shovel. Ding! Congratulations, you have broken through the stone wall and discovered a contaminated water pool. Splash! The moment he entered the room, he found himself instantly enveloped by water. What the hell? I've struck gold. Lin He exclaimed in shock. Gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, he hurriedly grasped the ground to prop himself up. Gagging, he expelled several mouthfuls of water, followed by more dry heaves. Turning to look back, he noticed that the murky water was teeming with microscopic algae and various unidentified floating particles. Had he unearthed a pool of wastewater, despite nearly choking to death? Lin He still felt a rush of elation. What a stroke of luck. He opened his backpack and placed the wastewater treatment device in front of the pool. As he operated the device's control panel, he extended the hose. The wastewater was continuously siphoned up for treatment, emitting hardly a sound. Before long, the pool was drained dry. The panel of the wastewater treatment device displayed a reading of 7 cubic meters of fresh water. Although it was merely the equivalent of the water he had collected yesterday, it was nonetheless a delightful surprise. In the midst of his excitement, however, Lin He was perplexed about how to transport this water. Never mind, collective effort is the way to go. Moreover, with so many grudges amassed, he wasn't worried about anyone being envious. He accessed the world channel. Surplus of 7 cubic meters of fresh water, too much to carry. Does anyone have any good ideas? This was Lin He's first time speaking in the world channel. As a player who had achieved various world-class accomplishments and had been announced server-wide multiple times. His name was highlighted by the system. The golden red name sparkled brilliantly. The once bustling world channel, filled with a flurry of information, suddenly experienced a 10-second silence. Then came the torrent of comments and astonishment. Unbelievable. Is someone actually complaining about having too much water? Surely, he must be bragging. Is this really the #1 player? I can't even. What a display of vanity. Exiting the world channel, Lin He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Players were generally lacking in resources, and it was evident that no one could offer him any advice. The loneliness of mastery weighed heavily on him. People are indeed different. No one could comprehend the pain within his heart. Lin He opened the crafting options and browsed through, his spirits lifting upon seeing the wooden barrel. Regardless of whether it could hold the water, it would at least enhance his quality of life. A nice bath would do him good, especially after the chaotic encounter with that wild boar yesterday. Exhausted, he had collapsed into a deep sleep without a second thought. After living a modern life for over a decade or two, he was no savage. He needed to freshen up, especially with such abundant water resources at hand. He clicked on the wooden barrel panel, inserted the wooden blocks, and selected craft. Ding! Crafting successful. Congratulations, player Lin He has obtained a wooden barrel 1. The barrel, with a capacity of approximately 2 cubic meters, was placed next to the wastewater treatment device for filling. This device boasted a built-in storage space of 10 cubic meters, far exceeding its own volume. However, Lin He was unfazed. After all, it was a system product. Once filled, he quickly stripped down and stepped into the water, enjoying a refreshing bath. It was a pity that the store didn't offer any bathing supplies. Congratulations, player Lin He has achieved the milestone of being the first to take a bath, successfully enhancing his quality of life. May other players strive to do the same. Damn, this even warrants an announcement. Lin He felt an unexpected twinge of shame. This system has no regard for player privacy, just like Tingy. I knew it would come to this when he mentioned the surplus water. What a beast. Truly. Oh, how I long to bathe as well. After fighting for my life against that monster yesterday, I'm covered in blood and filth. Strongly condemn Lin He for his excessive wastefulness in a time of resource scarcity for all humanity. Father, grant me a basin of bathing water. No need, that's just ridiculous. The number of players calling him father increased exponentially. Lin He paid little mind to it. After his bath, he felt rejuvenated. He took out some bread and mineral water, accompanied by a pine nut fruit, and had a simple lunch. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he was reluctant to pick up the shovel again. Lin He opened his backpack and examined the yellow crystal. Its edges were sharp, radiating a warm yellow glow. Then he pulled out the blueprint for the functional beverage maker. All materials for the functional beverage maker, brass level, are ready. Would you like to manufacture? Yes. Just as when he crafted the wastewater treatment device, the blueprint transformed into a beam of white light and descended onto the ground. The functional beverage maker is currently in production. Please wait. Ding! Manufacturing successful. Congratulations, player Lin He has obtained the functional beverage maker, brass level. This device was relatively small, resembling a self-service vending machine. He tossed in an eye of insight. Functional beverage maker, brass level. Add 2 bottles of mineral water to produce 1 can of functional beverage, which boosts energy and increases stamina by 1 for 10 minutes. A2. 1 production ratio. Lin He chuckled that I can sign in every day. As long as I sign in once for mineral water, I can obtain 10,000 bottles. I have more than enough mineral water. He decided to try making 1 bottle first. Lin He opened the functional beverage maker's panel and clicked on production. The number of mineral water bottles in his backpack decreased by 2. The machine emitted a muffled sound for 2 seconds before ceasing its vibrations. Ding. Manufacturing successful. With a click, a can of blue beverage, reminiscent of Pepsi, dropped from the outlet. Lin He picked it up and pulled the tab. Puffed. It was still fizzy. Gulping it down like a thirsty beast, he belched contentedly. The flavor was indistinguishable from that of Pepsi. What a marvel! As a devoted Pepsi fan, Lin He sighed in satisfaction. The joy of having a refreshing drink brought back memories of his past life. He opened his personal panel, and at the bottom of the attributes section, he noticed the entry indicating stamina 1, lasting for 10 minutes. His health limit temporarily increased by 100. Lin He clenched his fist and jumped on the spot. A surge of warmth radiated from his abdomen, spreading throughout his limbs. While the effect was not overwhelmingly significant, it was certainly beneficial. Lin He produced another bottle and sold it in the store. He had not expected much from the beverage's selling price. After all, it had taken him considerable effort to take down that wild boar yesterday, only to find that the hard boar skin was worth a mere gold coin at the store. It felt like a ripoff. If it weren't for the 100-fold increase, Lin He would have felt utterly cheated. Ding! Congratulations, player has received 6 gold coins. What? 6 gold coins per can, Lin He exclaimed in delight. The stingy storekeeper has finally loosened his purse strings. Just 2 worthless bottles of mineral water. After being processed by the functional beverage maker, the drinks were worth 6 gold coins each. He wondered how the system store determined its pricing. Let us start with 1,000 cans. He quickly opened the panel for production options and selected bulk production. The number of mineral water bottles in his backpack instantly decreased by 2,000. The functional beverage maker began to work industriously. Lin He casually crafted a chair from wooden blocks, pulled out a pine nut fruit, and sat down on the chair to leisurely browse the store and chat in the water channel while munching. Approximately half an hour later, in front of the machine, 1,000 cans of functional beverage had piled up into a small mountain. Lin He waved his hand and placed them all in the store. Selecting sell, the sound of 6,000 gold coins falling into Lin He's pouch was crisp and melodious. Woo! Time to soar. Lin He whistled lightly as he deftly produced a gold coin, making it dance upon his fingertips. Enveloped in a mesmerizing shimmered AT present, the purchasing power of 6,000 gold coins was immense. He harbored considerable doubt that the combined wealth of the top 1,000 players on the leaderboard could rival his own. However, he understood well that only money in motion holds true value. Clinging to a fortune while languishing in complacency is utterly unwise. Continuous resource exchange is the only path to advancement. He opened the shop interface, which refreshes daily, available for all players to peruse. Ordinarily, with sufficient gold, acquiring items necessitates swift fingers. Yet today, players were severely impoverished, rendered powerless in the face of items priced at dozens or even hundreds of gold coins. Merely gazing longingly, thus, the newly refreshed offerings remained untouched on the shelves. During his wait, Lin He had already set his sights on several desirable items. Now, without a second thought, he wielded his 6,000 gold coins. Ice Crystal Stone 1. Priced at 50 gold coins. Purchased. Yellow Rosewood 1. Priced at 50 gold coins. Acquired. Forging Furnace Blueprint 1. Priced at 200 gold coins. Secured. He swiftly purchased various materials and blueprints, regardless of their immediate utility, for possessing a wealth of resources instilled confidence. He cleared the store of its inventory, leaving himself with more than half of his gold still intact. The world channel buzzed with excitement. Guess who has emptied the shop? I thought I was seeing things. Just moments ago, I was dreaming of how long it would take to gather enough gold for a blueprint, only to turn around and find it gone. No need to guess, just say it's that man. With such financial prowess, Lin Sang is one step ahead, constantly outpacing everyone. He's from Japan. Lin He, truly deserving of being our beloved idol. This is a cosmic phenomenon. No one can catch up to him now. The gap between him and the second place is vaster than the distance from the Earth to the Moon, akin to the gulf between a soaring eagle and a mere mayfly. He is, without a doubt, the premier player. In Huagua, the collective mindset is largely uniform. When confronted with someone slightly ahead, they may feel envy and jealousy. Yet, when someone transcends them by a significant margin, standing atop the peak, most are left with nothing but reverence and awe. Feeling exhilarated after his impulsive spending, Lin He finally took stock of the contents in his backpack. Most of the materials held little immediate utility, but their value was evident. After 2 days of exploration, he recognized their worth. Who knows when they might be needed in the future? Lin He retrieved the only 2 blueprints from his backpack, the basic red crystal stone blueprint, priced at 200 gold coins, which could forge 1 red crystal stone from 10 crimson stones using a forging furnace. Crimson stones? Lin He recollected that he had opened a black iron treasure chest yesterday. And even after using several to enhance his axe, he still had dozens left. That would suffice. He examined the forging furnace blueprint, brass level, priced at 200 gold coins, which required relevant gemstone blueprints to forge lower-level gemstones into higher ones. The materials needed included 100 stone and 50 iron ingots. So they are complementary, Lin He exclaimed with delight, for he had ample stone but not a single iron ingot. However, it did not seem like a rare commodity. Just because he had not gathered any did not mean other players had not. With billions of players, even with continual eliminations, an enormous number remained. He decided to post a request at the auction house. Taking out 1,000 buckwheat bread and 1,000 bottles of mineral water, he set the exchange rate at 10 buckwheat bread and 10 bottles of mineral water for 1 iron ingot. Ding! Trade successful. You have obtained iron ingot 1. As soon as it was listed, transactions began to flow in. Obtained iron ingot 1. Obtained iron ingot 1. Obtained iron ingot 1. Lin, he felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Money can indeed move mountains. A small loss is acceptable, for he had effectively resolved his most fundamental survival issues. Meanwhile, the world channel echoed with despair. In the aftermath of societal collapse, humanity's once proud organizational capabilities lay in ruins. Even with communication channels facilitating exchanges, before team and guild functionalities were activated, individuals were left to fend for themselves. Occasional cries for help and last words would sporadically appear. Numerous players were in desperate need. Even with Lin He's extraordinary SSSSS-level talent amplifying his resources 100-fold, he could not afford to dispense his daily finds altruistically at the auction house. In the face of billions, that would merely be a drop in the ocean, failing to address the pressing issues at hand. The ultimate support for survival in this world lay within oneself. Lin He contemplated using a higher exchange rate. If he could assist, he would do so within reason. That was the extent of his capability. Rising from his seat, having rested sufficiently, he surmised that the iron ingot trades would likely persist for a while longer. Moreover, he had yet to reach the limit on his shovel's usage for the day. With every dig, new opportunities could arise. While others might hesitate, content with the status quo, he could not afford to relent. To better comprehend this transformed world and to survive, Lin He stretched lazily and grasped his shovel. He approached a stone wall and began to excavate. Swish! The stone wall yielded like tofu. There were no system prompts. Was it empty again? Lin He raised his gaze, startled. Before him sprawled an expansive desert, not vast, merely about a kilometer in diameter. Lin He pondered thoughtfully, needing to assess the risks involved. After a moment's observation, he stowed the shovel in his backpack. Clad in his wild boar armor, he retrieved the stone axe enhanced with crimson stones, cautiously stepping into the desert for a closer inspection. Beneath his feet lay soft, fine sand, and his eyes scanned an expanse devoid of vegetation. A gentle breeze occasionally caressed his face, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. Were there no monsters? Just as he mused, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Startled, he turned to see a snake, its scales a dusty yellow, eyes of vivid crimson, and its body as thick as a wrist, surging forth from the ground, mouth agape, lunging to bite him. Lin He swiftly dodged and cast an eye of insight. Desert Rattler, black iron level beast. Level, LV1 health, 18 strength, 12 agility, 14 intelligence. For overall threat index, 23 note. The desert rattler is a predator of the desert, yielding meat, snake skin, and sinew upon defeat. To his surprise, this snake's overall threat index was 23, even higher than that of the wild boar. Its intelligence matched that of the boar, yet it lacked in strength. However, its health surpassed his, clad in good equipment, making it somewhat problematic. Swish! The desert rattler coiled its body, striking towards Lin He like an arrow. With agility greater than Lin He's own, it moved with astonishing speed. Yet, he managed to react in time. The snake's long fangs glimmered with a sinister green hue. Poisonous? Lin He felt a shiver run down his spine, but he deftly controlled his body, dodging the attack just in time, and retaliated with a fierce swing of his stone axe against the body of the desert rattlesnake. A hissing sound echoed as a gash appeared on the serpent's body, marked by singeing traces. The desert rattlesnake let out a pained hiss, writhing on the sand. The enhanced stone axe delivered an additional 30 points of attack power, equivalent to 3 points of strength, along with an extra 10 points of fire attribute damage. The potency of this strike was certainly formidable. The desert rattlesnake gazed at Lin He with malice. Its forked tongue flickering ominously, it launched another attack, slicing through the air. The speed of this serpent's assault was indeed swift. Yet it had a moment of vulnerability after each strike, exposing its weaknesses. Missing a blow would clearly reveal its flaws. Lin He swung his axe once more, landing another savage blow on the desert rattlesnake. A new wound appeared. If he could exploit this brief window of opportunity, he could slay it. Lin He was resolute. Though his agility was 2 points lower than that of the serpent, there remained room for maneuverability. However, this required prolonged concentration, and he could not afford to be bitten. He had to seize this fleeting chance. Wait a moment, the functional beverage. How could I have forgotten? Lin He cursed under his breath. Before entering this desert, he should have prepared several hundred cans just in case. Nevertheless, it was never too late to mend the fold. The functional beverage producer was in his backpack, and as he deftly dodged and weaved, he began operating it, producing 300 cans at once. The quantity of bottled water began to dwindle. The finished beverages appeared directly in his backpack. They materialized in Lin He's hand, and he pulled the tab open with one hand. Then, the flamboyant maneuvering commenced. While running, he gulped down the drink, discarding the empty can. A wave of warmth surged from his abdomen, radiating through his limbs. His mind became sharper, and clarity flooded his thoughts. Player Lin He consumed a can of functional beverage, boosting his spirit and increasing his stamina by 1 point for a duration of 10 minutes. Excellent. Player Lin He consumed another can of functional beverage, elevating his spirit and stamina by 1 point for 10 minutes. He continued to drink. After all, he was a fortunate player and a spender. Each can of this functional beverage had cumulative effects, stacking stamina, although the duration of each can was calculated individually, thus avoiding any sense of exaggeration. In just a few minutes, Lin He had consumed nearly 100 cans. He had no idea where it all went. The system's creations did not cause any bloating, with his stamina exceeding 100 points. Lin He turned his gaze to the desert rattlesnake, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Was there really any need for technique? He would charge in and finish it off, gripping the axe tightly. Lin He lunged forward. Hiss, hiss. Minutes later, the desert rattlesnake lay lifeless on the ground, its body torn and battered, scales shattered, and charred marks covering it, resembling a rag. Damn, it was finally dead. Lin He gasped for breath and plopped down onto the sand. As the desert rattlesnake succumbed, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player, for successfully slaying the iron tier creature, the desert rattlesnake. The player may obtain loot, snake meat, snake skin, and snake tendons. Snake skin and tendons can be used to craft bows. A bow. Not bad. Now he had ranged attack capabilities. While it might not be effective against this foolish snake, it could prove invaluable against creatures like the cave wild boar, allowing for kite hunting. Lin He stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow, cheerfully preparing to collect his spoils. Suddenly, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, and he collapsed back onto the sand. What was happening? The player had been struck by the desert rattlesnake's attack. Suffering from snake venom, which could cause full-body paralysis and hinder movement for a duration of 3 minutes. The system notification rang out, and Lin He finally realized a bite mark from that foolish snake marred his arm. During the earlier confrontation, he had not deliberately tried to evade or blocked. If it weren't for the fear of pain, he would have almost welcomed the desert rattlesnake's attacks to trade for injuries. Oh well, It was only 10 minutes. The paralysis effect wouldn't completely immobilize him, but it would certainly render him sluggish. He might as well take a break. Lin He fished out a pine nut fruit. Leaning against a rock as he began to nibble on it, the desert grew quiet once more. Just as Lin He was perusing the world channel to gather information about the cave. A sound sliced through the stillness. Was that the sound of a shovel digging into stone? Startled, Lin He's body tensed. He turned to the source of the noise, where a section of the stone wall had been excavated. Two men, one stout and one lean, emerged, wielding shovels and peering curiously inside. On the second day of his arrival in the cave, Lin He encountered fellow players for the first time. The two unfamiliar men were momentarily taken aback by the desert landscape. Scanning their surroundings, they spotted the carcass of the desert rattlesnake and Lin He seated on the sand. Instantly, they became wary. Each man produced a stone axe seemingly from thin air. Lin He narrowed his eyes. It seemed that many individuals had equipped this rudimentary weapon for self-defense. The two exchanged glances and whispered a few words before approaching Lin He. When they reached a short distance from him, the leaner man pointed at the snake's corpse and spoke with a smile. "Greetings, friend. My name is Ma Qing. Did you slay this creature all by yourself?" The slender man, Ma Qing, was accompanied by a stockier individual named Chen Hai. Upon hearing Ma Qing's inquiry, Lin He maintained a calm demeanor. "Yes, I killed it alone." Ma Qing's face displayed admiration, yet he was secretly astonished. It was unheard of for someone to single-handedly slay a creature. Most became prey themselves. Even with their duo, encountering a monster could spell disaster. This man, clad in system-forged gear, had clearly bested more than one creature. The glow of his axe radiated a crimson hue, starkly contrasting with the meager stone axe in his own hand. Damn, a pay-to-win player. Comparing oneself to others could be disheartening. "May I ask your name, brother? With your combat prowess, you must be prominent on the leaderboard." Ma Qing inquired cautiously. "I am Lin He," Lin He replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Lin He? Why does that name sound so familiar?" Ma Qing was taken aback, his eyes widening in realization. "You are Lin He? The Lin He who tops the leaderboard? Surely, it can't be a coincidence. Could it truly be the same player? How fortunate." Lin He chuckled lightly. "What leaderboard? It's just a name. Everyone is striving to survive. There's nothing to be overly concerned about." Ma Qing was astonished. "Domai, I have truly met my idol. You are a recognized powerhouse." Lin He smiled amiably on the surface, yet internally, he remained skeptical. This Ma Qing was suspicious. Despite their conversation, he gripped his axe tightly with one hand, while subtly communicating with the stocky man behind him with the other. His wariness was palpable, far from the carefree demeanor he displayed. "Idol, did you just slay this snake?" Ma Qing inquired, noting the bite mark on Lin He's arm, his eyes flickering. "Is the injury severe? If that snake was venomous, you must tend to the wound immediately. It would be unfortunate if it becomes infected." Ma Qing feigned concern. Finally showing your true colors." Lin He thought to himself with a cold sneer, but outwardly sighed. "Yes, I just killed it. This snake was indeed quite troublesome. It took a lot of effort to subdue, and it even bit my arm. Currently, I'm in a state of paralysis from the venom, unable to move. I can't even access my shelter." As soon as the words fell, a shadowy glimmer of joy crossed Ma Qing's face. After a moment of hesitation, as if he had made a resolute decision, he turned his head and exchanged a knowing glance with the chubby man named Chen Hai. Chen Hai circled around to Lin He's back, brandishing an axe. Ma Qing slowly approached Lin He. Shedding any semblance of his previous sycophantic demeanor, his eyes narrowed with malice as he addressed Lin He with a sinister sneer. "Idol, do not blame us. We merely wish to survive. In this cursed place, my brothers and I suffer from hunger and sleeplessness, and today we lack even a drop of water." Ma Qing spat disdainfully at the fruit pit left by Lin He on the sandy ground. "Why should you indulge in such extravagance? You feast and flaunt your fortune while we wallow in unfairness." With a menacing grin, Ma Qing strode forward and swung the stone axe down forcefully. "Why not grant us our desires?" The axe struck Lin He, illuminating the blood bar above his head. However, contrary to Ma Qing's expectations, Lin He did not suffer a significant drop in health. 100. Lin He's health merely decreased by 1%. Shedding only a thin layer of vitality. How is this possible? Your life force cannot be so formidable. How could you remain standing after slaying monsters? Ma Qing exclaimed in shock. "You keep proclaiming me the top player," Lin He retorted as the paralysis effect on him dissipated. "Yet you clearly disregard my prowess." With a sadistic grin, Lin He rose to his feet and swung the axe at Ma Qing. The crimson-embedded stone axe carved a trail of red light through the air. 173, 180, 168, 170. With his attributes now at 12 strength, bolstered by a weapon with 30 attack power, Lin He's damage output instilled terror in Ma Qing. "Spare me, spare me." Another swing fell, and Ma Qing's life force was extinguished. To seek to kill, and in turn be killed, is only fitting, Lin He thought. Unwilling to relent, he turned to face the remaining chubby figure. "Care to guess how many times your stamina is outmatched by mine?" Lin He teased, revealing his attributes panel. Stamina, 102. After consuming numerous energy drinks, his health had skyrocketed beyond 10,000 within mere minutes. Chun Hai trembled like a leaf, overwhelmed with fear. His stamina was a mere 10 points. Lin He was 10 times his superior. "Brother Lin He, I was merely following orders. I had no choice. I would gladly serve you like a beast. Just spare my life." Chun Hai quivered uncontrollably, his trousers already damp. A foul stench of urine filled the air. "How pathetic. You've soiled yourself out of fear," Lin He remarked with disdain. "You are so accustomed to murder and robbery. This cannot be your first time." Chun Hai stammered, unable to respond. "Those who take lives shall invariably lose theirs. This world has turned in just 2 short days. Those capable of committing murder for profit are hardly virtuous. If you think he can reform, you must be joking. Go below and settle the score with Ma Qing." Lin He surged forward, dispatching Chun Hai with a flurry of axe strikes. Leaving you alive would only invite further disaster. After the demise of Ma Qing and Chun Hai, their bodies yielded nothing but 2 axes. Their system bags were devoid of any loot. Lin He felt a tinge of disappointment, and they dared to commit heinous acts. As it was his first kill, Lin He felt a churn in his stomach. This harsh world had driven men to become monsters. Yet, he rationalized, had it been anyone else in his place, they would have met a far grimmer fate. This was merely a matter of self-defense. Soon, Lin He steadied himself. Such scum were not worthy of prolonged concern. He had yet to claim the corpse of the desert rattlesnake. Placing the axe into his backpack, he rubbed his hands together. "Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained snake meat 1. Due to the hundredfold amplification, you additionally receive snake meat 99. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained snake skin 1. Due to the hundredfold amplification, you additionally receive snake skin 99. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained snake tendons 1. Due to the hundredfold amplification, you additionally receive snake tendons 99. What a delight. The series of pleasant notifications never grew tiresome. Lin He, content, stowed his bounty into his backpack. Following the wild boar meat, he now had another delicacy to savor. The satiety provided by snake meat was akin to that of wild boar, yet its flavor surpassed it. Lin He retrieved a shovel and made his way to the edge of the desert to continue his digging. Ding! You have excavated a patch of green rainstone. Behind it lies nothing. Well, empty stone walls were certainly not in short supply. He ventured into the vast cavern. Suddenly, Lin He slapped his forehead. Earlier, while clearing the shop, he had indiscriminately purchased everything to fill his backpack. It was only after acquiring the snake skin and tendons that he recalled a large assortment of items, including a blueprint for a bow and arrow. Lin He immediately began rummaging through his backpack. Indeed, bow and arrow, bronze-grade blueprint, priced at 100 gold coins, can be crafted into a strong bow using animal skins, bones, and tendons, with wooden materials for arrows. Crafting materials: snake tendons 10, wood 2, stone 2. Arrows require 1 unit of wood to produce 5 arrows. You wish to proceed with crafting the strong bow. Commencing strong bow crafting. Ding! Strong bow crafted successfully. Congratulations, you have acquired a strong bow, smooth and polished. The strong bow soon appeared in Lin He's backpack. He took it out and inspected it with his inside eye. Strong bow, bronze grade, a weapon crafted from snake tendons. Attack power 40, capable of ranged defense. Remarkably, its attack power exceeded that of his enhanced stone axe. Very well, let us craft 50 arrows. You have obtained 50 arrows, attack power 5, capable of gem enhancement, having spent 50 gold coins the previous day learning how to engrave. And with dozens of crimson stones remaining, Lin He gritted his teeth and embedded crimson stones into both the strong bow and the 50 arrows. Weapons are essential for survival. They must be of the highest caliber. Ding! Congratulations, player. Weapon strong bow enhancement successful. Fire attribute 10, attack power 10. Ding! Congratulations, player. Weapon arrows enhancement successful. Fire attribute 10, attack power 5. Moments later, Lin He tenderly caressed the strong bow, bathed in a warm glow, radiating a comforting heat in his grasp. The 50 arrows, previously dull and gray, now gleamed with explosive sharpness at their tips. Lin He nodded in satisfaction. Had he possessed such equipment while hunting wild boars, the task would have been far less arduous. He returned everything to his backpack and retrieved a wooden bucket. Covered in sweat and blood, caked with sand, he decided to wash up a bit, filling the bucket with filtered fresh water from his waste processor. Lin He jumped in and relished a refreshing bath as he scrubbed away. Suddenly, the sound of a shovel breaking through stone echoed. Lin He blinked in bewilderment, locking eyes with a suddenly appearing woman. Upon seeing Lin He in his natural state, the woman's fair complexion flushed crimson as she turned away in shock and embarrassment. What on earth? Am I seeing things? How is there a man bathing in this place? Chu Ran was filled with a mix of shyness and confusion. Lin He, feeling awkward, stood up, dried himself off, and donned his clothes. What an unexpected encounter. Ahem, beautiful lady, you may turn around now. Lin He coughed lightly, beckoning her. Only then did Chu Ran turn back. My name is Chu Ran. I apologize. I had no idea you were here. Upon realizing the situation, she exclaimed incredulously, You actually bathe with water? So many people have struggled to even find enough to drink in these past few days. And you wasted on bathing? Lin He chuckled lightly. I'm Lin He. While others may lack it, I have an abundance of water. Startled, Charon exclaimed. Lin He? Oh my goodness, you are the top player on the leaderboard? Realizing the situation, she understood why he could afford such extravagance. Charon delicately adjusted a strand of hair by her temple, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin He. Brother Lin, I haven't been able to find any food or water these past couple of days. Could I trade some supplies with you? She produced a yellow crystal, stating, This is probably the most valuable item I've unearthed. With that, she looked at Lin He with a pitiful expression. Lin He sighed as he accepted the yellow crystal from Charon. To be honest, he had no shortage of such items, but encountering a fellow villager made him willing to assist. It was certainly not due to Charon's youthful beauty or fair complexion that I'll trade this yellow crystal for 3 loaves of bread and 6 bottles of water, he said, handing the provisions to Charon. If you ration it wisely, it should last you several days. Thank you, Brother Lin. Charon softly expressed her gratitude. She felt immensely satisfied to have secured these supplies in times of peace. No one could endure 2 days of hunger and thirst. The sensation of having not a single grain of rice or a drop of water was a feeling only those who had experienced similar hardship could truly empathize with. I'm about to have lunch. If you don't mind, you're welcome to join me, Lin He generously invited, observing Charon's lovely yet somewhat haggard appearance. Over the past 2 days, he had hunted 2 creatures and now had wild boar meat, snake meat, and pine nuts to enjoy a better meal. He crafted a wooden table from logs and arranged the food upon it. The gnawing hunger in Charon's stomach surged, and she swallowed hard. Unable to utter a refusal, then I shall graciously accept, she declared, casting aside her reservations. After all, it was time to eat. The sweet pine nuts, crispy wild boar meat, snake meat, and soft bread made for a delightful meal. As she ate, tears welled up in her eyes. Just 2 days ago, she had been living a life of luxury at home. In an instant, everything had changed. She had left her parents and was forced to fend for herself. For a girl who had never laid a finger in the dirt, her swift acceptance of reality was commendable. Grabbing a shovel to venture outside had already surpassed the efforts of most people. Lin He sighed again as he observed Charon. He turned to operate the wastewater treatment device, pumping the water from a barrel for filtration. He then crafted a new wooden barrel. The processor still contained several cubic meters of fresh water. Filling the new barrel, he said to Charon, This is filtered fresh water from my processor. It can be consumed directly, used for bathing, or for irrigation. You may keep this barrel and use it as you wish. After enduring 2 days of hunger and thirst, Charon was moved to tears by the kindness of this stranger. She bowed deeply in gratitude, exclaiming, Brother Lin, your generosity toward me is truly appreciated, and I will find a way to repay you. Lin He smiled, saying, No need for repayment. To me, this is merely a trivial act. It would be impossible to ignore a lovely girl like you when the opportunity arises. Having tidied his belongings, he noted that lingering around aimlessly served no purpose. I still have a few uses left on my shovel today. I must continue digging to see if I can uncover anything worthwhile. He motioned for Charon with his shovel. Once you've rested, it would be wise for you to explore as well. Sitting idly is not a sustainable strategy. In this current situation, the most reliable resource is oneself. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as I am. Lin He spoke earnestly to Charon. Not long before you arrived, I encountered 2 individuals in the desert terrain who intended to kill me for my supplies. Fortunately, I had some strength, and they met their demise. Their bodies are likely still warm. For someone like you, dear girl, Lin He advised kindly, you must exercise caution when dealing with strangers, conceal your wealth and do not reveal it. With that, Lin He waved goodbye to Charon and resumed his excavation in the next room. Swish, swish, clang. You have unearthed a section of Quercus rock. It is empty behind it. Ding. You have unearthed a section of yellow-brown rock. It is empty behind it. After several more digs, he found nothing. Lin He grimaced. Is my luck exhausted for today? Is this where my efforts conclude? Just as he was about to use his shovel for the final time, a system notification chimed. Ding. You have unearthed a section of green rain rock and discovered a mysterious space. A mysterious space. Lin He stowed his shovel and retrieved his stone axe, cautiously stepping into the cave. The cave was dimly lit, almost pitch black, with extremely low visibility. Lin He heightened his vigilance, carefully exploring his surroundings. Flap, flap. The sound of wings echoed through the cave. Lin He suddenly looked up. What is that? Above him, a swarm of bats charged toward Lin He. Their eyes glowed a menacing red, overwhelming in their numbers. Startled, Lin He swiftly fled toward the cave's entrance, his heart racing. The sheer volume of the swarm was quite intimidating. As he ran, Lin He chugged a functional beverage. No problem is insurmountable with the right medicine. If 1 can won't suffice, I'll take 10. If 10 isn't enough, I'll take another 10. While drinking, Lin He tossed an eye of insight into the air. Red-eyed bat. Black iron level creature. Level. LV1 stamina. 2 strength. 3 agility. 5 intelligence. 2 overall threat index. 10. These creatures inhabit caves and are individually quite weak, typically hunting in swarms. Once the bat swarm reached the cave entrance, they ceased their pursuit. It appeared to be a territorial matter. Upon escaping the cave, Lin He smirked at MD. It turns out they are nothing but weaklings. With such low attributes, even a swarm poses little threat. Observing his significantly increased stamina, Lin He felt confident in his ability to take them all down himself. It was the perfect opportunity to test out his new weapon. He retrieved the newly crafted strong bow and arrows from his backpack and turned back toward the cave. The swarm of red-eyed bats had not yet dispersed. Drawing his bow, the snake-tendon bowstring stretched into a crescent shape. Thwack! The arrow was released, streaking through the air like a comet. With so many targets, hitting one was effortless. Boom! The arrow, reinforced with crimson stone, unleashed a fiery explosion upon impact, clearing a small section of bats. With the strong bow's attack power boosted by 50 points and the arrows adding 10 points, along with an additional 10 points of fire damage, Lin He's strength had surpassed the 20-point mark. While the bats only possessed 2 points of stamina, with a single shot, Lin He could eliminate a bat instantly. This was far too easy, Lin He nonchalantly remarked. Previously, when he hunted wild boars and desert rattlesnakes, it was never without expending considerable effort, often ending up in a disheveled state. Now, facing the red-eyed bats, which possessed low stamina and frail bodies, he found them surprisingly manageable. Although they could fly, their agility was lacking. And they did not fly swiftly either. As Lin He ran, he drew his bow and loosed arrows. With their numbers and swarms, they made for an exceedingly large target. Their intelligence was also low, rendering them even more foolish than pigs, as if they feared he might miss. Lin He could hardly suppress a grin. After shooting 10 arrows in succession, the airborne bats were nearly decimated, their bodies plummeting to the ground in a cascade. Only a few fled in terror to the corners, likely vowing never to venture out again. Shaking his head, Lin He stowed his bow and arrows, choosing not to pursue any further. This had undoubtedly been the easiest and most pleasurable battle he had ever fought. Stepping over the fallen bat carcasses, Lin He approached the arrows he had previously shot. Casting an eye of insight, the used arrows showed slight wear but were recoverable. That a surge of joy filled him. The ability to reclaim these arrows was a delightful surprise. Their formidable power was evident in this hunt. Without the bow, he would have expended tremendous effort wielding an axe. While effective, it consumed redstones. If each shot resulted in a lost arrow, even Lin He would feel considerable pain. Collecting all the scattered arrows from the ground and those embedded in the stone walls, Lin He began to deal with the numerous bat corpses. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained Bat Meat 3, and due to the Hundredfold amplification effect, you have additionally acquired Bat Meat 297. Though the quantity of bats appeared vast, their size was diminutive. When converted into units of meat, it amounted to only 3 portions. Fortunately, the Hundredfold amplification talent made it worthwhile. Bat meat, a type of flesh with slight toxicity, not advisable for excessive consumption. Toxic, that renders it somewhat tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Nevertheless, it was still meat, capable of satiating hunger. When pushed to the brink, one could even consume leather shoes. A hint of toxicity was hardly a concern. Lin He reassured himself as he placed it in his backpack. After tidying up his weapons and spoils, he resumed his exploration of the space. He had been so preoccupied with slaying bats that he had yet to thoroughly investigate the area. As he walked a few steps, Lin He heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Following the sound, he turned around 2 corners, revealing a fountain pool before him. The system prompt chimed. You have discovered a wishing well. Wishing well, functional facility, blessed by the deities. Tossing in a gold coin will yield a return of 2 coins, one-time use per person. Lin He chuckled. Such a fortunate find. I am indeed the chosen one. If others stumbled upon this wishing well, they would undoubtedly lament their empty pockets and stomp their feet in frustration, gazing longingly at this treasure. Here, in front of him, was a tangible stroke of luck from the heavens. Checking his backpack, Lin He found that, after selling functional beverages and clearing out the shop, he still had 1,500 gold coins remaining. Without hesitation, he tossed all the coins into the wishing well. The coins plopped into the water, forming a small mound at the bottom. Buzzing, a radiant glow surged forth, visibly enlarging the mound of coins. Indeed, it doubled. Lin He rejoiced, bending down to collect his reward. Suddenly, the water's surface roiled violently. Alarm bells rang in Lin He's mind as he quickly stepped back, swiftly manifesting his stone axe and taking a battle stance. After several skirmishes in just 2 days, this reflex had developed unconsciously. From the previously crystal-clear water, a merman leaped out, roaring at Lin He. A guardian beast or something of the sort? Lin He pondered that he used the Eye of Insight to inspect the creature's information. Wishing well guardian fish monster, black iron-grade aberration, level, LV1 health, 15 strength, 15 agility, 13 intelligence, 6 overall threat index, 25 note. The fish monster is the guardian of the wishing well and will attack any creature daring to disturb it. Hunting it yields fish meat. I am merely borrowing the wishing well. I mean no harm. Roar. Before Lin He could finish, the fish monster lunged at him with a ferocious roar. Forget it. It looked somewhat humanoid, and he had hoped for the possibility of communication. Better to eliminate it. After all, this fish monster had fairly average attributes, its strength even inferior to his enhanced stone axe. Not to mention, he had upgraded his weaponry since his previous encounter with the wild boar. Though the fish monster shared similar attributes, it was now merely an easy target for Lin He. He quickly retreated, channeling a white light to manifest his bow and arrows, drawing the bowstring taut. He released a swift shot. Whoosh, whoosh. The fish monster did not evade, charging directly at Lin He. It was struck by 2 arrows. -201 205 damage values floated above the fish monster's head, its health bar plummeting by over a quarter. The fish monster let out a pained cry, halting its charge, its movements growing sluggish. Lin He surmised that this creature, having lived in water for so long, was particularly vulnerable to fire. Stowing his bow, he grasped the axe. Even though the arrows could be reclaimed, they would still incur wear upon use. Facing a creature of this caliber, it was still a bit disheartening to expend them. It would be simpler to approach and finish it off with the axe. Lin He hefted his axe and strode forward. The fish monster, wounded and slow, was easily evaded. With a flurry of strikes, the fish monster fell under Lin He's axe within minutes. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain the black iron creature. Wishing well guardian fish monster. Lin He emerged unscathed, stretching his neck as he stowed his axe back into his backpack. There were still 3,000 coins to be returned from the wishing well. Cheerfully, Lin He bent down to collect the coins and then gathered the spoils dropped by the fish monster. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained fish meat 1, and due to the hundredfold amplification effect, you have additionally acquired fish meat 99. Delicious fish meat, renowned for its exquisite flavor, is further enhanced when grilled, providing a satiation value of 50. Wow. The satiation value is higher than any meat Lin He currently possessed. Exquisite taste? Lin He swallowed hard. As a proud citizen of the great celestial empire, who could resist such culinary delights? An idea struck him as he rummaged through his backpack, pulling out a blueprint. Barbecue rack, bronze-grade blueprint, priced at 100 gold coins. A barbecue rack that enhances the flavor of food when grilled, increasing satiation. Required materials: iron sheets 30, charcoal blocks 20. This was one of the blueprints he had obtained during his recent shopping spree. It was finally coming in handy. Lacking iron sheets and charcoal blocks, he could simply head to the auction house to procure them. After all, he had just harvested 300 portions of bat meat. Lin He was cautious, as the bat meat was said to possess slight toxicity. Who knew what ailments it might cause? He listed 100 portions for trade at the auction house, setting the exchange rate at 2:1. 2 portions of bat meat for 1 unit of iron sheet or charcoal block. Such a transaction immediately topped the auction house listings, igniting a frenzy in the world chat. There's meat. We can eat meat. Alas, I haven't found any iron sheets or charcoal blocks. Haha, I got some. Are you all disciples of Kato Takashi? They vanished in the blink of an eye. Toxic. I don't care. As long as it's edible. Keeping the iron sheets won't do me any good if I can't munch on them. As Lin He had anticipated, bat meat was swiftly depleted within a short span of time. Currently, the supply of meat is exceedingly scarce. Lin He had previously emphasized the slight toxicity of bat meat during the trading discussions. However, it was evident that the fear of starvation outweighed such concerns for many. Subsequently, a flurry of private messages cascaded into Lin He's system backend. Numerous individuals, undeterred by Lin He's warnings, expressed their desire to trade for bat meat. After perusing a few messages, Lin He noted that the overwhelming majority sought to exchange wooden blocks or stones for bat meat. Even rare materials were of no immediate use to him at this moment. Shaking his head, he dismissed the private messages. With the bat meat gone in an instant, the materials necessary for crafting the barbecue grill were finally gathered. Lin He produced the blueprint. The materials for the barbecue grill, brass level, were complete. Should he choose to create it? Yes, the barbecue grill is now in the process of being manufactured. Please hold on. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations to the player on acquiring a barbecue grill, brass level. A radiant glow enveloped the space, and soon, a medium-sized barbecue grill materialized before Lin He. Woohoo! Time for grilled fish. Additional rations, with great enthusiasm. Lin He retrieved a miniature shelter from his backpack. Materializing it before him, he promptly entered the shelter to commence grilling the meat. The shelter offered excellent protection until it was destroyed by external attacks, providing Lin He ample time to react to any unforeseen circumstances. As he placed the fish on the grill, it began to rotate and cook automatically without requiring Lin He's intervention. Ah, how convenient. He nodded in satisfaction, now awaiting his meal. While he waited, Lin He perused the system backend once more, searching for any valuable trade offers. Most were requests to exchange common wooden blocks and stones for food and water. Resources abundant and of no concern to him. As he scrolled through, Lin He's gaze sharpened, revealing a glimmer of delight. Lin He, I have a blueprint for crafting silver-level equipment. Do you have any interest? Someone actually possessed a blueprint for silver-level equipment and was willing to sell it. Lin He marveled at the abundance of opportunities that existed. He promptly replied, could you provide me with the specific details of the blueprint? The other party sent over a brief description. Lightfoot boots, silver-level equipment. Enhances agility attributes and slightly increases movement speed. Goodness, it truly is a silver-level item, an absolute gem. He currently had the wild boar set for defense and bows and stone axes for offense, but lacked a mobility-enhancing piece. The meat resting at his lips was simply irresistible. I'll take this blueprint. What is your price? Lin He inquired. The other party, clearly elated, responded, I want 100 pieces of black buckwheat bread. Given Lin He's demonstrated financial capacity in typical trades, he offered what he deemed a fair price, neither too exploitative nor too lenient. Previously, he had messaged several top-ranked players, only to find some even poorer than himself. Unable to afford anything worthwhile, food was still a scarce resource in this stage. Moreover, this was the #1 player on the leaderboard, with system announcements having been made multiple times. It was prudent to cultivate good relations. After all, 100 pieces of bread was not too much to negotiate over. Lin He sighed in relief and agreed without hesitation. The trade was completed, and the blueprint was transferred to Lin He's backpack. He opened the blueprint to examine it. Lightfoot boots, silver-level blueprint. Wearing this increases agility attributes and slightly enhances movement speed. Required materials: spirit python skin 10, rubber 10, 50 gold coins. The gold coins were manageable, but he had never even seen spirit python skin or rubber. Lin He felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed he would have to acquire these boots through the auction house. He listed 50 pieces of bread, 50 bottles of water, and 10 cans of functional beverages on the auction house, setting the exchange ratio for bread and water at 5:1, while the functional beverages were set at a 1:1 ratio. Even for Lin He, beverages were extraordinarily useful consumables. When faced with formidable monsters, consuming them could mean the difference between life and death. He couldn't afford to exchange too many. After establishing the exchange ratios and placing all the supplies in the auction house, the fish was finally grilled to perfection. Lin He glanced down. The grilled fish gleamed with a golden hue, sizzling with oil and emitting an enticing aroma. His mouth watered, the cravings in his stomach stirring to life. Unable to resist any longer, he grasped a piece of fish with his iron hands, blew on it lightly, and placed it into his mouth. Lin He grimaced from the heat, but couldn't deny its deliciousness. The fish skin had crisped to perfection, releasing a rich fragrance upon biting. The fish meat was tender, succulent, and flavorful, dissolving in his mouth after just a few chews. Once swallowed, a lingering sweetness remained, the aftertaste swirling around his senses. This grilled fish could easily compete with the finest dishes he had savored in his 2 decades of modern life. Delightful. Lin He devoured the fish with gusto, licking his fingers clean, just as he was about to reach for another piece from the grill. He caught a glimpse of a figure peering in from outside the shelter. Startled, Lin He immediately went on high alert. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a short, green-skinned creature bearing a large bundle. What on earth? Lin He furrowed his brow. This creature resembled a green-skinned goblin that he cast an eye of insight. Treasure goblin, black iron level exotic beast. Level, 1 health, 5 strength, 5 agility, 18 intelligence, 9 overall threat index. 5 note. The treasure goblin is a rare creature found in caves, always carrying a large bundle. Trading or hunting it can yield treasures. Upon seeing the treasure goblin, Lin He's eyes ignited with fervor. Treasure, since it had appeared, he couldn't let it slip away. Just as he contemplated how to deal with it, he noticed the goblin's eyes fixated hungrily on the sizzling fish on the grill, its throat visibly swallowing. A thought sparked in Lin He's mind as he glanced again at the goblin's attributes. An intelligence score of 9. That was the highest he had encountered among all monsters. Should he attempt to trade with it? Lin He picked up an aromatic piece of fish and tossed it in front of the treasure goblin. The goblin's face lit up with ecstasy as it swiftly scooped up the fish and began to devour it voraciously. Wow! Observing the green-skinned goblin relish the meal, Lin He couldn't help but smile. Once the goblin finished eating, Lin He gestured, indicating his desire to exchange for the bundle it carried. The goblin hesitated, stepping back a few paces, its wrinkled hands clutching the bundle tightly while shaking its head vigorously. Was that a refusal? Lin He frowned. The goblin's beady eyes gleamed with cunning as it pointed at the grill. Was it dissatisfied with the amount of fish? Lin He pondered for a moment and then picked up 4 or 5 pieces of grilled fish, tossing them down in front of the goblin. Surely this would suffice. The green-skinned goblin let out a series of excited cries, eagerly picking up the fish to continue eating. Lin He patiently waited for the goblin to finish. Noticing it still seemed somewhat unsatisfied, he gestured again, hoping to barter for the bundle on its back. To his surprise, after the goblin finished, it snorted dismissively and regarded Lin He with contempt, mocking him with raucous laughter. Ga ga ga. Lin He felt a surge of anger. This little goblin expected to eat without paying, trying to renege on a deal. What a scoundrel. If it wanted to play hardball, Lin He would not hold back. Lin He cast a cold and calculating gaze upon the boastful creature before him, silently devising his next move. He opened the auction house to review the trading status. The 2 pieces of spirit python skin required for crafting the Lightfoot boots had already been acquired, along with some rubber. Excellent. If need be, I shall forego sleep tonight. Lin He prepared to engage in a game of endurance with the greenskin goblin. Although its combat prowess was feeble, eliminating it would not pose a challenge. However, its remarkable agility made it unrealistic to hit it with arrows. Approaching with an axe would be futile, as it could easily flee. Lin He positioned himself at the cave's entrance, awaiting the completion of the materials for the Lightfoot boots. With the enhancement of silver-grade equipment, his agility would surely match that of the goblin. At that moment, would you dare to default? Lin He scoffed. I shall not allow it. He moved the grill to the cave's entrance. Sitting contemplatively as he grilled fish, his eyes fixed on the treasure goblin. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, eliciting salivation. The treasure goblin visibly grew restless, its eyes fixated on the grilled fish with longing. Lin He was no fool to be deceived again. Goblins, as creatures, were indeed as depicted in previous game lore, cunning, greedy, mischievous, and utterly unscrupulous. To trade with it in earnest. How naive I was in the past. As the bioluminescence at the cave's apex gradually dimmed, the night of the cavern descended. The only source of light within the cave was the grill, the crackling of food echoing in the silence. The goblin, lured by the scent of roasted meat, attempted multiple times to seize the fish, relying on its agility to snatch it away. Each time, Lin He repelled it with his axe, although the chase might lead to its escape. Guarding the grilled meat at the cave's mouth posed no significant challenge. Throughout the night, Lin He and the treasure goblin engaged in a game of wits. Dawn broke within the cavern. The treasure goblin appeared noticeably weary, while Lin He, having seldom stayed up all night and after several battles, felt his eyelids growing heavy. Fueled solely by his resolve, he could not allow this creature to outsmart him. Ding! All transactions you placed in the auction house have been completed. The acquired materials have been placed in your backpack. The system notification resonated, and Lin He felt as though he had heard the sweetest of melodies. His spirits lifted instantly. The materials were finally complete. He opened the blueprint. Lightfoot boots, silver-grade blueprint. Wearing these boots enhances agility and slightly increases movement speed. Required materials: spirit python skin tin, rubber tin, 50 gold coins. Choose to craft. Crafting Lightfoot boots. Ding! Crafting successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the silver-grade equipment, Lightfoot boots. After a flash of silver light, a pair of pale green boots adorned with wing motifs at the heels appeared in Lin He's backpack. Lightfoot boots, silver grade, crafted from the magic of spirit python skin, rubber, and gold coins, allows the wearer to move with the grace of a swallow. Agility 10. Truly worthy of silver grade equipment, with the additional 10 points of agility. Lin He's agility attribute nearly doubled, reaching 22 points, surpassing that of the treasure goblin. Lin He unceremoniously continued to flip the grilled fish, tossing the last 3 pieces in front of the treasure goblin. The goblin's eyes brightened, and without a moment's thought for any traps, it bent down to snatch them up. Just as the goblin relaxed its guard, Lin He swiftly equipped the Lightfoot boots and dashed toward the creature. You greedy beast, you think you can have my food for free? Run, let us see you escape. Observing Lin He's swift approach, the treasure goblin was struck with terror, abandoning the fish to make a hasty retreat. Its short legs moved at a remarkable speed. With an agility of 18 points, it had always managed to evade danger in the past. Its life was never at stake, but this time, it had encountered a formidable opponent. With the boost from the Lightfoot boots, Lin He's agility soared to 22 points. In just a few strides, he reached out and seized the goblin by the scruff of its neck. You wretched creature, how shall you meet your end? Lin He's eyes gleamed with menace, and a cruel smile curled upon his lips. At last, I have you. My night of vigil was not in vain. The treasure goblin trembled at the sight, collapsing to its knees. Whimpering incoherently, it began to bang its head against the ground in a desperate plea for mercy. What a spineless wretch. Lin He's eyelid twitched. I have no clue what you're saying. Despite the goblin's higher-than-average intelligence compared to most monsters, forming a coherent language and a relatively stable social structure, Lin He simply could not understand it. The treasure goblin, sensing its predicament, hastily rummaged through its pack and produced a ring, offering it to Lin He. Lin He hesitated for a moment before casting an Eye of Insight. Goblin's Insight Ring. Wearing it allows one to comprehend goblin speech and facilitates seamless communication. Upon seeing the ring's attributes, Lin He felt reassured and adorned it. Spare my life, human. I am willing to barter my treasures for my survival. The treasure goblin implored once more. Oh, I can indeed understand you now. Lin He barely had time to marvel at the ring's magic. Just as he was about to declare that his grasp on its life rendered its treasures his own, the goblin retrieved a golden shard from its pack. With evident pain, akin to flesh being cut, it extended the fragment to Lin He. Using the Eye of Insight, fragment of the Destruction Gem, X3. Employing this fragment will instantly reduce the health of all beings within the room by 1,000. With a cooldown of 72 hours, there are 3 scattered fragments of the Destruction Gem. Once combined, they can form the complete Destruction Gem. Lin He's heart ignited with fervor. A treasure indeed. The name Destruction Gem exudes an air of grandeur. Although merely a shard, the ability to instantly reduce health by 1,000 is quite formidable. Presently, players possess barely over 10 health points. A single ray of destruction could leave them nearly lifeless. How terrifying the complete Destruction Gem must be. Lin He sighed, observing the treasure goblin trembling in fear. Just as he was about to speak, the goblin cautiously lifted its gaze, casting a glance at the grilled fish nearby. Esteemed human, if you spare my life, I can offer you the opportunity to trade for this delectable fish. For goblins, creatures with minimal combat capability, daily survival often hinges on finding food. Typically, they would venture out in groups. However, for a solitary treasure goblin like this one, sustaining itself through hunting was a fanciful notion. Lin He paused, deep in thought. While slaying it would yield all its treasures at once, establishing a long-term trade could prove to be a steady source of income. Far superior to a one-time harvest, his resolve softened. After all, it was an intelligent being, unlike the mindless monsters he had previously encountered, which charged at him without hesitation, though its demeanor was somewhat unruly. Akin to a mischievous child, the prospect of future treasures made this risk seem worthwhile. The goblin's desire for grilled fish appeared genuine. Even if it fled, obtaining the ring and the fragments of the destruction gem would not be in vain. Very well, I shall let you go this time. But remember, if you wish to consume others' food in the future, you must pay for it. Lin He spoke coldly. Upon hearing this, the treasure goblin beamed with joy. Leaping into the AI or as long as you provide me with sufficient grilled meat daily, I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory price. While speaking, it rummaged through its pack and produced several jars and bottles. These are spices that enhance the flavor of your food. Do not forget to add them while grilling. Having spoken, he swung his short legs and dashed out of the cave like the wind. Lin He shook his head with a smile, weighing the jar in his hand. This little green-skinned creature demands so much for a mere roasted meat. There's even a little bonus. Suddenly, the ring attuned to the treasure goblin glowed. Emitting the proud voice of the treasure goblin, I am a treasure goblin blessed with an innate talent for finding treasures. What I offer you in trade is truly invaluable. Implicit in its words was the notion that Lin He had gained an advantage. So this ring's unobstructed communication means I can converse with it from afar anytime. Very well, consider it an investment in an exotic friend. This chapter seems to draw to a close. Lin He stretched lazily and yawned. It was already the third day since he had arrived in the underground realm. He had yet to claim today's sign-in gift, a guaranteed source of income. Opening the talent panel, he selected the sign-in option. Congratulations, player, you have received a resource package. Due to the hundredfold amplification effect, resource package 100. Upon opening the resource package. Congratulations, player, you have obtained mineral water 2. Due to the hundredfold amplification effect, additionally obtained mineral water 198. Today's package contained mineral water, quite ordinary. Lin He did not feel disappointed, for water remained a valuable commodity. After consecutively opening 100 packages, the hundredfold amplification granted him 20,000 bottles of mineral water. He stowed them in his backpack and utilized the functional beverage production device. Let us produce 1,000 cans for starters. For someone like Lin He, who needed to use his digging attempts 10 times a day, the consumption of such beverages was considerable, given the higher likelihood of engaging in combat compared to others. It was prudent to prepare a sufficient supply in case of unexpected circumstances. Clank, clank, his backpack's inventory of cola steadily increased. Lin He took out 2 cans and gulped them down. Burp, the 2 cans were quickly emptied. Lin He felt invigorated. This cola not only replenished stamina, but also had a remarkable effect in refreshing his mind. He had no intention of sleeping, as he wished to maintain his routine. In this environment, players generally explored during the day and rested at night. If an unexpected situation arose during the day while he was still asleep, it would not bode well. Just one night without sleep was manageable. After all, he was young and robust. Moreover, since the onset of datafication, Lin He sensed subtle changes occurring within him. When his health was plentiful, the sensation of fatigue dissipated much quicker than before, but he stretched his neck. Dismissing any irrelevant thoughts, today's digging attempts had reset. Lin He took out his shovel from his backpack, targeted a stone wall, and plunged it into the earth with a forceful strike. Ding! You have excavated a section of quarkus rock, but found nothing behind it. Ding! Congratulations! You have breached the stone wall and discovered a cavern. Receiving stone material 1, due to the hundredfold amplification effect. Stone material 100. Ding. You have unearthed a section of yellow-brown rock, but found nothing behind it. After several more strikes, he either encountered emptiness or merely stone and wood. Resources Lin He currently had in abundance. However, he remained unfazed. After all, no one could be perpetually lucky. Continuing his excavations, ding, congratulations! You have breached the stone wall and discovered a guardian space, receiving Scarlet Stone 1. Due to the hundredfold amplification effect. Additionally received Scarlet Stone 99. The melodious system notification rang out. Well, a bounty has emerged. Lin He felt elated. Scarlet Stones were immensely valuable and useful for embedding in various weapons. The previous few dozen had nearly been exhausted, and now he finally had a new influx. The interior of the cavern was quite spacious, with colorful light shimmering between the crevices of stone pillars, suggesting the presence of other gems within. However, a guardian space? Lin He grew wary. Surely, there wouldn't be a guardian beast lurking within? He stowed away his shovel and drew out his axe, tensing as he stepped inside. Just upon entering the cavern, A foul wind swept through. A massive, glossy black-scaled lizard, short and stout-limbed, charged at Lin He with a roar. Indeed, there were monsters. This lizard was enormous, towering above him when it stood. Lin He was startled, evading while simultaneously tossing out an eye of insight. Guardian giant lizard health, 30 strength, 10 agility, 12 intelligence. 5 comprehensive threat index, 30 note. The guardian giant lizard will hunt down any creature daring to intrude upon its treasures. Its hide is tough, and its movements are sluggish. This giant lizard is weaker than I imagined. Lin He was taken aback. Aside from its exaggerated health, its other attributes were quite average, after donning the boots of agility. Lin He's agility soared to 22 points, far surpassing that of the guardian giant lizard. Was this a target ripe for the taking? It felt as though he could toy with it. Lin He raised his axe and struck down fiercely at the lizard's back. When the axe blade met the lizard's scales, a shower of sparks erupted. -5. Lin He widened his eyes. What on earth? No damage. This is a reinforced axe. Its hide is so tough. At this rate, how long would it take to wear it down with its 3,000 health points? Lin He retracted his axe and drew forth his bow. Retreating while stringing an arrow, he released it with a powerful shot. Thud. The arrowhead struck the lizard's scales, producing yet another shower of sparks. -10. Damn. Is that all the damage I can inflict? Lin He found himself in a predicament. How could he defeat it? Slowly wearing it down seemed impractical. He only had 50 arrows, and they would suffer wear and tear. The previous arrow had notably bent upon impact with the giant lizard. Primarily, the limited quantity of scarlet stones posed a concern. Once his axe and arrows were exhausted, he would be left with unreinforced weapons that would struggle to pierce its defenses. Even if he managed to slay it, he would only incur losses. Wait a moment. Scarlet stones. Lin He's eyes lit up. When he first acquired scarlet stones, he had received a system notification stating that 10 scarlet stones had a chance of forging into a basic red crystal. The materials for the forge had already been fully gathered and were ready for auction. The forging furnace, bronze level. Materials have been gathered. Would you like to proceed with manufacturing? Yes, indeed. The forging furnace is now in the process of manufacturing. Please wait a moment. Ding. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations, player. You have received a forging furnace, bronze level. Lin He stowed away his weapon and temporarily ceased his assault. While dodging, he replenished his stamina with functional beverages and operated the forging furnace. After all, the giant lizard had only 10 points of strength. Wearing the wild boar armor, he hardly lost health even if struck. Let it have its way. Opening the forging furnace, he prepared to forge. He deposited all 100 scarlet stones obtained from his previous excavation into the furnace. There is a chance of failure in the forging process. Would you like to proceed? 10 scarlet stones have a chance of forging 1 basic red crystal. Lin He gritted his teeth. Resolved, if I deposit 100, there's no way at 1T yield at least 1. Confirm forging. Regrettably, the forging attempt has failed. The materials have been destroyed. Regrettably, the forging attempt has failed. The materials have been destroyed. Congratulations, player. Forging successful. Received red crystal 1. Damn. Out of 100 scarlet stones, it was only on the last 10 that success was achieved. What a ripoff. Even worse than Kelly. Lin He wiped the cold sweat from his brow and cursed. Nonetheless, at least he managed to produce one. He opened the crafting options. He had gathered quite a few iron blocks by now. Lin He decided to craft an iron axe. Iron block 10. Confirm the crafting of the iron axe? Confirmed. Iron axe is being crafted. Ding. Iron axe crafted successfully. Congratulations. You have received an iron axe. The iron axe boasts an attack power of 50 points, surpassing that of the reinforced stone axe by an additional 20 points. Lin He took out the red crystal he had just forged, and without hesitation, he chose to embed it. Given that he only had one, embedding it in the iron axe offered the highest cost effectiveness. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully embedding the iron axe with a fire attribute of 30 and an attack power of 20, resulting in an increase of 10 points to Lin He's strength. As radiant light flowed, the iron axe was enveloped in a layer of blood-red flames. After embedding the red crystal, the axe became even more intense and weighty. Lin He gripped the axe, observing the sluggish yet relentless attacks of the guardian giant lizard. Shall we give it another try? He raised the axe and struck fiercely at the giant lizard. A sound akin to tearing leather echoed through the air. The axe blade sliced through the giant lizard's scales with ferocity, nearly reaching the bone, leaving evident charred marks on the surrounding flesh. The giant lizard let out a pained roar. 378. Its health visibly decreased by 1/10. After breaking through its defenses, the damage surged dramatically. In the face of such damage, the giant lizard's 3,000 health points seemed insignificant. Lin He sighed in relief, thinking it was worth the 100 crimson stones. The effect was remarkable. 365, 370. After a series of strikes, the guardian giant lizard crashed heavily to the ground. Precious treasure. Lin He lovingly washed the iron axe with water before stowing it in his backpack, preparing to collect the spoils. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained lizard meat 20. Influenced by a hundredfold amplification, additionally gaining lizard meat 1970. Goodness. This lizard was enormous, yielding quite a bounty of meat. He tossed out an eye of insight. Lizard meat. Inedible lizard meat, with a sour, fishy taste. After being cooked with master-level culinary skills, it might be barely palatable. Satiety. 10. Rubbish. Lin He's expression darkened. This creature not only lacked combat prowess, but also produced such unpalatable meat. The satiety was disappointingly low. It held little value and cost him so much effort. Unfazed by misfortune, as a citizen of the great celestial empire, he believed that if it could be eaten, he had tried it all. A lifelong commitment to tasting all delicacies was the creed of every food connoisseur. Primarily, he did not wish to waste. He retrieved a barbecue grill from his backpack, preparing the cooking seasonings left to him by the treasure goblin. He took a piece of lizard meat and placed it in a wooden basin. Lin He sampled the seasonings given by the goblin. Nodding in approval, he poured in some soy sauce and cooking wine, adding a touch of star anise and garlic-like spices. After shaking and mixing, he marinated it for about half an hour. When he felt the time was right, Lin He examined the lizard meat closely. The marbling looked quite decent, with a nice balance of fat and lean, resembling the patterns of Wagyu beef. He placed the lizard meat on the grill. Before long, a savory aroma wafted throughout the entire space. It smelled rather delightful, didn't it? Lin He sniffed, his impression slightly improving. He pulled out a jar of what appeared to be chili powder and evenly sprinkled it over the meat, filled with anticipation. He took a bite. Chew, chew, chew. Lin He spat the meat out in disgust. Damn it. This was extraordinarily unpalatable. He gulped down some mineral water, only to heave up last night's fish as well. This lizard meat was tough and dry, akin to chewing rubber. Halfway through, the meat released a stench more potent than canned herring. The sour taste spread throughout his mouth, a flavor that hit his senses harder than mustard. It was a disaster. What a sham. So large and fierce in appearance, yet foolish and clumsy. The meat looked so appetizing when grilled, but it was all a deception. Lin He angrily rinsed his mouth with mineral water. Feeling slightly dizzy, the system truly did not deceive him. After a while, he regained his composure. Forget it. Let us toss it back in the backpack. He returned the remaining lizard meat to his bag. Lin He then turned to check the prompt given by the forging furnace. When crafting the red crystal, 10 primary red crystals could be forged into a single intermediate red crystal, with effects doubled. Lin He rejoiced. The iron axe, reinforced with embedded primary red crystals, was already formidable, capable of effortlessly cleaving the previously impenetrable giant lizard. Doubling that effect would be extraordinary in such a vast cavern. There must be plenty more gemstones to uncover. After gathering his belongings, Lin He took out his shovel and continued to dig deeper into the cave. Ding. Congratulations, you have broken through the stone wall. Obtaining red-blue stone 1. Influenced by a hundredfold amplification, additionally gaining red-blue stone 99. A red-blue stone. He actually unearthed a new gemstone. Lin He paused to inspect his backpack. Red-blue stone. A gemstone that can be embedded in defensive equipment to increase defense. Excellent. Now that he had a forging furnace, it could be crafted into a blue crystal stone, making it unnecessary to waste it. He resumed digging. Ding. Congratulations, you have broken through the stone wall, obtaining red-yellow stone 1. Influenced by a hundredfold amplification, additionally gaining red-yellow stone 99. Red-yellow stone. A gemstone that can be embedded in mobility equipment to increase agility. Very good. This guardian space certainly held a wealth of treasures. Lin He beamed, having uncovered several radiant stone walls and amassed another batch of red-blue and red-yellow stones. The entire space was now completely barren. He retrieved the forging furnace from his backpack and began forging. He placed all 100 red-blue stones into the furnace. Lin He was solely focused on crafting upgraded gemstones. After facing the guardian giant lizard, he could clearly sense that the enhancements from ordinary gemstone embeddings were becoming insufficient. There was a certain chance of forging failure. Would you like to proceed with forging? Yes. Unfortunately, this forging attempt failed, and the materials were destroyed. Unfortunately, this forging attempt failed, and the materials were destroyed. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have successfully forged. Obtaining blue crystal stone 3. Lin He felt somewhat disheartened. The success rate for forging was indeed low. It certainly wasn't due to his bad luck. It had to be the system's fault. Lin He removed his wild boar leather armor and pants, preparing to embed 2 blue crystal stones. Would you like to embed? Yes. Ding. Congratulations, player. Embedding successful. Defense 30. The light blue sheen on the wild boar leather armor and pants shimmered continuously, resembling flowing water. The more Lin He looked, the more he adored it. He opened the attributes to check. Wild boar leather armor. Wearing it grants 600 health points. Defense 30. Wild boar leather pants. Wearing it grants 500 health points. Defense 30. Set attribute activated. Additional 200 health points. Lin He was overjoyed. The original wild boar set only added 600 health points, but now it was more than double. He donned the armor, which fit perfectly along the body's curves, providing exceptional comfort. The red-blue stones were nearly depleted, leaving only 1 blue crystal stone, which he placed in his backpack. The blue crystal stone was impressive. The red-yellow stones, once synthesized, should yield the yellow crystal stones he had acquired at the auction house. The only question was how many he would obtain. Lin He tossed the remaining 100 red-yellow stones into the forging furnace. There was a certain chance of forging failure. Would you like to proceed with forging? Yes. Regrettably, this forging attempt failed, and the materials were destroyed. Regrettably, this forging attempt failed, and the materials were destroyed. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have successfully forged, obtaining yellow crystal stone 2. How disappointing that it seems the success rate for forging with a bronze-level furnace is indeed not high. After 3 forging attempts, it at least proved that it wasn't just his bad luck. Lin He consoled himself. He took off the agile boots and selected embedding. Ding. Congratulations, player. Embedding successful. Agility increased. The agile boots, originally shimmering with a bluish-white light, already had an impressive appearance. Now, after embedding the yellow crystal stone, a touch of lemon yellow adorned the boots, enhancing their ethereal quality. He checked the attributes. Agile boots. Silver-level equipment crafted from spirit python skin, rubber, and the magic of gold coins, and further enhanced with blue crystal stone embedding, allowing the wearer to be as light as a swallow. Agility 15. Lin He hastily donned his gear, performed a few stretches, and paced around the vicinity. Feeling a significant reduction in his weight, each step became considerably lighter. His agility had increased by 5 points after the embedding, a noticeable enhancement. Lin He surveyed his transformed appearance, reminiscent of a phoenix rising from the ashes, and nodded in satisfaction, feeling quite invigorated. As he glanced around, it appeared that the spoils within the cave had been thoroughly organized. After a brief moment of hesitation, his gaze fixated on the lizard meat in his backpack. With such a substantial quantity, it seemed wasteful to discard it, as it was indeed meat. He accessed the auction house and listed 1999 pieces of lizard meat. He wouldn't consume it himself. Many others were still enduring hunger. He planned to exchange everything for crimson stones, azure stones, and yellow stones. After all, the primary red crystal could be refined into a mid-tier red crystal, and the same principle should apply to other gemstones. Considering the success rate of the bronze-level forging furnace, Lin He felt somewhat pessimistic about successfully crafting mid-tier red crystals, lacking in success rate. He resolved to compensate with quantity. The better his equipment, the greater his chances of survival. From this perspective, he still found himself lacking considerably. He set an exchange rate of 2 pieces of lizard meat for 1 gemstone, and prominently noted that while lizard meat was edible, it was notoriously unpalatable. The decision to trade or not would ultimately rest with the players themselves. His backpack also contained wild boar meat and fish. The lizard meat, however, was something Lin He simply could not bring himself to eat. After organizing his gear, Lin He picked up his shovel and resumed digging. With a swift motion, the stone wall yielded effortlessly under the shovel's force, resembling tofu in its softness, though he now had to survive alone. Each time he utilized these enchanting tools, Lin He couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the system's creations. Ding! Congratulations, you have unearthed a piece of yellow-brown rock, and a cave tiger is charging towards you. The system notification echoed in his ears that a fierce wind howled as a tiger, standing taller than a half-human and nearly 3 meters long, with upward-turned eyes and a white-marked forehead, leaped towards Lin He. Roar! The tiger's roar reverberated throughout the cave, resonating deafeningly on Blue Star. Tigers typically emit ultrasonic roars to intimidate their prey before hunting. Some timid creatures might faint or even die from sheer terror. It seemed the cave tiger shared the same instinct. Lin He calmly sidestepped, retrieving a functional drink from his backpack. His light-footed boots glimmered with a pale blue sheen, allowing him to evade the beast's assault with ease. After having slain numerous cave monsters, he understood that sometimes, creatures that appeared fearsome might merely be paper tigers, posing little threat. Having just enhanced all of his equipment, he sought a target to test its capabilities. And a large creature obligingly presented itself. He threw out an eye of insight. Cave tiger health, 26 strength, 25 agility, 20 intelligence, 6 overall threat index, 40 note. The cave tiger is a solitary hunter within the caves. A nightmare for novice players. Defeating it yields meat. Lin He chuckled, realizing the creature was indeed rather unimpressive. Only 25 points of strength, 20 points of agility. He paused his consumption of the functional drink. As the tiger lunged, Lin He deftly dodged, only for the beast to pivot rapidly, swinging its powerful tail like a steel rod towards him. The tail sliced through the air with a shrill whistle. Many claimed that a tiger's tail merely served to balance its body. But for this cave-dwelling creature, larger than a Siberian tiger, the tail had become a formidable weapon for hunting and combat. A normal person struck by that tail would not just be injured, but potentially face severe consequences. Caught off guard by the sudden extension of its attack range, Lin He was struck squarely in the chest. Smack! Ripples of water-blue radiance appeared on his wild boar leather armor, spreading outward like drops on a lake's surface, quite a sight to behold. It had completely absorbed the impact. Lin He's body didn't even flinch. 10. After being reinforced with blue crystals, the wild boar leather armor now boasted a defense of 30 points. The cave tiger's strength was insufficient to breach his defenses. Lin He nearly burst into laughter. With a swift motion, he seized the tiger's tail and yanked, propelling himself forward to close the distance. With a quick slide, he decided against unnecessary complexities, manifesting an iron axe in his hand. Glowing with a sanguine hue, he brought it down forcefully upon the tiger. Swish! The axe blade cleaved through flesh with a sound akin to leather being sliced, the tiger's defenses proving utterly trivial. A deep gash, revealing bone, appeared on its back. Roar! The tiger's cries turned desperate. It had always been the predator, but now the roles had reversed. 301. The damage was substantial. Withstanding the tiger's counterattack posed no risk to Lin He. Another swing targeted the tiger's neck, and a fountain of blood erupted forth. 580. Had he struck a critical hit? It seemed this cave world adhered to some physical laws after all, Lin He mused. Seizing the opportunity as the tiger retreated, Lin He unleashed the sharpness of his axe combined with the fire attribute damage of the red crystal, augmented by his 22 points of strength and 27 points of agility. The tiger found itself unable to resist or evade, and with one decisive blow, Lin He severed its head. The tiger collapsed in a heap, akin to a mountain of gold crashing down. 1719, with the tiger's head severed. Its remaining health was instantly depleted, resulting in a swift kill. Lin He bent down, cleaning his iron axe against the tiger's fur. This had undoubtedly been his easiest encounter with a large cave monster to date. Indeed, with a full set of premium gear, slaying monsters became a remarkably effortless endeavor. Not even a bead of sweat had formed. Reaching out, he opted to collect his spoils. Ding! Congratulations, player has obtained Tiger Meat 1. Affected by a 100-fold increase, additionally acquiring Tiger Meat 99. Lin He glanced regretfully at the tiger's corpse, scrutinizing it closely. Well, it was a female tiger. That was a relief. Tiger meat. Sweet, salty, and sour in flavor. Warm in nature, possessing the ability to replenish energy and invigorate the kidneys, with a satiation value of 40. Upon scanning with the eye of insight, Lin He's eyes lit up. This tiger meat sounded promising. A fine delicacy. He felt fortunate to have it. Delightfully, he stored it away, though he couldn't help but wish for a bit more loot. It felt rather meager. Lin He, somewhat greedy and insatiable, snorted as he walked away. Feeling no need for a rest due to the minimal exertion he had expended. He retrieved his shovel, selected a section of the stone wall, and resumed his excavation. Ding! You have unearthed a piece of red sandstone, revealing nothing behind it. Ding! Congratulations, you have uncovered a yellow-brown rock, and a cave wolf is charging towards you. This time, only 2 shovels in, and something had emerged. A lone wolf leaps forth. Wolves usually traveled in packs. Why was this one a solitary creature? Lin He wondered. The wolf's eyes glowed an eerie green, drool dripping from its jaws. It was less than half the size of the previous tiger. Casting out an eye of insight to assess it, Lin He quickly lost interest. Well, another small fry. A few swift strikes dispatched the wolf, its head reduced to a pulp. They say wolves possess sturdy bones and resilient bodies. But under Lin He's immense strength and divine gear, they were merely trifles. Collecting the spoils, he received. Ding! Congratulations, player has obtained Wolf Meat 1. affected by a hundredfold increase, additionally acquiring wolf meat 99. Wolf meat? He had tasted wolf meat during the year of his college entrance examination, embarking on a solitary journey to the border with a private travel group, while camping on the grassland in the dead of night. They encountered a pack of wild wolves, lured by the flickering campfire. Fortunately, the leader of the group had brought along a makeshift air gun for protection, not expecting it would come in handy. As a shooting enthusiast, he managed to take down 2 wolves with a single magazine, while the rest were scared off by a torch wielded by one of the travelers. That night, the 2 wolves were roasted over a fire. But the meat was so tough it nearly cost Lin He a tooth. To this day, the memory remains vivid, ranking only second in unpleasantness to the lizard meat he had tasted earlier. Of course, such delicacies were not for the faint of heart. Is there nothing better to unearth? All these trivialities, Lin He grumbled as he tossed the wolf meat into his backpack. Well, it's better than nothing, he muttered, continuing his digging, determined to find something of value. Ding. You have excavated a section of yellow-brown rock, but found nothing behind it. Ding. Congratulations, you have unearthed a piece of red sandstone. And a large spider is charging toward you. What the hell, have I stumbled into a monster's den today? He exclaimed in dismay. A spider. Such arachnids were Lin He's sworn enemies. Ever since he was a child, he had lived in fear of these creatures. Even the mere sight of a spider's picture or hearing the word would send shivers down his spine. As he grew older, he managed to muster the courage to swat them with a slipper. But the fear lingered. Scholars speculate that humanity's aversion to these creatures, which they could easily crush, stems from ancient times, dating back to at least the Carboniferous period, when monstrous, armored, hairy beings ruled the earth, capturing and devouring early humans with their pincers and massive jaws. This fear of arthropods has been passed down through generations, enduring the trials of history and remaining stubbornly embedded in the depths of human memory. If this theory holds true, Lin He mused, then his ancestors must have been decimated by spiders time and time again. Swallowing hard, he gazed at the dark, hairy creature before him, feeling a twinge of trepidation. He cast a discerning eye to assess the situation. The data revealed it was not much different from a fishman or a wild boar. Thankfully, it was merely a lesser threat, merely a fade of intimidation. He steeled himself. Charge, what is there to fear? I have upgraded my gear, the #1 player on the global leaderboard. Silently, he drew his bow, knocking an arrow embedded with crimson stones, and without hesitation, released it. Whoosh, thud, whoosh, thud. After launching dozens of arrows, nearly exhausting the supply in his backpack, the large spider finally succumbed, its body riddled with arrows, resembling a giant, black, spiny porcupine. Lin He let out a sigh of relief. Had he failed to vanquish it, he would have had to engage in close combat, which was not only a matter of survival but also an affront to his sensibilities. Using the system's features from a distance, he collected the spoils. Ding, congratulations, player has acquired Spider Appendage 1. Due to a hundredfold amplification, you additionally receive Spider Appendage 99. Spider Appendage, a common crafting material, perhaps useful for weapon creation? Upon seeing the system notification, he felt somewhat relieved. At least it wasn't spider meat. Few could stomach such a delicacy, save for the extraordinary beings in the distant lands. Once the Spider Appendage was solidified in the system's loot form, it transformed into a black stick, no longer disturbing to the eye. Lin He was quite satisfied, stowing it in his backpack, with only a few more uses of the shovel left for the day. He resolved to use them all at once. Selecting a section of rock wall, he continued digging. Ding, you have excavated a section of yellow-brown rock, but found nothing behind it. Ding, you have unearthed a section of green rain rock, but found nothing behind it. Ding, you have unearthed a piece of red sandstone, but found nothing behind it. Ding, congratulations, you have broken through the rock wall, revealing an open space, with one last shovel before his supply was exhausted. The system provided a different notification. Oh, Lin He perked up. Typically, spaces indicated by the system contained something of value. He sheathed his shovel and cautiously drew his iron axe, stepping into the cave. The cavern was roughly the size of an ordinary gymnasium. At a glance, he noticed 2 figures seated against the stone wall, resting. Lin He was taken aback. There are actually people here. Human nature is unpredictable. Sometimes, humans pose a greater threat than monsters. After all, not everyone is as innocent as Chu Ran. One could never tell what intentions lay behind the facade of those who had navigated the treacherous waters of society. Unlike the 2 brothers he had encountered previously, who had plotted against him upon seeing him injured and poisoned. With brutal monsters, one could simply charge in and eliminate them. Upon hearing the commotion, the 2 figures in the cave were equally startled to see Lin He emerging from the rock wall. After a moment of mutual surprise, they tightened their grips on their weapons and approached Lin He. One of the men stepped closer, smiling and waving as he spoke. "Hello there, buddy. I've been stuck in this godforsaken place for several days. And finally, I see another person. My name is Zhao Long. As he spoke, Zhao Long twirled a dagger in his hand. Lin He narrowed his eyes. This man seemed quite experienced. The way he handled the dagger suggested he had some prior practice. "This is Qin Qing, my companion whom I saved yesterday in a desert space. He was nearly done in by a monster, and I arrived just in time. Now he is sticking with me." "What is your name, brother?" Zhao Long asked, exuding familiarity. Lin He was taken aback by the casualness of the encounter. This man was clearly a seasoned player, likely accustomed to the ways of the world. Just like the smiling tiger who appears friendly but harbors ulterior motives, just as Lin He was about to respond, Qin Qing, who had been quietly observing him for some time, suddenly voiced a surprising hypothesis. "This man is adorned in luxurious attire, his clothes and pants faintly glowing blue, and he wields an iron axe that radiates a crimson light, almost blood red. His shoes, a mix of green and white, exude a constant lemon yellow aura. This doesn't seem like black iron grade equipment. Could it be of a higher tier? Silver grade? Zhao Ge, could this brother possibly be the renowned Lin He from the leaderboard?" Qin Qing ventured cautiously. Finally, Lin He spoke up. "If you are referring to the number 1 on the leaderboard, then yes, that is indeed me." Zhao Long was taken aback, scrutinizing Lin He with newfound astonishment. "I never expected someone who appears so ordinary, perhaps a bit naive, to be the Lin He from the leaderboard. It must be luck, right?" Even his subordinate could see that Lin He was not just ordinary. Yet Zhao Long still held such an opinion. Had Lin He heard Zhao Long's internal thoughts, he would have rolled his eyes in exasperation. Truly short-sighted. How lacking in perception. "Lin He, my brother, it's truly a pleasure to meet you in person." Zhao Long exclaimed. "Our meeting is fate. This cave is fraught with peril. While one might survive alone for a time, it is not a sustainable strategy. Why not join our team? If I have a meal, you shall not go hungry. We will share our gains and strategize together. I promise not to take more than my fair share." Zhao Long presented himself as a paragon of camaraderie, yet inwardly he calculated the benefits of having Lin He in his ranks, believing that Lin He's luck would bring fortune to their group. Lin He regarded Zhao Long with a look of incredulity. Was this man in his right mind? Had he watched too many gangster films from Hong Kong to speak so boldly of sharing meals and spoils? It was as if he had the audacity to claim moral high ground while seeking to benefit himself. "Let me speak a truth that may be unpalatable. With your current abilities, you would only hinder me. In simpler terms, you are not worthy." Upon hearing Lin He's response, Zhao Long's expression darkened immediately. After a prolonged silence, he spoke in a sinister tone. "Brother Lin, are you looking down on me? With your arrogance, are you not afraid of encountering someone formidable?" "Arrogance?" Lin He nearly chuckled at the notion. "If this is considered arrogance, then what would you call your previous demeanor?" "Formidable. Just you." Lin He sighed. Reassessing his earlier judgment of Zhao Long, the man was indeed overly self-important, exhibiting an alarming level of narcissism. He was hardly a cunning veteran or a smiling tiger, merely someone who had gained a bit of power due to changing circumstances. Perhaps he had watched too many Hong Kong cop films in his youth. Was he now merely a juvenile delinquent experiencing a resurgence? Very well, I shall speak plainly. You and your companions are simply unworthy. Lin He believed he was merely stating the truth. Among billions on the leaderboard, aside from his unassailable position at the top, every other rank was in constant flux. He had never encountered anyone named Zhao Long within the top 100. There was, however, a Nicholas Zhao Si. Upon hearing Lin He's blunt remarks, Zhao Long erupted in fury. "How dare you insult me? This is far from the outcome I envisioned." He had expected that as soon as he spoke, Lin He would bow to him, just as he had with Qin Qing. Zhao Long's face turned from black to red with rage, and then his eyes gleamed with greed as he declared, "Since we cannot be brothers, and you dare to humiliate us, then you shall not be spared." This Lin He is undoubtedly fortunate. His equipment must be exceptional, and his backpack surely holds even more treasures. Those supplies of food and water are bound to be abundant, and that beverage, last time I managed to seize a can, it was incredibly useful. How dare he possess so much, with 2 of them against him? Even if Lin He was strong, 2 fists could not compete with 4 hands. Resolving this, Zhao Long twisted his dagger in hand, gripping it firmly as he lunged toward Lin He. This dagger was a black iron-grade weapon. Unearthed on the first day he arrived in the dungeon, treasured as one of his trump cards. "Qin Qing, what are you waiting for? Let us go." Zhao Long called to Qin Qing in a low voice. Their weapons, a dagger and a simple stone axe, required close proximity to inflict damage. Qin Qing, albeit reluctantly, complied, inwardly lamenting that he had no desire to provoke the top player on the leaderboard, having achieved so many accomplishments and bested countless others in just a few days. Lin He was undoubtedly no ordinary opponent. Just looking at his equipment made that abundantly clear. However, Chun Chang was aware of their own innate skills, which should suffice for self-preservation. Moreover, since the boss had already engaged, he had no choice but to follow suit. If Lin He emerged victorious, he might not spare him. If Zhao Long won, he would undoubtedly seek retribution later. Joining Zhao Long in the assault, Chen Qing, armed with his rudimentary stone axe, charged forward. Lin He, observing their aggressive advance, felt a surge of anger. These players truly lacked awareness, boundless in their ambition, each intent on murder and plunder. How could I be blamed for this? With a swift motion, Lin He retreated, distancing himself from players whose attributes he did not know. With a ranged weapon at his disposal, maintaining distance was the best strategy. The agility granted by his swift boots allowed him to quickly create space between himself and the two. Drawing forth his bow, he knocked an arrow, the string taut and ready. With a swift release, the arrow, glowing faintly red, shot toward Zhao Long. To Lin He's surprise, Zhao Long, momentarily startled, managed to evade the arrow with a somewhat clumsy maneuver. Oh, so you possess some skill. Your agility must not be insubstantial, though it still pales in comparison to mine. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so audacious as to demand a top player as your subordinate. Let us see how many arrows you can dodge. Lin He's gaze sharpened, focusing intently. His initial strength was 12 points, with the bow providing an additional 6 points, totaling 18. The speed of his arrows was already astonishing. Having procured dozens of crimson stones from the auction house, he embedded them into his arrows. With reckless abandon, Lin He unleashed a barrage of arrows, the onslaught relentless, under the torrential rain of arrows. Both Zhao Long and Chen Qing were finally struck. Zhao Long, sporting a peculiar grin, deliberately tilted his head to intercept an arrow. Suddenly, a distorted wave enveloped him, resembling a mosaic that cloaked his entire form. As the arrow struck him, it lost all momentum, as if it had collided with an impenetrable barrier, falling harmlessly to the ground. A sharp pain shot through Lin He's forehead, and a blood-red number materialized above him. 680. What was happening? Damage transfer. A shot coursed through Lin He, causing him to falter momentarily. Was this a talent skill or an equipment effect? It was likely a talent skill, as he saw no luminous triggers from equipment on Zhao Long. Meanwhile, a milky white shield materialized before Chen Qing, absorbing the impact of the arrows. This too was likely a talent skill, as the odds of acquiring such equipment merely from mining the stone walls were exceedingly low. Lin He steadied his resolve, observing the mosaic around Zhao Long dissipate. Such a formidable combat talent must have reached at least A rank, if not S-rank. It was improbable for him to utilize it frequently, as that would be overly unbalanced. There must be a duration and a cooldown period, but the specifics eluded him. Ceasing his assault, Lin He formulated a plan and stowed his bow in his backpack. He retrieved a drink from within, quenching his thirst to restore stamina and elevate his maximum health. Zhao Long, witnessing him consume the soda, recognized it as a functional beverage previously listed in the auction house, further fueling his ire. Damn it, that wretched wealthy fool. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Long pursued Lin He, taunting him. Haha, afraid to attack now. Is this what being the top player amounts to? Just running away? Lin He found this amusing. With his agility at 27 points, these two would likely spend their lives in pursuit without ever catching him. Suddenly, he downed several cans of drink, while his other hand, turned away from the pair, glimmered with golden light. Fragment of the Destruction Gem, 13. Using this fragment will instantly reduce the health of all creatures within the room by 1,000, with a cooldown of 72 hours. There were 3 scattered fragments of the Destruction Gem, and once gathered, could be combined into a complete gem. Will you use the gem fragment? Yes, positioning himself to obscure Zhao Long's line of sight. Lin He promptly chose to activate the gem fragment. By temporarily increasing his maximum health by over 1,000 points. The deduction would come from temporary health. If it were to deplete his base health, recovery would be slow, leaving him vulnerable during the process. The golden light surged in Lin He's hand, overflowing until it engulfed the entire space. An aura of annihilation swept through the cave. Zhao Long, startled, shut his eyes, unable to activate his talent skill in time. Chen Qing could only manage to project the shield before them. The indiscriminate destructive damage engulfed the entire cavern. 1,000. Lin He's health bar plummeted by nearly a quarter. But it was merely the temporary health deducted from his previous consumption. It hardly affected him. Zhao Long and Chen Qing, however, were far less fortunate. The wave of destruction shattered the shield conjured by Qinsheng's talent. The bowl-shaped shield could not withstand even a breath's time. Zhao Long, having not fully absorbed the shield's protective damage, faced a catastrophic drop in health. 1000. His health bar plummeted to 0, clearing the slate. Zhao Long still maintained his aggressive stance as his heavy body crashed to the ground, face first, tumbling several times. A deep groove marred the cave floor. Such a tragic sight. Lin He observed Zhao Long's lifeless form with a sardonic smile. After rolling a few times, his face finally pointed skyward, preserving a semblance of dignity. His visage bore an expression of shock and disbelief, indicating that he had never imagined he would meet his demise so easily. Lin He sighed. In the ruthless game of murder and plunder, one must be mentally prepared for the possibility of being killed. After all, with such arrogance, declaring oneself the top dog, it was inevitable that one would fall. With the leader gone, only a subordinate remained. Lin He glanced at Qinsheng, who was on the verge of soiling himself with fear. His talent skill was of C rank, the Guardian Light Shield. A pure defensive ability. Over the past few days, as they engaged in a symbiotic offensive and defensive strategy, they had thrived, at least in comparison to others. Qinsheng was quite satisfied. Being Zhao Long's lackey required little more than flattery and subservience, which he found tolerable. Therefore, when Zhao Long summoned him to join in the ambush against Lin He, he did so without hesitation. Little did he expect that Lin He would produce a devastating AV item. Zhao Long was instantly obliterated, while Qinsheng, thanks to his shield, barely clung to life with a mere point of health remaining. Gazing at his minuscule health bar, Qinsheng wept, truly wept, tears and snot covering his face. Kneeling on the ground, he sobbed and frantically shifted the blame onto Zhao Long. Brother Lin He, it was his doing. I was coerced by him. Had I not followed him, I would have faced dire consequences. I never intended to confront you. Not even with 100 audacious hearts would I dare. Lin He regarded him coldly. Where was this pleading when it could have mattered? To beg for mercy now was to assume others were fools. Had you uttered a word of caution to your brother earlier, I might have considered sparing you. Lin He spoke. To win is to slay and share the spoils. To lose is to plead for mercy. Such is not the way of the world. Your brother's foolishness does not absolve you of your own shortcomings. Following such a leader, Lin He's lips quivered slightly. He had longed to say this. Finally, the opportunity arose. Following such a leader is akin to courting disaster. He laughed, feeling a sense of relief. The Shanghai Bund, the underworld. Only those who endure until the end possess the right to boast. Ignoring Qinsheng's pleas, Lin He summoned an axe from his backpack and delivered a swift blow to send him to the afterlife. After dispatching both foes, their belongings scattered across the ground. Lin He sheathed his weapon and began to scavenge the battlefield. The system notification chimed. Congratulations, player Lin He has slain hostile players Zhao Long and Qinsheng. Do you wish to collect the spoils? He selected collect. All items transformed into radiant light and were absorbed into Lin He's backpack. He began to examine his loot. Buckwheat bread x11. Of little use. He had an abundance of food. Even an endless supply of meat. Bottled water x10. How disappointing. Lin He thought disdainfully. He had no shortage of water resources. His wastewater processor still contained several tons, and his backpack held tens of thousands of bottles. Did these two possess no treasures? Their combat prowess paled in comparison to his own, yet they were still formidable against others. Scraping through their belongings, he discovered a blueprint. Lin He's eyes lit up. Had he unearthed a gem amidst the refuse? His interest piqued. Any blueprint recognized by the system held potential value. At the very least, it could be sold if not utilized. He retrieved the blueprint and opened it. Employing his insightful eye, the blueprint's effects were revealed. Gaze map allows the user to peer into the spatial contents of the stone wall ahead. A remarkably straightforward and clear item effect, and it was exceedingly useful. What a treasure! Lin He rejoiced, astonished that these two possessed such a valuable item. While it may not directly enhance his combat abilities, this auxiliary item was precisely what he needed. His combat prowess already eclipsed that of billions worldwide. With only 20 excavations allowed per day with a shovel, this gaze map would ensure that each dig yielded greater returns. His efficiency in developing would ascend to new heights. What a find. Satisfied, Lin He tucked the map away. The system notification chimed again. This sound, Lin He felt a stir within. Was it a private message from someone he recognized? He opened the chat to find a message from Chu Ran, the girl he had glimpsed bathing during his last excavation. She was quite lovely. Did she seek his assistance? Surely, it wasn't a plea for help. Lin He clicked to view the message. Chu Ran, brother Lin He. I've stumbled upon a blueprint for a silver-level shelter. I don't even have a bronze level one, and I lack the materials to craft it. Would you be interested in trading some items? A silver-level shelter. Lin He was taken aback. He had barely established a bronze-level shelter mere days prior, and now a silver-level blueprint was presented to him. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Shelters, after all, were essential for future endeavors, whether for establishing a faction or personal use. The higher the level, the better, and acquiring it sooner was always preferable. Lin He quickly responded, I want that blueprint. What would you like to trade? He felt confident in terms of personal wealth and strength. There was none to rival him at present. He lacked neither gold nor supplies. What he desired were items that enhanced his combat prowess, living quality, and defensive structures. The chat fell silent for a moment as Chu Ran likely contemplated her response. Before long, she replied, Brother Lin, I would like you to craft me a set of leather armor and inlay it with enhancement gems. Just a set of leather armor. Lin He was somewhat taken aback. Trading a silver-level blueprint for a mere set of leather armor seemed a poor bargain. For Lin He, crafting a piece of leather armor was trivial. He still had plenty of wild boar hides left from his last haul. He had also acquired numerous enhancement gems from the auction house. It was hardly a bother. However, for Chu Ran, bolstering her survival capabilities in the perilous caves was paramount. Rather than clutching a blueprint that may be of use in the distant future, trading for immediate defensive gear was the wiser choice. One must sacrifice to gain. Chu Ran understood this well. She was a clever girl. Lin He silently admired her. No problem. He agreed to the trade. He promptly crafted the leather armor from the boar hide. He still had a basic blue crystal in his backpack, since he had no immediate use for it and lacked better armor to enhance. He decided to inlay it into the boar hide armor. The initial blue crystal was fitting for such a valuable trade. Using a higher tier gem would leave him feeling uneasy. He disliked being in debt to others. Soon, the system notification chimed again. The boar hide armor was successfully crafted and enhanced. Lin He posted the boar hide armor in the private chat for trade. Thank you, Brother Lin. This armor's attributes are truly exceptional. A delightful private message from Charon arrived, causing Lin He to smile. As long as this girl is happy, he felt no debt owed. A successful transaction ensued. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the shelter, silver-grade blueprint. Lin He opened the blueprint and cast out a reconnaissance eye. Shelter, silver-grade, a defensive storage equipment, featuring an additional 500 item slots, conveniently portable. The defensive capabilities of the shelter are significantly enhanced, and it possesses a counterattack function. In the face of danger, players can take refuge within the shelter until it is destroyed. This equipment is upgradable. 10 pieces of primary blue crystal and 10 units of fine iron are required for its construction. Well, that's an extra 400 item slots. As time progressed, Lin He's amassed resources grew increasingly abundant, and the 100 slots in his backpack were gradually proving insufficient. This surplus alleviated an urgent need. The enhanced defensive capabilities are certainly advantageous. After all, the sturdier the shelter, the better. Although Lin He had yet to encounter a situation necessitating retreat into the shelter, the built-in counterattack function was intriguing. He pondered the nature of its offensive capabilities. After reviewing the introduction of the silver-grade shelter, Lin He felt quite satisfied. Time to craft it. It was merely 10 primary blue crystals and 10 fine iron. After all, primary blue crystals require smelting red blue stones in a forge, while fine iron is procured from iron blocks. Not enough materials. Lin He promptly sought purchases at the auction house. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to use beverages. Days passed, and the players still surviving in the caves were those brave enough to venture out and mine. Functional beverages, which provide immediate boosts to combat capabilities, held significant market value, and players were more inclined to exchange them for red-blue stones. Lin He set the exchange rate at 2 cans of beverage for 1 stone. For iron blocks, it was 1 can of beverage per block. Many players had likely unearthed enhancement stones, yet those with sufficient gold to exchange for the skill book on drilling and embedding were likely scarce. Keeping them would be of no use. The 2-to-1 exchange rate was enticing enough to draw interest. After all, it takes 2 bottles of water to produce 1 can. Lin He felt no remorse. He listed 1,000 cans of beverage. Given the low success rate of forging, he wanted to ensure he had enough red-blue stones. Just as he posted them in the auction house, a stir arose. Only Lin He produced these functional beverages. No other stores existed. Scarcity breeds value, especially when the item is genuinely beneficial. It wasn't long before the 1,000 cans of beverage vanished. His backpack was immediately filled to the brim with the successfully traded resources. Lin He hurriedly tossed various materials, such as wood and stone, into the shelter's space, clearing out a significant amount. Truly, a delightful dilemma. Lin He looked at his still bulging backpack, containing over 400 red-blue stones and more than 100 units of iron blocks. That should suffice, right? Time to get to work. He retrieved the forge. A maximum of 100 materials could be added at once. Let's start with 100 red-blue stones to test the waters. There is a certain probability of forging failure. Shall I proceed? Confirm forging. The forge rumbled to life. Tonight, I am the chosen one. Alas, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Regrettably, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Congratulations, player. Forging succeeded, and you have obtained one primary blue crystal. Lin He, buoyed by a linguistic buff, momentarily halted. The last phrase remained unspoken. You might as well say there is a significant chance of failure. How unfortunate. Lin He cursed the insidious system. With around 300 stones remaining, he wondered if that would be enough. Regrettably, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Regrettably, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Congratulations, player. Forging succeeded, and you have obtained 3 primary blue crystals. Let us continue. The forge roared several times. Finally, in the last attempt, the remaining red-blue stones yielded 3 successfully forged primary blue crystals. 10 in total were gathered. Phew, that was no easy feat. Lin He sighed in relief. When forging fine iron, the success rate was surprisingly high. It took only 110 iron blocks to produce 10 fine iron units. It seems the bronze-grade forge only struggles with gemstone forging success rates, which is acceptable. Lin He took out the blueprint and then retrieved the mini shelter that resembled a Lego model. Silver-grade shelter materials are complete. Shall I proceed with construction? Yes, the shelter is currently being crafted. The shelter and blueprint radiated a silvery glow as they settled on the ground. They seemed to be shaped and enlarged by an invisible hand. The light faded, revealing a 2-story small building before Lin He. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have received the silver-grade item, shelter, 500 resource space. A melodious chime resonated. The shelter was successfully constructed. It's a quaint villa. Lin He gazed in delight at the silver-grade shelter. Subtle, reserved, yet grand. Quite fitting, indeed. This small villa features a haunting architectural style. Surrounded by over 2-meter-high low walls, 2 grand doors made of redwood lead into a courtyard of approximately 50 to 60 square meters, with a small garden situated to the side. Lin He stroked his chin thoughtfully. This space could accommodate pine shrubs or other plants. He had consumed quite a few pine nuts recently, leaving little behind. Entering the first floor of the villa, the left side housed a dining area and an open kitchen, adjacent to the living room. Upon entering the living room, it featured a coffee table and 2 3-meter-long sofas. Lin He glanced upward. The ceiling height appeared to be around 4.6 meters. Continuing inward, he found an independent bathroom and bedroom. The bedroom boasted a large bed, significantly larger than the one in his previous humble abode. After surveying the first floor of the villa, he ascended the external staircase to the second floor. A spacious observation corridor encircled the area. Lin He's eyes sparkled. Should an individual, faction, or monster attack, standing on the second floor would allow for defensive measures with ranged weapons. Perfectly positioned, standing on the second floor terrace, Lin He could envision the scene. A horde of enemies trapped outside the walls, thwarted by the shelter's defensive barrier, while he stood on the observation deck, drawing his bow to unleash arrows with abandon. His foes would be riddled with arrows, collapsing in droves. That moment, it would be one man defending a city. A modern-day Zhuge Liang, the legendary Kurdish sniper Musa reborn. Lin He nodded in satisfaction. The second floor also contained several living quarters, but those details can remain unspoken. The entire villa, excluding the main courtyard and side garden, likely spanned around 100 to nearly 200 square meters. It would surely be more than adequate for a single occupant. The second floor features a tea room. Lin He entered the tea room, settled into a rattan chair, and brewed some tea. He pondered why 10 primary blue crystals and fine iron could upgrade and produce such an array of items. It seemed that once items reach a certain tier, only the essential materials are required. Savoring the tea leisurely, Lin He opened the system panel to browse. He checked the global ranking ladder. No surprises here. Lin He firmly occupied the top position, both in terms of overall combat power and the wealth of resources at his disposal. That he dominated the scene. Scrolling down the leaderboard, he recognized some familiar faces. Though many were new, the competition was fierce. The top 100 rankings exhibited little fluctuation. Nicholas Jiaoxi, this person is still active. Lin He chuckled. It's amusing that someone bears that name. Continuing to scroll down until he reached the 1,000th position, he paused in surprise. Churin, This girl is actually ranked within the top 1,000. In Lin He's impression, soft and delicate girls like Chu Ran, who have never lifted a finger in labor, are fortunate to be alive. It is surprising that she has managed to rank among the top 1,000 globally. It is no small feat, considering the competition among billions of people. Achieving such a high position suggests a certain level of skill and perhaps a stroke of luck. One cannot underestimate others too much. With nothing pressing, Lin He decided to privately message Chu Ran for a chat. Sister Chu Ran, I didn't realize you were also in the top 1,000. Quite impressive. Chu Ran may not have anticipated that Lin He, a person of considerable renown, would engage a seemingly inconsequential individual like herself in conversation. To her, Lin He was a busy person. Maintaining his top position for so long could not be attributed solely to luck. She herself was a fortunate player and could relate to this sentiment deeply. After mining for a while, she placed the gems and food she had collected into her backpack. Brother Lin, you wouldn't believe it, but I can mine everything except food. Today, I unearthed several pieces of equipment that significantly boosted my combat power, barely squeezing into the top 1,000. Everything except food. No wonder I saw you struggling to gather rations that day. And today you can even offer blueprints for trade. It seems you are quite the unconventional lucky player. Lin He mused. Moreover, perhaps due to innate talent or hidden luck, she had yet to encounter any monsters. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. Chu Ran's words were somewhat vague, as they touched upon a more private matter. It appeared she had taken to heart what Lin He had said that day. Showing at least some understanding of how to protect herself better, Lin He paid no mind. Personal circumstances varied for everyone, and one should focus on oneself. With that, Lin He bid farewell to Chu Ran and closed the system panel. His shoveling attempts for the day had been exhausted, leaving him with little to do. Last night, he had spent the entire night with that treasure goblin, barely sleeping. He had sustained himself on functional drinks throughout the day. Defeating several monsters and engaging in a tussle with two fools, wasting the usage times of his destruction gems. Today had been exhausting yet fulfilling. That if he could steadily enhance his strength like this every day, then the fatigue would be worth it. After finishing the last sip of tea, Lin He descended the hanging staircase, cleaned himself in the restroom on the ground floor, and found a master bedroom to sink into a deep slumber. With the sanctuary's protection, he slept soundly. Outside, the bioluminescence at the cave's ceiling gradually dimmed, becoming increasingly indistinct. The darkness of the dungeon descended. Some chose to rest wherever they could, like Lin He, while others continued their all-night endeavors. The next day, there was neither the crowing of roosters nor the break of dawn. Lin He awoke precisely as his biological clock dictated. One advantage of the world's data-driven game system was the refreshing feeling upon waking. Previously, Lin He had often suffered from a common young adult malaise due to lack of exercise, waking up feeling as if he had been beaten. Now, as long as his health and stamina were sufficient, he felt remarkably vigorous. He hastily consumed a piece of bread and some fruit in the dining hall for breakfast before departing the small villa, stowing it in his backpack. Stretching languidly, he noted that the cave was still illuminated solely by the light at its apex. Today, the shoveling attempts had reset. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved yesterday's spoils from his backpack, using the peering map, which allowed the user to glimpse the spatial contents of the stone wall ahead. Lin He stood before a wall of stone that he unfurled the rolled-up map and gazed at it. A small red dot appeared on the map, and as Lin He took a couple of steps, the dot shifted accordingly. This seemed to represent the host. Was there a monster directly ahead of the red dot? Lin He hesitated momentarily, for the map depicted a cartoonish chicken. Its specific attributes were unknown. A chicken. Surely, it lacked any combat prowess, right? Lin He circled around, finding nothing of value within the surrounding stone walls, only some stones and wood, or emptiness. Mining those would be futile. The shoveling attempts were too precious to waste. Forget it. I'm decked out in divine gear. Why should I fear a mere chicken? It's been days since I've had chicken meat. Time to diversify my menu. Lin He resolved to dispatch the chicken. Moreover, it could potentially be some sort of guardian creature, much like that giant lizard. Perhaps after defeating it, he might uncover a treasure. With this thought, Lin He felt invigorated. Onward, he lifted his shovel and struck fiercely. The stone wall was swiftly hollowed out. Lin He quickly retreated. As the shovel vanished, a flaming iron axe appeared in his grasp. Combat mode activated. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The sound of the chicken's call pierced the air, sharper and more jarring than the crow of ancient fowl. Lin He's eardrums throbbed painfully. -1. Just the sound alone could inflict damage on me. Lin He's heart sank, alarms ringing in his mind. Though the damage was minimal, Among all the monsters he had encountered thus far, this chicken was undoubtedly the strongest. He completely retracted any underestimation in the depths of the dungeon. One must tread carefully and remain vigilant at all times. Even someone as renowned as Lin He, positioned at the top, could encounter perilous and troublesome creatures. Lin He's body tensed as he focused intently ahead. The system prompt chimed in. Ding. You have unearthed a piece of red sandstone. And a tyrant chicken is charging at you. Before Lin He could deploy the eye of reconnaissance to examine the monster's attributes, the urgent system alert blared like a siren. In the past, regardless of the monster encountered, the system's notifications had always sounded mechanical and cold. This time, however, it resonated with a somber and ominous tone, laden with a heavy sense of foreboding. Tyrant Chicken, a high-tier silver creature, possesses superior attributes across the board, with particularly outstanding stamina, featuring iron beak and steel-clawed talons. However, it seems to have one eye and one leg with some issues. Players are advised to proceed with caution. Before Lin He stood a muscular, well-feathered chicken, its head crowned with a large, vibrant comb, and its beak glimmering with a sharp sheen. Lin He's eyelid twitched. Seriously? A chicken that stands over a person's height? With 71 points of stamina? Over 7,000 health points? Lin He felt his hands grow weak. Even if he could break through its defenses, how long would that take? The tyrant chicken boasted a strength of 60 points. With no potions and only the enhancement from his wild boar set, Lin He's strength was merely 24 points. In terms of total health, he barely exceeded 2,400. A few hits from this chicken, and he would be finished. Damn it, with such thick health and absurdly high attack power. Yet its agility seemed unusually low. Typically, even with differences in attributes, they wouldn't vary significantly. A score of 26 in agility seemed excessively low. Lin He pondered over the system notification. One leg appeared to be injured. He looked at the tyrant chicken's feet. One leg was nearly devoid of feathers, with several distinct wounds, seemingly inflicted by some beast. Was this the reason for its reduced agility? Without waiting for Lin He to engage in further analysis and contemplation, the tyrant chicken had already flapped its wings and charged forward with a sharp cry. Its iron wings came crashing down. Startled, Lin He didn't have time to evade or block with his AXE.AT. That moment, he finally comprehended the feelings of those monsters and humans who had faced him before. With an agility score of 26, he was nimble, yet it paled in comparison to the enhanced 27 agility provided by his reinforced silver-grade agile boots. The chicken's body, with its wings spread wide, spanned 5 to 6 meters. As it raced towards him at breakneck speed, it stirred up a whirlwind that nearly knocked him off balance. Lin He's chest was brutally struck by the wing. 805. The defenses were indeed breached. The damage was astonishingly high. Lin He was taken aback, a metallic taste rising in his throat. His health plummeted by nearly a third in an instant. He retaliated with a swift axe strike aimed at the muscles on the tyrant chicken's chest. Feeling the feedback from the axe, Lin He swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth, his brow furrowing that a portion of his power was deflected by its feathers, failing to land a solid blow. 108. Lin He possessed a strength of 12, while his iron axe boasted an attack power of 70, complemented by an additional 30 points of fire attribute damage. With these enhancements, his effective strength should have been around 22, which typically would inflict over 200 damage. Targeting a weak spot could potentially multiply that damage several times over. Now, however, the damage had been reduced by more than half. This monster's defense was remarkably high. Lin He fished a functional beverage from his bag and gulped it down vigorously. There was no monster that couldn't be subdued with a can of drink. If one wasn't enough, then 10 would do. Lin He steeled himself, drinking while engaging the tyrant chicken in battle. The chicken, unyielding, squawked defiantly, ignoring the strikes from Lin He's iron axe, and attacked frantically with its iron beak and flapping wings. It pecked him several times, causing Lin He to grimace in pain. This approach was unsustainable. He felt like a brute. The chicken's attack power was excessively high, and his health couldn't keep up. Continuing to trade blows would lead to his swift demise. He needed to kite the creature. Lin He sheathed his axe and retreated swiftly. The tyrant chicken, with its agility of 1, had only that slight disadvantage with the space he created. He maneuvered around the considerably large area where the monster roamed. As he sprinted, the chicken chased after him, clucking furiously. Lin He felt a pang of embarrassment. He was being outmatched by a mere chicken. Watching the distance widen, Lin He materialized a strong bow in his hands. Drawing the bowstring, he unleashed a fiery arrow that shot forth with great speed. It struck the chicken's feathers with a sound akin to a knife slicing leather. The arrow ricocheted off, leaving only a shallow scratch on its surface. 15. The pitiful damage appeared before him, mocking Lin He. This would not do. The quality of the arrows was too poor, primarily made from wood with just a bit of iron, even with the enhancement of crimson stones. They couldn't breach the tyrant chicken's defenses, and thus could not inflict the expected damage. Moreover, the arrows embedded with crimson stones were limited. Although they could be recycled, they still suffered wear and tear once they were truly spent. The stones affixed to the arrows could not be reclaimed and would be lost as well. Despite Lin He's wealthy disposition, he would not squander too many crimson stones on arrows. This effectively eliminated the possibility of wearing down the chicken with a rain of arrows. While Lin He was busy aiming, the tyrant chicken had already closed the distance, pecking and striking at him. Lin He dodged desperately, contemplating his next move. He revisited the system prompt regarding the tyrant chicken. Iron beak, steel feathers, and sharp claws. Was there something wrong with one of its eyes or legs? Lin He scrutinized the chicken's head. Indeed, he noticed several faint scars near its right eye. However, there was no blood. So initially, Lin He dismissed it. Reflecting on their previous skirmish, the chicken had consistently faced him head-on but had kept its head slightly tilted, using its unblemished eye to observe him. Was it possible that this chicken was a one-eyed beast? Lin He's eyes lit up with realization. Boom. He crouched down, narrowly avoiding another strike from the chicken's powerful wing. Its iron-like wing slammed against the rocky wall behind him, sending shards flying and leaving a small dent in the stone. Tiny fragments grazed Lin He's face, drawing thin lines of blood. He had no time to dwell on the pain. He was intent on confirming his hypothesis, with a surge of energy in his legs. He darted beneath the chicken's wing to the side it seemed unable to see. Holding his breath, Lin He watched the chicken's movements intently. Wearing the agile boots, his footfalls were nearly inaudible. Having just maneuvered beneath those fan-like wings, the chicken's vision was unlikely to catch him. If its right eye was indeed blind, it would not be able to perceive Lin He, who was positioned to its right. Sure enough, the tyrant chicken withdrew its wing from the wall. Momentarily bewildered, it turned almost completely around before finally spotting Lin He. The chicken let out an enraged cry, summoning a gust of wind as it resumed its assault. Lin He dodged clumsily, but now he was utterly composed, feeling an unexpected sense of ease. The chicken's right eye was indeed blind. That made it so much easier to deal with. The chicken's eyes were located on either side of its head. Losing 1 minute, it had effectively lost half of its field of vision. In battle, this was a fatal disadvantage. Lin He swiftly repositioned himself to the chicken's right side, easily evading the slower wing strikes. Its attack patterns were quite simple. It either pecked with its beak or swung with its wings. Lacking the high agility to match its three-dimensional movements, compounded by its impaired vision, its attacks were often a beat slow. Furthermore, due to an injured leg, it struggled to turn and seek out its target. Evading became significantly easier for Lin He than at the beginning. He pulled out a functional beverage, downing several cans in quick succession, temporarily replenishing his health that had been depleted by the relentless attacks. He needed to avoid being hit again, for the chicken's power was still quite formidable. It would be better to be cautious than to panic later. The agile boots made Lin He as light as a feather, allowing him to circle around the tyrant chicken effortlessly. Lin He couldn't suppress a chuckle, manifesting his iron axe and mercilessly striking the chicken repeatedly. Though the damage was modest, he had no other means of attack. At this rate, he would surely wear it down. The chicken, subjected to his relentless taunts, could only rage in frustration, clumsily rotating to follow Lin He. Flailing its wings in desperation, it emitted pained cries. 168, 175, 183. Finally, the tyrant chicken's lengthy health bar was completely depleted, and with a piercing cry, its massive body plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the chicken succumbed to death, the system notification arrived belatedly. Congratulations to player Lin He for achieving the feat of soloing a silver-grade high-level monster, announced to the entire server. Encouragement to other players to strive for excellence. Was there truly a server-wide announcement? Worship the great player. Slaying a silver-grade creature was akin to plucking fruit from a tree. Our team struggled to bring down a black iron-level wolf, nearly losing a member in the process. Little did we know, the adept player could now single-handedly conquer silver-grade monsters. There is indeed a disparity among players. I once barely escaped from a black iron-level tiger by sliding beneath it, navigating through several caves to evade capture. Damn, it must be those high-ranking Koreans who have plundered us. Otherwise, his gear couldn't possibly be this exceptional. Spare me your bravado, if you do not provoke others. Truly, no one will take you seriously. Within the global channel, followers dominate the discourse, accompanied by a smattering of dissenting voices. It is noteworthy that once translated by the system, different languages become comprehensible to one another. Certain linguistic habits remain discernible. The battleground of the internet has been invisibly expanded. Keyboard warriors from various nations showcase their talents, each vying for prominence. Lin He chuckled silently, resting on the ground. Slaying this tyrannical chicken has proven quite laborious. My arms are growing weary. I did not pay much heed to the commotion stirred by the global announcements. What truly captured Lin He's attention was a private notification from the system. Congratulations to player Lin He for achieving the milestone of solo defeating a silver-tier high-level monster, rewarded with a special skill scroll. You cannot see me. It turns out that accomplishments also come with rewards. The previous global announcements, while providing a moment of glory and satisfying vanity, yielded no tangible rewards. Perhaps the system is not as miserly as I had imagined, utilizing the Eye of Insight to examine the item attributes. I find the special skill scroll. You cannot see me. Upon use, one may learn the skill, which allows the user to become invisible to enemies for 10 minutes, provided they do not initiate an attack. Lin He felt a surge of joy. Indeed, this system reward is commendable. This skill will diversify his attack strategies. Thus, the path of the old silver coin is now open to him. My refined demeanor ought not to be tarnished by wielding an axe. However, the description of the skill's effect is somewhat ambiguous. What does it mean to be invisible? Upon activation, do I physically vanish? Is it merely an optical distortion? Or do enemies simply disregard my presence under the skill's influence? This is something I can explore in due time. Regardless, it is undeniably a precious and useful skill. I promptly chose to learn it. Do you wish to spend 500 gold coins to learn the special skill? You cannot see me? Yes, a mere 500 gold coins. Last time at the Wishing Well in the Guardian Merman's Cave, I doubled my earnings to 3,000 coins, and I have yet to spend it all. Learning this skill is more than ample. Finally, upon opting to use the skill scroll, it transformed into a sphere of white light that flowed through Lin He's hands and enveloped his entire being. Congratulations, you have learned a special skill. You cannot see me. Lin He felt a sudden clarity. Using the skill felt as effortless as eating or drinking. After mastering the skill, he recalled the spoils left behind by the tyrannical chicken. He opted to collect them. Ding! Congratulations, player has obtained 1 quality superior tyrannical chicken meat, and due to the hundredfold increase, has additionally received 99 quality superior tyrannical chicken meats. As expected, there is a minimum drop rate for monster loot. Meat is never too abundant, especially when it is acknowledged by the system as being of high quality. Lin He was quite looking forward to it. However, having just finished breakfast, it was still too early for lunch. Lin He rose, dusted himself off, and stretched his body. After a brief respite, his fatigue had somewhat subsided. Having used the shovel only once today, he still had 19 uses remaining, with time on his side. Lin He chose to continue digging. He retrieved the insight map from his backpack and took a stroll within the cave. To his dismay, the surrounding stone walls yielded nothing of value. They were either empty or filled with unusable building materials. Not even a bottle of water or any food could be found. Otherwise, there might have been some merit in excavating, especially after the hundredfold increase. The probing radius of the insight map was limited. Lin He felt somewhat disheartened. There was no choice but to select a direction to dig. He arbitrarily chose a direction to excavate. Whoosh, ding. You have unearthed a piece of yellow-brown stone, obtaining 1 stone material. And due to the hundredfold increase, you have additionally acquired 99 stone materials. Whoosh, ding. You have unearthed a piece of green rainstone, obtaining 1 wooden block, and due to the hundredfold increase, you have additionally acquired 99 wooden blocks. With a stoic expression, he continued to dig for nearly 10 shovels, expending half of his shovel's uses. For Lin He, it felt as though he had gained virtually nothing. Looking behind him, he had already excavated several rooms. The insight map still displayed only a small red representing himself. The trace of treasures remained elusive. Lin He felt a tinge of frustration. He reassured himself, it is of no consequence, even if today's harvest ends here. Acquiring a special skill is no loss. Today may have been a stroke of bad luck, but tomorrow could herald a turn of fortune. This extensive digging has drained quite a bit of my energy. It is best to have a meal. Filling my stomach is paramount. Lin He materialized a refuge from his backpack. He walked into the courtyard and set up a barbecue grill, having procured chicken meat today. He was eager to discover the nature of its quality. Lin He rubbed his hands together, picking up a piece of chicken breast. Its enticing pink hue was glistening, firm to the touch, and appeared quite promising. Placing the chicken breast on the grill, it was not long before it was ready that a thin layer of grease began to bubble to the surface, rendering the meat tender and glossy. Lin He swallowed hard. biting into a generous piece. His eyes lit up. The meat was neither tough nor dry. It was succulent and tender, a far cry from the dreaded dryness that rendered chicken akin to its shavings. With each bite, juices erupted, flooding his mouth with flavor so exquisite that he nearly swallowed his own tongue. This was all without any seasoning, pure and unadulterated. In a matter of moments, he grilled several pieces, seasoning them all, and devoured them in one go. Lin He contentedly belched. The system does not deceive me. This tyrannical chicken truly lives up to its reputation. After satisfying his hunger, his stamina was fully restored, and his previously diminished health bar was now full. Lin He regrouped, retrieved his shovel, and resumed digging. Although the insight map still revealed no treasures, he would continue to excavate in one direction. Ding! You have unearthed a piece of yellow-brown stone, with nothing of value behind it. Ding! You have unearthed a stone wall, discovering an ice and snow space. An ice and snow space. What is this? It seems that spatial caves do not appear on the map. It appears the insight map has its limitations. Lin He was intrigued, stowing away his shovel and drawing forth his iron axe. Stepping into the ice and snow space, as he entered, a blizzard lashed against him. The snowstorm raged furiously, ravaging everything in its path. The swirling dust felt as hard as shards of glass. The snow had accumulated to an unknown depth. Stepping on it barely left an imprint. Years of ice and snow had compacted the ground to a firmness akin to that of soil. The ceiling of the cave remained obscured in a luminous glow, towering several dozen meters high. The biting cold wind sliced against Lin He's face like a knife. In such climate, the outdoor temperature must be well below zero, possibly in the range of -10 to 20 degrees. Yet, surprisingly, Lin He did not feel excessively cold. The iron axe in his grasp radiated a comforting warmth that coursed through his body. The wild boar leather armor he wore shimmered with a bluish hue, seemingly providing some insulation. Lin He caressed his equipment fondly. At that moment, several figures emerged from the storm. Lin He became alert as they approached, halting before him, seemingly astonished. The newcomers were clad in heavy fur coats, wearing woolen hats and wrapped in scarves, their breaths visible in the frosty air. One man, presumably the leader, lowered his scarf slightly, revealing a weathered face adorned with stubble. Greetings, powerful adventurer from afar. We are the Snow Tribe, who have dwelled here for generations, and we sincerely invite you to visit our tribe. Lin He's heart stirred. Are these the indigenous inhabitants of the ice and snow space? Lin He meticulously observed the man's features. Generally, in frigid high-altitude regions, the inhabitants, in order to withstand the severe cold, tend to possess elevated nasal bridges, a genetic adaptation aimed at buffering the frigid air that enters their bodies, thereby protecting their heads and lungs. Additionally, their cranial shapes are often rounded, and their facial structures are somewhat flat, optimizing heat retention and minimizing heat loss. The man's characteristics aligned perfectly with these traits. That a scar from a healed frostbite was visible on his face, indicative of a long-standing affliction that had recurred over time. This was unmistakable. That it could be reasonably concluded that he was not another player merely setting a trap. One could hardly blame Lin He for his heightened vigilance. In such a unique space, caution was an absolute necessity. Lin He smiled and said, I truly appreciate your kindness. That I happened to get lost in this place and was just lamenting my lack of shelter. With that, he accepted the man's invitation. After all, seeking information about a locale is best done by consulting its indigenous inhabitants. Upon assessing their combat capabilities, he surmised they were not particularly formidable in such extreme cold. As long as one was adequately equipped or possessed certain attributes, there was little to fear. The heavy cotton garments they wore suggested that their strength was likely limited. Lin He had some confidence in his own abilities. If the situation turned dire, he could always retreat, especially since he had just acquired a unique skill today. Lin He gestured for the members of the Snow Tribe to lead the way. The blizzard was so intense that speaking resulted in mouthfuls of snow. Hastening their journey was imperative. Following the Snow Tribe members, they trudged through the snow, reaching their settlement after approximately half an hour. The tribe existed in the form of yurts, scattered throughout a canyon, surrounded by mountains that effectively shielded them from the howling blizzards. Upon returning to the settlement, the guides from the Snow Tribe exhaled in relief and removed their felt hats. For them, such a distinguished guest possessed the potential to alter the fate of their people. The leader of the Snow Tribe turned to Lin He with a smile, saying, Friend, may I take you to meet our tribe's chief? He will surely welcome you and treat you with great hospitality. He is the eldest sage of our tribe, and you may inquire about any matters with him. Lin He was eager for the opportunity. He held a keen interest in this tribe that resided within the icy expanse. The chief's tent was located at the very center of the settlement, encircled by guards. As they traversed the village, Lin He noticed numerous children and residents who gazed at him in astonishment, their faces soon lighting up with excitement. "Mama, why is that person only wearing one piece of clothing? Isn't he cold?" A child with a rosy face inquired of his mother. The mother gently pulled the child closer, whispering, "He is a powerful adventurer from afar, unafraid of the cold, capable of hunting monsters alone, unmatched in strength." Lin He's heart stirred. This place was indeed a compact yet complete tribe, home to several hundred inhabitants. The standard of living appeared modest, with yurts warmed by bonfires. The people wore reasonably typical clothing, but their weapons were predominantly wooden spears, indicating a lack of wealth. Yet why did they seem so unperturbed by his arrival? Had they encountered similar players before, or was there some sort of omen? With a hint of curiosity, Lin He followed the Snow Tribe man past the guard scrutiny. They arrived at a noticeably larger and more lavish light brown yurt, pushing open the intricately carved double doors made of red willow wood. Lin He stepped into an atmosphere that was warm and inviting, with thick woolen carpets laid upon the ground. Surrounding him were various pieces of furniture, and directly to the south stood a Buddhist altar. In the center of the tent was a heating stove and a long reception table. Clearly, the chief's tent also served as a venue for meetings among the tribe's leadership. At that moment, the reception table was laden with steaming dishes and beverages. An elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, smiled warmly, gazing at Lin He as he entered through the storm. Having received prior notification from the guards, the chief was already aware of Lin He's identity and intentions. His voice, worn and aged, resonated with a certain reverence as he spoke. "Powerful adventurer from afar, the Snow Tribe welcomes your arrival." The chief's demeanor was notably respectful. "We have prepared the most lavish feast for you, to welcome you and wash away the weariness of your journey." Lin He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the spread of food on the table. It featured dishes reminiscent of beef and lamb, some fruits, and warmed milk wine. Considering the lifestyle of the entire Snow Tribe, this indeed constituted a remarkable feast. Such warmth was unexpected. Lin He felt no need for hesitation and boldly seated himself on the felt mat at the reception table. He refrained from partaking of the alluring food. Although it indeed smelled tempting, he directly inquired, "Respected chief of the Snow Tribe, may I ask if you have encountered adventurers like myself before?" It struck him as peculiar. Throughout his journey, the reactions of the Snow Tribe people did not align with that of strangers. Typically, one would expect a baseline of caution towards newcomers. Moreover, in such harsh environmental conditions, mere survival posed significant challenges for ordinary folk. Even the most hospitable demeanor must have its limits, otherwise, one might meet with untimely demise. For such a large tribe, one would expect the chief to possess some degree of status. What could account for his attitude? Never before. The Snow Tribe chief shook his head. Then why extend such hospitality to me, a stranger? Lin He would not accept such unearned generosity without understanding its roots. Surely it could not be merely due to his handsome appearance. In this world where might dictated respect, good looks could not fill one's belly. The chief sighed. "What shall I call you?" "Just Lin He will suffice." Lin He, the warrior. The chief lifted a cup of water and took a sip. "We, the Snow Tribe, have lived in this icy expanse for generations, as if imprisoned, with no means of escape. Though the environment is harsh, with perpetual snow and frost, we have adapted over time. The threats of ice and snow alone do not pose a significant challenge to us. Through hunting ordinary creatures and foraging for plants that can survive the snow, we have managed to endure, albeit not in abundance. Yet, we still struggle for survival against the monsters that inhabit this icy realm." At this point, the chief's voice grew somber and strained, his grip on the cup tightening. "Monsters?" Lin He glanced at the dishes on the table, then surveyed the yurt's interior, noting the skulls of cattle and sheep adorning the walls. It was evident that the chief was not referring to these creatures, but rather to the system-recognized dungeon dwellers. "What kind of monsters?" The chief looked at Lin He, fear evident in his eyes. "They are ice snakes, just as we, the Snow Tribe, do not know when we began to inhabit this icy space. The ice snakes also emerged without warning. Their bodies are so thick that two people cannot encircle them, stretching dozens of meters in length, capable of swallowing a full-grown man in a single bite. They are our natural enemies, procreating for generations. Each ice snake has hunted our kin since birth, as if cursed upon us." Lin He's expression turned contemplative. "If these ice snakes are as powerful as you claim, how does your tribe still exist?" He paused, rephrasing his words. Initially, he intended to ask how they had not been exterminated. It was a jest, a creature as thick as a person's girth and dozens of meters long, capable of devouring children whole, would be a formidable foe even for him. Such a beast could not be merely classified as silver tier. While smaller monsters might not be inherently weak, larger ones were invariably strong. This was a natural truth. The chief of the Snow Tribe smiled bitterly. In the past, we had powerful adventurers like you, whom we referred to as the blessed of the gods. The favored ones of the gods can strengthen themselves by hunting creatures, thus fearlessly confronting the harshness of winter and engaging in hand-to-hand combat with wild beasts. Although not every member of the Snow Tribe is graced by the gods, dozens of favored ones emerge among them each year. They serve as the primary force against, and even the hunters of, the ice serpents. This is the fundamental reason why the Snow Tribe has managed to thrive despite the looming threat of the ice serpents. A sense of speculation arose within Lin He. The expression on the Snow Tribe leader's face became ashen, his voice hoarse as he spoke. But 50 years ago, the gods abandoned us. For 50 years, until this very day, no favored one has appeared among the Snow Tribe. We have become forsaken people, without the infusion of new strength. Although the favored ones possess a temporary numerical advantage, as long as the ice serpents exist, the extinction of the Snow Tribe looms ever closer. Thus, the favored ones resolved to stake everything, utilizing the full strength of their clan to eradicate the ice serpents. Did you fail? Lin He inquired softly. Based on his description, the individual might of the ice serpents was terrifying, and their collective formation was even more appalling. Had they succeeded, he would not bear such a dejected demeanor. We succeeded to a large extent, yet we also failed. The Snow Tribe leaders sighed. The favored ones fought valiantly and selflessly. Yet they could not extinguish the ice serpents entirely. Only one remained, but this solitary ice serpent was sufficient to become a nightmare for the entire Snow Tribe. With the demise of the last favored one, we completely lost the capacity to combat it. 10 years ago, it gave birth, having been pregnant for decades. As he spoke these words, the Snow Tribe leader trembled. When there was only one ice serpent, they could still prolong their existence through constant flight. However, should the ice serpent regain its numbers, the end of the Snow Tribe would be imminent. This year, the ice serpent laid 2 eggs, currently in its most vulnerable postpartum phase. We are acutely aware of the nature of the ice serpent. This vulnerable period will persist for a considerable duration. The Snow Tribe leader rose, bowing deeply before Lin He. We once dispatched warriors to attempt to slay the ice serpent, but to no avail. Even in a weakened state, the numerical advantage proved futile. No amount of warriors could avoid death. Yet you are different. You possess the formidable divine power akin to our former favored ones. Here, I represent the entire Snow Tribe in earnestly beseeching you, brave Lin He, to take action and slay the ice serpent. In return, we are willing to offer you our treasured heirlooms passed down through generations. Upon hearing the Snow Tribe leader's words, Lin He began to grasp the entirety of the situation. In a wonder the Snow Tribe received him with such fervor. Their extinction was imminent. In this context, he was but a last straw for a drowning man. However, even against a creature of silver rank or higher, even in a weakened state, Lin He felt no assurance that he could truly succeed in the hunt. Within the cave, a moment of carelessness could indeed lead to death. Despite his current success among players, his innate skills were merely daily check-ins and a hundredfold increase. It was not a matter of restarting the game. The weathered face of the Snow Tribe leader bore a look of earnest pleading as he gazed at him. Lin He sighed. Old man, this is moral coercion. What concern is the fate of the Snow Tribe to me? The leader's words planted a seed of gloom in Lin He's heart. Initially, he had regarded them as mere NPCs within the cave. After all, the entire world had transformed into a game. Such a perspective was inevitable. However, the revelation that the Snow Tribe once had players recognized by the system was extraordinary. Did this imply that, in the not-so-distant future, the people of Blue Star would also find themselves ensnared in some cave space, facing monstrous threats, living in perpetual trepidation? Perhaps it was best to investigate. At the very least, he could observe the ice serpent's state of weakness and assess any potential for action. It was impossible for him to sacrifice himself for the Snow Tribe. After all, he was merely a transient, while the Snow Tribe remained bound to this icy realm. Lin He dusted himself off and prepared to leave. He could only do his part and leave the rest to fate. Take me to see that serpent. I will do my utmost, but I cannot guarantee that I can slay it. If he were to succeed in killing the ice serpent, the spoils of war would certainly be worth anticipating. Though he felt somewhat anxious, he still held confidence in his ability to escape. After saying this, he grabbed a utensil and began to savor the dishes on the table, which were quite delectable. By the time the Snow Tribe leader finished speaking, The food was nearly cold. The elderly man with graying hair looked on with tears in his eyes, bowing deeply. After the meal, Lin He declined the Snow Tribe leader's invitation to rest and be a guest. Following a few guiding members of the Snow Tribe, he made his way directly to the lair of the Ice Serpent. Time was of the essence. Regardless of whether he could hunt, it would be wise to scout while daylight remained. Within the cave, time equates to wealth, and each day is invaluable that he could not afford to squander a day idly. The group traversed through the biting blizzard. The heavy snow howled around them, blanketing the world in pure white. With visibility in the snow-laden ground severely limited, surviving for generations in such harsh conditions was no easy feat for the Snow Tribe. The human capacity for adaptation is remarkable. The Blue Star people currently struggling in the cave game are not so different from the Snow Tribe. After nearly 2 hours of trudging through the blizzard, they arrived at the Ice Serpent's domain, approximately 10 kilometers away. Lin He found this distance unsurprising. It was indeed not far, just as the Ice Serpent relentlessly hunted the Snow Tribe. The Snow Tribe, in turn, possessed an inexplicable sense of the Ice Serpent's presence. Thus, no matter where they migrated, it was only a matter of time before the Ice Serpent would find them. The entire Snow Tribe, with its significant population, could not stray too far. When the Ice Serpent became weak from childbirth, it could not pursue them over great distances. Consequently, the Snow Tribe opted to remain in one place. Settling in a sheltered valley to propagate, the Ice Serpent resided within a caved the entrance. There were droppings, thick and larger than a human head, as well as several large shed skins. Lin He frowned. Indeed, as the Snow Tribe had claimed, it was a rather large creature. It seemed to be inside. Lin He instructed the guiding members of the Snow Tribe to depart to a safe location. Their presence was merely a burden, offering no effective means of restraint. Should they remain too close, they risked awakening the Ice Serpent, which had fallen into hibernation due to its weakened state. Such a scenario would be counterproductive. Standing at a distance, Lin He took a deep breath and activated his special skill. You cannot see me. This special skill, a reward from the system for achieving an accomplishment, was Lin He's greatest confidence for this operation. Under the condition that he did not initiate an attack, the enemy would be unable to perceive him. During their journey, Lin He had already tested this with the Snow Tribe members. The effect was remarkable. According to them, it was as though he had vanished into thin air. The wind and snow buried the footprints Lin He left behind. However, even when using the skill, there would still be depressions in the snow where he stood. Remarkably, the Snow Tribe members overlooked this as well. This was a cognitive level of erasure, a remarkably formidable skill indeed. Without this skill, no matter how tragically the chieftain of the Snow Tribe might lament, nor how tearfully he might plead, Lin He would never have accepted such a daunting task, treading cautiously to minimize any sound, even though Lin He was aware that the Ice Serpent was unlikely to hear him. He understood that it was better to err on the side of caution. The most reckless often meet their demise the quickest. Upon entering the cave, he found it to be rather modest in size, merely sufficient to shield him from the howling snowstorm. As he rounded a bend, Lin He beheld the colossal form of the Ice Serpent. Its body was adorned with deep blue scales, and its triangular head glimmered with an icy sheen. Coiling languidly in a corner of the cave, resembling a small mountain, with an increase in all 4 of his attributes, Lin He experienced significant improvements in both his physical prowess and cognitive agility. Even his sixth sense, which he tentatively referred to as such, was becoming increasingly acute. Upon catching sight of the Ice Serpent, his instincts frantically warned him, powerful, unrivaled, do not allow it to detect you. Flee, flee. A throbbing pain radiated from his temples, and goosebumps prickled across his skin. The encounter was a stark confrontation with mortality. This Ice Serpent was indeed the most formidable creature Lin He had encountered in recent days, and he felt no courage to engage it in battle. It was certain death. He cast a scouting eye towards the serpent, which landed on its head. Ice Serpent, level creature, stamina, strength, agility, intelligence. Note. To his astonishment, all the readings were represented by question marks. Lin He was utterly taken aback. This was the first instance where the scouting eye failed to yield any information. He could not ascertain whether it was due to the inadequacy of the scouting eye itself or the overwhelming disparity in combat power between himself and the serpent. No information could be gleaned at all. Lin He hesitated for a moment, finding the situation quite absurd. Yet, having come this far, it would be too embarrassing to retreat without taking some action. He decided to test the waters. Lin He picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it in the direction of the Ice Serpent. Thud! The stone struck the serpent's deep blue scales with a sharp sound. Immediately, Lin He turned on his heel, fixating his gaze on the serpent's movements, ready to flee at a moment's notice. He observed the serpent's triangular head lift imperceptibly before retracting back into its coiled form. It appeared to be in a deep slumbered, in the serpent's subconscious. The impact of the stone was negligible, akin to the annoyance of a mosquito bite. Within this icy realm, even in a weakened state, it remained the undisputed sovereign. Typically, its mere presence would suffice to intimidate all ferocious beasts, and no creature would dare trespass upon its territory. Lin He exhaled in relief, realizing that killing it was out of the question. However, there had to be something he could do. He began to pace within the cave, observing every detail. Aside from some remnants of wild animals and human remains, he noticed a nest made of grass behind the ice serpent, containing 2 eggs, adorned with exquisite ice blue patterns. Lin He's eyes lit up. This could be promising. Holding his breath, he cautiously approached the ice serpent's eggs. 1 step, 2 steps, as he passed by the serpent. Its thunderous breath echoed even in its hibernation, sending chills down Lin He's spine. Upon reaching the 2 ice serpent eggs, he extended his hand, silently chanting, "Collect." The 2 eggs were instantly absorbed into his backpack space. Lin He kept a vigilant watch on the ice serpent, which remained undisturbed, deep in slumber. Thanks to the combination of his special skill, the serpent's weakened state, and its hibernation, the ice serpent had lost even the most basic instincts of a wild beast. Failing to notice the absence of its 2 eggs, it seemed that as long as no life-threatening attack occurred, the serpent would remain oblivious for the time being, excluding the Snow Tribe, under mysterious circumstances. They could provoke the ice serpent into awakening. They had already experimented with this before, suffering grievous losses. Who could they blame? It was merely fate playing its hand. Lin He did not lower his guard. Carefully making his way out of the cave, with a little time left on his special skill, he sprinted away. Following the unique markings left by the Snow Tribe in the snow, Lin He soon encountered several Snow Tribesmen guiding him. As he dispelled the effects of his skill, he appeared before them. A few of the Snow Tribesmen were startled, then looked at him anxiously, eager to learn of his progress. Lin He sighed. "Let us return to the tribe. This is not a place for conversation." After all, they were not far from the ice serpent's lair, and he harbored no confidence in outrunning it should it awaken unexpectedly. Retracing his steps, this time he did not need to conserve his strength, and he returned at full speed. In just over an hour, he arrived back at the Snow Tribe settlement. Upon entering the chieftain's tent, Lin He recounted the outcome. Initially, the chieftain felt a sense of dread upon seeing Lin He and his companions return so early. His heart heavy with anxiety, he grappled with conflicting thoughts, hoping that Lin He would return later with news of a successful hunt. Yet with each passing moment, his fear intensified. When Lin He conveyed that they were currently unable to slay the ice serpent, the chieftain could only manage a bitter smile. This adventurer, despite his strengths, was ultimately no match for the ice serpent. Just like the previous adventurers, could it be that fate truly sought the demise of the Snow Tribe? However, when Lin He produced the 2 ice serpent eggs, the chieftain's expression transformed into one of sheer joy. This is a testament to the warrior's invaluable assistance. This outcome is already quite favorable. Compared to the despair of the past few decades, stealing away the last 2 eggs of the Ice Serpent clan was an immense triumph. This signified that if they could manage to outlast the last Ice Serpent, no creature would pose a threat to the survival of the Snow Tribe ever again, even though it would be a formidable challenge, and it would require them to endure endless flight like before. At least there was hope, a far better prospect than the certain extinction that loomed ahead. As he contemplated this, the chieftain's expression turned to one of shame, as if there were words he found difficult to voice. His eyes flickered, and after a moment's hesitation, he addressed Lin He. "Brave warrior Lin He, you have saved our Snow Tribe, and ordinarily, we would have no further requests of you. However, the strength of our entire tribe remains inadequate to confront that ice serpent, and we still face the peril of extinction. Therefore, I dare to implore you to spare one of the ice serpent eggs. Our unique bloodline can cultivate a certain number of Snow Tribe warriors through the ice serpent egg. While their combat prowess may still fall short compared to the divine favored ones, against the weakened ice serpent, they would not be without the capacity to resist. For this, we are willing to offer our accumulated treasures." With that, the chieftain signaled to a guard, who brought forth a chest from the storeroom. Upon opening it, Lin He beheld a trove of gold coins and some rare materials. The glance revealed there were likely over 1,000 gold coins, which was a modest sum. The materials might have some use, but they appeared relatively scarce. Lin He sighed. The Snow Tribe indeed endured great misfortune. Not only were they pursued by the ice serpent, but they were also trapped in this desolate realm, unable to escape far. Very well, he thought. Let us exchange one egg with them. While the ice serpent eggs were indeed precious, having more than one seemed rather inconsequential. What would he do with them? Roast them for a meal? Wouldn't that be a waste? Perhaps auction them? Players were as destitute as savages nowadays. What good items could he possibly acquire in return? Ordinary items were easily obtainable for Lin He. When he desired something truly valuable, he could always trade a few bottles of drinks, and people would clamor to exchange. Thus, the ice serpent eggs held little significance for him now. Keeping them would only weigh him down. Very well. I shall grant you one egg, but I will retain one for myself. Thy tea would be a gesture to assist them in overcoming their plight. After all, upon hearing this, the chieftain was overwhelmed with emotion and nearly fell to his knees. After so many years, hope had finally dawned. Brave warrior Lin He is indeed a benefactor, a true benefactor. Lin He produced an ice snake egg, presenting it to the chieftain of the Snow tribe, while stowing away a chest of treasures into his backpack. This temporary solution alleviated the Snow tribe's imminent survival crisis. And Lin He felt it was time for him to depart. To be frank, this cursed space was utterly desolate. After traversing back and forth for dozens of kilometers, he had encountered nothing but the ice snake. With not a single monster in sight, he had merely spotted a few ordinary beasts, such as snow weasels and snow wolves. These creatures, unrecognized by the system, held little value. Chieftain, I can only assist you to this extent. It is time for me to leave, for this place does not belong to me. Having secured the chest of treasures exchanged with the Snow tribe's leader, Lin He bid them farewell. He could not possibly serve as the Snow tribe's guardian deity, providing them with daily protection. Lin He was not noble enough to reach such heights. Engaging in self-sacrificial deeds for the benefit of others too frequently would soon see him surpassed by global players in progress. An undeniable truth. Upon hearing Lin He's words, the chieftain displayed a hint of reluctance, but did not insist on his stay. Rising slowly, he rummaged through a storage cabinet in the corner of the tent and retrieved a scroll. Your Excellency Lin He, this is a relic left behind by our Snow tribe's divine guardians, a teleportation scroll. When you feel your strength has greatly improved, you may use it to return to the ice and snow realm at any time. Regardless of your location, we have previously hunted ice snakes. Their entire being is a treasure, and it will undoubtedly aid you. You have helped us so much. We cannot selfishly expect you to do more. Lin He felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. This was indeed a useful item. Although he could not contend with the ice snake at present, that might not always be the case. In just 4 days, Lin He had become capable of slaughtering black iron-level dungeon creatures with ease. He believed that it would not be long before the ice snake ceased to be a threat to him. The chieftain handed the teleportation scroll to Lin He, bowing deeply. Lin He reciprocated the gesture, accepting the scroll and retracing his steps along the path he had come. Navigating through the blizzard, he stepped into the excavated cave entrance. It felt as though he had passed through an invisible membrane, completely isolating him from the raging storm behind. Now situated in the comparably warm and pleasant cave, Lin He turned around, only to find the entrance to the ice and snow realm had vanished. A flicker of realization struck him. This peculiar space was akin to the Wishing Pond realm he had encountered previously, accessible only once, disappearing from sight after one leaves. Without a special means, re-entry was impossible. The cave he had arrived in was quite ordinary, spanning an area the size of half a football field. Lin He glanced at the shovel, noting that he had exhausted its usage for the day. He summoned the Silver Tier Refuge, materializing it in the center of the cave. The 2-story Han and Tang-style villa appeared exquisite and elegant from every angle. Lin He nodded in satisfaction, ascending the hanging staircase to the second-floor observation deck. Entering the tea room, he brewed a cup of tea. While waiting for the tea to steep, Lin He perused the system interface. Today's shop catalog had refreshed once more. He bypassed ordinary mineral water, bread, and wood and stone materials, as they held little value. These items were abundant in the shop, making them affordable for the majority of players. Lizard skin armor, he noted, slightly more advanced yet still merely brass-grade equipment. Embedded with basic blue crystals, not significantly superior to his current wild boar skin armor. There was no need to purchase it. He would leave it for others. Red stone 100, red-yellow stone 100, red-blue stone 100. Ah, there's a gemstone gift pack here. I certainly cannot overlook that. The total price was a mere 2,000 gold coins. After trading with the Snow tribe's chieftain, Lin He's gold reserves had exceeded 4,000. A sum ample enough, he swiftly cleared the stock. There were also several blueprints, each priced in the hundreds. Lin He did not bother to examine the specifics of the blueprints. After all, they held considerable utility. Purchasing them would undoubtedly prove to be a wise investment. He acquired them all in one go. Following this expenditure, the entire system shop appeared significantly depleted, with only a few ordinary supplies remaining. Lifting his teacup, he savored a sip of the brewed tea. Refreshing. Lin He exhaled a sigh of relief. The pressure exerted upon him by that ice snake, whose strength was still unknown, had indeed been overwhelming. Only now did Lin He's taut nerves begin to unwind. Shutting the shop interface, Lin He opened his backpack to inspect the recently acquired items. As he rummaged through, his eyes brightened. Hatching device blueprint? Could it be? He cast a reconnaissance eye to examine the blueprint's attributes. Hatching device blueprint, priced at 500 gold coins, fabricates a hatching device. The hatching device can significantly reduce the developmental time of oviparous creatures, allowing them to hatch swiftly without residual effects. The ice snake egg would indeed be put to good use. It seemed he would gain an immediate combat ally, although fighting alone meant he was free from the interference of others. Over time, he would inevitably find himself unprepared in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Having additional combat partners would not be a disadvantage. Continuing to sift through his backpack, he discovered the attribute adjuster blueprint. Casting another reconnaissance eye, he found attribute adjuster blueprint, priced at 10 gold coins, fabricates an attribute adjuster, which can be used to modify pet attributes. This blueprint was inexpensive. Only 10 copies were available in the shop at the time. Lin He purchased them all in one breath. It appeared to be a complementary item to the hatching device blueprint. Excellent. Excellent. Lin He felt quite pleased. It seemed he could anticipate acquiring a remarkable companion. With this thought in mind, he prepared to manufacture the hatching device. First, however, he needed to hatch the egg. Upon closer inspection, he noted that other manufacturing materials were not particularly rare, whether it was fine iron or glass. He could either forge them in a furnace or procure them at the auction house. There were leads to follow. Yet the most crucial primary material, Lin He found, he did not possess even a single piece: magic crystal stones. Crafting the hatching device required 10 magic crystal stones. Materials of the gemstone variety were invariably scarce and in high demand. Everyone needed them, and no one would ever find them excessive, given Lin He's financial standing. Acquiring entry-level forging gemstones such as redstones at the auction house proved quite challenging, with little return on investment for the day. With no other options, he could only post a request at the auction house. Perhaps setting a higher exchange rate, Lin He took out a functional beverage. This item was also in high demand, as he had learned from the World Channel. Players who had purchased and consumed it became advocates, and its reputation had spread. Virtually everyone was aware of the formidable benefits of functional beverages. Often, they could be life-saving. Moreover, the only one capable of large-scale sales is Lin He. The ratio of functional beverages to magic crystal shards is set at 10-1. This proportion is already quite enticing. Doubt it not. There shall be no shortage of exchanges. With everything arranged, Lin He lifted his gaze. The fluorescence at the cave's apex had begun to dim gradually. Darkness was soon to envelop the surroundings. The tasks for the day had been completed. The experiences of the past few days had certainly increased, with rewards not falling short. Lin He savored the last sip of tea, tidied the tea set, and turned to descend the stairs. After freshening up, he retired to bed, awaiting the dawn of a new day. 8 the following morning, his biological clock roused Lin He punctually. To make the best use of each day was a strict command he had imposed upon himself. Aside from ensuring a solid 8 hours of sleep, he could not afford to be overly lax or relaxed except during intervals of combat. First, he checked the auction house's status, furrowing his brow. The outlook was not optimistic. Some unimportant supplementary materials had been nearly fully collected. However, only a single piece of the crucial magic crystal had been acquired. It appeared that after addressing the fundamental survival issues, high-end players were becoming increasingly cautious when it came to trading rare gems. Never mind, one cannot force the issue. Lin He quickly reconciled with this reality. A new day had arrived, and it was time for him to check in. He proceeded through the familiar process. Would he choose to check in today? Check in. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a resource package. Due to the hundredfold amplification effect, resource package 100. Opening the resource package. The resource package has been opened. Congratulations, player. You have received magic crystal fragments 100. And due to the hundredfold amplification effect, you additionally received magic crystal fragments 9,900. Magic crystal fragments? Lin He couldn't help but smile that he had not anticipated hatching the ice snake offspring in the short term. Yet this outcome had come effortlessly. Lin He tossed the magic crystal fragments into the forge. Upon seeing the system notification, he noted that 100 fragments could be combined to form a complete magic crystal, although the forge had a low success rate for upgrading lower-grade gems to higher levels. The success rate for merging fragments into gems was commendable. With 10,000 magic crystal fragments, he successfully synthesized 100 complete gems, gazing at the neatly arranged magic crystals in his backpack. Lin He was overjoyed. He promptly took out the incubator blueprint. Would he manufacture the incubator? Yes. Instantly, 10 magic crystals vanished, along with a small portion of various materials. The blueprint transformed into a burst of white light, landing before Lin He, revealing a mechanical contraption resembling a circular space capsule. Lin He controlled it to open, and as the glass cover of the incubator lifted, he retrieved the ice snake egg from his backpack and placed it inside. The incubator quickly filled with a green nutrient solution. Soon, faint sounds began to emanate. Hatching had commenced. The incubator's panel displayed a line of data. Hatching creature. Ice snake. Required time? 1 hour. Only an hour? Lin He was somewhat astonished. In that frigid space, an ice snake's gestation to birth took decades. The time required for normal hatching was certainly not short. Yet, with the incubator's assistance, it merely took an hour. This could only be attributed to the marvels of the system's creations. Lin He took out pine nut seeds from his backpack and walked into the side yard of the shelter. Using wood, he crafted several planting pots, preparing to grow some pine nuts. After a few days, the first batch he harvested had nearly been consumed. Without a balanced diet of vegetables and fruits, solely consuming meat became quite tiresome. No matter how delicious, with the system's assistance, the planting process became significantly easier than before. After tidying up his backpack and the shelter's built-in 500 grid storage space, an hour had swiftly passed. The incubator's operation concluded. With a hiss, white steam escaped from the incubator's seams as the glass cover opened. Lin He was taken aback. Why did this resemble a pressure cooker? Surely, my ice snake egg hasn't been cooked. Taking the risk of being turned into snake paste, he gingerly extracted the 2 eggs. If they were to be made into a dish, where could he possibly lament? Lin He hurriedly leaned closer to the incubator to observe the details. Crack. At that moment, a fracture appeared on the icy blue eggshell. As time passed, the entire shell began to crack, with fissures spreading across its surface. Finally, with a crisp sound, a small serpent, blue and green, broke free from the shell, peeking out its round head. Squeak. You're a snake. Why do you sound like a mouse? Lin He stared at it, bemused, yet found it rather adorable. This tiny, slender snake, short in length, was entirely sky blue, clear as water. Its scales shimmered like delicate, polished jade. Its round, glistening eyes regarded Lin He, colored a vibrant emerald green, akin to 2 pieces of emerald. The appearance was indeed quite charming, placed before some beauty-loving young ladies. They would likely overcome their fear of snakes and be filled with delight. Lin He cast an inside eye. Ice snake, juvenile stage, stamina, 15 strength, 17 agility, 20 intelligence, 8 note. The ice snake is a formidable subterranean creature, possessing a bloodline of ice, and is a born hunter. These attributes are indeed impressive. The newly hatched ice snake surpassed the first subterranean creature Lin He encountered, the wild boar. In every aspect, a terrifying racial talent was on display, particularly its agility, which astonishingly surpassed 20 points. Compared to Lin He's 27 points in agility, it was only a mere 7 points short. Truly frightening. Lin He extended his hand toward the ice snake. Gently stroking its head, he felt no fear of being bitten. The wild boar leather armor provided him with 30 points of defense. The ice snake's strength of 17 could not pierce his skin. The delicate, cool scales felt quite pleasant to the touch. The little ice snake did not shy away. Instead, it nuzzled Lin He's hand with its head. Its forked tongue flicked out, licking Lin He's palm. Displaying a sense of dependence and affection, Lin He's joy grew even greater. This little ice snake truly possessed intelligence. No wonder it had an intelligence score of 8 right from birth, almost rivaling the treasure goblins capable of communicating with humans. I shall name you Xiaoqing. Lin He pondered for a moment before smiling at the little ice snake. That it was a simple name derived from the color of its scales. Xiaoqing appeared quite pleased, coiling its entire body around Lin He's arm and continuously rubbing against him. Seemingly satisfied with the name it that moment, the system's notification chimed. The ice snake, Xiaoqing wishes to become your pet contract partner. Player Lin He, do you wish to sign the contract? What is there to hesitate? Choose to sign. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin He felt an inexplicable connection with Xiaoqing deep within his heart. The gaze shared between the human and the serpent carried a sense of profound understanding. After all, the newly hatched creature, despite its exceptional potential, struggled to articulate its feelings. With a smile, Lin He gently caressed Xiaoqing on his arm. Patience is key. There is ample time ahead. Finally, the creature had hatched, and Lin He gazed at the blueprints nestled in his backpack. The attribute adjuster. This device must be utilized for Xiaoqing. Unlike humans, it could not wear equipment, and thus, enhancing its attributes could only be achieved through gradual growth or hunting higher-level creatures. Such feats cannot be accomplished overnight. Therefore, the attribute adjuster is of utmost importance. Lin He examined the materials required to manufacture the attribute adjuster. Nothing particularly rare was needed. Much like the incubator, it required materials such as refined iron and glass. Even the primary material was the same, magic crystal stones. And 5 pieces were needed. Lin He felt no pressure regarding this. With 100 magic crystal stones spent on 10 for the incubator, 90 remained. Ample resources. Soon, the blueprints and materials coalesced into a sphere of white light. And the attribute adjuster was successfully manufactured. As Lin He eagerly prepared to operate the adjuster to enhance Xiaoqing's attributes, a system notification chimed. Would you like to spend 100 gold coins to use the attribute adjuster? Enhancement comes with risks. A successful adjustment will surely increase attribute values. Upon reading this notification, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin He. The warning in parentheses seemed to mock him, almost as if it were emblazoned across his face in bold letters, declaring the possibility of failure. Thankfully, a successful adjustment guarantees an increase in attributes. Without this rule, Lin He harbored serious doubts that, given the system's tendencies, he would spend a considerable amount of money only to see his attributes diminish. That would be utterly devastating. With less than 1,000 coins remaining in his backpack after clearing out the shop, Lin He took a deep breath. With nearly 10 chances for enhancement, surely one must succeed. Right, here we go. The attribute adjuster word to life, exhaling streams of golden light that enveloped Xiaoqing's serpentine form. It soon became apparent that Lin He was still too naive. All 10 enhancement attempts ended in failure. Lin He gazed sadly at Xiaoqing on his arm, who looked back at him with innocent, gem-like eyes. Oh, Xiaoqing, perhaps I should rename you Xiao He. If you can't succeed after 10 attempts, who else could? Xiaoqing curled up in a ball, burying its head in its own serpentine body. Surely, it wasn't my fault. It must be Xiaoqing's misfortune. Lin He consoled himself. However, having already invested his money, there was no turning back. Spending 1,000 gold coins was a significant loss, but it was a sunk cost now. With only a few dozen coins left in his backpack, Lin He resolved to sell 500 cans of beverages at the auction house for 20 gold coins each. Given the current market, players' purchasing power was limited, yet 20 gold coins was a sum that mid-tier players could manage. Bread sold for 8 gold coins apiece, while bottled water cost 5. The price of 20 gold coins for a functional beverage was not exorbitant. Yet, players familiar with the mechanics of the game understood that. For those of lesser means, the process of enhancement often felt like a gamble with mystical implications. To obtain quality items, one must invest copiously and continuously until success is achieved. A few failures, and waiting a day to try again would only lead to further losses. Although Lin He fancied himself fortunate, he dared not take such risks. He opted for a lower price on the beverages to quickly replenish his gold. As anticipated, within 5 minutes, all 500 cans were swiftly snatched up, filling Lin He's pockets with 10,000 gold coins. Gazing at the attribute adjuster, a notorious money pit, Lin He felt a surge of determination. Xiaoqing, I am fighting for you this time. With a sense of reckless abandon, he began to deposit gold coins into the attribute adjuster. Would you like to spend 100 gold coins to use the attribute adjuster? Enhancement comes with risks. A successful adjustment will surely increase attribute values. Yes, yes, yes. Let us go. Regrettably, this time it was. Yes, yes, yes. Lin He barely glanced at the screen. He knew better than to dwell on it. Regrettably, this time it was. Spending 100 gold coins, the attribute adjuster erupted with golden light, forming a radiant bridge. Xiaoqi was cloaked in the golden glow, almost transforming into a golden serpent. Watching the gold coins flow away like water, Lin He's emotions transitioned from regret to heartache, ultimately settling into a numbness. Observing Xiaoqing shimmer in gold, he even imagined it leaping over the dragon's gate, transcending into the realm of the divine. What a loss! Mechanically, Lin He continued to deposit gold coins, until, at last, a different system notification chimed like celestial music. Congratulations! The attribute adjuster has been successfully utilized. Player Lin He's pet, the ice serpent Xiaoqing, has had its attributes enhanced. Lin He was momentarily stunned, then nearly leaped for joy. Incredible! This bottomless pit has been filled. The golden glow surrounding Xiaoqing dissipated, revealing scales that gleamed with a vibrant ice blue hue. Lin He hastily checked Xiaoqing's attributes. Stamina, strength, and intelligence remained unchanged. Could it be that this contraption is merely a scam? Even agility had only increased to 20. Wait a moment. Just as Lin He was about to explode with rage and smash the wretched machine, he took a closer look. Agility, 30 points? The enhancement succeeded once, adding 10 points to agility. Lin He's eyes sparkled. What could 30 points of agility accomplish? Xiaoqing, please demonstrate for me. Run a lap in front. In perfect synchrony with Lin He's thoughts, Xiaoqing understood and swiftly slithered down Lin He's arm. Like lightning, it darted around the sanctuary, racing back to Lin He's side. Lin He's eyes widened in astonishment. 30 points of agility in a serpent could yield such incredible speed. The perimeter of the sanctuary villa, including 2 small courtyards, was roughly 100 meters, and Xiaoqing's speed 3 seconds for 100 meters? No, even less. Truly remarkable swiftness. It was still in its juvenile stage. While agility stood out among its attributes, the others remained rather average. Yet, with such formidable speed, what more could one ask for? It was now capable of undertaking many tasks and could stand alongside Lin He in the face of danger. Often, Lin He did not hesitate to team up with other players. It was merely that his current power level was too advanced. Without exceptionally strong innate skills, most players lacked even the qualifications to stand before him, let alone team up. Such an arrangement would only hinder Lin He's growth and become a burden. Normal individuals would avoid such an imbalance. However, with such a powerful and promising spirit companion, Lin He felt that every gold coin spent was well worth it. Money, after all, must circulate to hold valued, as long as the expenditure enhances his strength. What harm could there be in spending lavishly? What significance do mere scraps of metal hold? Glancing at his backpack, the 5-digit gold coins now dwindled to 3 digits. Lin He fell into silence. While he deemed the expenditure worthwhile, money left idle was merely a feast for the eyes. Alas, the heartache was suffocating. After successfully adjusting the attributes, Xiaoqing's other 3-dimensional attribute values remained unchanged, while her agility skyrocketed to 30 points. Lin He felt quite pleased with this outcome. The enhancement phase had come to a close. He stored the item materials and various machines into his backpack. Today, the number of times he could dig with the shovel had reset. It was time to commence the excavation. Lin He retrieved the probing map. After taking a stroll around the vicinity, he found no notable stone walls. Only one stone wall indicated a shallow area on the map, where 2 crocodile tortoise-like monsters were displayed. Lin He hesitated for a moment. This was his first encounter with a group of more than 1 monster. In battles, the difference between facing 1 monster and 2 was quite significant. Both attack frequency and maneuvering space would be restricted. However, glancing at Xiaoqing, who was perched on his arm, he smiled. Now, I am not fighting alone. Without hesitation, he began to dig. Swish, you have unearthed a piece of green rainstone, but found nothing behind it. Swish, you have dug up a piece of yellow brownstone, but found nothing behind it. You have excavated a stone wall and discovered a space. 2 crocodile tortoises are charging towards you. After just a few shovels, he reached the area where the 2 crocodile tortoises resided. The grayish-yellow skin of the tortoises that lay exposed appeared thick and rough, adorned with a heavy shell on their backs. Their massive heads possessed sharp black and yellow teeth, and their limbs seemed robust and powerful. Lin He tensed up, discarding the shovel and conjuring a fiery red iron axe in his hand that he cast a reconnaissance sight. Cave crocodile tortoise, bronze-level creature. Health, 35 strength, 40 agility, 20 intelligence, 6 comprehensive threat index, 55 note. The defensive power of the cave crocodile tortoise shell is unparalleled. They hunt all cave creatures relying on their formidable armor. During the excavation process, Lin He had already consumed more than a dozen functional beverages. At this moment, looking at the gaping mouths of the 2 tortoises, he knew that despite possessing 40 points of strength, being bitten would be no pleasant experience. Yet, Lin He felt no fear. The tortoise's agility of 20 was truly lacking. After all, they were turtles, and their might had its limits. Nevertheless, their shells indeed appeared quite resilient. As he observed, the 2 tortoises lunged at him. Lin He evaded the bites of their heads. Xiaoqing, Go and entangle one. With Xiaoqing's speed, the tortoise couldn't even touch her tail. Capturing one would be a breeze. Like a flash of lightning, Xiaoqing darted down from Lin He's arm, leaping to bite one of the tortoise's legs. 68. The damage was somewhat disappointing. After the defense of the tortoise's thick skin reduced the 17 points of strength. The resulting damage was less than ideal. Lin He was not disheartened. He swung the iron axe fiercely toward the back of the other tortoise's shell. This was the most convenient spot. Let us test its quality. Although, even with the strength boost from the axe, he only had 22 points. However, relying on the weapon's material and the embedded magical properties, the damage was still worth anticipating. When he struck, it felt as though he had hit steel. Lin He felt a numbness in his hands as the recoil caused the iron axe to fly upward. 20. It couldn't break through the defense. Lin He shook his tingling arm. Truly remarkable defensive power. This tortoise shell was no joke. The system does not deceive me. Now, facing a regular bronze-level creature, he could usually take one down with a single strike. Yet, for a creature like the crocodile tortoise, with its disproportionate attributes and unparalleled defense, an ordinary person would find it difficult to make a dent. Lin He easily dodged the swipes of the tortoise's claws, countering with another strike aimed at its head. The tortoise's low agility rendered its attacks and movement sluggish. Yet the speed at which it retracted into its shell was lightning fast. Whoosh! Lin He's axe swung through empty air. The tortoise's unique and evasive combat style made it challenging for Lin He to land a blow on its flesh. Stepping back a few paces, Lin He watched as the tortoise withdrew into its shell. Logically, tortoises on Blue Star would not retract their limbs into their shells. Yet, cave creatures simply defied common sense. After pondering for a moment, he stored the iron axe and took out his bow and arrows. With such a large opening, weren't they just inviting a shot? Lin He smirked, drawing the bow and knocking an arrow. A fiery stream shot into the tortoise's shell, directly striking its head. 891. Critical damage to a weak point. The bright red damage value popped up above the tortoise. Wow. Lin He whistled. I knew there couldn't be that many cave creatures as troublesome as the tyrant chicken and the ice snake from the ice and snow space. Given my equipment and attributes at this stage, I should be able to sweep through for a while. The crocodile tortoise let out a painful roar. Caught in a dilemma. It could neither pursue nor hide in its shell without being shot. Death was imminent. Lin He showed no mercy, unleashing a flurry of arrows. Under the weak point attack, Lin He's 22 points of strength could often deal several times the damage. No matter how high the health and vitality, it could only serve as a target. Within 3 or 4 arrows, this crocodile tortoise met its demise. On the other side, Xiaoqing was still engaged in a struggle with the other tortoise. Occasionally, she would bite it with her sharp fangs. Though the damage was low, it provoked the tortoise into a frenzy. Lin He shook his head. After all, as a juvenile ice snake, being able to contend with such a seasoned cave creature was already exceptional. Pulling the strong bow to its full moon, he loosed 2 or 3 arrows, swiftly ending its life. Recovering the arrows, Lin He began to gather the spoils from the 2 tortoises. Congratulations, you have obtained crocodile tortoise meat too. Due to a 100-fold amplification, you have additionally acquired crocodile tortoise meat 198. Not too shabby. Lin He shrugged. Both tortoises received a basic yield. It is said that turtle meat nourishes the yin and replenishes the kidneys. Crocodile tortoise should be somewhat similar, right? He adjusted his waist. With this thought, Lin He felt a surge of anticipation. After engaging in battle soon after his birth, Xiaoqing must be hungry. It was time to treat her well. With enthusiasm, Lin He retrieved a barbecue grill from the storage space of the shelter. He placed several pieces of crocodile tortoise meat on the grill, allowing it to cook automatically. The system's creations were indeed convenient. Lin He sighed, lamenting the lack of soup ingredients. Turtle must be simmered in a beautiful broth to truly showcase the superiority of this ingredient. In the eastern regions, they like to add yam, goji berries, and gastrodia for flavor. Simmering for 3 to 4 hours results in a golden, thick broth, fragrant and flavorful. The meat is so tender that it falls off the bone with a mere nibble. Succulent and smooth. According to their saying, consuming it could even allow one to defeat a tiger. Battling for 7 or 8 times in the evening would be no challenge. Some areas prefer to add yellow wine and cordyceps, each with its unique flavor. Currently, without the conditions, he would make do with grilling it. Lin He reassured himself while brushing the crocodile tortoise meat on the grill with the seasoning given by the treasure gnome. The last batch was quite generous and would last for a considerable time. While brushing, Lin He looked down at Xiaoqing, coiled on his arm, and boasted, "Xiaoqing, following your brother Lin, you are indeed fortunate. Indeed. It is a truth universally acknowledged that the cavern is home to billions of players. When it comes to the abundance and richness of food, none can rival Lin He. It seems that Xiaoqing has grasped Lin He's words, as she continuously rubs against his arm. Her gem-like eyes twinkle brightly, and her little tongue flicks eagerly, displaying her anticipation for the roasted alligator turtle meat. Lin He chuckles with satisfaction, having just inspected the attributes of the alligator turtle meat with his eye of insight. Its satiation value is quite standard, yet the system categorizes it as a rare delicacy. After experiencing the lizard meat, he now holds the system's annotations in high regard. Delicious food is indeed delightful. While he would never foolishly challenge his culinary skills with unpalatable ingredients, before long, the alligator turtle meat is roasted to a golden translucency, sizzling with oil and emitting an aroma that fills the entire cavern. Lin He picks up a piece of the meat and holds it before Xiaoqing. She leans forward to take a bite, but he swiftly retracts his hand. Aha, you can't bite it, he teases with a mischievous grin. In the past, he had yearned for a pet companion but was always hindered by the constraints of life and family circumstances, preventing him from fulfilling that desire. However, in the cavern, such concerns no longer exist. The joy of a young boy is remarkably simple. A few playful pranks can bring prolonged delight. As Xiaoqing stretches and snaps at the air a few times, her entire form droops, her little head retreating into Lin He's sleeve, appearing quite miffed that a wave of grievance emanates from their master-servant bond, prompting Lin He to chuckle that you're acting like a little girl. All right, I worry you might choke. He tears the large piece of alligator turtle meat into strips, knowing that snakes possess strong feeding and digestive capabilities. Through dislocating their jaws, snakes can consume creatures several times their size. Yet, given that Xiaoqing is just newly hatched, he can't help but harbor some concerns, even if they seem rather comical. After all, snakes on Earth are not so fragile, especially not a creature of the ice serpent lineage like Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing swiftly swallows a strip of alligator turtle meat, which glides down her esophagus into her belly. Lin He continues to feed her several more strips, and her eyes squint contentedly. Snakes on Earth lack eyelids and do not blink like most creatures. They even sleep with their eyes wide open. However, the ice serpents of the cavern are different, as Xiaoqing often displays some human-like expressions and actions, which endears her to Lin He even more. He sets a wooden table and places several pieces of alligator turtle meat upon it, allowing Xiaoqing to feast at her leisure. Just as Lin He prepares to indulge himself, a faint sound drifts from outside the cavern. He halts, eyes sharpening as he focuses on the entrance, poised for battle. In the next moment, a green-skinned figure peeks into the cave. Lin He relaxes, realizing it is merely a treasure goblin. Did it come here drawn by the aroma? He retrieves the goblin communication ring from his backpack and puts it on. The treasure goblin approaches, rubbing its hands together with a grin. Dear human Lin, what delectable dish are you preparing this time? As it speaks, its eyes dart towards the barbecue rack, swallowing saliva audibly. Seeing the goblin in such a ravenous state, Lin He suspects it hasn't eaten anything since their last encounter. Starved since then? He muses, lazily biting into a piece of meat, savoring the explosion of flavor as the juices burst in his mouth. The taste is exquisite, the meat tender yet firm, precisely as the system described. Truly delectable. You goblin, if you wish to partake in my meal, bring treasures to exchange. There shall be no free meals. You are not my pet, Xiaoqing. Of course, dear Lin, the treasure goblin replies, finally noticing Xiaoqing at the table. How long has it been? This human has already tamed a snake as a pet. A mere glance at Xiaoqing sends goosebumps across the goblin's skin. This is undoubtedly a higher species. Having ventured through the cavern for many years in search of treasures, it possesses an instinctive sensitivity to powerful creatures. Its survival instincts seem insignificant in the presence of this seemingly newborn ice serpent. Offending her could result in dire consequences. The treasure goblin's demeanor becomes increasingly deferential, its eyes darting as it formulates a plan. From the large pack on its back, it rummages and produces a pill-like object. Dear Lin, would this treasure suffice to exchange for your food? Lin He, intrigued, activates his eye of insight to examine it closely. Basic blood burst pill. Consuming it enhances stamina slightly for cave-dwelling creatures. But there exists a minimal risk of explosive growth for weaker species. This appears quite promising. This goblin consistently presents valuable items. Lin He ponders. It seems this pill is intended for Xiaoqing. The treasure goblin possesses some discernment, as Lin He truly finds little value in ordinary goods now. Conversely, items beneficial for Xiaoqing are rare, and today's attribute enhancer could yield significant benefits. Moreover, the ice serpent is certainly not among the weaker cave species. Lin He vividly recalls the terrifying ice serpent that dominated the snowy realms. Even a newly hatched Shaoqing poses no risk. In the cavern, every opportunity to bolster strength must be seized. It appears this treasure goblin values its life. Indeed, goblins are lower-tier creatures, and it is not surprising that it dares not consume the pill itself. In exchange, you may feast upon the alligator turtle meat to your heart's content. Lin He accepts the basic blood burst pill and summons Shaoqing over. She extends her tongue, swiftly swallowing the pill. Awaiting its effects, the treasure goblin is ecstatic. Unable to contain its hunger any longer, it lunges toward the barbecue rack, devouring the meat voraciously. Slow down, slow down. You're acting like a starving ghost, Lin He remarks. Slightly disdainful, he suppresses the urge to slay monsters and seize treasures. This treasure goblin is indeed a treasure in its own right, and he wonders how many more valuable items it has yet to reveal. Slow and steady, Lin He reassures himself. As long as this treasure goblin remains weak, it will be reliant on Lin He for a steady supply of meat. The goblin has encountered few humans willing to communicate respectfully. During his travels, every other individual they met sought to harm it. The goblin has not even had a chance to scamper away after tricking someone, leaving it utterly frustrated. Comparatively, it has entrusted its livelihood to Lin He. Ding! Your pet Shaoqing has consumed the basic blood burst pill. Stamina has increased by 8 points. The effects of the pill take hold, and Shaoqing's form thickens, her scales becoming an even more piercing shade of azure. Subtly shimmering with a cold light, she appears all the more majestic and beautiful. Her stamina rises from 15 to 23 points, and her health increases by 800 points, totaling over 2,300. Lin He rejoices. The efficacy of this basic blood burst pill is impressive. Shaoqing's stamina has indeed been comparatively low. He has always harbored a lingering fear should they encounter a powerful and dangerous creature. Even with her high agility, if she lacks the overwhelming advantage of speed as she did against the alligator turtle, a misstep could lead to severe injury or even instant death. He dares not gamble on the strength of her scale defenses. With the consumption of this pill, her stamina has seen a slight increase, granting Lin He some reassurance. He finds the treasure goblin increasingly agreeable. Before long, the treasure goblin has consumed a substantial portion of the roasted alligator turtle meat. Its belly swollen and round, and it burps repeatedly, its eyes nearly rolling back into its head. All right, if you can't eat anymore, then stop. There will be more next time. Lin He advises. He doesn't want this creature to overindulge and suffer the consequences. The treasure goblin regains its composure, soon wearing a crafty grin. Hee, dear Lin, might I request to take some to go? Absolutely not. Lin He firmly declines. One transaction is one transaction, if you wish to eat again next time. Bring more treasures to exchange. That pack of yours is large enough to last you a lifetime. What a jest! If I let you take food away, when would you return to trade again? One matter must be distinguished from another. Issues pertaining to tangible interests cannot be treated with leniency. The nature of goblins is invariably one of insatiable greed and avarice. The last time it attempted to dine and dash was already a testament to Lin He's soft-heartedness. Very well, dear Lin, the treasure goblin remarked, its small schemes thwarted. It bore no disappointment or discouragement. After all, in this vast world, satisfying one's hunger is of utmost importance. Once the treasure goblin had its fill, it scuttled away. Lin He produced a pine nut and tossed another to Shaoqing, settling down to digest. Before long, feeling refreshed, Lin He gathered his tools. There remained a considerable number of tasks to complete with the shovel today. He unfurled the probing map and routinely circled the cave as he walked. A smile brightened Lin He's face. That a treasure chest symbol appeared on the probing map. That a treasure chest, and not a black iron one. Lin He had encountered a black iron chest on his first day in the cavern, a rusted, unremarkable affair that yielded little of value. This chest, depicted in gleaming silver, appeared far more prestigious. It was likely a silver chest. Regardless of its contents, silver-tier items would still be immensely beneficial to Lin He, a prospect worth anticipating. However, the probing map also indicated the presence of 2 centipedes guarding the chest, bloodthirsty centipedes. Creatures of the cave. See diminished vision and aggression at night. The information on the probing map was limited, yet sufficiently informative. Clearly, this was a guarded space, with 2 bloodthirsty centipedes stationed there. Uncertain of their combat prowess, Lin He deemed it unnecessary to take risks. Knowing that their fighting ability would wane in the darkness, he resolved to avoid confrontation for the time being. Prudence is never a disadvantage. Caution is the key to lasting success. After 6 o'clock in the evening, the bioluminescence at the cave's apex would gradually dim, extinguishing completely at midnight. During this interval, Lin He decided to bide his time, seeking an opportune moment to strike. While awaiting the night, he crafted some furniture, adding toys and farming tools to both the main and side courtyards. Before long, night descended. Over an hour past dusk, the illumination within the cavern had dwindled to half of what it had been during the day. Lin He lit several torches, allowing his eyes to acclimatize to the light. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly began to dig at the stone wall in the direction of the bloodthirsty centipedes. After a few vigorous shovelfuls, various system prompts chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, you have broken through a stone wall, revealing a guarded space. 2 guardian beasts, bloodthirsty centipedes, are rushing toward you. The moment he breached the space, Lin He hurled several torches ahead. The brilliant light illuminated the entire guarded area. The bloodthirsty centipedes, previously hindered by their nocturnal vision, were suddenly blinded by the brightness, flailing about like headless flies, unable to discern Lin He's location. They scurried chaotically. Lin He, bemused, deployed a reconnaissance eye. What a weakness. How disappointing. I was so cautious. They were on par with the giant spiders he had encountered earlier. Their agility was decent, yet their stamina, strength, and shell defense were lacking. As the bloodthirsty centipedes scuttled about, Lin He chose not to chase them down with his iron axe, nor did he send Xiaoqing out for practice. Their venomous bites posed a considerable risk. Instead, Lin He manifested a bow and arrows, practicing his aim. With swift shots, he released dozens of arrows, missing only a few. The 2 bloodthirsty centipedes shrieked, riddled with arrows, before collapsing with ease that it was remarkably effortless. Lin He shrugged, affectionately patting Xiaoqing's serpentine head, then approached to loot the spoils. Were arthropods merely to drop body parts as materials? Lin He pondered. This time, he had acquired centipede limbs, totaling 200 after a hundredfold amplification. They seemed similar to the spider limbs from before, suitable for crafting arrows. It appeared wooden arrows could be retired. The haul was modest, yet Lin He was unperturbed. The true treasure lay within the chest guarded by these 2 beasts. Filled with excitement, Lin He began to search the guarded space. Soon, a conspicuous silver chest glimmered before him. He cast an eye of insight. Silver chest. Players can explore resources or have a chance to obtain them by defeating silver tier beasts. Opening the chest may yield food, water, bronze tier equipment, blueprints, and there is a small probability of acquiring silver tier equipment or blueprints. It seemed he was fortunate. These guardian beasts were clearly not of silver caliber. Rubbing his hands together and giving Xiaoqing a reassuring pat, Lin He prepared to open the chest. Silently pressing the button, the chest sprang open with a click. Simultaneously, a familiar chime resounded. Ding. You have opened a silver chest and received a basic enchantment green book. Usable for initial enchantments. A basic enchantment book. Lin He's eyes lit up. Luck was on his side. This was yet another significant game element. Compared to ordinary equipment, he coveted skill books like this far more. Using the eye of insight again, he read, Basic enchantment green book. Usable for initial enchantment. Enchanting with magic crystals can enhance equipment speed. Enchanting with steadfast stones can augment weapon strength and durability. He was uncertain what steadfast stones looked like, but he had dozens of magic crystals in his backpack. Lin He reforged some fragments of magic crystals he had acquired at the auction house into complete magic crystals. He clutched the skill book, which transformed into a radiant flow of light, enveloping Lin He entirely. He had now learned basic enchantment. Enchantment differed from socketing. The basic socketing skill book merely allowed Lin He to create a slot in his equipment for a reinforcement gem, while enchantment did not conflict with socketing. Lin He retrieved his iron axe and a magic crystal. Would you like to use the magic crystal to enchant the iron axe? Yes. The magic crystal gradually melted into a pale purple liquid, flowing over the iron axe. Ding! Congratulations, player. The weapon iron axe has been successfully enchanted. Attack speed 5. What does an attack speed increase of 5 entail? Lin He gripped the axe handle, swinging it through the air a few times. The axe felt weightless. With his augmented strength, wielding the iron axe had already been effortless. Now, it felt as if he were grasping mere AI, or in fact, it felt even more so. Each swing seemed propelled by an invisible force. His attack speed had nearly doubled. This was quite remarkable. Lin He rejoiced. With plenty of magic crystals remaining, he took out his strong bow to enchant next. He received the same attack speed 5 enhancement. Drawing the bowstring became effortless. The arrows shot forth with lightning speed. The efficiency of knocking and releasing arrows had also nearly doubled. approaching the point where he could unleash a rain of arrows single-handedly. He attempted to enchant the arrows but failed, though he was not disheartened. Enchanting the wild boar leather armor and pants proved successful. After using 2 magic crystals, the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, player, the wild boar armor set has been successfully enchanted. Agility 5.A in Unexpected Delight. A full 5 points of agility added. Lin He's agility, already remarkable at 27 after donning the silver tier light boots, now soared past 30, reaching 32. Without testing his speed. Lin He decided to enchant the light boots as well. Perhaps the high tier of the silver equipment limited the enhancement, as it only increased by 2 points. Nevertheless, his total agility had now reached 34. Lin He jumped on the spot, trying a couple of laps. His footsteps were nearly silent, swift as the wind. The speed has already surpassed Xiaoqing by 3 points. Lin He's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, every encounter with such skill books significantly boosts one's combat power. After much effort, he finally calmed the tumult within his heart. This calls for a proper celebration. With 2 or 3 uses of the shovel remaining, there was no rush to employ it just yet. Lin He rummaged through his backpack and his eyes lit up as he swallowed hard. It seemed that the items he had purchased during yesterday's shopping spree might finally come in handy. Who among us hasn't yet reached the limit on their shovel's usage today? Nearby in the cavern, Pan Hang took a breath and inquired of the 2 individuals behind him. I still have 2 uses left. I'll dig ahead, said a slender man stepping forward. The 3 of them formed a small team, supporting each other over the past few days, managing to survive adequately. Sharing the same consensus as a small group of eager explorers, they understood that the daily digging limit of the shovel was crucial. Every use counted. They had to maximize their efforts to encounter better opportunities. With a swift motion, the stone wall was breached, and a different light from that of the cavern illuminated the eyes of the 3. Pan Hang was taken aback and muttered, "Caution, is something amiss?" Yet, the system offered no alerts. Before them stood a 2-story villa, surrounded by walls towering over 2 meters, seemingly enclosing 2 modest courtyards. From the terrace on the 2nd floor, voices and enticing aromas wafted down. The scent lingered enticingly around Pan Hang and his companions, causing their mouths to water uncontrollably. How fragrant! After days of subsisting on bread, my palate feels utterly deprived. Pan Hang pondered. Could this mean they had stumbled upon an NPC? The cavern was not solely inhabited by hostile creatures. There were also humanoid NPCs with whom they could communicate and trade. They had encountered such characters before and procured several valuable items. After a moment of hesitation, Pan Hang signaled to his companions behind him to stow their weapons. He approached the grand mahogany door and knocked lightly. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" he asked cautiously. Lin He, who was enjoying a hot pot on the 2nd floor, had already noticed the trio the moment they entered the cavern. However, he paid them little mind. After all, with his current strength, he could dispatch most individuals in a single blow. These 3 seemed to possess a degree of awareness, and engaging in conversation wouldn't be detrimental. The door swung open, and a voice beckoned, "Come in. Use the floating staircase on the left to ascend." Lin He could easily unlock the door to his silver tier shelter with a mere thought, as the lock was merely for show, an indication of some established order. Pan Hang pushed the door open. He and his team entered the shelter with a sense of trepidation. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they were greeted by a man adorned in shimmering gear, heartily devouring a meal. Before him, the hot pot bubbled vigorously, releasing plumes of steam infused with a spicy, savory aroma that enveloped the surroundings. On a small table by the pot rested a blue snake, its scales glinting ominously, suggesting it would be a formidable opponent. That SA player. Pan Hang's heart raced. Only players wore equipment that emitted various hues of light. Lin He had no intention of being discreet. Possessing strength while being understated felt akin to donning fine garments under the cover of night. Rather pointless. "Come and share a bite. You are guests, and we all have our struggles," Lin He called, raising a hand in invitation. The 3 had already sheathed their weapons at the door, and they bore no traces of bloodshed. At the very least, they appeared to be civilized. Pan Hang and his companions adopted a respectful demeanor as they cautiously seated themselves before Lin He. Hesitantly, Pan Hang ventured, "Are you perhaps Mr. Lin He?" It was quite plausible. A solitary individual adorned in such splendid gear, living in such leisurely comfort was a rarity they had only heard of in tales. "Indeed, that is I," Lin He replied casually, dipping his food into the sauce before savoring a piece of turtle meat. To be honest, this turtle meat is remarkably tender. It's perfect for hot pot. Indeed, Pan Hang's skin prickled with excitement. Have we encountered a master? So, about this house. Pan Hang noticed his voice faltered slightly to though. This is my shelter, came the tranquil reply. Pan Hang's heart roared with indignation. Other shelters resemble villas, while we wander like beggars. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening, particularly when it feels like one is bitten into dozens of sour lemons. This truly is enviable, Pan Hang said with a wry smile, though devoid of any jealousy. It was evident that a man who dominated the leaderboards for so long was not to be trifled with. Pan Hang glanced back at his companions, whose eyes gleamed with admiration. When the disparity between individuals is so vast, reverence becomes the only response. After all, tales of this man had circulated throughout the cavern for days, with some having forgotten even the names of former presidents, yet they knew Lin He's name all too well. Following the system announcement, Pan Hang was aware that Lin He possessed a silver-tier shelter, yet they hadn't even secured a bronze-tier one, making the contrast all the more striking. Eat, eat. Don't just sit there dumbfounded. Lin He chuckled, noticing their starstruck expressions as he offered them bowls and utensils. Pan Hang and his companions accepted the bowls with gratitude, cautiously sampling the food before devouring it ravenously. The aroma was irresistible. Pan Hang felt tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, a taste of warmth. This was what life was meant to be. The past few days had been too harrowing to reflect upon. Lin He sighed. Most individuals were still struggling, and those like him were indeed few and far between. However, he couldn't do much. When he could assist, he would lend a hand, but he chose to ignore what lay beyond his reach. Before long, Pan Hang and his companions found themselves satiated. Wiping their mouths, Pan Hang hesitated for a moment. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Lin. This is the collection of resources we've gathered over the past few days. Please, if you see anything you like, consider it payment for this meal. That he displayed the contents of his backpack, inviting Lin He to select what he wished. Lin He smiled. This man was indeed straightforward. No need for payment. It's just a meal. We're here to support one another. Let us consider this the beginning of a friendship. Glancing at the items in Pan Hang's bag, he noted there was nothing particularly rare. He decided against taking advantage of such trivialities. Earning a favorable reputation would suffice. Thank you so much, Mr. Lin, Pan Hang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the kindness. Observing the first player, one could see what it meant to possess magnanimity. This was a man of both strength and character. They had seen the trading of meat in the auction house, and each time they had been deterred by the prices. Now, being able to enjoy a simple meal felt like a blessing. I wonder if Mr. Lin requires assistance. We could help you with tasks. Though we may not compare to you, we still possess some combat capabilities, Pan Hang tentatively suggested, hoping to align with such a powerful ally. In this perilous cavern, forming bonds and following the strong had become the optimal choice for many. Are you implying you wish to be my underlings? Lin He chuckled. Yet, the reality remained that for most, he was merely a burden. Having Xiao Qing as his aide was sufficient. Observing these three as they entered the cavern, wielding nothing but basic stone axes as weapons and lacking armor, it was evident that they were merely scraping by. The captain, Pan Hang, was the only one adorned in an unknown material of leather armor, indicating their struggles. In terms of mutual support, they were still quite distant. I am sorry, but having you join my team would be quite perilous. The likelihood of death is significant. I cannot cater to all your needs. Lin He spoke candidly. This was indeed the truth, as he currently possessed a scrying map, allowing him to detect monsters even without sighting treasures. Whenever he discovered a creature, he would nearly always advance to hunt it down. In contrast, for typical dungeon players, the most undesirable encounter during their random excavations was precisely with these dungeon monsters. Regardless of their strength, the risk of death loomed large. Should misfortune strike and they faced an opponent they could not contend with, he and Xiao Qing could still rely on their extraordinarily high agility to escape. The three others, however, would not be so fortunate. Pan Hang sighed. Given the gravity of the situation, they dared not shamelessly request anything further. They were simply too weak. Mr. Lin had even treated them to a sumptuous meal. Others had already shown him great kindness. It is our fault for being too abrupt, Pan Hang remarked. Thank you for your hospitality. It is getting late, and our team's excavation attempts are not yet exhausted, so we shall take our leave. Mr. Lin, we have ample time ahead of us, and may our paths cross again, since forming a party had proven unfeasible. Lingering was not an option. Pan Hang clasped his hands in farewell and departed the refuge with his two companions. Lin He, using a wooden stick as a toothpick, observed the trio's retreating figures as they exited the cavern. Stretching lazily, He mused that there were indeed amiable individuals to be found. Not everyone resorted to violence at first sight. After all, the environment had only recently transformed, and the ingrained notions of the long-standing peaceful era still lingered deeply. However, as time wore on, the likelihood of encountering strangers with weapons drawn would inevitably increase. Why dwell on such thoughts? Lin He stored the items in the refuge's space. Having dined well, it was time to labor. There were still a few excavations left with the shovel for the day. He retrieved the scrying map and made a routine circuit around the cavern. Alas, there were no valuable finds. Yet, this was to be expected. It would hardly be reasonable to unearth equipment or gems at random. The player's lives could not be so dire. Finding several non-empty stone walls, he utilized the shovel's remaining excavations, unearthing several hundred stones and pieces of wood. Thus concluded the day's excavation progress. The bioluminescence at the cave's apex dimmed further, diminishing visibility. Time to rest. Lin He returned to the refuge, washed up, and lay on the bed in the master bedroom. Idly browsing the world channel, the cries for help had significantly dwindled. It seemed many had perished from starvation. Those still alive were at least bold enough to wield a shovel. People had come to terms with the current reality and began to fend for themselves. This was a promising start. Humanity's capacity for adaptation has always been formidable, but how many would ultimately survive depended on individual fortunes. As he scrolled, a notification chimed. Lin He perked up. He had set it so that only familiar contacts or those wishing to trade rare items such as cherished weapons, equipment blueprints, or skill scrolls would elicit special private message alerts. Ordinary material trades had been filtered out. After all, his reputation had spread, and he was inundated with trivial harassment. He could scarcely keep up with private messages, risking valuable trade information being overlooked, which would be a considerable loss. Lin He opened the private message interface. A player, whose identity was concealed, wished to exchange one tree grafting technique blueprint for 100 buckwheat breads. Lin He raised an eyebrow. This individual had chosen to remain anonymous? Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. A tree grafting technique blueprint. Such an item sounded like a skill blueprint, although it was not combat-related. It pertained to a life skill. After all, possessing multiple skills is never a burden. For merely 100 buckwheat breads, this trade seemed reasonable. There was no need for haggling. To Lin He, this was merely a trifling matter. Let us proceed with the exchange, he agreed. Soon, the tree grafting technique blueprint was transferred to Lin He's backpack through the private message channel. He took out the blueprint and promptly chose to use it. The system's notification sounded. Player Lin He has successfully used the tree grafting technique blueprint. Skill grafting has been unlocked. The skill's effects flooded into Lin He's mind. He retrieved a planting pot and a pine shrub. Utilizing the grafting skill, the planting pot began to flourish. The pine shrub within the pot blossomed and bore fruit at a visible pace. In no time, a single pot produced a sizable pine nut. How impressive! It was nearly the size of 3 fists, but only one. Lin He was somewhat astonished. The pine nut was crystalline and translucent, tinged with pink, appearing succulent and juicy. Its size surpassed that of the one Lin He had consumed a few days prior by over a factor of 2. He cast a reconnaissance eye to examine the fruit's details. Large pine nut. One can sustain a normal person's dietary needs for 3 days. A rather simplistic description. It resembled a fasting pill. Lin He was pleasantly surprised. This singular item could satiate hunger for 3 days, and one wouldn't even need to drink water. For certain hardcore players, it was undoubtedly a miraculous item. If consumed judiciously, it could last a week, significantly extending survival time. It was indeed a remarkable find. This grafting skill proved to be quite useful. However, for Lin He, the large pine nut held limited value. He was currently free from concerns about food and drink. Capable of discarding meat and beverages that will not have placed on the auction house, it should fetch a handsome price. Lin He plucked the pine nut. Congratulations! You have acquired 1 large pine nut, and due to a hundredfold amplification effect, you have additionally received 99 pine nuts. He had nearly forgotten about that. He placed 80 pine nuts on the auction house, retaining 20 for himself. Setting a price of 100 gold coins per nut seemed reasonable. There should still be a market among the top players on the leaderboard. The moment he uploaded them to the auction house, over half were snatched up in an instant. Coins cascaded into Lin He's backpack. Indeed, some had recognized the utility of this item. Even among the more formidable players, daily sustenance could not be guaranteed. After all, the shovel's excavations relied heavily on luck. It was not uncommon to exhaust one's attempts in a day without yielding food. Even if one managed to successfully hunt monsters, there was no guarantee of meat drops. In such circumstances, to make ends meet, Players would have to sell off surplus materials to shops and then resort to the auction house to procure food. With something akin to a fasting pill available, it was no surprise they scrambled to purchase it. While Lin He contemplated, all 80 large pine nuts were sold out. 8,000 gold coins filled Lin He's pockets. The shop had refreshed again today. Although there appeared to be no extraordinary items at first glance, Lin He, with his pockets brimming, felt no need to be selective. Buy. He spent money as if it were water, his eyes not blinking once. Only when the shop was entirely empty did Lin He glance back at the items in his backpack. Surprisingly, there was still a blueprint, gas mask blueprint, effect as its name suggests. Protection against toxins. Well, it might come in handy someday that he decided to craft it. Lin He examined the materials required for production. They appeared to be quite ordinary, leather, glass, and such, though he lacked sufficient quantities in his backpack. He could simply procure them from the auction house. He listed 200 functional beverages for trade, setting an exchange ratio. The functional beverages sold out rapidly. The crafting materials were soon gathered, with a surplus remaining. Shall I proceed to craft the gas mask? Yes. The crafting was underway. Congratulations, the gas mask has been successfully crafted. Well then, he placed it in his backpack, adding another layer of defense against unforeseen events. Lin He yawned. He had completed all that could be done for the day. Although he was utterly exhausted daily, the steady improvement in his strength, firmly grasping the future in his hands, felt truly wonderful. As Lin He's eyelids began to droop, he gently stroked Xiaoqing, placing her beside his pillow. Good night, sweet dreams, Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing hissed softly as she licked Lin He's fingertips, curling up into a ball. Despite being born just a day ago, her life was already rich and colorful. Within the confines of the silver-level shelter, there was no need to worry about threats to survival. Lin He and Xiaoqing drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Lin He rose to sign in. Congratulations! You have completed your sign-in and received 100 bottles of mineral water and 100 buckwheat bread, thanks to a hundredfold amplification effect. You additionally received 9,900 bottles of mineral water and 9,900 buckwheat bread. Not bad at all. Recently, there has been quite a demand for functional beverages. The stock had diminished considerably. This replenishment of 10,000 bottles felt like a significant resupply of ammunition. Utilizing the functional beverage production machine consumed 4,000 bottles of water to create 2,000 bottles of drinks. Casually, Lin He and Xiaoqing shared breakfast together. Xiaoqing feasted on raw meat while Lin He nibbled on 2 pieces of bread to satiate his hunger. The large pine nut fruit was unnecessary to consume now. It could be saved for trading or for dire situations when resources ran low. The usage count of the shovel had reset. Lin He took out the peeping map and headed towards the cave passage that he had excavated with the last few shovelfuls the night before. After circling around, he was delighted to find another silver treasure chest. What a splendid start to the day. However, a thick mist surrounded the silver chest. White smoke billowed, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Could there be a monster within? Perhaps it was a guardian of this space. Lin He heightened his vigilance, brandishing his iron axe, and signaled for Xiaoqing to be prepared. 1 shovel, 2 shovels. Congratulations, you have broken through a stone wall and discovered a hidden space. Just as the peeping map had suggested, it was filled with white smoke. Yet, there was no system notification indicating a monster attack. Cautiously, Lin He stepped inside. No sooner had he taken 2 steps than dizziness struck, and his footing faltered. Alarmed, Lin He received a system prompt. You have been afflicted by toxic miasma and are now poisoned, losing 20 health points per second. Toxic miasma? Damn, I didn't anticipate this. What kind of paradise is this? Even the miasma is white. If it had been red or green, Lin He wouldn't have been so reckless as to step in. Hastily, he donned the gas mask from his backpack and checked his status bar. Health points continued to decrease, but the duration of the poisoning was steadily waning. It seemed to be working. Lin He breathed a sigh of relief, albeit with a shiver of apprehension. He glanced at Xiaoqing on his arm. Damn it, Xiaoqing was poisoned too. The poor snake appeared limp, weakened and barely clinging to life. Lin He quickly retreated through the tunnel he had excavated. The toxic miasma was contained within the space and did not follow him out. He looked at Xiaoqing's status bar. The duration of the poisoning was still ticking down, but there was over a minute left until it would be lifted. Xiaoqing's stamina was merely 22 points, and her health had already plummeted by 2,000 points. By the time the poison wore off, she would be lifeless. Lin He placed Xiaoqing in the tunnel and rushed back into the toxic miasma space. It was too late to purchase an antidote at the auction house. He could only hope that the silver treasure chest contained life-saving items. Bringing Xiaoqing into the toxic miasma space posed the risk of exacerbating her poisoning. potentially leading to her demise. Lin He had no choice but to venture alone. The silver treasure chest was conspicuous, and there were no obstructions within the cave. It was easily visible, like the wind. Lin He dashed towards it, the pressure of his swift movement dispersing the toxic miasma along his path. In less than 5 seconds, he stood before the silver treasure chest, with a satisfying click. The chest opened. Fortunately, there were no guardian creatures in this space. Otherwise, it would have required considerable effort to deal with them. Time was of the essence. The familiar system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have opened the silver treasure chest and received 1 blueprint for antidote potion and 1 blueprint for poison potion. Lin He was overjoyed. Indeed, there is always a way out. After glancing at the materials required to decipher the antidote potion, he noted that only mineral water and magic crystal shards were needed. He had not synthesized all the magic crystal shards obtained from yesterday's sign-in, leaving a few pieces remaining. Perfectly useful. Lin He made his way back through the cave passage. He began crafting. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully crafted an antidote potion. A bottle of emerald green antidote materialized in Lin He's hand. The liquid swayed with his movements, viscous to the point of nearly resembling a paste. Exuding a vibrant vitality, this should be effective. Lin He hurriedly approached Xiaoqing, uncorked the bottle, and held it to her mouth. Xiaoqing struggled to lift her head, extending her serpent tongue to sip from the antidote. In just a few gulps, the bottle was emptied. Lin He quickly checked Xiaoqing's status bar. The poison status had vanished. Her health remained alarmingly low, around 200 points. Lin He exhaled in relief. Grateful for his timely intervention, Xiaoqing had almost met her end. If she had perished merely 2 days after her birth, Lin He would have been heartbroken. He could endure the toxic miasma thanks to his high health. Even indulging in functional beverages would not be fatal for him. Wait a minute, functional beverages. Lin He retrieved a can of drink, pulled the tab, and offered it to Xiaoqing. Here, Xiaoqing, give it a try. Gulp, gulp, stamina 1. Damn, this stuff is useful for pets too. Lin He slapped his forehead. Concern had led to recklessness, but thankfully, it hadn't resulted in a grave error. He pulled out 2 pine nut fruits, sharing them with Xiaoqing, 1 for each of them. With their satiety approaching maximum, their health regeneration would be faster. While waiting for their health to recover, Lin He examined the 2 blueprints he had just acquired. One was for the antidote potion, which he had already created a bottle of. The other was for the poison potion, aptly named for its use in applying toxins or poisoning others. Surprisingly, the poison potion required the same materials as the antidote potion, mineral water and magic crystal shards. Thus, there was no need for concern. Lin He casually crafted a bottle. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have successfully crafted a poison potion. A vial of deadly poison appeared in Lin He's hand. The liquid inside was transparent, resembling ordinary water with no discernible difference. However, Lin He did not dare underestimate it. He cast an eye of insight. Deadly poison potion, a colorless, odorless transparent liquid that is highly toxic, inflicting 50 health points of damage per second to anyone who comes into contact with it. Lasting for 1 minute, Lin He's eyelids twitched. Just touching it would result in poisoning. Even with Lin He's current stamina of 24 points, without consuming drinks or antidotes, enduring for a full minute would cost him a staggering 3,000 health points, certainly fatal. Truly a lethal weapon for ambushing foes that he crafted an additional 2 antidote potions and 1 poison potion, just in case. Lin He and Xiaoqing's health points were nearing full recovery. Lin He re-entered the toxic miasma space, where the antidote potion was still proving effective. The poison status had not returned. He took out the peeping map and scanned the surrounding stone walls. Only 1 wall concealed subterranean creatures behind it. Lin He's expression darkened. Why did he have to encounter spiders again? This one was of the same breed as the giant spider he had faced previously. However, given Lin He's current combat strength, this copper-level creature was easily dispatchable. He sighed, shaking his head. In a subterranean environment, he needed to overcome his psychological barriers. This evident mental shortcoming could cost him dearly at any moment. Grasping his iron shovel, he began to dig at the stone wall. Ding! Congratulations! You have broken through a stone wall, and a giant subterranean spider is lunging at you. A fierce wind swept through as the steel-haired giant spider leapt through the air. Lin He's expression contorted as he swung his iron axe with force. With a swift slash, the entire spider was cleaved in 2. 2458. A staggering display of damage erupted forth. The colossal spider was vanquished in less than 2 seconds upon its appearance. Lin He disdainfully circumvented its lifeless form, retrieving the spoils from a distance. Still nothing more than a superfluous shell. Better than nothing. I supposed he ventured into the cavern, the dwelling of the spiders, where white silk threads were densely woven throughout. As he surveyed the surroundings, Lin He faintly discerned a muted cry for help emanating from above. Raising his gaze, he beheld two cocoons ensnared in silk, suspended from the cavern's ceiling. The humanoid cocoons revealed the heads of a man and a woman. Upon sighting Lin He, they cried out for salvation, as if he were their savior. These two fortunate souls, had they arrived just 5 minutes later, might have become nothing more than spider excrement. Lin He drew his bow and severed the silken bindings of the two. Liberating them one by one, they hung not too high, so the fall would not be detrimental. Approaching, he used his axe to slice open the cocoons, ensuring they were completely freed. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, embodying the essence of a mature beauty. With ruby lips and alluring phoenix eyes, she exuded a captivating charm. Her figure resembled a plump, juicy peach, so succulent that one could almost expect moisture to emerge upon a mere squeeze. Now free, her enticing eyes glistened with a seductive allure as she softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Lin He, for rescuing us. I truly do not know how to repay you." Lin He raised an eyebrow. "You recognize me?" He observed the woman's occasional glances toward the small snake coiled on his arm. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was the doing of Pan Hang's crew. After just one meal, they had leaked the information about his pet snake. Xiaoqing. After all, Lin He had gained quite a reputation within the underground realm. Any new developments around him were swiftly disseminated across the world channel, becoming common knowledge that a warning bell rang in Lin He's mind. Clearly, he would need to keep his trump cards hidden more securely in the future. Exposing them carelessly was not an option. Few could tame creatures from the underground as pets, aside from Lin He. There was no one else with such a stunning serpent. It was no wonder she recognized him. Before Lin He could utter a word, the alluring woman leaned against him, feigning weakness. "Oh dear, after being bound by that wretched spider for so long. My head is spinning. As she spoke, her curvaceous body pressed against Lin He, her breath fragrant and soft. What is this woman doing? Lin He furrowed his brow. Though he was a vigorous young man in his early 20s, he was not so easily flustered. He still retained some composure. "Miss, please conduct yourself with dignity." Lin He gently pushed the sultry woman away. While she was indeed attractive and possessed a commendable figure, the unmistakable scent of worldly experience clung to her, a telltale sign of a past that suggested she may have once been a purveyor of news. "Is this man your husband? Your demeanor is rather unbecoming." Lin He pointed towards the man sitting dejectedly on the ground behind her. At that moment, he glared at Lin He and the beautiful woman with a venomous gaze. Was there truly no semblance of gratitude? Without Lin He, they would have surely become the spider's meal. An ungrateful wretch, indeed. "Damn you, you shameless woman. How dare you betray me?" The man spat with malice. It appeared that the two shared a questionable connection. The beautiful woman regarded him with scorn. The man she had recently taken up with believed himself to be formidable, yet he couldn't even best a spider, nearly costing her life in the process. What a worthless fool. The woman then turned her gaze to Lin He, her eyes ablaze with desire. With the top-ranked warrior by her side, her future appeared promising. The man's expression darkened further upon witnessing her interest in Lin He. Even Lin He had become a source of resentment for him. After a moment of silence, Lin He suddenly chuckled. "Look at you two, lacking even a decent weapon. No wonder you couldn't defeat a mere spider. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot take you with me. This axe shall remain with you. It is as good as the one I wielded, and it can effortlessly dispatch a spider with a single blow." Just as I did. With that, Lin He retrieved a stone axe embedded with crimson gems from his pack and handed it to the man on the ground. The man's eyes lit up with unrestrained joy. Of course, Lin He was powerful, but surely it was merely luck and the advantage of superior equipment. If he possessed the same, he was confident his innate talent would rival Lin He's. Moreover, as Lin He drew closer, the man's eyes glinted with malevolence. The treasures within Lin He's pack must be even more enticing. Such a fool, being so generous in front of a stranger. This world is undeniably harsh and unforgiving. A naive sheep like him would soon find himself at the mercy of others. A cruel smile crept upon the man's lips. Do not blame me. Blame your own naivety. He suddenly lunged for the axe, swinging it viciously towards Lin He's neck. A strike to such a vulnerable spot could easily extinguish a life in an instant, just as the man envisioned himself delivering a fatal blow to Lin He and claiming a bounty of equipment. The axe blade met Lin He's neck and halted abruptly. It did not penetrate. Not even the skin was broken. Lin He merely pressed a finger against the axe, gently pushing it aside as he rose to his feet. gazing down with pity at the trembling man. How is this possible? The man's pupils dilated, and his lips quivered. You are far too weak, Lin He stated nonchalantly, without at least 30 points of strength. You cannot even breach my defenses. The wild boar set granted Lin He a defensive boost of 30 points. The disparity between him and the man was glaring, even with the advantage of a weapon. The man could not pierce Lin He's defenses. This illustrated the vast chasm between Lin He and the average player. You truly dared to make a move. Lin He shook his head in disbelief. Such a person would even turn against their savior. Truly hopeless. Am I poisoned? When did this happen? The man screamed suddenly, realizing his health was depleting in alarming increments. His complexion shifted to a ghastly hue. Ah, that axe handle I gave you, Lin He taunted. This was a test for the man. Had he refrained from attacking in the face of Lin He's apparent vulnerability, Lin He might have spared him and offered an antidote. Primarily, Lin He wished to observe the effects of the potent poison, which appeared to work remarkably well. Draining 50 health points per second in the absence of poison resistance or antidotes. It seemed a waste to employ such a lethal concoction on a weakling like him. Upon hearing Lin He's words, the man dropped the axe in sheer terror. I am poisoned. How could you remain unscathed? That axe was given to me by you. The man was now frenzied. With only 13 health points remaining, under the debuff of the poison, he would not survive even half a minute, let alone a full minute. Lin He had no desire to explain himself to a soon-to-be corpse. Although he was uncertain whether the antidote would have a lingering effect or if it simply provided immunity after a single dose, it was of little consequence. This could be verified later. Watching as the man's complexion transformed from pale to blue, then finally to a deep crimson, he began to display signs of desperation, yet words failed him, and within moments, he perished. To seek to kill others requires an acceptance of the possibility of one's own demise. How could such a simple truth elude him? If he could not accept it, he ought not to wear such a malevolent expression. Lin He sighed. Such individuals were all too common. Fools were abundant. The effectiveness of the lethal poison was commendable, yet in the face of such weaklings, there was no need to resort to such drastic measures. In simpler terms, they were the kind of individuals who could be dispatched with a single swing of an axe, an unnecessary expenditure of resources. Glancing at the items dropped by the deceased man, Lin He scoffed. Bread and water, along with an ordinary small axe. Barely worth collecting. Turning back, the alluring woman suppressed her fear, forcing a smile. Mr. Lin He, that ugly man deserved to die at your hands. He should take a look in the mirror. Look, could you take me along? I can do so many things, she said, flashing a charming smile and leaning provocatively against Lin He. Lin He frowned and crossed his axe in front of him. I'm sorry, but I lack the energy to take care of you. Relying on others is less reliable than relying on oneself. In this underground realm, one's own strength is paramount. You'd best fend for yourself. It was absurd. He hadn't even accepted the 3 somewhat capable individuals ahead. So why would he take on a clearly burdensome woman? To put it bluntly, she wasn't even worthy of being a casual partner. Wasn't he that young and tender Chu ran more appealing? Why choose an older woman? Oh dear, don't be so cold. Little brother, I have many talents. The mature woman persisted, even attempting to seduce Lin He with a flirtatious display. Leave me be, and if you approach again, don't blame me for being ruthless, Lin He retorted, pushing his iron axe forward, its blade glinting ominously. The thought of her having had an affair with that lecherous, ugly man made him feel even more repulsed. The mature woman finally halted her advances, chuckling awkwardly as she reluctantly exited the cave. Once she was gone, Lin He began to tidy up his belongings and examine the cave's interior. The cave was festooned with cobwebs, yet he still discovered some items. In a corner, he found a cocoon wrapped in webs and a bottle resembling a message in a bottle. Lin He furrowed his brow. Could there be a human caught by the spider? However, the size of the cocoon was incorrect. It was only half the size of a person. It was tightly wrapped, suggesting that whatever creature was inside was likely long deceased. Well, let's dig and see. Perhaps there's still some life left. Lin He approached and used his iron axe to slice through the cocoon. What emerged was the corpse of a peculiar creature. This form seemed familiar. Lin He stroked his chin, trying to recall. Is it? Avoid burrowing beast, Lin He exclaimed, snapping his fingers. Yes, this creature bore a striking resemblance to Rek'Sai, lacking eyes and relying on its innate superior hearing to hunt prey. However, it seemed to have been dead for quite some time, yielding no spoils. Lin He cast an eye of insight. Female burrowing beast about to lay eggs, deceased. Lin He flipped the corpse over and indeed found an abnormal bulge in its abdomen. About to lay eggs. After pondering for a moment, He decided it was worth a try. He carefully cut open the abdomen of the burrowing beast and extracted a fully formed egg, although it sounded cruel. Leaving it inside without a suitable incubation environment would only lead to it becoming a dead egg in the end. Perhaps it could still be salvaged. Lin He retrieved an incubator from his backpack and placed the burrowing beast egg inside. The glass cover sealed shut, filling with nutrient solution. A system notification chimed. Ding! Incubation in progress. Time required. 1 hour. Eureka! It was indeed salvageable. It seemed he would have another little one. Lin He joyfully rubbed the head of Xiaoqing, who curiously gazed at the incubator. She had emerged from here, and now it was her turn to witness another's birth. What a marvelous experience. Even if only by a day, she would be the elder sister. Xiaoqing's tail swayed adorably. Ignoring Xiaoqing's mental musings, Lin He examined another item. In the cave's corner, besides the cocoon of the burrowing beast, he discovered a message bottle. Inside was a piece of parchment. Lin He's eyes lit up as he extracted and unfolded it, casting another eye of insight. Perspective map can reveal and inquire about all conditions within a specified space ahead, once per day. How to put it? This perspective map seemed to overlap effectively with the probing map he possessed. However, upon reflection, he realized the probing map's advantage was its immediate usability, while its downside was the inability to probe special spaces like the ice and snow realm or trace players' tracks. When detailed pre-battle intelligence was required, the true value of this perspective map would be revealed, allowing it to complement the probing map. It was a rather useful tool. Lin He nodded in satisfaction. After stowing away the map, he meticulously searched the cave once more to ensure no opportunity was left unseized. That moment, the incubator signaled the completion of its task, with a hissing sound. Familiar steam escaped, almost making Lin He burst into laughter. Each time the incubator finished its work, the steam it released resembled that of a pressure cooker unveiling a dish, shaking off unnecessary thoughts. Lin He turned his attention to the incubator. The pale purple patterned shell had cracked significantly as the fissures multiplied. A dark purple, beetle-like head emerged from the shell. Wow, that's a bit unattractive, Lin He remarked, exchanging a glance with Xiaoqing, both filled with disdain. Perhaps Lin He was reluctant to admit it, but he was undeniably a bit of a beauty snob. Pets often resembled their owners, and even the freshly hatched Xiaoqing had been influenced by Lin He's aesthetic preferences. This creature's appearance was no match for Xiaoqing. The burrowing beast continued to tear through the eggshell, fully revealing its body. Its back was adorned with a reflective, seemingly tough carapace, complete with sharp black barbs. The upper limbs boasted 2 large pincers, capable of slicing through prey or striking with a fist. Its robust lower limbs suggested it was an adept digger. Upon closer inspection, it appeared somewhat imposing. At that moment, the newly hatched burrowing beast seemed a bit anxious, restlessly moving beside the incubator. Lin He stepped forward and initiated a contract for pet ownership. After a brief hesitation, a system notification confirmed the successful agreement. Lin He gently stroked the little burrowing beast's head, and it affectionately nudged his hand. Lin He smiled. It seemed that bonds could indeed be cultivated. I'll call you Xiao He, for you are pitch black. Xiao He responded with a unique sound, seemingly pleased with the name. Opening the attribute panel, Lin He examined Xiao He's stats. Burrowing beast, female, juvenile stage, health, 25 strength, 20 agility, 18 intelligence, 8 note. A hardy creature of the underground. Adept at ambush and capable in direct combat. Lin He felt an exhilaration. This attribute panel was surprisingly impressive. In the juvenile stage, aside from agility being somewhat inferior to Xiaoqing, both health and strength surpassed hers. Coupled with its evidently tough and sturdy carapace, it was a prime candidate for a meat shield and warrior. The more Lin He looked at Xiao He, the more he found it appealing. Wasn't it quite adorable? Who said it was ugly? Was it you, Xiaoqing? Lin He shamelessly deflected blame onto Xiaoqing. The perceptive little snake wore a look of exasperation. I'm not a real person. You're the one who's truly a creature. Should we give Xiao He a different name, perhaps Black Pearl? Lin He continued to chatter, while Xiaoqing simply retreated into Lin He's sleeve, uninterested in her unreliable owner's ramblings. Ultimately, Xiao He could not escape the fate of being called Xiao He. After a bit of commotion, Lin He relished the joy of having gained another capable assistant. The larger the team, the better the quality of life and survival capabilities. Lin He took out the probing map, preparing to find a suitable location to dig. He still had plenty of excavation attempts left for the day. After a round of exploration, he spotted a humanoid figure not far from a stone wall. It was certainly not a player, as only cave creatures appeared on the map. Lin He hesitated for a moment before deciding to use the newly acquired perspective map. It was the perfect opportunity to test its effectiveness. Using perspective map, in a fleeting moment of choice, the stone wall before Lin He became transparent, revealing the space beyond with crystal clarity. It was a vast desert expanse, the size of a football field. Swept by an unknown force, with yellow sand swirling chaotically. In the midst of this desert stood a towering giant, 2 stories high. How imposing! Lin He was taken aback, adhering to the principle that strength signifies dominance. This desert giant was certainly formidable. Desert giant, silver-ranked creature, stamina, 69 strength, 62 agility, 30 intelligence, 10 overall threat index, 110 note. As a powerful silver-ranked entity, the desert giant possesses terrifying strength and basic intelligence. Yet its immense size simultaneously limits its agility. Lin He was astonished, recognizing that this creature was on par with the he had encountered previously, even boasting a threat index 10 points higher. However, Lin He had significantly improved since that last encounter, now vastly stronger, especially with the invaluable assistance of Xiaoqing and Xiaohe. Lin He meticulously assessed the disparity in their combat capabilities. It was time to engage. He retrieved 150 bottles of drinks, sharing 50 with each of his companions. The utility of his X-ray map was now evident. Had he merely been privy to the existence of a creature without knowing its precise strength, Lin He would have exercised far more caution. Now, having consumed 50 bottles, his stamina temporarily increased by 50 points, and his health surged by 5,000. The risk of being instantly killed was averted. And Lin He pressed forward. With a swift motion, he excavated the stone wall, unveiling the desert space as the formidable desert giant charged toward him. The 2-story giant, nearly 6 meters tall, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, dwarfing Lin He, whose height barely reached above its knee, rendering him a mere speck. Although his agility of 30 was a shortcoming compared to the giant, it far surpassed Xiaohe's, matching Xiaoqing's, and was only 4 points shy of Lin He himself. Xiaohe, burrow underground. Lin He commanded. Xiaohe, sturdy yet still in its juvenile phase with limited agility, could only engage in guerrilla tactics, occasionally surfacing to draw fire. With remarkable speed, Xiaohe's robust pincers created 2 fleeting shadows as it swiftly dug into the sand, disappearing into the earth. Xiaoqing aimed for its ear, although the desert giant's agility matched Xiaoqing's. The latter was as inconsequential as a toothpick in its presence. With her nimbleness, the giant couldn't even touch her tail. In just 2 or 3 quick darts, Xiaoqing evaded the giant's colossal hands and reached its head. With a fierce bite, she struck. Roar. The desert giant howled in pain. 241. With Xiaoqing's strength of 17, she inflicted over 200 points of damage, reducing its health by nearly 1/3. It seemed that the soft interior of its ear was indeed a vulnerability. Having achieved a successful strike, Xiaoqing darted across the giant's surface, refusing to descend. The desert giant, its hands flailing in pursuit of Xiaoqing's serpentine form, found itself at a loss. Meanwhile, at the giant's feet, Xiaohe emerged from the ground, shaking off the sand that clung to it, and wielded its pincers like shears. Snip. 58. The damage inflicted by its 20 points of strength was disappointing. It was clear that the desert giant was indeed tough-skinned. Nonetheless, the diversionary tactic had succeeded. The desert giant roared skyward, raising its fists like hammers and slamming them into the ground. Boom! The ground trembled as the force surged through the desert, sending yellow sand flying. Terrifying shockwaves radiated outward from the giant. 687, 700, 608. Crimson damage indicators appeared above Lin He, Xiaoqing, and Xiaohe's heads. This was an area of effect 80, skill, fortunately. Due to the effects of the 50 drinks, they were able to withstand the onslaught. Lin He exhaled in relief. As long as he avoided a direct hit from its iron fists, he could endure 10 rounds of such AV damage without issue. Tentatively, he drew his bow and released an arrow. 50. The damage was lackluster. It would take ages to be effective. The number of reinforced arrows was also insufficient. Gritting his teeth, Lin He acknowledged that while Xiaoqing was agile, the confined space would eventually lead to her capture. If Xiaohe were to be stomped on, it would be a fatal blow. The 2 little companions had already performed admirably. Close combat was necessary to disperse the desert giant's attack frequency. Lin He rolled up his sleeves, conjuring an iron axe in hand as he charged forward. Even though the desert giant possessed an extensive attack range, Lin He, with his agility of 34, still had room for maneuvering. Whoosh! Just narrowly evading the giant's punch, Lin He retaliated with a swift axe strike to the giant's knee. The enchanted iron axe, embedded with a primary red crystal, left a fiery afterimage as it descended. 263. Damage registered. He could deal damage. Lin He Spirit's sword. The desert giant bellowed, its muscles bulging as it bent down once more to slam its fists into the ground. The shockwave swept through the area. Lin He felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, and his vision blurred momentarily. The giant's iron fists loomed larger in his sight. In a moment of desperation, Lin He bit down on his tongue. The sharp pain jolting him back to clarity. He raised the iron axe defensively against the impending blow. The giant's massive fist collided with the iron axe, then struck Lin He's chest, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters away. 680. 750. 2 crimson damage notifications appeared above him in quick succession. This double strike was perilous. Lin He struggled to his feet. Swallowing the blood that rose in his throat, he downed several cans of drink to alleviate his dizziness and restore some health. Glancing at the desert giant, he observed its chest heaving as it gasped for breath. Such indiscriminate close-range AoE attacks could not be sustained indefinitely. Otherwise, it would be overwhelmingly powerful, spitting out bloodied saliva. Lin He raised his axe and charged again. He needed to hasten his actions. Once the 10-minute duration of the effects from the 50 functional drinks elapsed, it would become increasingly difficult to manage. Xiaoqing continued to stealthily attack the giant's ear, while Xiaohe occasionally surfaced to create distractions. Lin He took on the role of the main attacker, dodging the giant's iron fists and trading blows when necessary. Consuming drinks to maintain his health, the winds and sands obscured his vision, the clang of metal reverberating as the intense battle raged on for 5 minutes. After narrowly escaping another punch, Lin He noticed the giant preparing to unleash its group attack yet again. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward, exploiting the giant's skill wind-up, and unleashed 2 consecutive axe strikes. 264. 283. Roar. The last remnants of the giant's health were obliterated, causing it to crash heavily to the ground. Lin He exhaled, expelling a few mouthfuls of sand. With the current strength of his team, it was now relatively easy to vanquish this silver-ranked cavern creature. Lin He's heart swelled with joy. Xiaoqing descended from the giant's form. Leaping onto Lin He's arm, he caressed her smooth body, exclaiming, "Well done." Xiaoqing He retrieved a piece from his backpack and offered it to her. Xiaohe emerged from the sand, gently nudging Lin He's calf with its pincers. Lin He smiled and shared a piece with Xiaohe as well, treating them equally. The 2 little companions devoured their treats eagerly. Lin He stretched his sore arms, inspecting the loot dropped by the desert giant. He was quite eager for the spoils from a silver-ranked creature. Would he choose to pick up the items? Yes. Congratulations, player. You have slain the silver-ranked creature, desert giant, and received Orc Blood 1. Due to a hundredfold amplification effect. You have additionally acquired Orc Blood 99. Congratulations, player. You have slain the silver-ranked creature, desert giant, and received Orc Meat 1. Due to a hundredfold amplification effect, you have additionally acquired Orc Meat 99. Orc Blood and Orc Meat. Lin He's expression darkened, a wave of nausea washing over him. Though it was a cavern creature, the flesh of this humanoid entity was indeed quite unappetizing. Surely, even those from the Celestial Empire would find it hard to stomach. The humorous notion of Hong Kongers consuming Fujianese was merely a jest. Alas, let us proceed to the auction house. The spoils do not end here, as a chime resonates in the air. Congratulations to the player for slaying the silver-tier creature, the desert giant, and acquiring the silver-tier weapon, the orc's femur, socketable. Lin He was beside himself with joy. A silver-tier weapon. Although this iron axe has been enchanted and reinforced with sockets, it still feels somewhat unwieldy. After all, it is merely a bronze-tier weapon, and after hacking away at the giant, his hands were sore and the blade was nearly dulled. At last, he could trade up from a pea shooter to a cannon. Grasping the massive bone, he used his eye of insight to examine its attributes. Orc's femur, silver-tier. The thigh bone of the silver-tier desert giant, harder than steel, capable of being enchanted and reinforced. Attack power 250 plus an additional 25 points of strength. Lin He was utterly astonished. Just the base attributes of this equipment surpassed his enchanted and socketed iron axe by a full 15 points. Raising the orc's bone above his head, it shimmered with a pearly glow under the cave's light. He still had some basic red crystals left in his backpack, but using them on a silver-tier weapon felt rather beneath him. Lin He resolved to employ intermediate red crystals for socketing, thus maximizing the value of the silver-tier weapon. This would require a substantial amount of crimson stones for upgrading, and reinforcing 10 crimson stones had a chance of crafting a basic red crystal. 10 basic red crystals could yield 1 intermediate red crystal. Lin He immediately rushed to the auction house to purchase. He would have to conserve his meat for sustenance. now that he had 2 additional mouths to feed. Meat consumption had surged. Even the mineral water had to be rationed, as the consumption of functional beverages had also increased significantly. The remaining buckwheat bread was tough and dry. Lin He typically consumed it sparingly, mostly as breakfast. Having amassed quite a bit, he still had a little over 10,000 coins left, so he decided to exchange 10,000 coins. He set the exchange rate for buckwheat bread to 10-1 and listed all 10,000 pieces. With an enormous exchange base and an exceptionally high exchange rate, this would surely create a stir in a market filled with billions of players. The resources from these billions of individuals would encompass a wealth of low-tier gems like crimson stones. If 2 or 3 pieces of bread could be exchanged for a gem, many might hesitate. However, 10 pieces of bread would sustain a person for several days. Before long, all 10,000 pieces of buckwheat bread were snatched up. Food resources were inherently low in value, and trading them for gems seemed insufficient. Yet in the early stages, when players were weak, Lin He's exploits were a testament to how he could leverage the disparity in resources for greater gains. Ignoring the envy and jealousy expressed in the World Channel, Lin He took out the forge, gazing at the neatly stacked 1,000 crimson stones in his backpack. Taking a deep breath, he could only wonder if this would suffice. If luck was against him, it might take 1,000 crimson stones to forge a single intermediate red crystal. That would be quite disheartening. Rubbing his hands together, he blew on them and first. Clicking the forge button, there was a chance of failure. Would he confirm the forging? Confirm forging. Unfortunately, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Regrettably, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Congratulations. Player. Forging successful. Obtained 3 basic red crystals. Lin He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, revealing a hint of delight. 100 crimson stones had produced 3 basic red crystals. Perhaps his luck was holding. He pressed on. Confirm forging. Unfortunately, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Regrettably, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Congratulations, player. Forging successful. Obtained 1 basic red crystal. Lin He's expression darkened. Damn it. Was it an illusion? The system was surely not this benevolent. He pressed on. Confirm forging. Unfortunately, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Regrettably, the forging failed, and the materials were destroyed. Congratulations, player. Forging successful. Obtained 1 basic red crystal. He pressed on. Ultimately, all 1,000 crimson stones were consumed, yielding 11 basic red crystals. Lin He's expression was somewhat grim. This was only enough for a second forging, and he had no idea if it would succeed. Given the forge's track record, he placed the 10 basic red crystals into the forge. 10 basic red crystals could be forged into 1 intermediate red crystal. Would he confirm the forging? Why was there no failure rate reminder? Lin He felt a flicker of hope. Tentatively, he selected to forge. Forging in progress. Congratulations, player. Forging successful. Obtained 1 intermediate red crystal. Lin He was so excited he nearly jumped up. He had thought all hope was lost, yet unexpectedly, it succeeded on the first attempt. Could it be that the transformation from crimson stones to basic red crystals was the crucial step in achieving qualitative change? The process of crafting basic red crystals into intermediate ones was not as daunting. He had no surplus gems or resources to experiment further. Directly, he perforated the orc's bone and selected to socket it. Socketing intermediate red crystal. Ding! Congratulations, player. Silver tier weapon, orc's femur. Successfully socketed. Fire attribute 150, attack power 100. Unbelievable. Lin He could only describe the enhanced orc's bone as monstrous, truly befitting of a silver tier weapon and an intermediate enhancement gem. The two combined granted Lin He an additional 50 points of strength. This meant his total strength had risen to 62 points. Even a normal attack could inflict at least 600 points of damage with each swing. If he were to encounter that desert giant again, Lin He could likely solo it with ease. Striking its weak point might even result in a one-hit kill. Even if not, it would merely take a couple more blows. Taking out the magic crystal, he noted he still had plenty in stock. Would he use the magic crystal to enchant the silver tier weapon, orc's femur? Yes. The magic crystal gradually melted into a pale purple liquid, flowing over the orc's bone. Ding! Congratulations, player. Silver tier weapon, orc's femur, successfully enchanted. Agility 1. The once blood-red orc's bone, now adorned with a hint of purple after socketing the intermediate red crystal, felt lighter in his hands. The reduction in weight corresponded to a slight increase in agility. Lin He's agility had reached 35 points. Although the increase was not as significant as when enchanting a bronze-tier weapon, it was still a pleasant surprise. This truly marked a transition from a pea shooter to a cannon. Lin He was exceedingly satisfied. He moved a bit away from Xiao Qing and Xiao He, raising the orc's bone high and smashing it down onto the ground. Bam! A large pit, half a person deep, appeared beneath the orc's femur as sand erupted around him. Lin He laughed heartily from the bottom of the pit. Who can stand in my way? Xiao Qing and Xiao He sensed their master's exuberance and began to dance around in place. Before long, Lin He reigned in his joy. There are still monsters that can obstruct me. That ice snake from the icy realm, stretching dozens of meters long, certainly qualifies. With this thought, Lin He regained his composure. Given his current strength, he still felt a tinge of pressure when facing it. He had a teleportation scroll that could take him back to the icy realm. However, he still lacked confidence in confronting the ice snake. The probability of death loomed large. He could not afford to be overconfident. Lin He climbed out of the pit, gathered his spoils, and called for Xiao Qing and Xiao He to follow. He still had some digging left to do with the shovel. He could not let it go to waste. They had to press on. Taking out the spyglass, he surveyed the surroundings. A small tree appeared on the map, its leaves lush and vibrant, with flower buds poised to bloom. What treasure could this tree be? Lin He felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, ordinary objects would not appear on the map. Lin He grasped the shovel and began to dig directly. Whoosh! Congratulations! You have unearthed a stone wall and discovered a glutinous rice fruit tree. The stone wall crumbled like tofu as a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Lin He's eyes lit up. A glutinous rice fruit tree. What kind of fruit is that? Lin He stepped into the cave. Observing his surroundings, it was an ordinary cavern, devoid of any guardian creatures, which saved him some effort. Circling the glutinous rice fruit tree, Lin He found himself in a quandary. This fruit tree was clearly not yet ripe. The flowers were indeed flourishing. Was he to leave empty-handed? This simply won't do. I might as well uproot the entire glutinous rice fruit tree, transplant it into a pot, and place it in the courtyard of the shelter. With a decisive clap of his hands, Lin He resolved to seize the opportunity and dig deep into the ground. Armed with a shovel, he cautiously began to excavate around the glutinous rice fruit tree. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully dug up a glutinous rice fruit tree. Due to the influence of the hundredfold increase, you additionally receive 99 glutinous rice tree saplings. 100 saplings of glutinous rice fruit trees appeared in Lin He's backpack. He commenced the creation of planting pots. It hardly required much effort, just a flick of his fingers. During the crafting process, Lin He rummaged through the items he had acquired during his habitual shopping spree at the store today. After all, he was a wealthy coin holder, and few could rival him in competition. Not long into his search, Lin He's eyes brightened. A blueprint for catalytic pesticide. The catalytic pesticide allows plants to mature rapidly. 100 bottles of mineral water can produce 1 bottle of catalytic pesticide. Wasn't this akin to a fantastical fertilizer? Lin He felt a surge of joy and immediately utilized the blueprint. 100 bottles of mineral water was a considerable amount, but he was not lacking in that regard. Ding! Crafting successful, congratulations. You have obtained catalytic pesticide 1. After planting all 100 saplings within the pots, Lin He arranged them neatly in the side yard of the shelter. Then, tentatively, he sprinkled the catalytic pesticide onto one of the saplings. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. The moment the pesticide was applied, the sapling began to grow at a visible speed. Branches sprouted and budded, splitting into more limbs. Flower buds unfurled continuously, ripening, dropping, and bearing fruit. The milky white fruits swelled almost instantaneously, growing to the size of a fist. Exuding a fresher, richer fragrance, the tree bore over a dozen glutinous rice fruits. Lin He's mouth instantly salivated, and his appetite surged. He sniffed the air, the aroma of rice, eagerly. Lin He plucked 1 glutinous rice fruit and peeled away its skin. Indeed, inside were plump, translucent grains of glutinous rice. Lin He took a bite, chewing repeatedly. The chewy and sweet rice melted on his tongue, flowing down his throat and sweetening his heart. He nearly burst into tears. Damn! How long had it been since he had a proper meal? As a citizen of the Celestial Empire, the past few days without rice, though not starving, felt profoundly unsettling. Those 2 bites of glutinous rice were simply exquisite. Lin He felt he could devour an entire pound of plain rice, but there was no need for deprivation. Since he had the means, he saw no reason to deny himself. Lin He took out a grill, retrieving several pieces of Overlord chicken from his backpack, placing them on the grill. Today, he intended to indulge. The Overlord chicken sizzled on the grill, releasing golden droplets of oil. It quickly cooked to perfection. Lin He fashioned a large wooden bowl, filling it with glutinous rice, then added another glutinous rice fruit. Stuffing the bowl full, he layered the grilled chicken on top, watching the golden juices seep into the rice through the crevices. Lin He swallowed hard and began to devour the rice, occasionally taking large bites of chicken. The crispy, tender chicken paired with the glutinous rice was a match made in heaven. Lin He was nearly swallowing his tongue in his haste to eat. This was what life was meant to be. This bowl of fragrant chicken rice brought back memories of days gone by. Beside him, Xiaoqing and Xiao He clamored for attention, tugging at Lin He's pant leg. "We want to eat too." Lin He looked down, barely swallowing, his throat moving as he chuckled ambiguously. "Don't worry, you two little gluttons. There's plenty for you." He plucked a few glutinous rice fruits and piled on some thick, juicy overlord chicken, placing it on the dining table. Xiaoqing and Xiao He eagerly began to feast in no time. The cave was filled only with the sounds of rice being consumed and the crackling of the fire. As Lin He enjoyed his meal, the goblin communication ring on his finger warmed slightly. The familiar voice called from the cave entrance. "Dear Lin, what delectable dish are you preparing this time?" The treasure goblin arrived, lured by the enticing aroma. Even with the positioning provided by the goblin communication ring, this pesky goblin always arrived at the most opportune moments. Lin He, mouth full of rice, glanced at it, but chose to ignore it. "Dear Lin, let me have a bite too." The treasure goblin hurriedly scampered over, craning its neck, its eyes almost bulging out. "Oh dear, I can feel the drool threatening to spill out. Hold it back." Lin He expressed his disdain. Finding the goblin's appearance rather off-putting, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. "This time, I deemed this dish too delicious to share, so I cannot give you any." This was a falsehood, not to mention that there were still plenty of glutinous rice fruits on that tree. And the 100 saplings in the yard were ready for harvest. With a sprinkle of the catalytic pesticide, they would mature, offering as many as one could desire. Desperate, the treasure goblin began to roll on the ground. No, dear Lin, you cannot treat your good friend, the goblin, this way." After a while, sensing Lin He's stubbornness, it seemed to come to a realization. "I understand. Lin, let us revert to our old ways. I will trade you this." With that, the treasure goblin pulled an object from its large bundle. "Dear Lin, I will offer you this low-level blood explosion orb in exchange. It is a precious item I recently acquired. You have gained a new pet, and this blood explosion orb will undoubtedly be significant for you." Seeing the treasure goblin extend the low-level blood explosion orb with a look of utter despair, Lin He couldn't help but scoff. The goblin's performance was rather convincing, making it seem as if it were parting with something dear. Its trembling hand, one eye covered, would peek through the fingers, then retract, only to peek again. Finally, it feigned a tough resolve, turning away to avoid looking. Damn it, it must be terrified of the risk of exploding into goblin bits, thus too afraid to consume it itself, which is why it proposed this trade to me. However, Lin He decided it was of little consequence. This item could indeed be helpful for Xiao He. The treasure goblin had presented something that piqued Lin He's interest. After all, it was just some overlord chicken. While it was the meat of a silver-grade creature, it was still merely food. Trading for it was no loss at all. Lin He accepted the vermilion-hued low-level blood explosion orb, plucked a glutinous rice fruit, and selected a few pieces of roasted overlord chicken, gesturing for the treasure goblin to enjoy. As the goblin gleefully devoured the food, Lin He fed the low-level blood explosion orb to Xiao He. Xiao He raised its head, gulping down the orb in one go. After nearly half a minute, the little creature curled into a ball. Its purplish-black body rhythmically pulsed with its breathing. Ding! Your pet Xiao He has used the low-level blood explosion orb. Its agility has increased by 8 points. The medicinal effect takes hold, and the system chimes with a notification. Lin He's eyebrows shot up. This time, the blood explosion orb had granted Xiao He a substantial increase of 8 points in agility. Its total agility now stood at 26 points. That was no small augmentation. Last time, Xiaoqing had received an increase of 8 points in stamina. Could it be that this low-level blood explosion orb enhances attributes based on the creature's weaknesses? In this light, its value surpasses expectations significantly. Lin He nodded in satisfaction. Although the treasure goblin was greedy and cunning, the items exchanged each time were, for him, quite precious and practical. After successfully enhancing with the blood-burst pearl, Xiao He's 4 pincers became sturdier and sharper, while its purple-black shell deepened and thickened. With a joyful call directed to the heavens, Xiao He waved its 2 forelimbs, seemingly quite pleased with its current appearance. Having enjoyed a hearty meal, Lin He shooed away the goblin, which still harbored thieving intentions. The fire in the barbecue pit had extinguished, and the several units of overlord chicken had been devoured in one sweep. The glutinous rice fruit on the tree was thoroughly consumed by the 4 gluttons. The bioluminescence at the cave's apex had dimmed considerably. Evening had arrived, and after excavating the glutinous rice fruit tree with a shovel, The tool had reached the end of its usability. Given this, it was time to wash up and retire for the night. Lin He stretched lazily, tidying up the dining utensils, accompanied by Xiaoqing and the newly born Xiaohe. He entered the main bedroom of the refuge and gradually drifted into slumber. At 7 the following morning, Lin He was awakened promptly by his biological clock. Hiss, crackle. Xiaoqing and Xiaohe, having mysteriously awakened, greeted the drowsy Lin He. Rubbing his eyes, he made his way to the bathroom. Feeling the delightful movements of the two small creatures at his feet, that it felt rather warm and cozy. This was the essence of life. In recent days, waking up alone had often left him feeling a touch of loneliness. Humans are inherently social beings, needing companionship. Even those who cherish solitude find it quite challenging to adjust once removed from society. Just like Robinson Crusoe, who, despite his resilience, sought the company of cats, dogs, and sheep. Even after taming the wild man named Friday, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Lin He now understood a fragment of that sentiment. After freshening up, he shook his head, casting aside any lingering thoughts. Although his current situation was relatively favorable, a weak mindset could not be maintained indefinitely. After all, he remained deeply entrenched in this apocalyptic survival game, where vigilance and caution were paramount. While sharing breakfast with his two pets, Lin He began today's check-in. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin He for successfully checking in, earning a Chili Seedling 1, influenced by a Hundredfold boost. Additionally, receiving Chili Seedling 99. Lin He's eyes brightened. Chili seedlings? It was indeed a bountiful harvest of crops these past 2 days. Although today's check-in was not particularly surprising, it was still a commendable gain. Chili peppers could ward off the cold and enhance flavor, making them an excellent seasoning. For those who relish such flavors, a single meal without them is simply inadequate. The layers of taste in the recipe would be further enriched. This is undoubtedly a boon. Creating planting pots was remarkably simple and swift, necessitating merely 3 units of stone for each pot. Lin He directly crafted 100 planting pots, planting each of the 100 chili seedlings from his backpack into the pots. He poured 100 milliliters of water into each. Thus, the planting was a success. The side yard was becoming crowded, so some pots were placed in the main courtyard. He also took the opportunity to water the glutinous rice fruit tree and the pine shrubbery planted in the side yard. There was no necessity to use all the catalytic fertilizers for harvesting. The consumption of mineral water was rather excessive. 100 bottles could only produce 1 bottle of fertilizer, which would quickly deplete after fertilizing a single fruit tree. Such consumption was burdensome even for Lin He. Furthermore, harvesting everything at once would lead to waste, and currently, there were no particular resources in dire need, making selling them unnecessary. Thus, he decided to allow them to grow gradually, harvesting when it was time for a meal. Having dealt with the gains from today's check-in, Lin He prepared to commence his excavation for the day. As usual, he took out the probing map and eagerly began to investigate the surrounding rock walls. A golden treasure chest. The golden box appeared on the probing map, dazzling Lin He's eyes. In front of the chest stood a creature, resembling a half-human, half-mud monster, entirely crimson in hue. The slime monster had only 2 eyes and a mouth, with red-yellow magma coursing through its form. It seemed this was the guardian of the golden treasure chest. Such guardians of treasures could not be underestimated. Lin He felt a sense of gravity settle in his heart as he took out the X-ray map. It appeared saving it was not an option. Although this was merely the beginning of the day's exploration, the usage of the X-ray map, limited to once a day, could not be conserved. After all, it was a golden treasure chest. He had to ensure absolute certainty. To falter now would be a laughingstock. Using the X-ray map, the stone wall became transparent, revealing the scene behind it. It was a cavernous landscape resembling volcanic rock, with streams of magma flowing across the ground, and the treasure chest was located in the center of the cavern. The slime monster stood guard by the largest stream of magma, protecting the golden chest. Lin He immediately activated the Eye of Insight on the slime monster. The Eye of Insight could only identify beings and items visible to the naked eye, making it a perfect complement to the X-ray map. Magma monster, silver-grade creature, health, 66 strength, 30 agility, 30 intelligence, 68 note. The guardian of the golden treasure chest. Its exceptionally high intelligence indicates an extraordinarily potent magical attack, that it will attack any being daring to probe the golden chest with poisonous gas. The information from the Eye of Insight was quite detailed. Lin He felt neither joy nor sorrow. The stamina and agility were fairly standard, typical for a silver-grade creature, albeit with certain weaknesses. This was the first time he had encountered a cave creature with such high intelligence. And he couldn't help but lament his own meager 11 points of intelligence that it seemed he had to revise his previous assumptions. This intelligence was not to be generalized. It was different from his own. Engaging in close combat was possible, as its strength value barely matched the 30 points of defense from Lin He's wild boar set, meaning it could only just breach his defenses, which was inconsequential. However, the poisonous gas attack was indeed something to be cautious of, yet he fortuitously had means to counteract it. Lin He pulled out a gas mask, although it certainly wouldn't provide complete immunity to the toxic gas. It should offer some degree of protection. First, he consumed 50 cans of functional beverages. Gulp, gulp. Lin He drank heartily, tossing 10 cans to Xiaoqing. This was a chance for her to withstand one hit. Xiaohe, however, required no such provisions, being resilient with thick blood and capable of burrowing underground. It would likely evade the poison gas entirely, as this slime monster wasn't akin to the desert giant with a remarkably high strength that could unleash indiscriminate shockwave attacks. Donning the gas mask and ensuring all was prepared, Lin He raised a shovel and began digging towards the rock wall. Swish, ding. Congratulations, you have unearthed a section of the rock wall, revealing a magma chamber. And a magma monster is rushing towards you. The searing air surged into his nostrils, laden with the pungent scent of sulfur. The temperature within the magma chamber was exceedingly high. Lin He manifested an orc bone and charged boldly towards the magma monster. Xiaohe burrowed directly underground, while Xiaoqing circled around and swiftly crawled towards the magma monster. It was a rapid confrontation. Rumble. The magma monster emitted a strange and unpleasant cry. Puff. Red and green toxic gas spewed from its mouth, quickly enveloping the path Lin He had charged forward on. Unfazed, Lin He plunged headlong into the fray. 208. Just over 200 points of damage. Lin He felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could easily endure it. After consuming 50 cans of functional beverages, his total health had surpassed 7,000 points. Even if he took over 200 points of damage per second, he could withstand the onslaught for nearly 40 seconds. And in those 40 seconds, Lin He's eyes gleamed with determination. That was ample time. With 35 points of agility, his movements were as swift as the wind. Within the cave, he left a fleeting shadow, almost instantly closing the distance to the magma monster. Raising the orc bone, he struck down hard. 680. A terrifying damage value loomed ominously above the magma creature's head. The existence of a brain on this magma beast was debatable, as the entire entity resembled a pool of viscous slime. Yet, the damage inflicted rendered weak point attacks unnecessary. The magma creature's health plummeted by a staggering 10%. At this moment, Xiaoqing also arrived behind the magma beast, delivering a fierce tail swipe. 167. Well, it's better than nothing. Xiaohui emerged from the ground, sending a few shards of debris flying as it clamped down on the magma beast with its pincers. 201. The combined damage from the two pets was roughly equivalent to a hit from Lin He. Sensing danger, the magma creature writhed frantically, attempting to create distance while spewing toxic gas. If it could increase the gas's concentration, there remained a possibility of exhausting Lin He and his companions. However, Lin He would not grant it such an opportunity. He quickly discerned its intentions. One must pursue the retreating enemy with unwavering resolve. Lin He relentlessly pursued, and with the magma creature's meager agility score of 30, it could hardly escape his onslaught. With powerful swings of the orc bone in hand, the blood-red weapon felt weightless. Yet when it struck, it bore the heft of a mountain. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of blows, the magma on the creature's surface exploded outward, revealing its grotesque, ashen-black form. Lin He showed no mercy. These subterranean guardians seemed innately adversarial to humanity, incapable of communication. Unlike treasure goblins, who could engage and even trade with humans, such entities were exceedingly rare among the cavern-dwelling creatures. After 6 or 7 successive strikes, in conjunction with Xiaoqing and Xiaohui's intermittent ambushes, the magma creature's health bar was completely depleted, leaving it as nothing more than a puddle of sludge. Remarkably, from the onset of the assault to the conclusion of the battle, merely 10 seconds had elapsed. Lin He stood in place, somewhat dazed, as his health, which had been in decline due to poisoning, stabilized at a surprisingly healthy level. Was that it? Was this what a silver-tier creature amounted to? It felt rather weak. Indeed, in just a few short days, Lin He had progressed from a harrowing encounter with the first silver-tier creature, the tyrant chicken, winning by sheer luck due to the creature's pre-battle injuries and an overindulgence in potions, to employing tactics against the desert giant alongside Xiaohui and Xiaoqing, and now casually dispatching the magma beast within mere seconds. The speed and magnitude of his growth were astonishing, almost surreal. Even Lin He found himself momentarily stunned. Had he truly become this formidable? While most players were still forming parties to confront Iron-tier creatures, a select few elites could independently hunt them. Lin He had already begun soloing Silver-tier creatures. In truth, Shaqing and Xiaowei contributed minimally to this battle. He felt no significant pressure as it concluded. Sigh. Lin He exhaled, recognizing the solitude that accompanies mastery. He cast his gaze toward the golden treasure chest not far behind the magma beast, rubbing his hands together in anticipation of opening it. What? The spoils from the magma creature? It had dropped nothing at all, leaving Lin He incredulous at the notion of a silver-tier creature being utterly barren. He would not believe that the golden chest contained nothing of value. Clicking the open button, Lin He silently prayed. With a satisfying click, the chest sprang open. Simultaneously, a familiar sound echoed in his ears. Ding! You have opened a golden treasure chest and obtained 1 intermediate blue crystal. Due to player talents, you additionally receive 99 intermediate blue crystals. Jackpot! Intermediate blue crystals. Lin He's heart raced wildly. He understood the arduous task of forging a single intermediate red crystal, knowing the immense resources required. Resources that even he would lament parting with. Now, to acquire 100 intermediate blue crystals in one fell swoop meant he need not worry about armor enhancements for a considerable time. Feeling slightly breathless, he removed his gas mask and fanned himself to cool off. Truly, this was the worth of a golden chest. Yet, Lin He's astonishment did not cease. The system's voice notification continued. The golden chest also contained further treasures. You have received 1 special item, a refrigerator exchange voucher, 1 ice cream making blueprint, and an additional 10 ice creams. The latter items did not trigger the hundredfold amplification. It remained unclear whether this was due to the special items and blueprints falling outside the amplification range or other reasons. This 5-star talent still required further exploration and research. Nevertheless, Lin He was already exceedingly satisfied with the bounty from the golden chest. The 100 intermediate blue crystals alone justified the prestige of the golden chest. Of course, this was his perspective. For others, it would merely yield a single intermediate gem and a few assorted treasures. The allure of the hundredfold amplification talent was undeniable. It was evident that as time progressed, this talent would become increasingly extraordinary, enabling Lin He to acquire and utilize rare items with remarkable ease. Removing his wild boar set, he prepared to embed 2 intermediate blue crystals. Would you like to embed? Yes. With his pockets brimming, Lin He felt emboldened. Ding! Congratulations, player. Embedding successful. The wild boar set's overall defense increases by 50. The wild boar leather armor and pants shimmered into a deep blue hue, flowing like strands of azure silk, exuding a luxurious quality. Lin He caressed the fabric, feeling a refreshing coolness emanating from the set. He opened his attributes to review. Wild boar leather armor, wearing grants 1200 health. Wild boar leather pants, wearing grants 1100 health. Set bonus activated. Additional 600 health. Lin He rejoiced. The original wild boar set provided a mere 1300 health, equating to just 13 stamina. Now, it directly augmented his health by 2900 points, pushing his total health beyond the 50-point threshold. This meant his total life value exceeded 5,000 points. While the increase in health was significant, it was not the most crucial factor. Health could, to some extent, be compensated for with a plethora of functional beverages. However, the addition of 50 defense dramatically enhanced Lin He's resilience against damage. This implied that entities with strength below 50 could not even breach his defenses. In other words, absent of specialized skills and attacks, Lin He could now withstand a hail of fire and engage most foes head-on. The numerical advantage of enemies became irrelevant in his presence. Yet, it was a pity. This wild boar set was merely of bronze quality. If he could acquire a complete set of silver-tier armor, surpassing the 60-point threshold in health would be a mere formality. Lin He chuckled softly. What more could he desire? Even for him, silver-tier armor remained an elusive treasure at this stage. It was a matter of fate. With power attained, equipment would surely follow. With combat breeding further combat prowess, Lin He would only grow stronger. After embedding the crystals, he donned the wild boar set and examined the remaining items from the golden chest. What purpose did the 10 ice creams serve? Merely snacks. Why then was there a crafting blueprint included? Would placing such items in a golden chest diminish its prestige? Lin He mused, taking out 2 ice creams and casting an inside eye. Ice cream. Sweet, cool, delectable ice cream. Consuming it reduces skill cooldown by 1 second. Reduce skill cooldown? Lin He was taken aback. Such an item existed? He opened his attributes panel, noting the countdown of his daily sign-in ticking away. 20, 34, 55, 20, 34, 54. Watching the countdown, he took a bite of the ice cream. 20, 34, 50, 20, 34, 48. The cooldown of his talent skill could also be reduced. Lin He felt a surge of interest, but it quickly subsided. However, consuming one of these only reduced the cooldown by a mere second, which was hardly useful. Although it was quite delectable, refreshingly sweet without being overwhelmingly sugary, and pleasantly icy, it was indeed quite enjoyable amidst this volcanic realm. He took 2 hearty bites and finished one in just a few moments. The apple flavor was quite pronounced, with a hint of pineapple's tang, and the taste was genuinely delightful. Lin He licked the ice cream stick and casually discarded it. Eating one was not particularly taxing, but if the goal was to reduce the 24-hour cooldown of the talent, even if he ate until his mouth went numb and his lips froze, it wouldn't yield more than a few minutes. Lin He pursed his lips. It was better than nothing, I suppose. Oh, right. There was also this. He rummaged through his backpack and pulled out a fragment of the destruction gem. Since his last usage, the 72-hour cooldown for the equipment skill had yet to expire. He decided to see if it could reduce this cooldown as well. After consuming another one, he fixated on the cooldown of the destruction gem. Lo and behold, it could indeed be reduced. Nevertheless, it remained true that eating one only reduced it by a second, which was hardly beneficial. This one had a citrus flavor with a hint of kiwi. How intriguing that there were different flavors. It was all rather complex. Lin He patted his backside and stood up. Xiao He and Xiao Qing were once again tugging at the legs of his trousers. Well, these 2 greedy little ones were certainly intrigued. Seeing Lin He devour 2 without sharing, they looked increasingly anxious. Lin He chuckled, bending down to hand each of them an ice cream. It appeared that these treats could only serve as snacks. But was there something more to the crafting blueprint? Lin He tentatively placed the ice cream in the system shop for sale. He held little hope for it. As expected, it was 1 gold coin each. What? Lin He's eyes widened. The system actually redeemed 1 ice cream for 10 gold coins. Goodness, selling a piece of wild boar hide only fetched 1 gold coin. Lin He still harbored lingering feelings about having to sell the wild boar hide at a painful loss during his first attempt to gather enough for the perforated white parchment. He sold all 6 ice creams to the shop, earning 60 gold coins. Only then did he experience genuine surprise. This felt like a chance to exploit the system shop. Crafting an ice cream should not be too difficult. Right? Lin He opened the ice cream crafting blueprint to review the required conditions to make ice cream. A low-temperature snowy environment, various fruits, and a small amount of drinking water were necessary. The requirement for a low-temperature snowy environment reminded Lin He of the snow space teleportation scroll in his backpack. It had been gifted by the snow tribe leader, who he had promised to return to defeat the ice serpent when his strength was sufficient. Now, using it merely to make ice cream for profit felt somewhat wasteful. Moreover, aside from drinking water, he was lacking in fruits. The pine nut fruit had been nearly depleted under the relentless snacking of 3 voracious eaters. Furthermore, Lin He had reason to suspect that this singular type of fruit might not meet the diverse fruit requirements for ice cream crafting. After all, the 2 ice creams he had eaten earlier had quite complex fruit flavors. The system's creations were indeed no simple matter. Well, never mind. He would set aside the money-making plan for now. He could wait until he gathered enough varieties of fruit. There was no rush. Xiao Qing and Xiao He were relishing their treats, having experienced this icy sweetness for the very first time since their births. The taste was unparalleled, and they sought Lin He for more. Lin He smiled, crouching down to tease Xiao Qing and Xiao He, having inadvertently sold all the ice cream in a moment of haste. Over the past few days, he had begun to grasp the patterns of treasure refreshment in the cavern space. Generally, related treasures or monsters appeared in clusters. Some items were even complementary. After collecting all the treasures from the golden chest, Lin He took out the spying map and continued his exploration. As he circled around the volcanic space, he came to a halt, his eyes gleaming with delight. My hypothesis has proven to be correct, Lin He exclaimed. Before a particular stone wall, he stood still. On the spying map in his hand, several fruit trees were visible. The branches were laden with heavy fruits. There were 5 different types of fruit trees: apples, oranges, bananas, kiwis, and pineapples. Apples, oranges, and bananas grew on trees, kiwis on vines, and pineapples emerged from the ground. Lin He expressed his amazement, pondering how these temperate, tropical, and subtropical fruits coexisted. Yet, being in a cavern, it was not entirely surprising. On the spying map, besides the various saplings, there was a guardian creature. It resembled a tree ant, with gnarled roots and limbs, standing nearly 2 meters tall, its trunk adorned with 2 scarlet wooden eyes, and its crown bursting with vibrant flowers. Having exhausted his usage of the spying map for the day, he could not ascertain its precise strength parameters. Lin He paid it no mind. He would simply confront it. Now, he could effortlessly deal with silver-tier creatures. And he did not believe that entities like the ice serpent in the snowy realm would be as common as dogs. If they were so easily encountered, other players might as well abandon the game. They might as well wait to perish. Grasping his shovel, he began to dig forward. Whoosh! Congratulations, you have unearthed a stone wall and discovered various fruit trees. A rich, mixed aroma of fruits wafted towards Lin He. Lifting his spirits, he produced an orc bone, taking Xiaoqing and Xiao He with him as he stepped into the fruit tree cavern. Before him stood 5 fruit trees or vines, laden with fruit. And Lin He wore a puzzled expression. Where were the monsters? Just as he began to question whether the spying map had led him astray, he heard a rustling beneath his feet. Lin He perked his ears, quickening his pace, the boots of agility leaving trails of greenish-yellow breezes as he retreated swiftly. Thick roots burst forth from the ground, rapidly lunging towards Lin He's retreating form, clawing and snapping. The system's notification sounded. You have been attacked by a fruit tree demon. Lin He evaded the assault of the roots, but simultaneously, he heard a slicing sound behind him. Turning, he was astonished to see that the 5 fruit trees had morphed into a single massive tree, uprooting its deep-set roots and standing upright like a human. Its branches, thick and thin, grew rapidly, agilely resembling hands that swirled through the air, attempting to ensnare Lin He. Caught off guard, Lin He failed to evade in time, and he found himself thoroughly bound. He was somewhat astonished. This cavern monster possessed a degree of cunning, able to disguise itself as an ordinary fruit tree to deceive its prey. This mere hunting ability already made it appear far more intelligent than many monsters he had encountered previously. However, it was still uncertain who was the hunter and who was the prey. Feeling the binding branches were not as powerful as he had imagined, Lin He relaxed. At this moment, he leisurely tossed an eye of insight at the target. Fruit tree demon, silver tier creature, health, 80 strength, 58 agility, 28 intelligence, 65 note. Evolved from a common fruit tree, the fruit tree demon has tough skin and immense strength, yet is somewhat cumbersome. The fragrant yet treacherous poison of flowers can be unleashed. After perusing the information conveyed by his keen insight, Lin He grasped the situation. It appeared that the fruit tree demon was a creature distinguished by formidable strength and intellect, yet regrettably lacking in agility. Once again, he encountered an adversary adept in the art of toxic gas. While Lin He pondered this, Xiaoqing and Xiao He could no longer restrain themselves and charged forward to attack. Lin He paid them little mind, allowing them to proceed. With such a low agility, even a creature of silver rank would struggle to land a blow on them. The warmth emanating from the orc bone in his hand urged Lin He to summon all his muscles and unleash a sudden burst of power. The countless branches that had ensnared him began to crack with a resounding pop, splintering inch by inch. With his other hand, he drew forth an iron axe, systematically severing the remaining vines that clung to him. The vines used a ghastly green liquid tinged with crimson, accompanied by an oddly sweet fragrance. Noticing a slight decrease in his 5,000+ health points, the personal attribute status bar displayed a faint indication of poisoning. Lin He twisted his neck, stowed away the iron axe, and donned a gas mask. His figure surged towards the fruit tree demon, which was currently roaring in agony. Demon, take this. Lin He raised the orc bone and swung it at the demon's trunk. The fruit tree demon, preoccupied with the 2 small pests at its feet and the pain from the severed branches, was caught off guard. The canopy, adorned with an abundance of flamboyant blossoms, exuded a purplish-red toxin that quickly filled half the cavern. Xiaoqing was able to evade the noxious gas, as it struggled to withstand the effects without its functional beverage. Sensing danger, Xiao He promptly burrowed underground. Lin He, however, charged straight into the toxic cloud without hesitation. 270. Damage from the poison manifested above his head as he succumbed to its effects. The faint poison status on his personal attribute panel shifted to a poison state. A cursory glance revealed that the gas mask had indeed mitigated the toxin's damage considerably. With an intelligence score of 65, it was hardly formidable. In just a few strides, he reached the massive trunk of the fruit tree demon. Lin He felt no trepidation as he hefted the orc bone and struck it forcefully against the trunk. Bang! 608. The trunk fissured, cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. Wood splintered and flew in all directions. The force of the blow was substantial, and Lin He felt a sense of satisfaction with the damage dealt. In response, the fruit tree demon erupted in furious roars, its gaping maw releasing a foul stench. Its roots and branches lunged at Lin He in an attempt to ensnare and strike him. Nevertheless, Lin He evaded the demon's physical assaults with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Its attacks, which appeared sluggish even among silver-tier creatures, became trivial to avoid once Lin He discerned its patterns. Initially caught off guard upon entering the cavern, he had merely suffered a momentary surprise attack, a mere lapse in vigilance. Wielding the orc bone, he shattered the branches that came at him, revealing charred ends. Indicative of the fire attribute damage from mid-level red crystals, the demon's health bar plummeted once more. Seizing the opportunity, Lin He pressed his advantage, enduring the poison damage as he launched a fierce assault on the fruit tree demon. In the absence of branch strikes, the rate at which their health decreased was not even in the same league. Within mere seconds, the towering tree-like form of the fruit tree demon was reduced to splinters. Crashing heavily to the ground, the high vitality of 80 had culminated in its health being completely depleted. With the demise of the fruit tree demon, the concentration of poison in the cave sharply declined, gradually dissipating. Lin He's health had also reduced by approximately half. Remarkably, he had resolved this silver-tier creature without even needing to consume a functional beverage to bolster his health. Lin He once again affirmed his understanding of his own prowess. Whistling, he sheathed his weapon and began to collect the spoils from the vanquished demon. Congratulations on defeating the silver-tier creature, the fruit tree demon. You have received an apple tree seed 1, and due to a hundredfold amplification effect, you additionally receive apple tree seeds 99. Congratulations on defeating the silver-tier creature, the fruit tree demon. You have received a banana tree seed 1, and due to a hundredfold amplification effect, you additionally receive banana tree seeds 99. Congratulations on defeating the silver-tier creature, the fruit tree demon. You have received an orange tree seed 1, and due to a hundredfold amplification effect. Is this it? Lin He was somewhat at a loss for words. Surely a silver-tier creature wouldn't drop such trivial items? Just as he pondered this, a system notification chimed in. The corpse of the silver-tier creature, the fruit tree demon, can be decomposed. Would you like to proceed with decomposition? Lin He's eyes brightened at this revelation. This was a new development. He promptly selected the option to decompose. Yes. Congratulations, player. You have successfully decomposed the corpse of the silver-tier creature, the fruit tree demon. Obtaining mutated fine wood 1, and due to a hundredfold amplification effect, you additionally receive mutated fine wood 99. Well, it seems the haul is quite satisfactory. Lin He nodded approvingly. This fine wood was suitable for forging materials, enabling the crafting of more advanced weapons, and could even be utilized in constructing higher-grade shelters. Its versatility was commendable. Although it might not be immediately useful, it held significant value. With such an abundance of fruit seeds acquired, the rewards were indeed ample. Previously, when he had attempted to plant the leftover seeds from the pine nut fruit, every effort had ended in failure, with not a single seed sprouting. This indicated that within the depths of the cave, only seeds recognized by the system could successfully grow into trees. The criteria were undeniably stringent. Lin He manifested his entire shelter from his backpack into the cavern. Walking into the courtyard, he began to create planting pots. The pots could be crafted with just a modest amount of stone and wood, making it a straightforward task. With 500 seeds on hand, Lin He resolved to plant them all, producing 500 planting pots in one go. He subsequently sowed all the seeds into the pots, filling both courtyards to the brim. Most of the pots could barely fit, forcing some to be placed into the shelter's built-in storage space. Fortunately, as a silver-tier shelter, it boasted a goods inventory with 500 slots, as a person endowed with the attributes of a hoarder and a farmer. Lin He felt immensely satisfied gazing at the two overflowing courtyards. Selecting one of each of the 5 fruit seedlings, Lin He utilized 100 bottles of mineral water to concoct a bottle of catalytic pesticide that he chose to induce rapid growth the moment the pesticide was dispensed. The apple, banana, and orange seeds sprouted at a visibly accelerated pace, with tender shoots breaking through the soil. They grew sturdy stems, branching out and producing buds, which continually unfurled, matured, and eventually fell, culminating in the formation of fruit. In the blink of an eye, the fruits swelled to the size of fists. The kiwi vines also flourished, bearing fruits upon their tendrils. The planting pots sprouted tubers, with roots gradually thickening and yielding pineapples. In a mere instant, all 5 varieties of fruit matured in succession, releasing a fragrant aroma. Lin He plucked an apple and took a crisp bite. The flesh was crunchy, bursting with juice, sweet and flavorful, gliding smoothly down his throat. It was utterly delectable. As Lin He savored the apple, he strolled around the 2 courtyards, noticing that the growth rate of the various plants was remarkably abnormal. The chili tree seedlings he had just obtained that morning had already grown to nearly the length of his pinky finger in a short span of time. While chili plants are known for their brief growth cycles, with some regions yielding a harvest in less than 4 weeks, this rate of growth was nonetheless astonishing. Was it a result of the planting pots, or merely the characteristics of the cave's flora? Lin He could not ascertain, but it was undoubtedly a fortuitous circumstance. Who would complain about an abundance of resources? At present, Lin He has yet to acquire such a thing as chili peppers. So he poured the remaining catalytic pesticide over several chili seedlings. The seedlings rapidly matured, yielding cylindrical, pointed fruits that grew at the top, with their tips facing upward, all exhibiting a vibrant red hue reminiscent of the Tianjiao variety. Lin He plucked one and cautiously took a bite. Instantly, his mouth contorted from the intense spiciness, causing him to gasp for breath. He quickly bit into an apple and retrieved a sweet orange from his backpack, tearing it open to consume. After a considerable time, the heat subsided. A light sheen of sweat appeared on Lin He's brow. The spiciness of the Tianji was exhilarating, a true testament to its origin from the depths of the earth. In the future, whether ground for barbecues or incorporated into various dishes, it would serve as an excellent seasoning. One chili plant produced over 100 Tianjiao peppers, and the pesticide had effectively accelerated the maturation of nearly 10 seedlings. Just as Lin He prepared to stow his harvest into his backpack, he was taken aback. The capacity of his backpack was limited. After the hundredfold increase on the first day, he had only 100 slots. Weapons, armor, blueprints, and special items each occupied an individual slot, irrespective of their similarity. Only items like gems and crops utilized 10 units per slot. Now, Lin He's backpack was nearing its full capacity. He needed to reserve some slots for consumables and unexpected loot. Opening the storage space provided by the shelter, he found it brimming with various supplies such as wooden planks, stones, rubber, glass, and more. After acquiring different types of crops, even the 500 storage slots of the silver-level shelter were proving insufficient. Lin He wiped his face. There was simply too much to contain. He couldn't just discard it. Could he? Beneath the panel of the silver-level shelter, Lin He discovered an option. Should he choose to expand the storage slots to 1,000 for a cost of 3,000 gold coins? Well, it was an inevitability. As resources accumulated, the necessity to expand the storage slots was a predetermined and foreseeable fact. Lin He felt no remorse. Previously, he had sold 80 large pine fruits for 8,000 gold coins. Additionally, during the exchange of crimson stones to forge mid-level red crystal stones, he had auctioned off a considerable number of functional beverages and gold coins. Presently, he still had nearly 5,000 gold coins. He decided to proceed with the expansion of the storage slots. 3,000 gold coins flowed away like water. The corners of Lin He's eyes twitched. Damn it, he felt a twinge of regret. Ding. Expansion successful. The storage slots of the silver-level shelter have increased from 500 to 1,000. Lin He then placed the chili seedlings into the shelter's storage, now that he had finished processing the bounty from the fruit tree space. It was time for the next wave of exploration. Just as Lin He prepared to pull out the exploration map, he suddenly heard a commotion from the stone wall on his right. Heightening his vigilance, he drew out his orc bone. Such a sudden occurrence typically indicated the presence of other players. Although his current capabilities undoubtedly surpassed the vast majority of players, the diverse talents drawn by each individual could not guarantee that he wouldn't encounter those with extraordinary combat abilities. One must always be cautious. Lin He adhered to the principle of underestimating others tactically while respecting them strategically. With a swift motion, the stone wall to his right was excavated as if it were tofu. A diminutive, black green-skinned goblin wielding a shovel and carrying a large bundle rushed forth at breakneck speed. A system notification chimed in. You have encountered a treasure goblin. A treasure goblin? At first glance, Lin He thought he had stumbled upon an old acquaintance, the greedy and cunning treasure goblin. However, the system notification was not mistaken. This one was indeed a treasure goblin. As Lin He focused his gaze, he noted that this goblin's skin was darker, and a scar marred its arm. Its overall frame appeared more hunched compared to the younger treasure goblins he had encountered before. How vexing. Halt. You thieving little goblin. From the tunnel excavated by the goblin, a delicate voice emerged. Lin He's ears perked up. It sounded somewhat familiar. Is that Chu ran. It resembled the soft, delicate voice of that girl. Thieving, Lin He's gaze sharpened. It seemed he had encountered a fellow victim. Lin He, now transformed from his previous self, was equipped with gear that had undergone embedding, strengthening, and enchanting, allowing his agility to reach an impressive 35 points. With a swift movement, he intercepted the treasure goblin. The goblin, startled, halted abruptly and then began to babble angrily at Lin He. Lin He retrieved the goblin communication ring from his backpack and donned it. The goblin's words became intelligible. You, upright walking monkey, step aside, or you'll taste my wrath. Oh, really? Lin He's brow twitched, a familiar emotion bubbling within him, nearly causing him to laugh aloud. The goblin's greedy, cunning, and arrogant demeanor was like a carbon copy of the past. With a decisive step forward, Lin He seized the treasure goblin by the throat, lifting it off the ground. The goblin, filled with fear and shock, flailed its short legs in a futile attempt to kick Lin He. Yet it could not reach him. Its emaciated hands frantically clawed at Lin He's iron-like grip, but it was utterly hopeless. As the goblin's face turned a hue of purple and red from the lack of air. Lin He spoke coolly. Are all the goblins in your world equally unscrupulous? The treasure goblin froze. This human could actually comprehend the goblin language and engage in conversation, spotting the ring on Lin He's hand. Its eyes widened in realization. With a shifty glance, it quickly exclaimed, "Dear human friend of the goblins, you misunderstand. I am being pursued by a vile human who seeks to steal my treasures. Please, let me go." Just as the treasure goblin began to plead its case, a figure finally burst forth from the tunnel it had excavated. "You thieving scoundrel, give me back." Oh, it was indeed Chu and a T this moment. She appeared flushed and breathless before Lin He, her hair somewhat disheveled. Chu Ran brushed aside a few rebellious strands of hair, frozen in place, her eyes alight with surprise. Lingu? Lin He smiled and inquired. "It's me. What brings you here?" Chu Ran, regaining her composure, looked at the treasure goblin clutched by Lin He's grip, initially delighted. Her expression then shifted to one of indignation. This wretched goblin is so cunning. I was enjoying some roasted meat when, right, thanks to the leather armor you traded me, I successfully hunted a cave creature. I owe you my gratitude. As she spoke, Chu Ran's face radiated appreciation. Lin He gestured for her to continue. While I was savoring the roasted meat, this wretched goblin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. I thought I could negotiate with it since the system indicated I could trade, but that greedy goblin devoured the roasted meat I offered. And still, it wasn't satisfied, consuming all my remaining meat as well. After finishing, it tried to make a hasty exit, infuriating me. I chased it here, and without any agility-enhancing items or gear, I almost lost it. That was hard-earned prey. I was looking forward to a delicious meal. Losing it to this goblin would be a tremendous loss. As Chu Ran concluded her tale, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. On the brink of crying, Lin He sighed upon hearing her story. As expected, it was precisely this farce. These goblins, whether treasure goblins or treasure goblins, were all full of mischief. They took every opportunity to exploit others and had no shame whatsoever. Turning his gaze toward the captured treasure goblin, Lin He revealed a cold smirk. The treasure goblin, sensing the dire situation from Lin He's expression, felt a wave of dread wash over it. Although it could not understand Chu Ran's words, it grasped the gravity of the situation at a glance. Being another human, Lin He would undoubtedly trust the words of this acquaintance. Spare me. Spare me. Oh, human friend. The treasure goblin began to wail loudly. Esteemed human friend, you possess the communication ring of our goblin clan, which must have been gifted to you by a treasure-seeking goblin like myself. You share a profound bond of friendship with our kind. As it cried out, it covertly observed Lin He's expression, which remained unyielding. What a joke, he thought. These goblins are all of a similar ilk. Who do they think they're fooling? Moreover, his relationship with this treasure goblin was merely that of business partners, far removed from the innocent naivety of Chu Ran. Seeing Lin He's cold demeanor, the treasure goblin realized it was in dire straits. If it did not offer something substantial, its life would be forfeit. It ceased its lamentations and adopted a tone of negotiation. Respectful human friend, how about this? I can offer you 2,000 gold coins. Would you allow me to leave in peace? Do you think it that simple to escape misfortune by parting with your riches? Lin He retorted with a sneer. You believe 2,000 gold coins can secure your life. I'm acquainted with that lady. You have offended her, and I cannot let you go so easily. The goblin's face shifted between shades of red and black, and upon hearing Lin He's mocking words, it lamented, Dear human friend, even if you were to slay me, you would not obtain my treasures. The treasure-seeking goblin you previously dealt with must have informed you of this. Upon our demise, our treasure bags automatically returned to the goblin kingdom. Lin He listened with a calm expression, though doubt lingered in his heart. This was the first time he had heard such a claim, and it was indeed peculiar. The previous treasure goblin had certainly not mentioned this detail. Could this be one of the reasons they had not been entirely hunted to extinction? These treasure-seeking goblins were indeed brimming with riches, impossible to resist for others. Of course, it could also be a fabrication born out of desperation. Lin He scoffed, adopting an air of disdain. I care not for your plight. You greedy and cunning goblin, do you think to dine without paying? You cannot leave without offering something substantial. 5,000 gold coins. Not a single coin lest he raised his other hand, fingers splayed, before the treasure goblin. Compensate me with 5,000 gold coins, and I shall forgive you and let you depart. Moreover, Lin He added with a slight smile. You must still be hungry, yes? I can ensure you have a hearty meal. Lin He recalled the goblin's voracious appetites. Each time the treasure goblin came to trade, it consumed enough to rival 3 of his own meals. Chu Ran had only slain a single monster. Without his enhancement ability, she could hardly be satiated. The treasure goblin's face contorted in distress, racked with internal conflict. Ultimately, recognizing the imbalance in power, it sighed and conceded. 5,000 gold coins would indeed be a significant loss for it. Lin He turned to Chu Ran. The goblin will surely be unable to regurgitate the flesh it has consumed, but I have compelled it to agree to compensate with 5,000 gold coins. I shall give you 2,500 coins. What do you think? After all, the victim was Chu Ran, and her opinion was still paramount. Chu Ran's face lit up with surprise and gratitude. Her small hands clasped together in excitement. That's wonderful. Thank you. Lin Good, I only need 1,000 gold coins. After all, it was your prowess that captured this goblin. I would feel guilty taking so much. 5,000 gold coins were an immense sum. Even after days of gathering, Chu Ran had barely amassed a 3-digit total. Receiving 1,000 gold coins in compensation left her thoroughly satisfied. Whether or not the goblin was spared seemed less consequential. She was not a girl who held grudges, leaving the decision entirely to Lin He. With Chu Ran's agreement, Lin He fixed his gaze on the treasure goblin, signaling with his eyes. What are you waiting for? You green-skinned creature? Do you think that by feigning misfortune, you can escape payment? Did you not consider the consequences when you chose to act like a scoundrel? Release it. Let the treasure goblin go. Lin He was unperturbed by the prospect of its escape. If he had caught it once, he could certainly do so again. Before the treasure goblin's anguished gaze, a cascade of gold coins jingled melodically as Lin He collected them into his satchel. The 5,000 gold coins formed a delightful stream, a sound both crisp and enchanting. Lin He's mood brightened considerably, and he allocated 1,000 coins to Chu Ran. Indeed, extorting goblins yield swift rewards. No, it is merely a just compensation, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. After a moment's thought, he retrieved several pieces of fruit from his bag and offered them to Chu Ran, having claimed the lion's share of the gold. I cannot neglect you. I recently planted a few fruit trees. Consider these fruits a small gift. This is wonderful. I haven't had fruit in days. My mouth is nearly blistering from the lack of it. Thank you, Lin Gu. Chu Ran exclaimed with glee. As a girl, she could forego meat, staple foods, and even snacks to maintain her figure, but she could never resist the allure of fruit, gazing at the bountiful array of apples, bananas, oranges, pineapples, and kiwis before her. Chu Ran felt as though Lin He were transforming into a veritable Doraemon, possessing everything she desired, strong, handsome, and ever so kind and considerate. He was the embodiment of her ideal. After having lived in peaceful times for so long, entering this perilous underworld had been daunting. With this encounter, Lin He had already aided her thrice. It was inevitable that she felt a flutter in her heart for this boy who treated her so well. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and a rosy hue crept across her fair cheeks, causing her to shyly avert her gaze from Lin He. Lin He noticed her downcast eyes, her bashful demeanor eliciting a chuckle and a shake of his head. It's nearly lunchtime. You must still be hungry, yes? Chu Ran nodded. I haven't eaten either. Why don't you join me in my shelter for a meal? Lin He proposed. Chu Ran hesitated. After all, the shelter was a rather private and secluded place. In truth, they were still not very familiar with one another, having only met a few days prior. She had no qualms about herself, but worried that Lin He might have merely invited her out of politeness and decorum. Akin to a casual offer to dine together or a vague invitation to visit, if she were to accept, it could potentially burden Lin He. Lin He quickly discerned Chu Ran's concerns. She was perhaps a touch introverted and sensitive. We have been acquaintances for several days now. One could say we are friends. Yes, I am but a few years your elder, if you call me Lin Gu. I shall consider you as my little sister. There is nothing in my shelter that is unseemly. It is merely a meal, nothing to be shy about. With that, Lin He conjured the shelter before them. A 2-story haven complete with a small courtyard and walls appeared, exuding a sense of luxury at this stage. The courtyard was filled with hundreds of young saplings densely planted, with even more stored within the shelter's storage space. Lin He was unconcerned about lighting. After all, in the depths of the underworld, science was of little consequence. Chu Ran gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her admiration for Lin He intensifying. This silver-grade shelter is truly magnificent. No wonder Lin Gu can create such a marvel. Even if others had the blueprints, they would lack the resources to build it. With a snap of his fingers, the doors of the shelter swung open automatically. The treasure goblin, peeking in with a sly glance, flashed a toothy grin. "Humph, you may enter as well. What I promised you shall not be lessened," Lin He huffed. He had allowed the goblin to join them for a meal, counting it among the gold coins owed that if Chu Ran wished to avoid its company, he could easily send it away. Lin He explained this to her, hoping to alleviate any lingering concerns that he asked for his promise. Is there such a thing? Churin felt little concern about the matter. Although the goblin was quite malicious, the compensation received rendered the incident a thing of the past. One matter is distinct from another. However, it was impossible for her to exhibit any semblance of goodwill towards it. Lin He escorted Churin and the treasure goblin into his silver-tier refuge, though the blueprints for this silver-tier shelter had been traded to Lin He by Churin. It was her first time witnessing its completed form that she gazed at the verdant courtyards and followed Lin He into the main hall on the ground floor. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. In this dimly lit cavern, to behold such a modern abode felt akin to stepping into another world. Take a moment to rest in the hall. Xiaoqing and Xiaohe, you can entertain Sister Churin for a while. I shall prepare a meal myself, Lin He instructed. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing slid down Lin He's arm, while Xiaohe poked its head out from the ground, before he made his way to the kitchen. This kitchen, part of the silver-tier refuge, had remained untouched for several days, with meals previously prepared solely on a barbecue grill. Now, having harvested chili peppers, fruits, and glutinous rice, it was time to showcase some culinary skills to treat their appetites. Lin He felt invigorated as he surveyed the kitchen. It was not dissimilar to that of an ordinary household. He washed a pot and ignited the stove. Unsure of the fuel source, he had not even spotted a gas line. He shrugged off the concern. Let us prepare some spicy diced chicken, he decided. Among all the meats he had acquired, the bawang chicken ranked among the top 2 in flavor and texture, widely adored by both him and his companions. Xiaoqing and Xiaohe, despite having consumed a fair amount of it recently, the hundredfold yield ensured that a sufficient stock remained. He retrieved 6 units of the bawang chicken from his backpack, gently pounding the meat with the back of a kitchen knife before washing and dicing it. Placing it in a wooden bowl, he added the seasonings gifted by the treasure goblin, ingredients reminiscent of soy sauce, cooking wine, and cornstarch, and mixed them thoroughly, allowing the chicken to marinate for several minutes. During this time, he toasted sesame-like seeds in the pan until golden, setting them aside to cool. He sliced ginger and chopped scallions, then heated oil in the pan. As the oil crackled, Lin He recalled the home-cooked methods of his mother. When the oil reaches about 70% heat, he mused, lifting the bowl of marinated chicken and promptly tossing it into the sizzling oil. The sound of sizzling filled the air, yet Lin He remained unfazed. Would he, clad in his formidable gear, be burned by oil? Absolutely not. He focused intently on the chicken as it cooked to a pale hue, promptly transferring it to a clean wooden bowl. Once the oil temperature lowered to about 60%, he added the homegrown chili peppers, ginger, and scallions to release their fragrance. Then, he splashed in some cooking wine. Returned the chicken along with sugar, salt, and sesame seeds, stirring it all together. In less than half an hour, the dish was ready. Lin He admired the vibrant, spicy, diced chicken, adorned with red and green, sprinkled with sesame seeds. Truly, I am still at my prime, he mused, nodding in satisfaction. A hint of vanity creeping in. A large bowl filled to the brim was ample for their gathering. He placed the entire bowl of spicy diced chicken on the dining table, where the treasure goblin was already drooling with anticipation. Although they had just had a minor altercation with the 2 humans, and the goblin was typically fearful, its innate greed and penchant for small gains remained unaltered. Shoo, go eat outside, Lin He dismissed, offering a small portion to the treasure goblin. The notion of such an alien creature at the human dining table felt somewhat off-putting. Nevertheless, the goblin paid little heed, devouring the food in the courtyard while casting covetous glances at the newly fruit-bearing apple and orange trees. Lin He shot at a glance. It dared not make a move. He beckoned Churin over, who was happily seated on the sofa in the living room, playing with Xiaoqing and Xiaohe. Ha ha, Lin Gu, Xiaoqing is so adorable, Churin exclaimed, affectionately stroking Xiaoqing's head and occasionally scratching its chin. Xiaoqing squinted contentedly, flicking its tongue to taste Churin's fingers. which were as white as spring onions. Lin He understood this was a sign of Xiaoqing's comfort, despite being a serpent. Xiaoqing's beauty and cuteness had evidently surpassed the fear threshold typically held by human girls towards snakes. Xiao He lay at Churen's feet, making soft, silly sounds. Dinner is served. Lin Gu is personally cooking. You can't buy this with money, Lin He cheerfully announced. This was indeed true. Who in this cavern could boast of enjoying a meal prepared by the first player? But I can't just eat. It is too salty. Just yesterday, I acquired several seedlings of glutinous rice trees, which yield a fragrance far surpassing our usual rice. Lin He reached into the void, retrieving a handful of glutinous rice from the storage space within the refuge. Glutinous rice trees. Rice grows on trees, Churen inquired, astonished. Indeed, this is a peculiar and unique fruit tree of the cavern, Lin He replied, breaking open the glutinous rice to release a rich aroma. However, it was still cool. He placed it in a steamer for about 5 minutes until steam enveloped it. This will serve as the staple, perfectly complementing my spicy diced chicken, sure to leave you utterly satisfied that he served the rice. Pushing the bowl towards Churen, who eagerly grasped her chopsticks, taking small bites of rice, and then savoring a piece of spicy chicken. Lin He's heart raced with anticipation, though confident in his culinary skills. This was the first time he was cooking for a girl, and he yearned for positive feedback. Churen chewed, her eyes widening in delight as she gave Lin He a thumbs up. It's delicious. Watching her stuff her cheeks like a little rabbit, Lin He couldn't help but grin with pride. With Lin Gu in action, what girl could resist? To win over his sister, one must first conquer her stomach. He prepared portions for Xiaoqing and Xiao He, who were already eyeing the table, and tossed a few glutinous rice pieces outside. Lin He then began to indulge himself. The chicken was succulent and flavorful, spicy yet refreshing, while the rice was soft and sweet, providing a delightful texture. What could be more satisfying than enjoying such a meal after a long day's work? As he savored each bite, Lin He examined the storage space of the refuge. There were still many glutinous rice fruits left from the last harvest. Over 100 remained after consuming a fair amount. Lin He wasn't a glutton. Considering Xiaoqing and Xiao He, they would consume about 5 pieces in one meal. With 2 meals a day, that amounted to roughly 10 pieces consumed, making it impossible to finish such a large quantity at once. Converting it into resources for his needs was the sensible course of action. Moreover, in this rapidly growing agricultural environment, Lin He observed that the first batch of glutinous rice trees had begun to shed flowers. It wouldn't be long before they bore fruit. In that case, the supply of glutinous rice would only increase, making it even more unmanageable. As he chewed, he contemplated selling 100 pieces. Another harvest would soon follow. Churen's appetite was modest. Having consumed barely a bowl of rice and half a unit of meat, she was already full, watching her rub her little belly and occasionally let out adorable burps. Lin He thought for a moment and smiled. Churen, I still have 100 pieces of glutinous rice. Since I can't eat them all at once, I've decided to sell them at the auction house. They're all leftovers. Once you finish eating, could you help me by steaming them all? I want to let you do it for free. How about 100 gold coins for your efforts? Churen, upon hearing this, accepted with joy. You needn't worry about the payment. Lin Good, I'm just happy to help. For her, such a minor task was hardly worth mentioning. Accepting the transaction of 100 sticky rice fruits sent by Lin He, Churen proceeded to the kitchen to steam them. Lin He cleared the remnants of his meal from the bowl and tidied up the mess on the table, satisfying his hunger. Xiaoqing and Xiao He also indulged until their bellies were round. After washing the dishes in the kitchen, Churen had successfully steamed all 100 sticky rice fruits. Once heated, the system referred to them as delicious, steaming hot sticky rice. Lin He listed them in the auction house, pricing each portion at 10 gold coins. Without a doubt, rice, a staple food, would be highly sought after by Asians. Ensuring its sale was never a concern. The moment 100 portions of sticky rice were posted in the auction house, the world channel erupted. Rice, it's sticky rice. Lin He, the eternal god. Each time such a substantial transaction appeared in the auction house, it was evident that Lin He was behind it. I got it. Heaven knows how I had been gnawing on those chunks of raw meat these past few days. And now, finally, I could indulge in a bite of hot food. Tears of frustration threatened to spill from the corners of my mouth. For those less fortunate, after acquiring some combat prowess, they banded together to hunt monsters for meat resources, only to find themselves in the predicament of lacking cooking tools like a barbecue grill. With no other food available, they were left with no choice but to eat it raw. However, not everyone could stomach sashimi, especially when it came to the various forms of raw meat from dungeon monsters. To survive, they had to pinch their noses and eat. Now, seeing the steaming sticky rice in the auction house priced so reasonably at just 10 gold coins per portion. It was a steal. To put it into perspective, the black buckwheat bread that had appeared in the system store was priced at 8 gold coins apiece. Lin He was practically giving it away. Lin He, the great god. I haven't had a bite of rice in ages. Could you please post some more for sale? I can pay a higher price. Those who were a step too slow were lamenting in frustration as all 100 portions of sticky rice were snatched up in less than 5 minutes. With 1,000 gold coins in his pocket, Lin He felt a surge of joy. Noticing someone looking despondent, he decided to list another 10 sticky rice fruits, still at the same price of 10 gold coins. Though they were cold, they remained a rare delicacy. They would have to make do. It seemed Lin He had successfully cultivated the sticky rice fruit, completely alleviating any worries about basic sustenance. He was no longer burdened by concerns of food. His formidable combat prowess rendered such worries trivial. Thinking of himself gnawing on bread and sipping cold water while the god feasted on a variety of delightful dishes, he felt a pang of envy. Under the lemon tree, you and I, the familiar scent of lemons. The last time I was fortunate enough to encounter Lin He, I even shared a hot pot meal with him. He was quite approachable. Lin He focused his gaze. At a familiar face. The prefix of this message read Pan Hang. Indeed, it was him. On the world channel, anonymity was common. After all, in such extreme circumstances, the likelihood of verbal conflicts and grudges was considerably high. Unlike peaceful times, where the distance across a screen felt like a chasm, taunts about real-life duels were merely for bravado. Once the words were spoken, no one would know who said what. However, if one were to bear a grudge on the world channel and reveal their real name, they could encounter each other one day while digging, leading to potential friction and a resurgence of old grievances. In a population of such magnitude, anything was possible. Thus, those who dared to speak under their real names were either genuinely kind-hearted or extremely confident in their abilities. Lin He had no way of discerning which category Pan Hang belonged to. To him, other players were essentially the same. In his eyes, they were all easily dispatched with a single blow, perhaps with an additional strike at most. Hot Pot was truly remarkable. As a person from Sichuan, the craving struck hard. The great god is indeed a great god. I hope to encounter him someday to share a meal. Sichuan natives who loved Hot Pot grew envious upon hearing Pan Hang's words. Thinking, you wish to mooch a meal? A beating would be more likely. If you have the ability, why remain anonymous? Don't let me cross paths with you, you little brat. Lin He's popularity surged once again, and the messages on the world channel refreshed like falling snowflakes. After observing for a while, Lin He noticed that the topic quickly veered off in another direction. Satisfied, he departed, sitting on the sofa in the hall. Chu Ran brought over 2 bowls of fruit. The portion of fruit Lin He had given her earlier was now washed and diced. Lin He comfortably speared a piece with a wooden stick and savored it. This was the post-meal digestion phase. With such a long day ahead, it was crucial to allocate time wisely between daily life and combat to enhance efficiency. Chu Ran sat on the sofa, appearing contemplative, as if she had something on her mind but hesitated to speak. Had she encountered some trouble? Did she need my assistance? Lin He inquired. Chu Ran, a gentle and soft-spoken girl, bore the inherent grace of a Jiangnan woman. Her demeanor hinted that she had something to ask but felt shy about doing so. Lin He had no pressing matters to attend to, so he decided to listen and assess the situation. Chu Ran, a bit bashful, spoke up. Lin Gu, I recently unearthed a silver-grade blueprint, but I lack the funds and materials to craft it. I have a treasure trove but no means to utilize it, which has left me quite troubled. This girl's luck as an Empress of Fortune was truly no coincidence. Lin He was somewhat surprised. Was a silver-grade blueprint really so undervalued these days? How many had there been? The previous silver-grade shelter blueprint had been traded with him. Now she had another one, although she lacked the materials and gold coins for crafting. Nevertheless, her luck was astonishing. Moreover, it was quite possible that this young lady had several such blueprints tucked away in her backpack. It was normal for girls to have a few secrets. After a moment of contemplation, Lin He realized that Chu Ran felt comfortable enough to confide in him, treating him as someone close. Such a valuable silver-grade item, if disclosed to others, would undoubtedly incite greed. The universal rule of wealth is to conceal it, especially for a gentle girl like her. How about this? I recently acquired a blueprint for making ice cakes. The required materials are quite simple, just water and a small amount of fruit. Lin He took out the ice cake blueprint from his backpack and showed it to Chu Ran. The recycling price for this ice cake in the system store was a staggering 10 gold coins each. Lin He extended 10 fingers. Chu Ran covered her mouth in surprise. 10 gold coins for an ice cake, made of gold. Even Lin He was taken aback when he first learned of the ice cake's recycling value in the system store. He chuckled, "This ice cake is classified as a food-type item, and consuming it has an effect of reducing skill cooldowns by 1 second. For me, it's somewhat lackluster, merely better than nothing. Of course, Lin He knew that possessing such a short cooldown skill would significantly enhance the ice cake's value. That was its true worth. Otherwise, the system store wouldn't offer 10 gold coins for each one. However, Lin He currently lacked such a skill, which rendered the situation somewhat awkward for him. Therefore, he intended to resell it to the system. Although the selling price was tempting, the required materials for making ice cakes were quite common for him. Yet, the crafting conditions were rather stringent, necessitating a frigid environment. Lin He emphasized this point, punctuating his words with a bite of apple. In this godforsaken place, devoid of refrigeration equipment, he still had a method for making ice cakes. Chu Ran inquired, "You can make ice cakes without a freezer?" Lin He retrieved a teleportation scroll for an icy realm from his backpack and displayed it to Chu Ran. After using the Eye of Insight to examine it, he discovered it was reusable and not a one-time item. "Yes, a few days ago, I ventured into an icy space inhabited by a native tribe known as the Snow People. This icy realm is also home to the Ice Serpent clan, the sworn enemies of the Snow People, who are constantly hunted by them. At that time, I was unable to defeat the Ice Serpent. So I aided the Snow People by stealthily taking 2 of its serpent eggs during their hibernation period. One I gave to the Snow People, and the other I hatched into Shaoqing." Lin He pointed to the small Qing entwined around his arm, as she hissed and licked him twice. Chu Ran listened with rapt attention, feeling as though she were immersed in the adventurous biography of a hero. It was utterly fascinating. After this, I departed from the icy realm. Yet, before my departure, the leader of the Snow Clan presented me with a teleportation scroll for the icy space, hoping that I would return to vanquish the Ice Serpent once my strength had increased. Lin He recounted his tale and circled back. "Although I am now significantly stronger than I was that day, I still lack absolute confidence, which is why I have hesitated to teleport back." Upon hearing this, Chu Ran began to sense something. Observing her expression, Lin He smiled. "Indeed, while I may not be able to return to slay that Ice Serpent, I can utilize the low-temperature conditions of that icy realm to craft ice cakes. My time is invaluable, despite currently holding the top position on the player leaderboard. With such a vast pool of competitors, a few geniuses are bound to emerge. Now, I am not in need of money. And wasting several days to earn ice cake funds might result in someone surpassing me. However, you are different. If you require funds to create silver-grade equipment, I can lend you the ice cake crafting blueprint for 2 days and teleport you to the icy realm. The ice cakes you produce can then be sold to the system store, and we can split the profits evenly. This arrangement serves us both. Chu Ran needs money to forge equipment, while Lin He contributes his expertise. 2 days should be sufficient for Chu Ran to gather enough materials and coins for silver-grade equipment. That IT would also be a means of assisting Lin He. Naturally, this type of work would be eagerly sought after by anyone. Lin He will provide all the materials and methods necessary for crafting the ice cakes. All Chu Ran needs to do is teleport and exert her efforts. IT is hardly different from picking up money. "So, what do you say?" Lin He inquired about Chu Ran's willingness. How could she possibly refuse? Chu Ran readily agreed, filled with gratitude. She understood that although she was quite beautiful, those who judge solely by appearance are still a minority in the world. In the depths of the cave, no one would treat you well unconditionally just because of your looks. Moreover, the person before her was Lin He. She did not question why Lin He was unafraid of her running away. It was obvious. With such a strong ally, why would she risk offending him for small gains? That would indeed be foolish. Furthermore, with Lin He using the teleportation scroll to send her to the icy realm, she had nowhere to escape to and would ultimately need to rely on him to return. Lin He was quite thoughtful. After all, the heart of a person is often concealed, although he held a favorable opinion of Chu Ran. Some matters were better clarified. In light of this, I have eaten and drunk my fill. Time is precious, so let us set off immediately, shall we? Chu Ran declared with enthusiasm, with a strong ally by her side. Facing the prospect of silver-grade blueprints, the worries of an empty treasure trove had plagued her for days. Lin He promptly provided a solution. "Very well, take this crafting blueprint for the ice cakes." He handed the ice cake crafting blueprint to Chu Ran, along with the majority of the bottled water and fruits stored in the shelter's inventory and his backpack. The quantity should be adequate for 2 days' worth of ice cake production. To guard against unforeseen circumstances, I shall also give you 100 functional beverages. Any that you do not consume can be returned to me, and if you wish to keep some for yourself, You may use the ice cakes as payment. After a moment's contemplation, Lin He decided to provide Chu Ran with an additional 100 bottles of drinks. After all, within the icy realm, there was still the ice serpent lurking. A creature of the cave, though it remained in a weakened state, hibernating. According to the Snow Clan, it was still far from the end of its slumber. Yet, if Chu Ran were to encounter misfortune and the ice serpent awakened in the 2 days of her absence, it would spell disaster. Having lost its egg, the creature would undoubtedly go mad. Although Chu Ran lacked the bloodline of the Snow Clan, the icy realm was quite small, and she could easily be affected. Given her combat prowess, she would likely shatter at the slightest touch. Thank you, Lin Gu. Chu Ran joyfully accepted the beverages. These drinks have received rave reviews, and she had previously purchased some when Lin He auctioned them off. Now, with 100 bottles at once, she felt a surge of confidence. Any lingering anxiety dissipated. Yes, I am fully prepared. Let us depart now. Chu Ran donned her gear. Lin He produced the teleportation scroll for the icy realm, activated it, and set Chu Ran as the target. Wishing you a safe journey. Lin He waved farewell. The scroll emitted a blinding white light, enveloping Chu Ran entirely. With a sudden flash, she vanished from the shelter. After sending off the diligent worker Chu Ran, Lin He stored the scroll and tidied up the loose ends around him. Exiting the shelter, he placed it back into his backpack. With many uses left for the shovel today, Lin He continued his excavation. He took out the probing map, preparing to observe as he had done in the previous days before digging. However, to his surprise, the map displayed only a mosaic-like fog. No matter which direction he faced, the stone wall appeared the same. Lin He shook the map, producing a rustling sound. What is going on? Is it broken? He circled around, still seeing no change. Has it entered a cooldown? Lin He pondered, stroking his chin. The probing map, a unique item without a specific grade, had greatly facilitated his endeavors in recent days, maximizing his returns with every dig. It had been 3 days since he acquired it. Could it be that this map is only usable for 3 days at a time before needing to recharge? If it does recharge, how long must one wait before it can be used again? Lin He was at a loss, casting out the Eye of Insight. There was no indication of damage. He breathed a sigh of relief. If an item were damaged, there would be a prompt. Thus, he would have to leave it be and check again tomorrow to see if it could be used. Lin He was not particularly disheartened or anxious. With his current strength, the likelihood of encountering cave creatures that could render him defenseless was quite low. Even the ice serpent of the icy realm no longer instilled the same fear in him. Today might yield fewer rewards, but he would return to the same level as other players. Lin He did not feel disheartened, putting away the map and picking up the shovel once more. After a moment's thought, he kicked Little Black with his toe. Little Black, you are adept at digging through the earth. Apply your skills to determine the direction in which we should dig next. Can that be applied? Little Black was somewhat puzzled. I am a burrowing beast, not a treasure-seeking mouse. However, it is my master's task, so I shall do my best. Little Black perked up, sniffing left and right, cautiously exploring the surroundings. Gulu Gulu eventually. He chose a direction and turned to signal to Lin He. Lin He nodded, standing before a stone wall. This will do. He swung the shovel and began to dig. Swish! The stone wall crumbled, and the system prompt sounded. Congratulations, player, you have broken through a stone wall and discovered a new space. Lin He stepped into the newly revealed cave, surveying his surroundings. The sparse glow from the cave ceiling illuminated the area. It appeared quite ordinary, a spacious section of cave with several winding passages and a few stone pillars. Nothing seemed amiss. Little Black, go investigate. Lin He commanded. Little Black, being a burrowing beast, excelled at gathering information. Lin He drew his weapon, unhurriedly wandering alongside the small Ching. The stalactites from the cave ceiling dripped dew rhythmically. Occasionally, there were small puddles on the ground. The sounds of bats fluttering their wings echoed. But they were all ordinary, unrecognized bats, not cave monsters of any grade. The walls and stones did not emanate the colorful glow of gemstones either. Could it be that he would leave empty-handed? Lin He felt a twinge of boredom. It was somewhat troublesome that the probing map had entered cooldown. Little Black, if there's nothing here, let us move on to the next location. Lin He raised his voice to call out. There was no response from Xiao He. A sense of vigilance washed over Lin He. Had he encountered danger? Was this the tunnel they had just traversed? As he recalled Xiao He's direction, he quickened his pace. He turned 2 corners along one of the subterranean passages. Suddenly, a treasure chest appeared before him. Initially, Lin He felt a surge of joy, but then suspicion crept into his mind. This chest did not radiate the diverse luminescence of those he had encountered previously. It was neither a golden chest nor a silver one, but but rather resembled the ordinary red and yellow chest from the fairy tales he had read as a child. Xiaohei, Lin He continued to call out. He had distinctly seen Xiaohei darting this way, yet now a chest had materialized. Everything about this situation reeked of peculiarity. The faint sound came in response. Gulud at it emanated from within the chest. Lin He was taken aback. Manifesting an orc bone in his hand, he surged toward the treasure chest. At the moment Lin He launched his attack, the chest began to tremble violently. Ugh! The lid flung open, revealing sharp fangs and claws, unleashing a terrifying screech. A chest monster was charging at him. Indeed, it was a creature. Lin He's expression hardened as he cast an insight eye. Chest monster, silver elite creature, health, 105 strength, 70 agility, 32 intelligence, 15 note. The chest has gained sentience and possesses formidable combat abilities. Defeating it will yield significant treasures. It is a quintessential powerhouse-type creature. Upon receiving the creature's attributes, Lin He reached a conclusion. The note highlighted that it was an elite monster among silver ranks. Its four-dimensional attributes were indeed considerably higher than those of ordinary silver creatures. However, he was uncertain about its surface defense. This creature's health exceeding 100 was a first for Lin He. Breaching its defenses should not pose a problem. His strength had reached 62 points after the enhancement from the orc's thigh bone. A silver-grade weapon. No silver creature could possess a surface defense that even he could not penetrate. The chest monster roared, and to Lin He's astonishment, Xiaohei was trapped inside its belly, struggling feebly. The chest monster's camouflage had deceived Xiaohei, robbing it of the ability to call for help at the critical moment. Rage ignited within Lin He as he swiftly approached the chest monster. Oh, what if it was a silver creature? Spit out, Xiaohei. Lin He raised the orc bone and struck the chest monster fiercely. 380. The orc bone collided with the metallic exterior, producing a thunderous sound. The damage displayed indicated the chest monster had substantial defense, absorbing nearly half of the normal damage. Its health exceeded 10,000. And defeating it would take considerable time. Lin He calculated his options. The chest monster lunged at Lin He, its claws scraping against him. Its agility was nearly on par with his own, though it had a slight edge of 3 points. It was insufficient to guarantee he could evade every attack. 345. A vivid red damage value appeared above Lin He's head. The chest monster's formidable 70 points of strength had easily breached the 40 points of defense from his mid-tier bore leather armor, which had been enhanced by blue crystal stones. He needed to consume a potion. His over 5,000 health points were dwindling. Lin He quickly retrieved a functional drink from his backpack and engaged in a brawl with the chest monster. There was no time for guerrilla tactics. While such strategies could conserve drink usage, Xiaohei was still trapped within the belly of the chest monster, and he didn't know how much longer it could endure. He had to resolve this quickly. 375. 340. The damage values continued to rise, nearly matching each other. Lin He felt a surge of adrenaline. Xiaoqing, maneuver to the side and unleash your attack. I will hold its attention in front. Lin He commanded, as his bone club struck the chest monster with force. The ground was already littered with nearly 30 empty cans of functional drinks, and the number was still increasing. Lin He gulped down the last of his drink and tossed away an empty can. A player unafraid of expenditure, let us see who can outlast whom. Bang! Swish! The bone club struck, and claws slashed. Lin He felt like a brute. Suddenly, Xiaoqing, the azure serpent, blurred and darted into the chest monster's belly. Xiaoqing! Lin He was startled. Amidst the chest monster's relentless attacks and the opening and closing of its lid, Xiaoqing coiled her body and managed to extract Xiaohei from within the monster's belly. Well done, Lin He exclaimed joyfully. Earlier, he had felt somewhat restrained during his attacks as Xiaohei's cries grew fainter, his anxiety escalated. However, with the chest monster's thick skin and extensive health bar, he could only grind through the struggle. Now that Xiaohei had been rescued by Xiaoqing, the chest monster's interior revealed a grotesque mass of pulsating flesh and organs. Lin He felt a wave of nausea wash over him. How had this turned into something reminiscent of Cthulhu? Ugh! The chest monster let out a guttural roar. The lid and the internal flesh began to merge, seemingly preparing to close once more. Lin He's eyes sparkled with determination. Gripping the orc bone tightly, he swung with all his might, striking at the slimy, tentacle-like flesh within the chest monster, severing a significant portion of the growth. Pus and blood gushed forth from the severed mass. 5380. A colossal damage value, 10 times Lin He's attack power, erupted forth. Lin He felt elated. Had he struck a critical weak point? Ugh! The chest monster howled in agony. Anyone forced to regurgitate mid-meal, and then struck forcefully in the belly would certainly bleed profusely. Seizing the moment, Lin He escalated his attack frequency. With the chest monster's health sufficiently diminished, he abandoned all defense except for his head and neck, which he guarded slightly. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless strikes of the bone club soon transformed the chest monster into a heap of scrap metal. Mingled with flesh, wiping the sweat from his brow, Lin He felt his sanity erode a little with each glance at the monstrous corpse. Once the chest monster's health was depleted, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the silver elite creature, chest monster, and obtained a silver treasure chest. The chest monster's carcass gradually morphed, enveloped in radiant white light, transforming into a shimmering silver chest. Do you wish to open the treasure chest? Lin He did not hastily proceed but instead checked on Xiao Hei's injuries lying nearby. The corrosive fluid from the chest monster had eroded some of Xiao Hei's shell, with severe areas even revealing bone. Its health had dropped to 1/5, yet it could still move. Xiao Hei extended its long tongue to lick Lin He's hand. Lin He affectionately patted its head. Retrieving some apples and meat from his backpack, Xiao Hei adored apples. He also offered a few cans of functional drinks to replenish its health, which was still slightly declining due to blood loss. Seeing that Xiao Hei was no longer in mortal danger, Lin He sighed in relief. Turning back to deal with the silver treasure chest dropped by the slain monster, he opened it. Ding! You have opened a silver-grade treasure chest and obtained 10 basic blue crystals. Due to a hundredfold amplification effect, you have additionally received 990 basic blue crystals, 0.1000 basic blue crystals. Lin He was overjoyed. The bronze-grade wild boar set, after enhancement with mid-tier blue crystals, had granted him an additional 2,900 health points. This vast quantity of basic blue crystals, if all utilized in forging, could potentially yield several high-grade blue crystals. Just imagine how much more attribute enhancement could be achieved from high-grade blue crystals after embedding them. Previously, when he opened a golden chest and received 100 mid-tier blue crystals due to the hundredfold amplification, he had contemplated enhancing them to high-grade blue crystals. However, he had opted for caution, applying only 2 mid-tier blue crystals for embedding, as those effects were foreseeable and tangible. This time, with a substantial influx of low-tier gems, he felt confident enough to challenge the forging process with unwavering resolve. Lin He decided to commence the forging process while Xiao Hei was still recuperating. Manifesting the forging furnace, he cast all 1,000 primary blue crystals into the fiery depths, intent on first transmuting them into intermediate blue crystals. His previous experiences had revealed that 10 primary blue crystals reliably yielded 1 intermediate blue crystal, with a success rate of 100%. The furnace roared to life, its rhythmic clamor echoing throughout the chamber. Before long, 100 intermediate blue crystals emerged victorious, cascading into Lin He's eager hands as he toyed with one of the azure gems, its facets glimmering in the light. He found himself momentarily entranced. However, a notification from the furnace stirred hesitation within him. There was a slight chance that 10 intermediate blue crystals could forge into a single advanced blue crystal. Should he take the risk? The term slight chance echoed in his mind, reminding him of the probabilities associated with crafting primary blue crystals from red-blue stones. After numerous trials, he had concluded that, on average, he succeeded only 3 times out of 10 attempts. A mere 30% probability. This slight chance indeed filled him with trepidation. With a steely determination, Lin He resolved to proceed. He cast all 100 intermediate blue crystals into the furnace and clicked the forge button. The gems flowed into the furnace like a river, and for a moment, it felt as though he was tossing his fortune into the depths of the ocean. Shaking his head vigorously, he dispelled such thoughts. Surely, at least one would emerge, right? He spoke nonchalantly, yet anxiety clawed at his insides. The furnace continued its labor, the sounds shifting to a more resonant clanging, accompanied by the intensified roar of the bellows. Lin He found himself whispering fervent prayers. Come on, produce something. Regrettably, the forging attempt ended in failure. With the materials irrevocably lost, the disheartening message echoed thrice, like a cruel refrain. But then, a chime rang out. Congratulations. Player, forging successful. You have obtained 1 advanced blue crystal. Elation surged through Lin He as he waved his hand triumphantly. Damn it, I was so afraid there would be nothing, but at least I managed to forge 1. Yet, only 1 crystal remained. He stared at the advanced blue crystal in his hand, momentarily lost in thought. This gem was essential for embedding into his wild boar set, of which he possessed 2 pieces. While it was possible to embed them separately, doing so would not maximize the set's attributes. A sense of compulsive urgency gripped Lin He, with 98 intermediate blue crystals still in his possession. Should he gamble again? His fingers itched with desire. The primary blue crystals he had obtained from treasure chests had already been expended. If the forging went smoothly, he would need 2 more intermediate blue crystals, equating to 20 primary blue crystals and approximately 1 to 2,000 red blue stones. That hardly seemed excessive. Peering into his backpack, he noted the abundance of functional beverages. Several thousand cans remained. "Let's do this," he declared as he posted a request in the auction house, offering 4,000 cans of functional beverages in exchange for red-blue stones at a rate of 2 cans per stone, a bold move. His inventory of functional beverages dwindled significantly as the auction attracted attention. The red-blue stone, being the most basic of gems, was generally within reach of luckier players, who could often unearth several in a single expedition. However, those fortunate enough to possess armor were few, and embedding red-blue stones required piercing white parchment. Thus, for most players, red-blue stones were less valuable than functional beverages, which provided immediate and tangible benefits. Yet, as players grew wealthier and their combat prowess increased, the value of both would inevitably shift, a change that was all but certain that in this barren period, players who possessed red-blue stones were eager to exchange them for functional beverages. Within moments, Lin He's posted 4,000 cans nearly vanished in a blink, and notifications of successful trades flooded in. Lin He waited anxiously, his supply of beverages dwindling. What if he couldn't secure a second advanced blue crystal? He needed to succeed in one go. His thoughts spiraled out of control as he awaited the outcome. Soon, all 4,000 cans were snatched up, leaving many players lamenting their missed opportunity. There was a peculiar agony in possessing wealth one could not spend. 2,000 red-blue stones filled Lin He's backpack to capacity, forcing him to store the excess in a secure space. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to proceed. "Let us go," he exclaimed, tossing 100 red-blue stones into the furnace. "Produce something." Regrettably, the forging attempt again ended in failure, with materials lost in the process. But then, the system chimed again. "Congratulations, player. Forging successful. You have obtained 4 primary blue crystals." Lin He exhaled in relief. Fortune had favored him this time, yielding 4 crystals, a step closer to crafting another intermediate blue crystal. He continued forging. However, further attempts brought only failure, with the system chiming its familiar lament. Determined, Lin He attempted once more, employing an orc bone as a makeshift tool, recalling how he had once coaxed a stubborn television into submission as a child. 10 attempts, 9 successes, he muttered, pressing on. Finally, amidst the roller coaster of emotions, joy and despair intertwining, he successfully crafted 20 primary blue crystals after expending 1,500 red-blue stones. With renewed vigor, he transformed the 20 crystals into 2 intermediate blue crystals. With the 100 intermediate blue crystals finally assembled, he felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this time, he might extract a miracle. Carefully, he placed the 100 intermediate blue crystals into the warm embrace of the furnace, unperturbed by the notion of slight chances. With a resolute choice, he initiated the forging process. Regrettably, yet again, the attempt met with failure, and the familiar refrain echoed in his ears. But then, a triumphant chime rang out. "Congratulations, player. Forging successful. You have obtained 1 advanced blue crystal. The shipment has been dispatched." Lin He maintained a calm demeanor, though a cold sweat of tension trickled down his back. Curse it. This was the first time he had killed a silver-level creature, the first time he had stolen an egg right under the nose of an ice snake. And yet he had never felt so anxious. Fortunately, he had not failed. Observing his empty backpack, he was left with 2 substantial, lustrous high-grade blue crystals, which filled him with immense joy. As he prepared to remove the wild boar armor, Lin He hesitated momentarily. Should he truly embed such exquisite gems into these 2 bronze-level pieces? Although they formed a set, they were still merely bronze. Even if he used high-grade gems, the enhancement in attributes would undoubtedly be less significant than if they were embedded in higher-level armor. However, his hesitation lasted only a brief moment. Superior armor was nowhere in sight. It would be a waste to let these 2 high-grade blue crystals languish in his possession. The reconnaissance map was still on cooldown. What if he encountered a high-level monster in the meantime, only to perish due to not having enhanced his armor? Who would he lament to while buried with the gems? It had been a week since he had entered the dungeon space, and Lin He's strength had improved significantly, rising steadily each day. This newfound power had engendered a greater ambition within him. He instinctively craved more intense battles and richer spoils, with the means to enhance his combat capabilities. It was contrary to Lin He's survival instincts to leave the gyms unused. After a moment's contemplation, Lin He made up his mind. One must let go of the old to welcome the new. Treasures are meant to be utilized. There was no need for reluctance. Should he embed 2 high-grade blue crystals into the bronze-level wild boar armor? Indeed. The egg-sized high-grade blue crystals were embedded into the wild boar leather armor and wild boar leather pants, displacing 2 mid-grade blue crystals in the process. Ding! Congratulations, player. The bronze-level armor set, wild boar armor, has been successfully embedded, increasing defense by 70. The defense has risen by an additional 20 points. Now, against foes with a strength value not exceeding 70. Lin He's defense remains unbroken. The vast majority of silver-level creatures do not possess such high strength. Except for that elite treasure chest monster. Lin He rejoiced, quickly tossing out an eye of insight. Wild boar leather armor. Wearing it grants 2,000 health points. Wild boar leather pants. Wearing them grants 1,900 health points. Set bonus activated. Additional 1,100 health points. Lin He was elated. The original wild boar set only added 2,900 health points, equating to a mere 29 points of vitality. Now, it directly increased his health by 5,000 points, pushing his total vitality past the formidable threshold of 60 points, reaching an astounding 61 points. His health had swelled nearly by half. His dependence on functional beverages was finally diminishing. Although they remained useful, he would no longer find himself hastily consuming them upon encountering a mere monster. Lin He couldn't help but reflect. Just by embedding high-grade blue crystals into bronze-level armor, the enhancement was so substantial, he could only wonder how much additional attribute boost higher-level silver and gold armor would provide, dreaming of a bright future. Lin He joyfully donned the enhanced wild boar armor. After striking a few poses to showcase his muscles and admiring himself thoroughly, he patted his new gear and retrieved a shovel from his backpack. Today, the shovel was nearing the end of its usage. Only 3 uses remained, so he decided to exhaust it all at once. With the reconnaissance map still on cooldown, he chose a random direction and swung the shovel against the stone wall. Swish, you have dug through a stone wall. Nothing was found behind it. Swish, you have dug through a stone wall. Nothing was found behind it. Swish, ding. Lin He's spirits lifted. He had approached this task with a nonchalant attitude. Today's gains had already been substantial. It mattered little if he found nothing now. Could this last shovel strike bring a surprise? The system notifications came in rapid succession. Congratulations, player. You have dug through a stone wall and discovered a fish pond. A fish pond? Lin He's eyes lit up. Since it was indeed a fish pond, there should be fish, right? As the stone wall was excavated, it transformed into streams of data and vanished, revealing a fish pond the size of a basketball court before Lin He. While not particularly large, it was not insignificant either. The water within the pond was crystal clear, allowing him to see various lively fish swimming about. The adage that clear water harbors no fish did not seem to apply here. Lin He remained vigilant, tightly gripping the orc bone in his hand as he circled the pond, surveying the area. This cave was small and spacious, allowing him to easily survey the entirety of it. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly struck the water's surface vigorously. The mirror-like pond was shattered by the orc bone, sending ripples across the surface, and water splashed up to a height of nearly 10 feet. Plump, robust fish darted chaotically in the water, appearing utterly panicked. Some fish even fainted from the shock, floating belly up on the surface. Lin He laughed heartily, feeling a sense of relief, based on his hunting and survival experiences over the past few days. He noted that while some high-level dungeon creatures might possess a degree of intelligence, most had an innate hostility towards humans and could hardly contain themselves when provoked. The absence of an attack following his commotion was enough to affirm that no dungeon monsters resided in this space. Without the aid of the reconnaissance map, caution was still prudent. Gazing at the pristine pond, Lin He took a leap into the water. It had been 2 or 3 days since his last bath. And with the extensive consumption of functional beverages, he felt a twinge of guilt over wasting water resources. But now, facing such a vast pond, why be stingy? Woohoo! As Lin He surfaced, he expelled several mouthfuls of pond water. Despite the multitude of fish inhabiting this pond, there was surprisingly no foul odor. It was the perfect opportunity for a refreshing wash. With a powerful dive, Lin He plunged into the water, pursuing the plump fish that darted about. Tails flicking in frantic escape. On the shore, Xiao Qing and Xiao He, one a serpent and the other a beast, wore expressions of bewilderment. They exchanged glances. their large eyes reflecting curiosity and hesitation as they peered at the shimmering surface of the water. After a moment's deliberation, they hesitated, clearly reluctant to enter the water. Meanwhile, the two creatures frolicked off to unleash their exuberance. After all, having been born not long ago, their combat prowess was formidable, capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin He. Yet, at heart, they were akin to 5- or 6-year-old children, reveling in the joys of play. As the night descended upon the cave, Lin He had already dispatched all the fish in the pond, stowing them away in the storage space of his sanctuary. That he counted them, approximately 20 to 30 fish, enough for several meals. Emerging from the water, Lin He felt his muscles quiver, most of the moisture shaken off. Grasping a bone from a beast man, embedded with a mid-tier red crystal, he felt a continuous warmth radiating outward, thoroughly drying his body. Refreshingly invigorated, he summoned a wastewater treatment device from his storage space. Manipulating the water intake pipe, he submerged it into the rainless pond to extract and purify the water. Although the pond's water was indeed clear, it was not yet potable. The pond, shaped like a funnel, was shallow, with the deepest point barely reaching 2 meters. The volume of purified water yielded was astonishing, a veritable windfall for Lin He. The wastewater treatment device clattered busily, continuously drawing up pond water. Lin He retrieved a barbecue grill from his storage. The grill ignited automatically, and he deftly gutted several freshly caught fish, cleansing them of entrails and blood, scraping off the gills and scales with ease. Skewering the fish onto wooden sticks, he set them to roast. These plump fish thrived in pristine waters, and Lin He eagerly anticipated their flavor. After all, before arriving in the cave, his ailing body would have been unable to even touch their tails. As the flames of the grill intensified, the skewers filled with fish cooked to perfection, the skin crisped visibly, the white flesh glistening with oil, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Sprinkling cumin and ground chili flakes over the fish, he tossed a few to Xiao Qing and Xiao He. The two gluttons, no longer indulging in their earlier antics, watched Lin He with wide, eager eyes fixed on the roasted fish. As soon as they were tossed, they leapt forward without fear of burns, devouring the fish ravenously. Savoring the perfectly grilled fish in his hands, Lin He took a moment to inhale its aroma, nodding in approval before taking a bite. The skin crackled delightfully, and the smoky flavor enveloped his palate. Perfection, he chewed slowly, relishing each morsel. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The wastewater treatment device had completed its task, yielding 100 cubic meters of purified water after some loss. 100 cubic meters of pure water. Lin He approached the device, noticing the now dry pond revealing its jagged stones and patches of algae. Hearing the System S alert, he confirmed that the display indeed indicated 100 cubic meters of fresh water, neither more nor less than he had anticipated. While the pond, roughly the size of half a basketball court, was not geometrically perfect like a swimming pool, 100 cubic meters seemed adequate. Calculating in his mind, Lin He realized this translated to over 160,000 bottles of mineral water. The revelation shocked him. With time passing, players had gradually grown stronger. Each day, basic survival resources were rapidly depreciating in value. Yet, such a substantial quantity of water remained a considerable asset. After some contemplation, Lin He decided to bottle nearly 170,000 bottles of purified water, listing half on the auction house in exchange for various low-tier foundational gems. Currently, he lacked for nothing, and higher-tier weapons and armor were unlikely to appear in the hands of others at this stage. Even if another player were fortunate enough to possess them, they wouldn't trade them away for a mere handful of mineral water bottles. At least, he had never encountered such offers during his casual visits to the auction house. Moreover, the market for gems used in enhancement was always thriving. Setting the exchange rate to 3 bottles of mineral water for 1 gem, he offered a slightly lower ratio than his previous trade with beverages, which had been 2 bottles for 1 can. In this case, it would cost 1 less bottle of mineral water, rendering the exchange less appealing to others. Yet, Lin He felt no urgency. He wasn't particularly in need of gems at the moment. He couldn't always play the fool. As the 80,000 bottles were listed on the auction house, the system immediately highlighted the listing. Lin He's transaction information was swiftly pinned to the top. Players browsing various trades were astonished, and the world channel erupted once more. What were the quantities of others' trades? 1 unit, 2 units. In a world where humanity was scattered, even a slightly affluent team managed only double-digit trade volumes at best. But 80,000 bottles, that was a 5-digit trading unit. Even players accustomed to Lin He's wealth were taken aback. Lin He, the deity, should really tone it down. It's rather pointless. Lin He, do not cheat. Lin He is awe-inspiring. I want to bear your children. Is there enough water to auction off such a massive quantity? Lin He pondered for a moment, his fingers twitching. I have so much water that I cannot contain it. I could bathe daily without exhausting it, and I'm troubled by where to place it. Players with surplus low-tier foundational gems might consider trading with me. Is this a bit too ostentatious? Lin He touched his nose. One must not be overly showy. Excessive display breeds resentment. Deities are beyond our comprehension. Do you think I could succeed in claiming kinship? You'd have to queue up, possibly behind several billion people. I yearn for a bath as well. The mud on my body could be fashioned into a ball. The sharp tang of lemon wafted through the light screen, tantalizingly close to Lin He. While relishing his roasted fish, he observed the myriad of human experiences unfolding around him. The world channel was now seldom filled with cries for help. A week had passed, and those unable to discern reality had perished in droves. Those who survived had begun to learn the art of self-sufficiency. People realized that, ultimately, they could rely only on themselves. The world channel was dominated by those who found joy in adversity, showcasing their spoils and fortunate discoveries. The mournful wails and dark clouds of despair gradually receded. Humanity, as a species, was showcasing the resilience and adaptability ingrained in its genes over millions of years. This new era marked both the beginning of human sorrow and potentially the dawn of evolution. The laggards were striving to catch up, while the front-runners could not afford to let down their guard. In this time of upheaval, nothing was predetermined. Coughing, Lin He finished off the 3 roasted fish. Spitting out a small fishbone that had lodged in his throat, he took a sip of water and rinsed his mouth. Xiaoqing and Xiaohe were now pleasantly full. Come, you two should clean yourselves up. Don't dirty the floor of the room. Lin He twisted open several bottles of water and poured them over Xiaoqing and Xiaohe, using a wooden brush to clean them thoroughly. The flames on the barbecue grill flickered out, and he tidied up everything around him. The use of the shovel had also reached its limit, and it appeared that today's progress had come to a standstill. There were still dozens of fish left, so he decided to save some for Chu Ran to taste when he returned in 2 days. Lin He manifested the shelter, allowing it to settle onto the ground, and led Xiaoqing and Xiaohe into the main bedroom on the first floor. Although the day's activities concluded earlier compared to the previous days, by the usual reckoning, it was only around 8 or 9 o'clock. However, resting early was advantageous, enabling him to rejuvenate his spirit. The cooldown for the map reconnaissance had not yet elapsed, so tomorrow's exploration would necessitate greater caution. The faint phosphorescence from the cave's ceiling filtered through the glass window. Casting a gentle light upon Lin He, he stroked Xiaoqing, who was curled up beside the pillow, and Xiaohe, who rested at the head of the bed, and closed his eyes. He pondered when he might encounter familiar faces from the past. It would be nice to run into a classmate or someone he recognized. Constantly being on guard against strangers was indeed exhausting, even with the companionship of Xiaoqing and Xiaohe. A wave of drowsiness enveloped him as darkness gradually consumed his surroundings. At that moment, an indistinct shadow flickered in the air outside the shelter. The serpent head of Xiaoqing suddenly rose, hissing, its eyes revealing a glimmer of vigilance and confusion. The shadow outside the shelter resembled a mist, subtly revealing crimson eyes, circling the shelter incessantly, leaving behind a trail of inky darkness. Xiaoqing grew increasingly agitated, continuously flicking its tongue. Yet, Lin He remained utterly oblivious. The shadow suddenly lunged forward, emitting a howl that seemed out of place in this realm. Disregarding the protective barrier of the silver-level shelter, it traversed a considerable distance like a wisp of fog, almost teleporting directly into Lin He's sleeping quarters. Without a moment's hesitation, the entire black mist surged into Lin He's body. He was unaware of when he had slipped into a deep slumber. But at that instant, he felt exceptionally awake. It was as if he stood in an expansive, desolate nightscape. What was happening? Lin He attempted to clench his fists, but felt no corporeal substance. His entire being felt weightless. Yet he could not truly ascend. It was an uncomfortable sensation, akin to being suspended by ropes, his toes barely grazing the ground. A sharp, mocking laughter, reminiscent of nails scraping metal, echoed around him. Lin He's brow furrowed. What entity was toying with him? Ding! You have encountered a wandering nightmare beast, bronze level. The system notification chimed. A wandering nightmare beast, a creature from the abyss. Lin He sensed the predicament was becoming troublesome. Am I now trapped in my own dream? The name of this creature sounded like one that would be difficult to contend without a mass of black mist materialized before Lin He. Its eyes glowing a sinister red. He attempted to cast insight upon it, uncertain if he could utilize system skills within a dream. This dream felt peculiar. Unlike the usual dreams he experienced, it resembled a surreal space crafted by the Nightmare Beast. He still wore the Wild Boar set, and he could manifest orc bones in his hand. Nightmare Beast, silver level creature. Health, 48 strength, 5 agility, 30 intelligence, 78 note. The Nightmare Beast is a solitary creature of the abyss, capable of dragging solitary prey into a dream space to hunt using mental toxins. They possess an intense desire to hunt and will not relent until their target is ensnared. Suddenly, the black mist enveloped Lin He entirely. He attempted to move his body but felt utterly powerless, ensnared by the thick black fog. 568. The mist infiltrated his lungs, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Lin He grimaced. After a moment of pain, his body became weak and collapsed onto the barren ground. Seconds passed, and he found himself unable to even lift a finger. This is dire. 601. The damage escalated, the toxicity deepening. After enveloping Lin He, the black mist revealed its true form. Floating in the air was a creature resembling an infant, with a single horn protruding from its head and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Drool dripped from its maw as it occasionally extended a purple tongue to lick its lips. Its expression one of insatiable hunger as it fixed its gaze upon Lin He. Currently, the Wild Boar set boasted a defense of 70 points. How could this Nightmare Beast inflict harm upon me in my dream? Is this magical damage? Intangible and insidious, it was impossible to evade. There was no immediate means of counteraction. What now? Lin He's frustration mounted. He was unable to move, and even if the creature was pressed against his face, he could not muster a defense. This beast was merely waiting for him to perish so it could feast on his corpse. Suddenly, Lin He felt a sharp pain in his arm, his entire being spun as everything before him twisted and collapsed. In an instant, Lin He found himself back in the main bedroom of the shelter. Having just lain down, he shot up, drenched in cold sweat. Xiaoqing was fiercely gnawing at Lin He's arm. Prior to sleep, he had removed the Wild Boar set. He instinctively believed he was utterly secure within the confines of the shelter. Upon the intrusion of the black mist, Xiaoqing had realized what was transpiring and bit down hard, leaving 2 bloody puncture wounds on Lin He's arm. Xiaohe was pacing anxiously at the head of the bed. That moment, upon witnessing Lin He wake in a panic, gasping for breath. A surge of black mist erupted from Lin He's body. That same piercing laughter, akin to nails scraping against metal, resonated once more. The black mist whipped out of the shelter like a tempest. Only then did Xiaoqing and Xiaohe breathe a sigh of relief. Lin He's expression darkened. Such creatures capable of invading dreams and inflicting harm exist within this abyss. Truly, one cannot be too cautious. Had it not been for Xiaoqing, he might have perished within that nightmare. Damn it, Lin He cursed inwardly, filled with trepidation. This feeling of helplessness was something he had not experienced in many days. He must find a means of counteraction. That he had an inkling that this Nightmare Beast had fixated on him. The system's notes during the insight cast had made that clear. He could not afford to sleep again tonight. Neither he nor the beast could contend with it. Sleeping would only provide it with an opportunity to strike. Lin He resolved to stay awake until dawn. He began rummaging through his backpack and the shelter's storage space, searching for any usable items. Conventional physical weapons like bows and arrows were of no use. The seized dagger was similarly ineffective. The destruction gem, it was still on cooldown. Even when the cooldown expired, it could only be used once. Although the Nightmare Beast's health was slightly lower than that of other silver-level creatures, it could not be defeated with a single strike. Lin He frowned. The remaining items consisted of gold coins and various food supplies and materials. He now realized that although his wealth surpassed that of all other players, his means of attack were woefully inadequate. Faced with such an enigmatic nightmare creature, he felt momentarily at a loss. What else could be of use? A gas mask. This item might be. Wait. Lin He picked up a gas mask he had previously manufactured and used. It had been utilized twice, and the chemical filtration materials within the mask had long since become ineffective. He located the crafting blueprint for the gas mask. Gas mask can resist a certain amount of gas attacks. This should work in a dream, right? Lin He recalled. In a dream, one could mentally don armor, and the armor's defensive capabilities and attributes would still apply. Weapons could also be manifested in hand. This implied that the gas mask could indeed be utilized. The mental toxin attack of that Nightmare Beast is also a form of gas attack, isn't it? Lin He gazed intently at the gas mask in his hands. Can this contraption truly be of use? He harbored considerable doubts that it could withstand a certain level of toxic gas attacks, but that meant it might not endure the more potent varieties. Previously, he had only encountered ordinary brass tier creatures. Although wearing the gas mask had mitigated some damage, it still inflicted a degree of harm. Moreover, it could only endure 2 uses before becoming useless. This nightmare creature was, after all, a silver tier being. The toxicity of its gas could incapacitate him in mere seconds, and its intelligence surpassed that of brass tier creatures by more than double. If he were to succumb to the poison even while donning the mask, the outcome would remain unchanged. He would be left at the mercy of his adversary. Lin He's eyes flickered. He decided to give it a try. Producing the blueprints for the gas mask, he commenced its construction. The materials required for the mask were merely some rubber and common components, all of which he had in his storage space. Before long, a new gas mask was completed. Xiaoqing, he instructed, if you see that nightmare creature enter my dream again after I fall asleep, wake me up after 10 seconds, just like before, Xiaoqing hissed, flicking her serpentine tongue, and nodded in understanding. Lin He reclined once more, closing his eyes. Half an hour later, after tossing and turning, he finally drifted into slumber. He soon heard an eerie, high-pitched laughter. Xiaoqing and Xiao He glared angrily at the empty space above the room. A swirling mass of black mist, the nightmare creature, had indeed returned. Yet, there was little they could do. This creature, shrouded in mist, was impervious to physical damage. It was quite the nuisance. Such was its innate skill. The foundation of its existence. The black mist surged into Lin He's body as he lay in a state of blissful ignorance. Suddenly, he found himself transported to the familiar wasteland, Datir. Lin He thought sharply, recalling the recent events. Internally, he urged himself, equip the wild boar set, equip the orc bone, equip the gas mask. As his mind focused, he donned his equipment. The black mist nightmare creature appeared before him in a flash. Lin He swung the orc bone, striking fiercely at the mist. The orc bone pierced through the black fog, but failed to inflict any damage. The mist spread out, enveloping Lin He entirely. It slithered like living black serpents into the gas mask he wore, then sought entry through his nostrils. Even holding his breath proved futile. 430. The damage was displayed above Lin He's head. His body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground once more. Damn it, Lin He cursed vehemently. This wretched gas mask was utterly useless. It was clearly low-tier equipment, ineffectual against a silver-tier creature. The damage reduction was minimal, yet the control effects remained unchanged. The nightmare creature, resembling a naked infant, floated in the air. Though its surface defense appeared low, it was immobile, rendering any counteraction moot. Before long, a notification echoed through the system. The gas mask had been damaged. Lin He's status bar indicated he was poisoned, and the toxicity was steadily escalating. Fortunately, he had consumed 100 cans of beverages earlier, allowing him to endure for a while. 10 seconds passed, and Lin He felt a sharp pain in his arm. Everything spun around him again. He opened his eyes to find 2 bloody punctures on his arm. The black mist poured out from his body. Lin He felt a sense of helplessness. He realized that the nightmare creature, a denizen of the caves, likely possessed no means of hunting while others were awake. Though it could invade dreams, it could only do so during the night, posing a significant threat to solitary adventurers. However, against a team with allies capable of waking them, it posed no life-threatening dangers. Yet, it was undeniably bothersome. Once targeted, it clung like a dog, unwilling to relent. Surely, he could not remain awake indefinitely, falling asleep only to be poisoned again. And having Xiaoqing bite him was already quite enough to endure. Lin He sighed. What to do with that? Lin He lost interest in sleeping and began browsing the auction house. Thanks to the player's continuous exploration, the array of items available in the auction house had significantly expanded. The likes of dirt and foul refuse had decreased markedly. Instead, bread and bottled water began to appear for sale, along with some low-tier weapons, armor, and even gemstones. However, none of these were of any use to Lin He. They served no purpose for him. Treasures like the destruction gem fragments would undoubtedly harm the nightmare creature, but it was unlikely anyone would be foolish enough to sell them. He scrolled through the world and regional channels. The flow of chat messages was incessant, even in the dead of night. Many players thrived in nocturnal exploration. While he gathered useful information, he still had no leads on how to deal with the nightmare creature. As Lin He continued to browse, dawn broke, or rather, the cave ceiling illuminated with a glow resembling phosphorescent moss, gradually intensifying to a brilliant light. Lin He rose, exited the shelter, and stowed the luminescent moss in his backpack. For him, one night without sleep was a trivial matter. However, prolonged periods without rest would undoubtedly take a toll on his body and impede his mining efficiency. He could not rely on the nightmare creature relinquishing its hunting pursuits. He needed to find a countermeasure. The shovel's digging count refreshed. Lin He lifted the shovel, digging into the rock face with greater urgency than before. Swish. Ding. You have broken through a stone wall. Congratulations, you have discovered a black iron treasure chest. A good omen, indeed. Lin He opened the black iron chest, only to find a lump of iron and 10 pieces of black bread. His enthusiasm waned. Even with a 100-fold increase, it was still underwhelming. Casually, he placed the items into his backpack and continued his excavations. Ding. You have unearthed a section of blue-gray rock. Nothing lies behind it. Ding. You have broken through a layer of yellow-brown rock. Nothing lies behind it. Ding. You have excavated a patch of green rain rock. Nothing lies behind it. The system's notifications were relentless, but all yielded emptiness. Lin He changed direction and swung his shovel again. Ding. You have broken through a stone wall. Entering a space and discovering a swarm of centipedes, a horde of monsters, he was already fully equipped. Ordinary creatures no longer posed a threat to Lin He. Even a horde of them was no different. Summoning the orc bone, he stepped into the cavernous space before him. Columns of stone rose around him, revealing a cluster of centipedes, around 20 or 30 of them. Each was as thick as a human thigh and nearly 2 meters long. Their numerous appendages crawling in mass across the cavern. Upon noticing an intruder, they emitted piercing cries. Lin He casually tossed an eye of insight at one centipede creature, brass tier being. Seeing that it was a brass tier creature, Lin He couldn't be bothered to examine its attributes. Creatures of this tier could be dispatched in no more than 3 blows. Striking their weak points, he could eliminate them with a single hit. Lin He raised the orc bone and charged toward the swarm of centipedes, not even needing to use any healing items, as their strength could not penetrate Lin He's defenses. Brass tier creatures could not possess strength exceeding 70 points. The orc bone struck like a cannonball against the head of one centipede, splattering green blood everywhere. The centipede's head exploded, and nearly 100 legs continued to twitch and reflex. 2307. The terrifying damage appeared, resulting in an instant kill. Xiao Qing and Xiao He each entangled with a few creatures. Lin He dispatched each child with a swift strike. They all perish. Within 5 minutes, the commotion of battle in the cavern subsided. The centipede monsters lay uniformly on the ground. A family must be orderly, after all. The stone walls and the floor were splattered with the viscous green blood of the centipede monsters. Lin He barely breathed heavily. The resolution was effortless. He exhaled, relieved. This outburst served as a catharsis for the vexation accumulated from a sleepless night tormented by nightmares. He retrieved a few bottles of mineral water, cleansing his blood-soaked body, and then aided Xiao Qing and Xiao He in their cleanup. That he gathered the spoils dropped by the centipede monsters, which consisted of several centipede limbs, with only about 20 materials recognized by the system. Calculating, each centipede yielded merely a single limb. After a 100-fold amplification, it amounted to just over 2,000 limbs, not a rarity by any means. While they could be utilized for crafting arrows, Lin He seldom employed bows and arrows nowadays. After all, the orc bone weapon proved remarkably effective, and his armor, enhanced with inlays, was exceptionally refined. He had grown accustomed to charging at monsters for close combat, rendering bows and arrows obsolete. Lin He casually stored the limbs in the refuge's storage space and began to explore the cavernous space. The remnants of centipede monsters were strewn across the ground. Accompanied by Xiao Qing and Xiao He, Lin He ventured forth. Before long, they discovered a gleaming silver chest at the center of the cavern. It was a silver treasure chest. Lin He approached the chest with enthusiasm. The treasures obtainable from a silver chest were already of considerable quality. One could not expect to encounter a golden chest at every turn. Lin He wiped his hands and blew on them lightly before clicking the open button. With a click, the chest sprang open. Ding! You have opened a silver chest and obtained 1 low-level equipment enhancement stone. Influenced by the player's talents, you also receive an additional 99 low-level equipment enhancement stones, along with some materials and gemstones, as well as various common materials and ordinary gems, which are disregarded for now. What is this low-level equipment enhancement stone? Lin He pondered, having never encountered such an item before. He cast an eye of insight. Low-level enhancement stone can be used on non-quality items to enhance their performance. Non-quality items. Do I possess any non-quality items? Lin He was momentarily taken aback. Would a shovel count? He attempted to apply the low-level enhancement stone to the shovel. Unable to use, the system's prompt echoed. It seemed this would not work. He was uncertain whether it was due to the shovel being unusable or the enhancement stone being too low-level. An idea struck Lin He from his bag. He retrieved a crafted gas mask. He had completed a batch of them the previous night. Would this item suffice? It was a consumable item made from a crafting blueprint. Lin He pressed the enhancement stone onto the gas mask. Would you like to use a low-level enhancement stone on the gas mask? The familiar system inquiry resounded. Lin He felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, it was possible. Yes, he promptly clicked to agree. The low-level enhancement stone melted into the gas mask like water, imparting a shimmering aura to it. Before long, ding! Congratulations on using a low-level enhancement stone on the gas mask. Enhancement successful. The gas mask has been upgraded to brass-level equipment. Woohoo! It worked. Lin He whistled and employed an eye of insight on the gas mask. Gas mask, brass-level equipment, an enhanced gas mask capable of resisting certain toxic gas attacks. Damn! Is there any difference in the equipment description compared to before enhancement? R&M, refund me. Lin He took several deep breaths. Suppressing his simmering anger. No, the system could not possibly provide an utterly useless item. The successful enhancement of the gas mask must have resulted in some improvement. It was likely that the enhancement was minimal, insufficient even to alter the equipment's description. This explanation sufficed. Lin He calmed down and cautiously attempted to apply another low-level enhancement stone to the gas mask. Would you like to use a low-level enhancement stone on the gas mask? The familiar system prompt echoed once more. Lin He felt resolute. As he anticipated, he could indeed continue enhancing it. With 99 enhancement stones remaining, he was determined that not a single one would yield no results. He immediately used one. Ding! Enhancement successful. The performance of the gas mask received a slight boost, with the progress required to elevate it to silver quality now at 1100. Upon using one enhancement stone, the system displayed the enhancement progress bar. Lin He's eyes flickered. It turned out that using one enhancement stone merely advanced the equipment's grade. It would require 99 low-level enhancement stones to fully upgrade. The number of enhancement stones needed for a single grade increase was astonishingly exponential. Who could endure such consumption besides him? However, since low-level enhancement stones existed, there must be higher-grade ones as well. The quantity required for those should not be nearly as staggering. Setting that aside, he still had 98 stones remaining, just one short. Yet Lin He was not overly concerned. He could simply purchase one at the auction house. Although he had not seen anyone selling such items in recent days, it did not imply that others lacked them. With so many players, Lin He would not be arrogant enough to think he was superior to everyone else. Lin He stroked his chin. What about exchanging gemstones? Over the past few days, numerous top players had likely acquired the skill books for gem inlaying. However, while there would undoubtedly be players requiring higher-grade gemstones, that group was likely small. They might not possess the low-level enhancement stones he sought. Perhaps exchanging for beverages would be more prudent. This item was universally applicable and widely acknowledged as a consumable. Lin He set a 10-to-1 exchange rate and listed 100 cans of functional beverages, waiting for a successful transaction. Ding! Someone has traded 10 cans of your functional beverages. One low-level enhancement stone has been placed in your storage space. Before long, the transaction was completed. One after another, similar system prompts chimed. Lin He smiled faintly. In this game with tens of billions of players, sharing a common trading platform, the efficiency of resource exchange was indeed high. Over 100 low-level enhancement stones accumulated in his bag. Lin He promptly selected 99 and applied them all at once to the brass-level gas mask. Ding! Congratulations on using a low-level enhancement stone on the gas mask. Enhancement successful. The gas mask has been upgraded to silver-level equipment. Now that it was silver-level equipment, surely it would not disappoint. Lin He anxiously activated an eye of insight. Gas mask. Silver-level item capable of resisting certain highly toxic gases. Immune to a portion of control effects caused by weaker toxic gases. Nice. This immunity to control effects was precisely what he desired. Lin He was overjoyed. Just this feature alone justified the expenditure. With an item that had crossed 2 tiers in quality, it should possess a degree of resistance against nightmare creatures, right? A total of 101 low-level enhancement stones. Lin He attempted to apply another low-level enhancement stone to the gas mask. Ding! Cannot use a low-level enhancement stone on this item. Lin He was unfazed. It was likely that the enhancement stone's level was too low. It seemed the gas mask had reached its enhancement limit at the silver level. He then tried to apply the enhancement stone to the wild boar set. The result was the same. It failed. Even though it was brass-level equipment, it appeared that the enhancement stones could indeed only be effective on items starting from non-quality status. The gas mask, following its enhancement, became considerably more exquisite, surrounded by a silver luminescence that showcased its quality. Its value had certainly increased more than twofold. Lin He placed it in his bag with satisfaction. Taking a deep breath, he should now possess a certain level of capability to retaliate against the nightmare creatures. Lin He sat cross-legged on the ground, retrieving bread and several pieces of still steaming roasted meat from his backpack. His grandmother, having pulled an all-nighter, hurriedly emerged to begin digging, neglecting even to eat breakfast. He paid no mind to the countless centipede carcasses littering the ground. After days of relentless bloodshed, Lin He had grown accustomed to such scenes. His expression remaining unperturbed, he stuffed the roasted meat between slices of bread and took a hearty bite, followed by a sip of water to moisten his throat. He tossed some scraps to Xiaoqing and Xiaohe. And the trio indulged in a satisfying feast. Once his hunger was satiated, Lin He contemplated the implications of the nightmare creature's ability to invade dreams at night. However, this did not mean that its chosen prey could not be ensnared during the day while they slept. With dreams occurring both day and night, it was wiser to confront the threat sooner rather than later. Lin He materialized the shelter and pressed the system button, consuming 100 cans of beverages before re-entering the master bedroom to sleep. Yet, the barrier of this refuge was not infallible. It could be infiltrated silently by these bizarre cave creatures. Perhaps a higher-tier sanctuary would possess greater defensive capabilities. As Lin He gradually succumbed to drowsiness. A wisp of black mist unexpectedly emerged from an unknown source, effortlessly breaching the sanctuary's barrier. Xiaoqing and Xiaohe looked up at the nightmare creature hovering above, their expressions betraying a sense of familiarity. The creature surged into Lin He's body, and in his muddled consciousness, he found himself once again standing on an endless wasteland. This time, however, he regained awareness much more swiftly, realizing what had transpired. "Where is your horse?" Lin He swiftly donned his gas mask, summoning the orc bone, wild boar armor, and agile boots, pushing his combat readiness to its peak. The nightmare creature, as before, enveloped him in black mist, which transformed into serpentine tendrils seeking to invade his nostrils. Lin He felt a chill run down his spine. Everything hinged on this moment. The black mist invaded his body. 168. It could still inflict damage. But such a trivial amount, merely a tickle. The silver glint on his gas mask surged, as if a thin layer of protective light shielded his face from the toxic fumes. Lin He moved his body. Apart from a gradual decline in health points, he felt no constraints. Gazing at the nightmare creature floating before him, he revealed a sinister grin. The creature, resembling a wailing infant, hovered in midair and through the gas mask. Lin He could clearly see its grotesque face, shrouded in thin black mist, wearing a look of confusion. Why has Tia collapsed yet? Suddenly, Lin He sprang into action with lightning speed, charging toward the nightmare creature, which let out a shriek. "Take this, you little brat." The orc bone sliced through the air, crashing down upon the creature's head. A wailing sound erupted. The nightmare creature was sent crashing to the ground. 876. The damage dealt by the orc bone was not diminished. This nightmare creature possessed almost no surface defense, relying solely on its black mist for concealment and toxicity. Lin He felt a wave of relief wash over him. Is this it? A mere weakling with a power level of only 5. In close combat, the nightmare creature stood no chance. Lin He struck down mercilessly, his heart softened not in the slightest by its appearance. Cave dwellers, after all, were not of his kin. These monsters, twisted in their minds, charged at humans with cries for violence. Even the communicative treasure goblin race had initially regarded humans with hostility. Given this, Lin He could not afford to show mercy against creatures that posed a threat to him. The nightmare creature, unable to withstand a few blows, found its bones shattered and health bar emptied. After being struck in close combat, it could no longer rise. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the cave's silver tier special creature, Nightmare Beast, and obtained a special loot chest 1. A silver chest appeared beside the corpse of the nightmare creature. A loot chest. It seemed fortune was smiling upon him. Lin He's eyes sparkled. The last time he had encountered a loot chest was when he defeated that treasure monster. He opened it immediately. Ding! You have opened a special loot silver chest and obtained a magic lantern 1. Oh. No hundredfold amplification. Lin He carefully read the system notification. A special loot chest. It must be the nature of this item. Oh well, if it's not there, it's not there. What on earth is a magic lantern? Lin He soon dismissed it from his mind and cast an eye of insight. The magic lantern could illuminate dark environments as if it were daylight. Lin He wore a perplexed expression. Perhaps it would prove useful in certain unique scenarios. He placed the magic lantern into his backpack, feeling no disappointment. The variety of treasures is always welcome. Some seemingly inconspicuous items may one day prove invaluable or even life-saving. The chest was not yet exhausted, as system notifications continued to pour in. Ding! You have opened a special loot silver chest and obtained a sacrificial halo 1. A halo. It truly is a halo. Lin He grasped a golden yellow ring resembling a cosmic circle, roughly the size of a bracelet. The sacrificial halo can be embedded in a weapon to gain a continuous burning effect. Lin He beamed with joy. This appears to be a fine item. He retrieved the orc bone and attempted to embed the halo. Would you like to embed the sacrificial halo into the silver tier weapon? Orc's thigh bone? Yes. The bracelet-sized golden yellow halo fused into the orc bone, which already bore a mid-tier red crystal, now adorned with a few strands of golden thread. A faint golden halo flickered around it. Lin He weighed the orc bone with satisfaction. He swung it through the air a few times, producing radiant trails that it felt even more comfortable to wield at the very least. Its appearance had certainly improved. He was curious about the burning damage value, which could only be verified through practical combat. Excellent. The box was empty, and Lin He felt quite content with his haul. Suddenly, the ground of the wasteland cracked open, and the sky began to distort. Lin He paused in surprise. Upon the death of the nightmare creature, was the dreamscape it had created also on the verge of collapse? Lin He stood calmly in place, allowing the sensation of the world spinning around him to envelop his entire being. Inside the refuge, his body lay on the bed. Trembling slightly, he felt a dampness on his face, accompanied by a slick sensation. Upon opening his eyes, he found Xiaoqing licking his cheek before succumbing to slumber. Lin He had instructed Xiaoqing to wake him in 2 minutes. Yet, in reality, those 2 minutes seemed to stretch within the dream. Lin He pondered this briefly. It seemed that in future encounters with such cave-dwelling creatures or players with similar innate abilities, he must exercise greater caution. Although, given his current equipment and attributes, the majority of players should be incapable of breaching his defenses, let alone pose a threat to his life. Sitting up, Lin He cast aside these thoughts. It hadn't even been 2 minutes in reality. Xiaoqing had yet to rouse him with a bite, yet he had already vanquished the nightmare creature. This had alleviated a significant source of worry. Such creatures could indeed be bothersome, but they were merely of the silver tier. A silver-grade gas mask could effectively counter them. Had the nightmare been of the gold tier, he might have faced a greater challenge. This served as a wake-up call for Lin He. He must not become overconfident due to his rapid rise in strength. There existed a myriad of colorful cave-dwelling creatures, and threats to his safety still remained. He must grow stronger. Lin He resolved himself. The day had only just begun, and he had barely used his shovel. The cooldown for probing the map had yet to expire. He could only rely on luck. Lin He felt confident in his good fortune. Arbitrarily choosing a direction, he lifted his shovel and began to dig into a stone wall. With a swish, the wall was breached, and Lin He exited the centipede cave. Ding! You have dug through a stone wall and discovered a new space. Well, at least he had unearthed something. It wasn't empty. Lin He stepped into a new chamber. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a pool. Bubbles were rising. Was the water boiling? The pool before him bubbled, yet he felt no significant heat emanating from it. There was no rising steam, nor could he detect any sulfurous odor. Lin He grew slightly wary. The water appeared oily, colorless, and odorless, reminiscent of sulfuric acid, concentrated sulfuric acid. Lin He surveyed the room. It was quite small. No hidden cave-dwelling creatures were likely to lurk here. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a piece of wolf meat, stained with blood, from his backpack. It was not particularly palatable. Neither he nor Xiaoqing and Xiao He cared for it much, leaving a few pieces in his inventory. Casually, he tossed it into the pool. If the water truly was sulfuric acid, tossing in a stone would have little impact. After all, sulfuric acid does not corrode stone. Anyone who has attended high school knows this. The corrosive nature of sulfuric acid essentially involves rapidly dehydrating materials, resulting in a high heat reaction. If a material has no moisture, it cannot be corroded by sulfuric acid, with metals being the exception. As the wolf meat hit the pool, it emitted a sizzling sound, quickly turning black and shrinking. Lin He confirmed that this pool was indeed sulfuric acid. He felt a chill run down his spine. How could there be a pool of sulfuric acid here? Such a substance would be of no use to him. He had never heard of any equipment or item blueprints requiring sulfuric acid as a material. Just as Lin He pondered how to repurpose this waste, the sulfuric acid pool suddenly began to stir. The water rippled in concentric circles. Lin He stepped back cautiously, keeping a close watch on the pool. 2 seconds later, a head unexpectedly emerged from the sulfuric acid. Lin He was taken aback. Xiao He, Xiaoqing, retreat, he shouted. Gradually, the creature's full form surfaced from the liquid. Lin He gazed in astonishment. Was this a mermaid from Western fairy tales? She possessed exquisitely delicate features, cascading golden hair, and glimmering, sparse, colorful scales adorning her alabaster collarbone. Her upper body resembled that of a human, while her lower half was a fish tail. Her long eyelashes framed water-blue eyes that fluttered as they regarded Lin He. Exuding an enchanting allure, entirely devoid of the ghastly appearances typical of cave-dwelling creatures, this mermaid was indeed beautiful. Yet, why did she emerge from a sulfuric acid pool? Did she inhabit such a caustic environment? As this realization struck him, Lin He shuddered. Even with his recently inflated attributes, he hardly dared to challenge the difficulty of bathing in sulfuric acid. What must her body be like to withstand such a substance? "Greetings, adventurer," she said, her pink, glistening lips parting delicately. The mermaid was capable of speaking the human tongue. Lin He was momentarily speechless. "Hello, mermaid." The mermaid smiled gently, a vision of beauty, and nodded in acknowledgement of his address. "Do you reside in the sulfuric acid pool?" Lin He inquired, astonished. This was indeed surprising. Any carbon-based life form should not be able to escape the corrosive effects of sulfuric acid. To find a creature that could withstand such a substance. Lin He felt uncertain of his chances for victory. "Indeed, adventurer, might you wish to engage in a trade with me?" Lin He's heart leapt with joy. A sentient cave-dwelling creature capable of seamless communication was far easier to deal with than those that sought violence. He had no desire to engage in daily battles. Surely, it would be better to grow stronger through peaceful means. Unfortunately, most cave-dwelling creatures he encountered were quick to aggression, forcing him to retaliate. "What resources do you possess for trade?" Lin He asked. "I can withstand the acid due to this frost stone." The mermaid's alluring voice chimed. "A gem, entirely ice blue, floated from the sulfuric acid pool to hover before her. It sparkled with ice crystals that blossomed into snowflakes, cascading gracefully, a truly captivating sight." Lin He's eyes brightened. "A frost stone, capable of resisting corrosion and thriving within a sulfuric acid pool. This was an object of unique utility. I wish to trade with you." "What do you require?" he inquired eagerly. Such treasures were rare finds. Although it seemed of little immediate use, it could prove invaluable when encountering cave-dwelling creatures with related abilities, since this mermaid could produce such a gem. She must have surplus willing to trade, and her combat capabilities were not to be underestimated. Lin He lowered his gaze, recognizing that having an ally was preferable to accumulating enemies. The mermaid's eyes sparkled delightfully. With a playful flick of her moist tongue, she licked her lips. "Do you have food?" "Ideally, delicious fish. The more, the better. I want 10. No, 20. Only food?" Lin He chuckled. It seemed he was about to strike an exceedingly advantageous deal. These cave-dwelling creatures appeared to be preoccupied with their basic needs, whether it was the treasure-hunting goblins or this mermaid. Even the most ferocious cave creatures likely attacked humans only to satiate their hunger. This was manageable. Fish were abundant. Just yesterday, Lin He had discovered a pond teeming with various delectable fish, including grass carp, catfish, and sturgeon, at least dozens in total. "I have fish. Shall we trade for the frost stone?" Lin He proposed. "I want 20, in exchange for 1. The mermaid replied sweetly. "Agreed." Lin He promptly retrieved the barbecue grill, which ignited spontaneously. He took out several fish from his backpack, skewering them onto wooden sticks and commencing to roast them. The mermaid surfaced from the water and approached the shore. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin He noticed that the mermaid's fishtail gradually transformed into 2 delicate, fair feet. Her toes were round and lustrous, resembling pearls. Lin He hastily turned his head away. The mermaid's body quivered slightly, causing the sulfuric liquid clinging to her to shake off, leaving not a single drop behind. Footsteps approached Lin He. "I will personally grill you 2 fish, ensuring they are so delectable that you'll swallow your tongue." Lin He chuckled. After all, it was merely a matter of exchanging food for another's gemstones. One must exert their utmost effort if you wish. You may have them raw as well. The fish gradually cooked through, the fat beginning to sizzle. The aroma wafted through the air, prompting Lin He to sprinkle some chili powder. The enticing scent intensified. Out of the corner of his eye, Lin He observed the mermaid's throat moving rhythmically. A slight smile crept across his face. It seemed this transaction would indeed come to fruition. Before long, the fish was ready. Lin He handed it to the mermaid. Slurp, slurp. The mermaid devoured it without regard for decorum, her tongue flicking out from the heat. 20. 20. She exclaimed playfully. All right. All right. Lin He responded as he continued grilling. Soon, all 20 fish were perfectly cooked. With a graceful wave of her hand, the mermaid solemnly placed them into a fragrant pouch adorned with pearls. For her kind, acquiring food was no trivial matter. This transaction was quite significant for her. Lin He speculated that this pouch must be some form of storage device, akin to the system backpack used by players. Here, I shall trade you this frost stone, he declared, as the stone, shimmering with strands of white ice crystals, floated toward Lin He. He grasped it eagerly and approached the sulfur pool. With the frost stone in his left hand, he cautiously extended a finger into the sulfuric liquid. It felt akin to immersing oneself in water. Indeed, it works, Lin He exclaimed with delight. This transaction was undoubtedly profitable. The mermaid had been quite generous. She likely possessed a considerable number of such gemstones. Observing Lin He's expression, the mermaid seemed to discern his thoughts. Not so fast. Each adventurer is permitted only one transaction with me, she smiled. Lin He was taken aback. Is there a limit on transactions? Is that a rule of the dungeon? He fell silent for a moment, contemplating, before ultimately letting go of his disappointment. It was sufficient to have seized this opportunity. Being overly greedy might not bode well. Having had my fill, we shall part ways, since further transactions are not possible. Lingering here serves no purpose. Lin He was not the sort to lose his composure merely upon encountering a beautiful woman, especially not a mermaid. The mermaid waved goodbye and leaped back into the sulfur pool. Lin He tidied up his cooking utensils and picked up his shovel, casually selecting a direction to dig. Ding. You have unearthed a patch of Quercus rock. There is nothing behind it. Ding. You have unearthed a patch of yellow-brown rock. There is nothing behind it. Ding. You have unearthed a patch of green rain rock. There is nothing behind it. Ding. You have uncovered a stone wall and discovered a space behind it. A long corridor was excavated. After only a few more shovels, he unearthed another space. Sounds of shattering and clashing echoed from within. Lin He's spirit sharpened, and he conjured an orc bone, stepping inside. Within this space, a creature with numerous waving vines was pursuing two figures. Two figures? Lin He squinted to observe. They were two diminutive beings, akin to flower fairies from a fairy tale. Lin He hesitated. Why did such fantastical creatures keep appearing in this dungeon? The two flower fairies, adorned with translucent wings that shimmered with iridescence, flitted about, evading the tendrils of the vine monster. The cavern was not expansive, and the creature's attack range was considerable. That it was only a matter of time before they would be ensnared and consumed. Everyone had to rely on luck, even Lin He. The vine monster had numerous tendrils, each as thick as a human thigh, with its tips adorned with jagged teeth and drool. That it would likely consume the fairies in a single bite. Lin He cast an eye of insight. Vine monster, silver-ranked creature. Health, 80 strength, 78 agility, 30 intelligence, 18 note. A silver-ranked dungeon creature with high strength and health. It excels at ensnaring prey with its vine tendrils and is fearful of flames. It is a typical brute force-type monster. Lin He breathed a sigh of relief. Despite its somewhat intimidating stats, this dungeon creature was relatively manageable. That it lacked any bizarre abilities, given Lin He's current equipment and attributes. Confronting it would only require some effort. Lin He brandished the orc bone and charged at the remaining tendrils of the vine monster with Xiao Qing and Xiao He in tow. Roar. The vine monster's numerous mouths emitted a collective screech. Lin He urged the golden yellow halo to manifest on the surface of the orc bone as he swung it fiercely at an oncoming tendril. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The orc bone struck the vine, igniting a brilliant crimson flame. The tendril began to burn. Within moments, the already damaged tendril snapped and disintegrated into ash amidst the flames. Lin He was initially taken aback, then overjoyed. The effect of the sacrificial halo seemed quite formidable. Previously, after embedding a red crystal, it had only produced a mild burning effect, leaving merely charred marks upon impact. The damage increase had been minimal. Compared to now, it was like comparing the heavens to the earth. 581, 229. The former indicated physical damage, while the latter was the burn damage from the sacrificial halo. The damage was substantial. The vine monster's health was merely over 8,000 points. With that one strike, it had lost an eighth of its health. The vine monster writhed in pain, its other tendrils thrashing about. The two flower fairies, having barely evaded capture, tumbled to the ground, drenched in sweat. They were no larger than a palm, yet their features were exquisitely delicate, reminiscent of Sprite's One fairy, clad in petals of blue, gasped, "Sister, sister, it seems we are saved." The other, adorned in pink petals, wiped the sweat from her brow and replied, "Sister, sister, it appears so that we nearly became its meal." To them, the vine monster appeared overwhelmingly powerful. They were so small, yet it sought to devour them. It was truly perplexing. Fortunately, a human adventurer had arrived. This adventurer is so strong. They marveled, witnessing Lin He shatter a tendril with a single blow, which had ignited in flames. The two little ones gazed at Lin He with wide, sparkling eyes, admiring his valor. Lin He felt completely at ease now. Although the vine monster appeared large, it was merely intimidating in appearance. Its combat prowess was not as formidable as he had imagined. Perhaps he had progressed too rapidly. He charged toward the remaining tendrils of the vine monster. Roar. The vine creature emitted a furious roar as its tendrils were relentlessly shattered. Hundreds, even thousands of damage points flickered above its head. The tendrils, swirling rapidly in the air, produced a constant sound of slicing through the void. Yet, Lin He, adorned with his agile boots that shimmered with a yellowish-green luminescence, deftly evaded the attacks with his enhanced agility of 35 points, narrowly and precisely dodging each strike. Astonishingly, he was struck only a few times. And even then, it was merely in inconsequential areas, resulting in minimal damage that did not hinder the battle. Before long, the vine creature's health was completely depleted, and a dozen of its tendrils, still connected to its core, ignited in flames, reducing it all to ashes. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the vine creature and acquiring a silver treasure chest. Indeed, a silver treasure chest manifested amidst the ashes of the vine creature. Woohoo! Lin He felt elated. Another fortunate find. Each time he looted a corpse, he had only come across a heap of worthless materials, so discovering a treasure chest was the best outcome. Anything produced from a treasure chest was typically devoid of useless items. Even if it was not immediately useful, it held significant potential value. Lin He stored away the orc bones and tossed 2 fruits to Xiaoqing and Xiaohe. The 2 little ones devoured them eagerly, prompting Lin He to retrieve a few more to reward them. They were quite indiscriminate in their dietary preferences. During the earlier skirmish, they had managed to sneak in a few hits, contributing somewhat to the effort. Clap, clap. Seeing the vine creature reduced to a heap of ash, the 2 diminutive figures joyfully clapped their 4 hands together in celebration. Lin He glanced over to find the little ones happily dancing mid-air. Were they celebrating their narrow escape? Lin He smiled gently. After a moment of exuberance, the 2 little ones exchanged glances and flew towards Lin He, landing before him. Lowering their tiny heads, they performed a deep bow. "Thank you for saving us," their sweet, melodious voices rang out, sounding remarkably youthful. Intrigued, Lin He inquired, "What manner of beings are you, and how old are you?" After all, judging the growth cycle of such creatures by their size seemed rather unscientific. "I am the elder sister, already 71 years old," the pink petal-clad fairy replied innocently. "This is my younger sister. She is 70 years old." Lin He was momentarily taken aback. 70 years? It was somewhat shocking. They truly were mythical beings. At such an age, they could be considered as ancient as his grandmother. Yet their manner of speaking resembled that of a 6- or 7-year-old girl. "We are of the fairy race, with lifespans extending into the thousands of years." The pink petal-clad fairy elaborated. "Essentially, 10 years for us is equivalent to 1 year for a human." It appeared their cognitive and emotional development occurred at a pace roughly 10 times slower than that of humans. "Thank you, esteemed adventurer, for rescuing us." The pink fairy bowed again, this time pushing her sister's head down in a gesture of gratitude. The sight of these adorable little creatures never failed to bring joy to one's heart. Lin He replied with a smile, "It was merely a small act of kindness. Without you, I would have subdued the creature regardless." He waved his hand dismissively. The pink fairy fluttered her wings a couple of times and exchanged determined glances with her blue companion. They were acutely aware of their own weakness. Since their birth, they had relied on one another, their combat capabilities woefully inadequate, forcing them to flee from any threats. This adventurer was remarkably strong, far surpassing any they had previously encountered. And he seemed quite approachable. Unlike those who sought to capture them as pets, "We wish to follow you and serve as your attendants." As she spoke, she cast glances at Xiaoqing and Xiaohe, who were joyfully munching on fruits. They looked so delicious. Lin He was taken aback. "As your servants, you 2 little fairies." Given their lack of combat prowess, he wondered what use they could possibly serve. He cast an eye of insight, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, they were exceedingly weak, with all attributes in single digits, save for agility, which barely exceeded 30. Their remarkable agility, coupled with their ability to fly, likely contributed to their survival thus far. Lin He pondered briefly. He had always adhered to the principle that everyone must possess some utility. He could not afford to keep a pet that would hinder him. Otherwise, he would have readily accepted many players who sought to form a party with him. If he desired a life of adoration and attention, he could have easily assembled several capable companions by now. Fixating on the system notes revealed by the Eye of Insight, he read, "Note: Fairies are adept at planting and nurturing flora. a skill inherent to their nature, enabling plants to grow faster and enhancing their edibility. This seemed to hold some promise. Indeed, the pink fairy exclaimed eagerly, "We can plant flowers, trees, fruits. We can nurture them to grow strong and bountiful." She spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner, animated with excitement. Lin He did not question it. After all, the system indicated as much. Being of the fairy race, they were surely endowed with unique skills that it was simply unfortunate that their combat abilities were so lacking, preventing them from safeguarding their crops. Otherwise, with such talents, they would not have to worry about hunger. The two little fairies frequently glanced enviously at Xiao Qing and Xiao He as they relished their fruits. Lin He contemplated a test. Typically, ordinary beings could not enter the system space, but perhaps fairies were an exception. He manifested his refuge, a two-story building with spacious courtyards nestled within the cavern. The two little fairies were astonished, flitting about in excitement, their mouths agape. "What a beautiful house! So many trees and flowers. This is my refuge, where I cultivate my crops." Lin He explained that I can keep you by my side, but you must work for me. The courtyards teemed with chili seedlings, glutinous rice trees, and a multitude of fruit trees, filling every available space. Lin He rarely had the time to tend to them, if he devoted all his time to this. A day would pass in the blink of an eye. Thus, having these two little gardeners seemed like a splendid choice. Walking over to an apple tree, he plucked 2 ripe apples and tossed them to the 2 hovering little fairies. They quickly embraced the bright red apples, their bodies sinking slightly under the weight. "So big, so fragrant. I want to eat." Their pleading eyes turned towards Lin He, who relented, saying, "Go ahead, eat up. They are for you." With eager enthusiasm, the 2 little fairies began to munch away. However, the size of these cavern-grown apples was nearly equivalent to their own, likely enough to last them a day. "But how will you work? What abilities do you possess?" Lin He inquired, still skeptical despite the system's notes. "Follow me, sister," the younger fairy chimed. The diminutive pink creatures, with their cheeks puffed up, greeted their sister in a muffled manner. Lin He observed as the 2 little beings soared into the air. Circling the orchard twice, their wings created a crisp, melodious sound, distinct from their previous fluttering. A glint of realization flickered in Lin He's eyes as he noticed a powder blue luminescence cascading from their wings, gently settling upon the fruit trees and seedlings. As this radiant dust touched the plants, they visibly thrived. Their leaves grew more vibrant, and the newly sprouted branches surged forth by several centimeters. Lin He's gaze sparkled with intrigue. The acceleration of growth was remarkable, though it still paled in comparison to the effects of ripening fertilizers. Nevertheless, it was nearly half as effective, a clear indication of the extraordinary abilities possessed by these little beings. Satisfied, Lin He inquired, "How many times can you utilize this ability in a day?" "Twice," came the soft, melodic reply from the pink creature, suggesting that it was indeed the one in charge. Lin He smiled and said, "That's splendid. Your abilities are truly remarkable." He then pondered the last experiment, to see if he could store them along with the shelter in his backpack. After all, having them around for an extended period might prove cumbersome during battles. After a brief attempt, he successfully managed to place them in the backpack, something even Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong could not achieve. It seemed that these ethereal beings possessed unique qualities. Manifesting the sanctuary, Lin He addressed them. "I entrust these plants to your care. Water them, fertilize them, and catch any pests that may arise. Feel free to eat whenever you are hungry. You have earned it." He spoke generously, for even indulging their appetites would not amount to much. "How wonderful!" The 2 little beings cheered, darting joyfully into the orchard to frolic. For them, having a secure place where they could eat to their heart's content was already a dream come true, a far cry from their previous existence of hunger and being hunted by various monsters and humans alike. Lin He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he retracted the sanctuary, now having 2 more little companions. With plenty of uses left for the shovel, Lin He continued to dig alongside Xiao Qing and Xiao Hong, allowing Xiao Hong to choose a direction, mindful of its innate abilities as a burrowing creature. Without hesitation, Lin He plunged the shovel into the earth. Ding! You have unearthed a patch of Qinggang rock, revealing nothing behind it. Ding! You have unearthed a section of yellow-brown rock, revealing nothing behind it. Ding! You have unearthed a piece of green rain rock, revealing nothing behind it. Ding! You have unearthed a stone wall, and a rift monster is charging towards you. Alarm surged through Lin He as he swiftly manifested his orc bone weapon, summoning the sacrificial aura. Before he could discern the nature of the approaching creature, he struck forward with great force. The impact reverberated through the orc bone, and both he and the creature experienced a sudden jolt of damage. -501-308. Reeling from the recoil, Lin He quickly cast an Eye of Insight. Rift Monster, Silver Grade Special Creature. Health, 101 Strength, 81 Agility, 34 Intelligence, 12 Note. The Rift Monster, residing in abyssal fissures, can appear at any moment. They are incapable of communication, driven by an insatiable bloodlust, hunting any creature they encounter. Another silver-grade creature with health exceeding 100? Lin He was taken aback, especially since it was a special type. The last silver-grade special creature he encountered had been the nightmarish beast, which had caused him considerable trouble. Tension coursed through Lin He as he beheld the grotesque humanoid form before him. Though humanoid, it bore no resemblance to humanity. With two heads, each adorned with repulsive growths, it wielded a weapon resembling a butcher's knife, and shockingly, an additional hand sprouted from its abdomen. Its thick legs were marred with yellowish, festering wounds, and an unbearable stench emanated from its entire being. Good heavens! Lin He felt a wave of nausea wash over him. This creature was undoubtedly one that could induce madness with a mere glance. It was the most hideous he had ever encountered. The system's annotations provided scan information, leaving him unaware of any special abilities it might possess. Lin He hastily consumed functional beverages, fully aware that this creature required careful handling. Otherwise, he risked a disastrous defeat. The Rift Monster exhaled a foul gust of wind as it advanced towards Lin He with heavy strides. Lin He readied himself for a defensive counterattack, knowing that the creature's agility was only slightly inferior to his own, making it impossible to dispatch it without sustaining injuries, much like he had with the Vine Monster. He had already lost 500 health points from their previous clash, and he couldn't fathom the damage from a direct hit. Lin He's focus sharpened as he noticed the hand on the Rift Monster's belly vanish. A tremor rippled through the ground beneath him. Instinctively, Lin He sprang backward, narrowly avoiding the ground as it tore apart. A grotesque, oozing hand emerging from the depths below. Lin He was alarmed. He had almost fallen victim to this bizarre skill. Had he been ensnared, it was likely he would have met a swift demise at the hands of the Rift Monster. The ghastly hand retreated slowly back into the earth. Lin He's eyes gleamed with determination. The cooldown for this ability must be considerable. If he could time his movements well, evasion should not prove overly difficult. He could manage. Lin He charged forward, sidestepping just in time to evade the Rift Monster's swinging knife. Channeling the sacrificial aura from his orc bone, he struck fiercely upon one of the creature's heads. With a furious roar, the Rift Monster bellowed, the stench from its maw overwhelming Lin He. Good heavens! Lin He held his breath, nimbly leaping to dodge the hand emerging from the ground once more. However, the Rift Monster's attack frequency was alarmingly high, and it swung the knife again with a swift motion. Lin He could only strive to avoid critical hits, feeling the blade graze his arm. The wild boar leather armor shimmered with a bluish hue, absorbing the blow without inflicting a wound, yet it still caused over 600 points of damage. Xiaoqing struck the Rift Monster's leg with its tail, inflicting a few dozen points of damage. Xiaohong emerged from the ground, scratching the Rift Monster's ankle with its claws. The damage dealt by the two little beings was minimal but not insignificant. Observing the results of their recent attacks from a distance, Lin He noted the damage inflicted, -408-198. Adding in the burn damage, the overall impact was quite substantial. After all, despite its formidable nature, it was still a silver-grade creature. Since it relied primarily on physical attacks, Lin He felt confident in his ability to contend with it. Suddenly, Lin He's eyes narrowed. The Rift Monster's health? After striking Lin He, it had actually recovered a slight amount. Approximately 2% of its health, equating to about 200 points. Lin He finally grasped the meaning behind the system's annotation regarding its innate bloodlust. It could siphon health from its foes upon inflicting damage. Lin He calculated in his mind. Given his attack frequency, every strike against the Rift Monster would likely result in a counterattack. If he were to become distracted, he might even suffer 2 attacks in quick succession. Going toe-to-toe was undoubtedly a precarious endeavor. Although he possessed a health pool of 10,000, capable of wearing down many players, he was not just any player. Lin He's eyes shone with resolve. Understanding the rhythm of health exchange, he began to consume his beverages fervently. With a whoosh, the knife sliced through the air towards him. Lin He pivoted, bracing his shoulder to absorb the blow, then retaliated with a powerful strike against the Rift Monster. -718-403-207, 200. 3 instances of damage once again emerged, triggering the bloodthirsty skill. Without the need for Lin He to direct them, Xiaoqing and Xiao He stealthily landed 2 strikes of damage. The Achilles tendon wounds on the Rift monster's feet gradually tore open, imposing certain limitations on its movements. As it attempted to evade Lin He's counterattacks, its agility became increasingly compromised. Lin He grimaced in pain, tugging at the corner of his mouth. The two little creatures were performing admirably. Although the kitchen knife inflicted no visible wounds, the force exerted upon the flesh was undeniably painful. The sacrificial aura embedded in the orc bones compounded the damage, causing the burn marks on the Rift monster to spread ever wider. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Rift monster was ground down to nothing. Lin He sidestepped and leaped, narrowly avoiding the grasp of the ghostly hands from below. The combination of ghostly hands and the bloodthirsty skill made this silver-tier special creature, the Rift monster, quite formidable among its peers. Yet, upon encountering Lin He, it could only succumb to despair, under the relentless blows of the orc bones. The Rift monster crumbled into a charred corpse upon the ground, its health completely depleted, scattered around were the empty beverage cans Lin He had consumed. The Rift monster's regeneration rate could not keep pace with the damage it sustained. Leading to its successful defeat, Lin He took a couple of breaths as the system chimed with an alert. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the silver-tier special creature, the Rift monster, and obtained a golden treasure chest. Lin He was elated. A golden treasure chest. I hardly exerted any effort and consumed over 100 cans of drinks. To think that slaying a silver-tier creature could yield a golden treasure chest. Today must be my lucky day. The corpse of the Rift monster transformed into a pool of viscous black sludge, vanishing from sight, leaving behind a resplendent golden chest. Lin He rubbed his hands together and blew on them. If this does not yield something valuable, I shall be quite disappointed. With a satisfying click, the golden treasure chest opened. Ding! Congratulations on opening the golden treasure chest. You have received the blueprints for pet claw covers and red glow beads. Pet claw covers. Weapons for pets. Lin He held the pet claw cover blueprints and cast an eye of insight. Pet claw cover blueprints can be used to create claw covers for vertebrate clawed pets, enhancing their attack power by 2,000 points. Required materials. For 20. Lin He's eyes lit up. These claw covers appeared promising. An increase of 2,000 points in attack power translates to 20 points in strength. This would effectively double the strength value of the burrowing beast, Xiao He. Recently, Lin He had only encountered silver-tier creatures, and the two little ones' strength was indeed insufficient, limiting the damage they could inflict. Now, with the equipment blueprints in hand, it was a welcome relief. Moreover, the materials required were singular and not overly abundant. Lin He reviewed the system inventory and the storage space in the shelter. He found that he was slightly short on fur, so he immediately sought to purchase it using beverages at the auction house. Such minor transactions typically get quickly buried in the sea of trades. However, since the seller was Lin He, and the consumables were uniquely from scorpion S droppings, he soon gathered the necessary quantity of fur. Lin He promptly chose to craft the item. He dragged 20 units of fur into the pet claw cover blueprints. The fur and blueprints coalesced into a sphere of white light, gradually forming the shape of a claw cover. Ding! Congratulations, player, pet claw cover creation successful. As the white light faded, a pair of purple-black claw covers appeared in Lin He's hands. He weighed them in his hands. They felt quite heavy. Is this size going to fit properly? Lin He pondered, glancing at Xiao He's paws. What if they don't fit? Can they be altered? The blueprints were gone, so what could be changed? Xiao He, come here. I have some equipment for you. Gulu gulu. Xiao He scampered over eagerly, the moment the claw covers were slipped onto Xiao He's forepaws. They transformed into two streams of purple-black light, seamlessly merging with Xiao He's claws. Xiao He waved its paws, seemingly intrigued. Its claws, already sharp as blades, now glimmered even more fiercely with the infusion of the purple-black pet claw covers. Gulu gulu. Xiao He sensed an increase in power, and the entire burrowing beast appeared jubilant. It spun around in delight, waving its paws playfully. Lin He nodded in satisfaction. It was quite impressive that the equipment was donned in such a manner. The system truly exhibited a user-friendly design. The pet claw covers had doubled Xiao He's strength value, and Lin He began to examine the other blueprint obtained from the golden treasure chest. Scanning with the eye of insight, red glow bead blueprints, a potion for pets, consumption of which can comprehensively enhance attribute values and strengthen inherent traits. Required materials, refined iron powder 10.0, so it's an attribute enhancement potion. Too bad it's for pets. Humans would likely face dire consequences if they consumed it. Lin He was reluctant to take that risk and contemplated briefly, since Xiao He already had the claw covers. The red glow bead could only be given to Xiao Qing. It wouldn't be fair otherwise. Furthermore, While Xiaoqing excelled in agility, other attributes were somewhat lacking, unlike Xiao He, which could burrow underground to evade danger. Xiaoqing had to rely solely on agility and its petite form to dodge attacks, often finding itself in precarious situations. Lin He often found himself on edge watching Xiaoqing's close calls. This simply wouldn't do. As creatures of increasing strength were encountered, if Xiaoqing's combat capability faltered, it might not be abandoned by Lin He, considering the bond formed over many days of nurturing. However, it would have to be withdrawn from combat. Xiaoqing would likely be unwilling to accept that fate. Thankfully, with the red glow bead, Lin He hoped it would significantly bolster Xiaoqing's combat strength. With resolve, Lin He decided to have Xiaoqing consume the red glow bead. He knew what refined iron powder was. As the name suggested, it was a powdered essence derived from refined iron. Its rarity far surpassed that of iron blocks or ingots. Lin He had previously seen a small quantity available at the auction house and had casually purchased a unit. However, the amount was far from sufficient. Lin He listed 30 cans of functional beverages at the auction house, setting a conversion rate of 3 cans for 1 unit of refined iron powder. This rate was quite high, even exceeding the exchange rate for ordinary embedded gemstones. Nevertheless, it was worthwhile. To quickly enhance Xiaoqing's combat strength, it was certainly justifiable. Lin He couldn't afford to wait for material prices to drop before making a purchase. That would be counterproductive. Before long, he had acquired all the necessary materials. Upon completion, the red glow bead resembled a blood bead traded with a treasure goblin, though slightly larger in size. The red glow bead was nearly the size of half of Lin He's fist. He placed it into Xiaoqing's mouth. He was concerned about Xiaoqing being unable to swallow it. Despite its petite form, snakes can consume prey many times their size due to the unique skeletal structure of their heads, allowing them to dislocate their jaws when necessary. Swallowing a red glow bead the size of half a fist would be a trivial matter. However, he did worry about potential side effects from the potion. After all, the blood bead traded with the treasure goblin had risks of causing low-tier bloodline creatures to explode. While the blueprint didn't mention any hazards, one could never be too cautious. Having nurtured Xiaoqing for several days, forming a bond through companionship and shared struggles, Lin He had developed a sense of affection that he was deeply invested in relationships he acknowledged, whether familial, romantic, or friendly. As Xiaoqing swallowed the red glow bead, its body began to emanate faint azure blue light, coiling on the ground. The entire serpent undulated rhythmically, as if in the process of shedding its skin. Lin He watched in astonishment at Xiaoqing's serpentine movements. Shedding skin in snakes typically doesn't occur in such a manner, does it? Lin He placed his palm on Xiaoqing's body, feeling waves of warmth radiating from the smooth surface. Cold-blooded creatures like snakes also generate heat. It is indeed a rare sight to behold. The blood courses through my veins, and my heart races. Observing this state, Lin He estimated that it would take some time for the effects of the medicine to manifest. He took out some fruit and meat to reward Xiao He, then settled down to await the successful enhancement of Xiaoqing. It seemed that today's sign-in had yet to be utilized, so Lin He casually clicked on it. As expected, there was nothing of great value, just some iron blocks, wooden materials, and a few units of water resources. Even with the hundredfold increase, it was merely that. Lin He then perused the world in regional channels, absorbing useful information while sharing encounters with creatures such as the nightmarish beasts and rift beasts. These peculiar silver-tier entities, although rare, any ordinary player who stumbled upon them would likely meet a grim fate. The nightmarish beasts might allow for some cautious cooperation, while the rift beasts were true butchers. Ordinary players would struggle to even breach their defenses, and even if they managed to inflict some damage through great effort, the bloodthirsty skills would swiftly counteract that. Truly, the more that come, the more will perish. Lin He selflessly shared his intelligence. After all, they were kindred spirits, once thriving in the same realm, now ensnared in similar miseries. Any chance to prolong life and foster hope was a boon. After nearly half an hour, the system notification finally arrived. Ding! Congratulations, player, your pet, Ice Snake Xiaoqing, has successfully enhanced with the red light pearl. All attributes increased. Toxicity enhanced. Remarkable. Xiaoqing had seemingly grown half a meter in length. Its body thickened to the size of a finger. Lin He cast an eye of insight on Xiaoqing. Ice Snake Xiaoqing, growth phase, stamina, 25 strength, 27 agility, 35 intelligence, 38 note. The ice snake is a formidable subterranean creature, possessing a lineage of frost and is a born predator. This enhancement is extraordinary. Lin He felt a genuine joy for Xiaoqing. Stamina and strength each rose by 10 points, and agility increased by 5, an impressive augmentation indeed. Yet, the intelligence value surged by an astonishing 30 points all at once. What is going on? Lin He pondered over the notification of increased toxicity. Originally, Xiaoqing did not possess a toxic attack method. In combat, it typically assisted him through tail strikes or bites. Xiaoqing, come here, Lin He beckoned. Xiaoqing obediently slithered up his arm. Lin He lifted his arm, and Xiaoqing's attribute panel transformed from juvenile to growth phase. It was indeed heavier. Its appetite would likely increase in the future. However, with newfound strength, consuming more would not be a problem. Lin He pried open Xiaoqing's mouth with his fingers to examine it closely. Two long, sharp fangs had emerged from its upper jaw, glistening with oil and exuding a bluish-purple sheen. A bite from those fangs would be formidable. Lin He mused. The red light pearl is indeed a remarkable treasure, greatly enhancing Xiaoqing's combat prowess. Regrettably, there was only one crafting blueprint. After use, it vanished, and he couldn't procure another for Xiaohe. Lin He recognized his own greed. The treasures from this golden chest were indeed commendable. He ought to be satisfied. After tidying up, Lin He fed a few units of meat to the now hungry Xiaoqing, stroked its head, and prepared to set off again. Today, he had 2 more uses left on his shovel, so he decided to use them all at once. Xiaohe, lead the way. Xiaohe had grown accustomed to her master's behavior of using her as a treasure-seeking beast after peering at the map. She sniffed left and right, casually selecting a direction and gesturing with a gurgle. Standing before the stone wall, Lin He raised the shovel. Ding! You have excavated a stone wall. There is nothing behind it. Ding! Congratulations! You have excavated a stone wall and discovered a space, though. This last shovel yielded something. Intrigued, Lin He stepped inside, conjuring an orc bone in his hand. This space was filled with trees, almost every 10 steps revealing another. The canopies blocked out the sun, competing for light, casting a dim glow over the cave ceiling. Only shards of light filtered through the leaves, although these trees were not tall, with trunks of a normal human width. Their canopies were astonishingly vast. Lin He found it curious. There must be some anomaly here. He heightened his vigilance and ventured into the woods. Indeed, the moment he stepped into the grove, an unexpected transformation occurred. Some trees morphed into trance, rising from the ground, their trunks revealing human-like facial patterns resembling those of elderly men. Roar, with gaping mouths, they emitted a chilling roar intended to intimidate their prey. Lin He casually cast an eye of insight and smirked. Damn, what a show for a bronze-tier creature. The display was quite impressive, nearly giving him a fright. Xiaohe, Xiaoqing, engage. Let us see your current combat strength, Lin He commanded. Such bronze-tier creatures were nearly trivial for him now. Easily dispatched with a flick of his wrist, allowing Xiaoqing and Xiaohe to handle them was just right, providing them an opportunity to familiarize themselves with their newly acquired strength. Xiaohe, obeying the command, swiftly burrowed underground. Within 2 seconds, she emerged before a tree monster, mud and stones flying. Equipped with her pet claw suit, Xiaohe struck with her now more robust and powerful pincers. Sending a flurry of blows. In mere moments, she hollowed out the trunk of a tree monster, causing it to topple over, its life force extinguished. Lin He raised an eyebrow. Quite impressive. Indeed, a bronze-tier creature dispatched in under 10 seconds. Xiaohe, reveling in her success, was not to be outdone by Xiaoqing. After her enhancement, Xiaoqing's agility matched Lin He's at 35 points. He could well appreciate this speed. It was swift. Faster than any silver-tier creature he had encountered. With agility on her side, many battles would become significantly easier, especially for a naturally nimble serpent like Xiaoqing. In a blur, she darted towards 2 tree monsters, delivering a powerful tail strike that created a massive crater, inflicting over 300 points of damage. Evading another tree monster's attack, she lunged forward with the speed of a bullet, biting both targets before retreating to a safe distance. Appearing quite relaxed, Lin He narrowed his eyes. Was Xiaoqing employing poison? After a furious roar from the 2 tree ants, they lunged after Xiaoqing. Yet, their root-like steps grew increasingly sluggish, and the 2 small wounds from her bites, minuscule compared to the whole tree, began to rot at an alarming rate. The trunks darkened to a purplish-black, frail, while the leaves of the canopies turned a sickly yellow, decaying. Nearly 500 points of damage emerged continuously from the treetops, progressively increasing. Within mere seconds, both fell, their health bars depleted. Lin He felt a surge of joy. Xiaoqing's poison is potent indeed. The only unknown was its duration, if a single bite could last a minute. It would be extraordinary. It wouldn't be a dream to wear down ordinary silver-tier creatures with her high agility. As Xiaoqing identified her next target, joining Xiao He in the slaughter of the Treant horde. A disturbance echoed from the center of the cave. Lin He gazed outward, his heart steadied. At last. Has it arrived? In the heart of the cave stood an extraordinarily prominent tree. Its trunk was twice as thick as the typical trees found in the forest, and it towered far above its companions. The canopy nearly grazed the cave's ceiling. As Lin He stepped into this cavernous space, his gaze was immediately drawn to it. When tree monsters began to emerge from the woods, it was inconceivable that this clearly designated boss tree would remain inactive. A notification from the system echoed. A high-level tree monster is approaching. At that moment, Lin He decided against idly observing the scene. As the tree monsters were being dispatched by Xiaoqing and Xiao He with remarkable efficiency, Lin He brandished the orc bone and charged into the fray. With a single strike, one tree monster ignited under the sacrificial aura, turning to ash in an instant. In no time at all, before the so-called high-level tree monster could reach the center of the cave, he had annihilated the entire horde of lesser tree monsters. It was only after the last tree monster succumbed to the raging flames that the high-level tree monster arrived, albeit belatedly. The entire encounter lasted less than half a minute. Lin He had dispatched them with astonishing speed. It could be said that bronze-level creatures were indeed insignificant in his presence. He cast an eye of insight. A high-level tree monster, silver-level creature, health, 160 strength, 86 agility, 19 intelligence, 20 note. A high-level tree monster among its kind. They possess longevity and vitality. Lin He paused for 2 seconds. Was this it? The system's commentary was rather scant. This high-level tree monster seemed somewhat feeble, although its health was a respectable 160 and its strength was commendable. The 19 points of agility were hardly anything to boast about, especially for a tree monster. Lin He gazed at the orc bone in his hand, which radiated the glow of the sacrificial aura. Firmly held by Kant. He abandoned further contemplation and charged recklessly alongside Xiaoqing and Xiao He. The high-level tree monster surveyed the ashes and corpses of the ordinary tree monsters scattered about. It let out a roar identical to that of its lesser counterparts. Lin He felt a twinge of annoyance. They all sounded the same, lacking any unique buffs. Why couldn't they just engage quietly? In a few swift movements, he positioned himself directly before the high-level tree monster and brought the orc bone crashing down. 418. Wood chips flew as a small dent appeared in the trunk. Well, it was indeed quite sturdy. Lin He slightly activated the sacrificial aura, igniting the struck area in flames, though it extinguished quickly. 300. This damage was quite substantial, after all. Trees were inherently vulnerable to fire, even after they had mutated into tree monsters. Xiao He emerged from the ground, wildly striking with its pincers, while Xiaoqing stealthily bit with her venomous fangs before darting away. Lin He refrained from offering her a functional beverage, although the tree monster's attacks were slow. Being hit was still painful. Fire damage, poison damage, and physical damage continued to dance above the high-level tree monster's head, which could only begrudgingly retaliate with its transformed wooden arms. The tree monster lacked any area of effectabilities. Lin He nearly laughed out loud at the absurdity. It was comical that he had been so vigilant just moments before. Although the high-level tree monster had low agility, its size provided a significant advantage. Its enormous fists were akin to battering rams. Lin He, momentarily careless, was struck by one, feeling a heavy thud against his chest. 875. A massive damage value appeared above his head. Lin He quickly refocused, unwilling to be distracted any further. Despite the high-level tree monster's apparent sluggishness, it should not be underestimated. After all, its strength was formidable, and its health substantial. A single hit was still quite unpleasant. And Xiaoqing and Xiao He might very well be forced to retreat and watch from the sidelines. Lin He concentrated, maintaining a rhythm of attack and evasion. Soon enough, despite the high-level tree monster boasting over 16,000 health points, it was ultimately worn down by the relentless onslaught of Lin He. Xiaoqing and Xiao He. The towering figure collapsed. Lin He stretched his arms, increasingly aware of the importance of agility. Speed was of paramount importance. Even with tremendous strength and vitality, if one couldn't land a hit, they were merely a target. However, opportunities to enhance the Lightfoot boots were scarce. After all, they were silver-level equipment, and utilizing high-grade yellow crystals for inlays was certainly worthwhile. Yet, high-grade yellow crystals were exceedingly rare. Even with Lin He's current resources, forging a single high-grade yellow crystal would not be an easy task. There was a risk of losing everything without any yield. That would indeed be unfortunate. As flames raged, the high-level tree monster was reduced to ashes under the sacrificial aura's burning damage. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the silver-level creature, high-level tree monster. Loot available for collection. Lin He gathered his scattered thoughts and turned his gaze to the pile of ashes. Within the gray remnants, a faint glow emanated. He approached, sifting through the ashes. Was that a blueprint? Lin He felt a surge of joy. Any blueprint was a valuable asset. For such a massive high-level tree monster to drop only this one item suggested its considerable worth. Lift array blueprint can create a lift array, allowing for the establishment of 2 lift arrays within a short distance for seamless travel. Required materials: 1 snake scale. Lin He blinked, scrutinizing the lift array blueprint. After a moment, he felt a bit absurd. A lift array? Wasn't this essentially an elevator? Moreover, it could only be set up between 2 nearby locations. It truly resembled an elevator, at best a short-distance teleportation array. Lin He found himself at a loss for words. What use was this? If it had been a long-distance teleportation array, it could have been placed in special spaces for easy access when needed. However, the short-distance elevator array seemed somewhat superfluous. Lin He rubbed his forehead, deciding to let it go. It was better than having nothing at all. He hoped to enhance or reshape it in the future. As for the lift array, Lin He pondered for a moment. He could establish one on the first floor of the shelter and another on the second. This way, he wouldn't have to traverse the external staircase to reach the second floor. Saving him some effort, Lin He chuckled to himself. Fortunately, the materials required to construct this lift array were not overly rare or expensive, just a single snake scale. Lin He was puzzled as to why such an item was necessary for crafting a lift array. In certain regions of Huaxia, snakes had once been revered as mystical incarnations, believed to possess enigmatic powers. Numerous areas still exhibited remnants of snake worship and rituals, with ancient texts documenting the use of snake-shaped hairpins and tattoos. In some locales, snakes were even regarded as totems, coexisting with them daily. To this day, the belief in snakes and the annual snake festival remained prevalent. However, using a snake scale to create a lift array seemed a bit fantastical. Lin He scoffed lightly, glancing at Xiaoqing, his eyes flickering. After forming a master pet contract, he and Xiaoqing and Xiaohe had developed a profound understanding of each other. Their gazes met, and Xiaoqing instantly grasped Lin He's thoughts. Xiaohe chirped a couple of times, a hint of schadenfreude evident. Xiaoqing shot at a glance but found nothing amiss. It was merely a snake scale. She had plenty to spare. After consuming the red light pearl provided by Lin He, her entire serpent body had grown significantly. Naturally, she had shed her skin once. The scales on her body had long been renewed. Turning her head, Xiaoqing bit down on the lower part of her serpent body, her sharp fangs gripping 2 scales before pulling them off with a sharp tug. With a slight shake of her body, the bloodied scales were removed. The wound quickly ceased bleeding as Xiaoqing's muscles constricted, and she presented the scales to Lin He. Truly obedient, truly commendable. Lin He gently caressed the head of Xiaoqing, offering a few fruits and a can of drink as a reward for the little snake. Such a good child, not causing any fuss. Holding the snake scales that Xiaoqing had shed, Lin He materialized the silver-grade elevator array. He walked to the first floor of the shelter and pressed one of the snake scales onto the blueprint of the array. The blueprint emitted a blinding yellow light, gradually revealing an intricate formation on the ground. The lines of the array continuously formed and connected, slowly coalescing into a complete whole. Ding! Congratulations, player. The construction of the main elevator array has been successfully completed. The system chimed. Lin He stepped onto the formation, casually shifting his feet. It felt unremarkable, as if the array were merely painted on the ground with yellow-green pigment. Now that the main array was established, there must be a sub-array as well. It would be constructed on the second floor of the shelter. Ascending the shelter via the suspended ladder, Lin He utilized another snake scale. The familiar yellow light illuminated, and soon after, a slightly different but proportionate teleportation array blueprint appeared on the floor of the second floor. Lin He stepped onto the array. Would you like to activate the elevator array? A system prompt inquired. Yes, Lin He focused on the system. The passage of time reached an integer, and he silently chanted. First, a blinding white light surged from the ground, enveloping his entire being. It felt as if the entire world were glowing. Then came the sensation of freefall, akin to plummeting from a great height. Lin He suddenly recalled the thrill of amusement park rides, such as drop towers and pendulum swings. This felt quite similar. It was as if a moment had passed, yet it also felt like ages. Lin He found himself back on the main elevator array on the first floor of the shelter, stomping his feet and bouncing slightly. The sensation of weightlessness quickly dissipated. Upon checking the system's clock again, he noted that only about a second had elapsed, or perhaps even less. Lin He pondered. This teleportation speed was remarkably swift if the distance of the teleportation were considerable. Then the significance of this elevator array would be immense that in a team battle scenario, whether for support or communication, it held considerable strategic value. Although Lin He was currently alone, accompanied only by 2 pets and nurturing 2 little ones. Perhaps Chu Ran, who might come to assist him, could count as a companion. Lin He observed carefully. The area of this elevator array was roughly 10 square meters, about twice the size of a standard hospital elevator and significantly larger than some freight elevators. It could transport a considerable amount of materials. However, for now, it could only serve as a convenient lift for Lin He. He shrugged and exited the shelter. The only loot from the high-level tree monster was this blueprint. While the ordinary tree monsters outside had been thoroughly slaughtered by Lin He and his companions, accompanied by Xiaoqing and Xiaohe, Lin He scoured the area, collecting only a few pieces of wood and materials such as tree monster essence. Not very valuable, and Lin He had no need for them. He casually stored them in the shelter's storage space. Having exhausted the digging opportunities with the shovel for the day, the glow at the top of the cave was gradually dimming. Lin He's stomach growled. Well, it seems today's exploration is concluded. He returned to the shelter, retrieving the barbecue grill and the few remaining fish from his backpack. Most of the fish had been traded to the mermaids in exchange for a frost pearl. Keeping these few fish seemed pointless, so he decided to grill one. It wouldn't take much effort. Lin He placed the fish on the grill, which began to cook automatically, while he went to the side yard to pick a few glutinous rice fruits. Under the meticulous care of the 2 flower sprites, 2 glutinous rice fruit trees had ripened. Lin He chose a few large ones and called to the flower sprites. Little ones, time for dinner. The 2 little sprites, one red and one blue, emerged, drawn by the enticing aroma of the grilled fish, their bodies covered in pollen and leaves from their play. For them, escaping the daily dangers of foraging for food and arriving at this carefree paradise felt like a dream come true. Moreover, having to assist Lin He with nurturing crops using his innate abilities was hardly different from playing. Furthermore, Lin He allowed them to eat and plant freely, which touched them even more. The 2 little sprites flitted their transparent, elegant wings, landing on Lin He's shoulders. As Lin He warmed the glutinous rice fruits, the grilled fish was ready, and the 3 of them feasted together. Watching the flickering campfire, the 2 sprites danced around, playfully teasing Xiaoqing and Xiaohe, who were thoroughly enjoying their meal. The flames cast shadows that danced upon the walls of the shelter. The protective barrier of the shelter warded off most dangers, creating an atmosphere filled with laughter, the delightful aroma of grilled fish, rice, and fruits. Lin He found himself momentarily entranced. Having spent over a week in the cave, it was his first time experiencing a sense of homey warmth. A gentle smile graced his face as he lowered his head to devour his food. After satisfying his hunger, the day passed like any other. The next day at 7 o'clock, Lin He awoke to the call of his biological clock. Rising from the master bedroom, beside the bed were Xiaoqing and Xiaohe, while the 2 little sprites lay on the pillow. Lin He carefully got up, wary of disturbing them. After all, the thumb-sized sprite, aside from needing to fly quickly, was no longer at a level where a single punch would leave it crying for a long time. With Lin He's current equipment and attributes, turning it into mush would not be a challenge. Stretching, he noticed that Xiaoqing and Xiaohe were already awake. Cave creatures and humans were quite different. They required far less sleep. Lin He envied their boundless energy. After washing up and having a casual breakfast, Lin He opened the sign-in system. Daily sign-ins were essential. Even if the rewards were ordinary, they accumulated over time. Today, he received bread and water, each amounting to 10,000 units after a hundredfold increase, which he promptly stored in his pocket. Lin He nodded in satisfaction. These were hard currencies, and the more he had, the better. After all, they wouldn't spoil while stored in the system's backpack. As usual, he browsed the system's backend, where countless private messages had piled up to 999. Lin He felt somewhat speechless. Even with filtering settings in place, there were still many messages each day. Most of them were trade inquiries. He began to sift through them meticulously, akin to reviewing official documents. This thought made Lin He chuckle and shake his head. Although there were numerous trade messages, few were of actual value. Rarely did he come across silver-grade blueprints or high-level equipment and items. Aside from the initial 2 days, when some fortunate individuals, due to their dire circumstances, sought trades with Lin He, such transactions had dwindled over time. Scanning the private messages one by one, he ignored offers for wood, stones, and bread. A flicker of excitement crossed Lin He's eyes. This trade inquiry held some value. He thought to himself. Clicking on the trade, he saw an unfamiliar female avatar. She was a girl with delicate features, resembling a porcelain doll, with large, sparkling eyes and skin as fair as milk. Mr. Lin He, I would like to trade a large quantity of crimson stones for water resources. Do you have any needs? A large quantity of crimson stones for trade. Lin He felt intrigued. Crimson stones were still vital strategic resources for him. After all, they were essential for forging high-level gems. Moreover, the required quantity was significant. Although the orc bone embedded with the sacrifice halo had already proven quite effective with intermediate crimson stones, it was unlikely anyone would turn down higher-level and superior weapons. Reading the phrase large quantity of crimson stones, Lin He grew curious. With confidence, he replied, "How many do you have? I want them all. I don't lack water." He harbored no fear of encountering a lion's gaping maw. After all, there were far more who wished to curry favor with him than those who sought to offend. It is but common sense that no one desires to create enemies without cause. Meanwhile, in a cavernous expanse distant from Lin He, Fan Wei stood with a shovel in hand, hesitating as she contemplated the direction in which to dig. For the vast majority of players, each excavation was akin to gambling with their very lives. Should they unearth insurmountable dungeon creatures, the only fate that awaited them was a grim demise. Some had even begun to study the I Ching, performing rituals and divinations before each shovel strike to steady their minds. Upon hearing a notification from the system backend, Fan Wei's preparation to dig faltered momentarily. Since arriving in the dungeon, she had lost all contact with her friends and family. With billions of names on the leaderboard, locating a familiar one was no small feat, let alone adding them as friends. Thus, the majority of players found their friend lists woefully empty at that moment. As the system chimed, a flicker of confusion crossed her mind. Who would seek out someone as inconspicuous as she, with her modest combat prowess? Could it be? As that possibility dawned upon her, excitement bubbled within Fan Wei. She accessed the system backend, and to her astonishment, a familiar yet distant name had responded. Lin He. It was truly Mr. Lin He. Fan Wei felt a surge of joy that Mr. Lin He had shown interest in a trade with her. How wonderful! Just yesterday, she had felt as though her luck had taken a turn for the better. In a single stroke of her shovel, she had unearthed a golden chest unguarded by any protective creatures. Yet, there was a slight disappointment. The chest contained neither blueprints nor equipment that could immediately enhance her combat abilities, but was instead filled to the brim with crimson stones. Fan Wei was well aware of the value of these crimson stones, which Lin He, the reigning champion, often acquired in bulk. High-ranking players frequently sought them at the auction house, underscoring their status as a coveted currency. She had struck gold, unearthing an entire chest brimming with these stones. As she opened the chest and transferred its contents into her backpack, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Over 2,000, a considerable fortune for an ordinary player at this stage, feeling increasingly uncomfortable from days of sweat-soaked clothing. Fan Wei lamented the fact that a girl ought not to go without a bath for an entire week. Even in the northern regions, such a lack of hygiene was uncommon, she mused. Recalling her past habit of bathing daily, with her newfound wealth of crimson stones, she could finally procure enough resources for both combat and personal hygiene. However, she did not intend to sell them off piecemeal at the auction house. Despite the potential for greater profits through individual sales, she recognized a prime opportunity to engage with Lin He. For the top player with a significant demand for crimson stones, this was a chance to forge a valuable connection. After all, who wouldn't want to align themselves with someone of his stature? Even a mere fraction of what he could offer would greatly benefit an average player. Today, Mr. Lin He had finally responded to her message. Clenching her fist in excitement, she quietly cheered at Mr. Lin He. "I wish to trade 2,000 crimson stones for water resources and weapons. I have not bathed in several days and feel quite uncomfortable." With careful precision, she typed each word, adding a touch of charm to her request. Yet, as she completed her message, a shiver coursed through her. 2,000 crimson stones, keeping just enough for her own equipment, was indeed the optimal choice. She had resolved that as long as Lin He's offer was reasonable, she would accept without hesitation. Making her presence known was of utmost importance. Lin He, upon receiving her proposal, was somewhat taken aback, not by the quantity of the crimson stones, for he had encountered far greater amounts before, but rather by the fact that another player could present such a sum all at once. It either indicated a stroke of luck or formidable combat prowess. The name Fan Wei was unfamiliar to him. He had not seen it on the leaderboard unless she had chosen to remain anonymous. However, the likelihood of someone being ranked while privately messaging him was slim, as maintaining a concealed identity required considerable effort. After some contemplation, Lin He assessed the situation. 2,000 crimson stones were indeed a substantial quantity. Yet he was more than capable of accommodating the exchange. What Fan Wei sought was precisely what he had in abundance: water resources. Having processed nearly 100 cubic meters of freshwater from a pond before encountering a mermaid, he still had a stockpile of 50 cubic meters remaining. Even after selling half at the auction house, current market prices would make trading for those 2,000 crimson stones exceedingly feasible. Typically, Lin He would set his purchase rates at 2 cans of beverage for 1 gem, and in urgent situations, he would stretch it to 5 cans for a single gem. A single can of drink could be crafted from just 2 bottles of mineral water, and 1 cubic meter could yield nearly 1,000 bottles. However, he decided to offer a discount for this substantial quantity. After all, the value of gemstones was bound to appreciate in the future. It was better to maintain amicable relations than to tarnish his reputation through greed. Making his decision, Lin He saw that Fan Wei's humble approach, without setting a price, implied he was free to propose one. He sighed at the humility displayed. Life was indeed challenging. That I will offer you 25 cubic meters of fresh water, along with an iron axe embedded with a primary red crystal that enhances strength by 13 points. In exchange for your 2,000 crimson stones, would you be willing to accept? Upon receiving Lin He's response, Fan Wei nearly leaped for joy. 25 cubic meters of fresh water, even if she bathed daily. That would last her over a month. Moreover, this was fresh water, sufficient to address her drinking needs. 25 cubic meters would provide for an entire month of living water, given that billions of players had only just begun their journey in the dungeon a week ago. This was indeed a generous offer. Fan Wei's eyes sparkled, and even her malnourished face, after days in the dungeon, glowed with excitement. The value of 25 cubic meters of fresh water had exceeded the maximum redemption rate for crimson stones Lin He typically paid at the auction house. This was a guaranteed win for her. Yet, the true treasure lay in the iron axe embedded with a primary red crystal, which would grant her an additional 13 points of strength. How incredible! Fan Wei's innate attributes were not particularly high. Now they had more than doubled. After the successful transaction, she would possess greater confidence with each excavation. I am willing. Thank you, Mr. Lin He, Fan Wei joyfully expressed. Even including emoticons as she sent the transaction, Lin He smiled faintly and accepted it. He casually created several large wooden barrels, pouring 25 cubic meters of fresh water into them, placing them into the trading system. He then retrieved the iron axe that had accompanied him for several days. Lin He caressed it, feeling a pang of nostalgia. This iron axe had been with him through his most challenging days, assisting him in slaying his first silver-tier creature, the silver rooster. After embedding it with a basic red crystal, he could effortlessly defeat bronze-tier creatures. After acquiring the silver-tier weapon, the orc bone, it had been left to gather dust in his backpack, never to be used again. Now, trading it would help someone in greater need, which could be considered a fitting end for it. This iron axe, embedded with a basic red crystal, ranked among the top weapons globally. Apart from some exceptional artifacts, he placed it into the trading system as well. Both Lin He and Fan Wei clicked to confirm simultaneously. The items traversed through time and space, entering their respective inventory systems. Not to mention Fan Wei's exuberance post-transaction, Lin He felt content as he received 2,000 red crystals. Excellent. If he stockpiled a bit more, he could aim for advanced red crystals. After reviewing the remaining private messages in the system backend, he found no further valuable trade offers. Lin He felt no disappointment. Today marked the refresh of his digging attempts with the shovel, and he was ready to commence. He took out the probing map from his backpack. It still appeared dull and gray. Lin He sighed, uncertain when this cooldown would end. With no other options, he decided to dig in a random spot. This time, he did not summon Xiaohei, instead gripping the shovel with his thumb and forefinger. Giving it a vigorous twist, the shovel spun in place twice before falling to the ground. Good. Lin He rolled up his sleeves, picked up the shovel, and struck down against the stone wall where the shovel had fallen. Swish! Ding! You have excavated a piece of Qinggang rock, and there is nothing behind it. Ding! You have excavated a piece of yellow-brown rock, and there is nothing behind it. Ding! You have excavated a stone wall and discovered a red-blue stone. Influenced by a 100-fold increase, you have additionally obtained red-blue stone 99. Lin He chuckled, pleased with this small windfall. It was a promising start to the day. He happily stowed it in his backpack. Better than nothing. Riding the wave of success, he continued to dig. Following the passage, he struck down once more. The stone wall crumbled like tofu. Ding! You have excavated a stone wall and discovered a space. There is something. Before him lay a rather large cavernous chamber, filled with stone pillars and faint, eerie chanting sounds. Lin He retracted his shovel, materializing the orc bone in his hand, and cautiously stepped in with Xiao Qing and Xiao He. Before him was a gathering of peculiar creatures encircling an altar, upon which stood stone statues resembling these beings. Lin He focused intently. Were they mermen? With human heads and fish bodies, they certainly appeared to be. At this moment, the mermen seemed to be engaged in a ritual. Lin He remained still, observing intently. The merman's chanting was synchronized, an elderly merman adorned with feathered ornaments, his body covered in vibrant tattoos, and wielding a staff adorned with obscure patterns, stood at the altar, dancing and leading the others. He appeared to be the officiant of this ritual. Lin He scrutinized carefully. This was a subterranean tribe with a certain level of consciousness. Was there a possibility for communication? If so, Lin He was not inclined to charge in and slaughter a subterranean creature upon first sight. This group of mermen might possess unique skills. If not, based on their size, their combat prowess should not be overly formidable. His entrance into this cavern had been discreet, and the cavern itself was spacious. Yet, the moment he arrived, the elderly merman officiating the altar instantly noticed his presence. This merman priest seems to possess some strength, Lin He thought. When the merman priest ceased his chanting and dance, directing his gaze at Lin He, the surrounding mermen also halted their ritual, collectively turning their attention towards him. Lin He felt as if a gentle breeze had brushed past him. Even though this tribe comprised hundreds of mermen, he had just used his insight eye to assess that the average merman possessed merely bronze-tier combat capabilities. Standing still, he knew they could not break through his defenses. The mermen evidently grew wary, momentarily confronting Lin He, adopting a defensive stance. The leaders among them, appearing more muscular and towering, chattered among themselves. Lin He felt somewhat helpless. These mermen did not seem to be a warlike race. Even though their significant ritual was disrupted by his arrival, they did not rush to attack him. This indicated they had attained a certain level of civilization. However, his inability to understand the merman language was a significant barrier. Just as awkwardness and tension permeated the air, the merman priest at the altar coughed, leaning on his staff, seemingly preparing to approach Lin He for effective communication. Lin He's eyelids twitched, his ears perked up that a sound of footsteps grew from faint to increasingly loud, reminiscent of a torrential downpour. With his attributes significantly enhanced, Lin He's senses had also improved. A group of unknown creatures was approaching. Lin He manifested the orc bone in his hand, adopting a combat stance. The footsteps were chaotic, suggesting a large number, more than the mermen present. They were coming from a wall to the side. Lin He's gaze sharpened. The merman altar was positioned at the center of the cavern. He had excavated from the south to reach this cavern, while the footsteps originated from the southwest. Lin He oriented himself towards the wall from which the footsteps came. The mermen participating in the ritual were momentarily taken aback. What was this human doing? Only the merman priest, stooped in form, trembled, also looking towards the wall Lin He faced. Suddenly, he stood upright, letting out a furious roar towards the heavens. Lin He still could not comprehend the peculiar merman language, yet he found it strange that he somehow understood the meaning in his mind. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The traitors of the merman's god have come to disrupt the ritual. Prepare for battle. The mermen began to stir, glaring menacingly at Lin He. Chattering. To them, Lin He appeared to be one of the traitors. Lin He felt a wave of exasperation. What does this have to do with me? I just arrived and I wanted to inquire about that old merman-esque situation. Lin He felt unjustly accused. Less than 2 seconds later, the massive stone wall to the southwest collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing a large void that a cacophony of monstrous cries and war cries erupted from within. Lin He focused intently. There appeared to be hundreds of mermen. Were they also mermen? Were they part of the same group? Lin He was filled with confusion. However, upon observing the fishmen surrounding the altar, their expressions resembling that of a formidable foe, he began to doubt his initial impression. That a flicker of thought crossed Lin He's mind. Why were these newly arrived fishmen so grotesque? The fishmen performing the ritual bore a closer resemblance to Fizz from League of Legends, their bodies adorned in a charming sky blue, akin to a gelatinous mass, with lively, twinkling eyes, even though they wielded weapons resembling tridents and polearms. There was no hint of savagery about them. In stark contrast, this newly emerged group of fishmen was reminiscent of the Aquaman from One Punch Man, sharp beaks, menacing fangs, and grotesque spiny fins on their arms and ankles. Their cries were a cacophony of terrifying shrieks. A connoisseur of beauty, Lin He found himself inexplicably taking a stance that, of course, it would be ideal to avoid trouble and maintain his own integrity. As Lin He pondered this, the fishman bursting forth from the stone wall laid eyes upon him. Eliminate this ugly human and destroy the altar. Lin He felt a metaphorical crossroad manifest on his forehead. These grotesque fishmen had the audacity to label him ugly. Ha ha ha. Yuga Yuga, the hideous horde of fishmen advanced towards Lin He, their faces twisted into bloodthirsty grins as they regarded the diminutive human, whose height barely reached their chests, with utter disdain. Such a human could easily have his head crushed with a single blow. His insides must be delectable. The first hideous fishman to reach Lin He was lost in fantasy, a filthy drool escaping the corners of its mouth. Lin He regarded it with disgust. Communication with these fishmen had become unnecessary. The orc bone shattered the air with a piercing shriek. The sacrificial halo emitted a blinding golden light. Fiery red rings erupted from the orc bone, akin to a meteor crashing to earth, or the weight of Mount Tai pressing down. The fishman charging towards Lin, he felt an irresistible force emanating from the bone club in the diminutive human's grasp. It struck him forcefully in the abdomen. The fishman, unable to evade, braced himself with taut muscles. Yet, in an instant, his entire body was torn asunder. 2791. The glaring damage value flashed above the fishman's head. His health bar was instantly depleted. The filthy, stinking fish blood sprayed through the air as Lin He deftly sidestepped, his attire untouched. His heart remained unperturbed. The audacity of a mere bronze-tier creature to be so brazen, to dare call him ugly. The air seemed to freeze. The fishmen surrounding the altar exchanged glances. This human was not an ally of the traitors. The fishman priest's eyes revealed a glimmer of shock and disbelief, his wrinkled hands trembling. Could it be? Lin He flicked the blood from the orc bone. The momentum of the fishman's charge faltered, yet two unfortunate fishmen could not halt their advance. With casual strikes, Lin He sent them to their demise. Roar! Roar! Two angry howls emanated from the rear of the fishman horde. Lin He cast a dispassionate glance in that direction. Surely, this must be their leader. Lin He dispatched an eye of insight. The eye swiftly locked onto the merman elder wielding a trident. Merman elder, silver-tier creature. Health, 40 strength, 71 wisdom, 35 agility, 25 note. An aged merman, yet the reasons behind his subsequent betrayal of the tribe remain unknown. Upon witnessing this attribute panel, Lin He felt a vein throb on his forehead. This was somewhat perplexing. It was not that the opponent's attributes were excessively formidable. Being a standard silver-tier creature, they were not particularly outstanding. Rather, Lin He had recently upgraded his equipment, and without at least 70 points in strength, he could not breach his own defenses. Yet this individual possessed precisely 71 points in strength. What was going on? Lin He suddenly sensed a deep-seated malice emanating from the depths of the cavernous world. The merman elder brandishing the trident stepped forth from the throng of fishmen. Despite his shock at Lin He's effortless elimination of two would-be disruptors, his gaze burned with rage upon seeing that expression. Lin He understood. Fine. They viewed him as ugly, but he found them even more repulsive in such a mutual disdainful circumstance. There was no point in conversing further. The previously ritualistic fishmen were deeply shaken by Lin He's thunderous display of power in swiftly dispatching the two rebellious fishmen. They were now convinced he had no ties to the traitors. Lin He, of course, had no desire to explain anything, firstly, due to the language barrier, and secondly, damn it, how could these ugly fishmen dare to insult others? The blood on the orc bone had yet to congeal when Lin He once again brandished it, this time targeting the silver-tier merman elder. The aged merman, with a mere 40 points of health, was significantly weaker than Lin He. His agility lagged even further behind, relying solely on the strength of his trident to gain the upper hand. However, Lin He had no intention of merely standing still for him to strike. Simultaneously, Xiao Qing and Xiao He emerged. Without awaiting Lin He's command, they began to engage the remaining hideous fishmen. Lin He felt no concern about this. Their capabilities had recently undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Xiao Qing, with agility on par with his own, could maneuver effectively even against the merman elder, let alone the significantly weaker common fishmen. As for Xiao He, despite having lesser agility, he possessed the ability to burrow underground. Thus, Lin He only needed to manage his own battle. Upon seeing Lin He charge forth, the merman elder's fish-like eyes narrowed in alarm. So swift, he swung his trident with all his might. Lin He immediately felt a refreshing sea breeze, a chilling sensation emanating from the weapon. Truly, the power of 71 points. Should this strike land accurately, Lin He, even with his gem-embedded armor, would be unable to withstand it. Yet, at that moment, The 10-point difference in agility became starkly apparent. Lin He swiftly altered his footing, and as the trident swung towards him, he bent his knees slightly, leaning back. The icy trident barely grazed his face, stirring a strand of hair, radiating an aura of sheer ferocity. However, the assault abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the arena, so profound that one could hear the soft clicks of Lin He's orc bone. How could this be possible? The merman elder stared blankly at the orc bone lying across his body, muttering incoherently. Although Lin He could not comprehend his words, he understood the sentiment. 4516. Damage overflow. The orc bone erupted in flames, a brilliant arc of light slicing through the sky. The merman elder's body was instantaneously cleaved in two. Lin He retracted the orc bone, a smirk gracing his lips. What was impossible about this? Your strength may exceed mine by 100 points, but all I require is a 10-point advantage in agility, provided the opponent's health is not excessively high. The merman elder precisely fit this criterion. As an elder, he was naturally frail with age. Strength can be formidable, but health is paramount. Thus, relying on his 10-point agility advantage, Lin He delivered a fatal blow. Such a dominant kill left even the notoriously ferocious rebellious fishmen feeling a twinge of fear. However, there was no time for them to dwell on their terror. For Lin He, retracting the orc bones signified the conclusion of the battle. Seizing the moment of Lin He's triumph over the merman elder, the remaining fishmen descended into chaos. Xiaoqing and Xiaohe were far from idle. Xiaoqing leveraged her heightened agility to continually harass and attack the fish horde, while Xiaohe, utilizing his newly acquired claws, frequently emerged from the ground to deliver lethal strikes. As Lin He's axe fell, the area soon lay desolate. Those hideous fishmen had been entirely annihilated. Well done. Lin He nodded in satisfaction at his two companions. This was sheer slaughter. It was hardly surprising, amidst a state of panic with no leader. Chaos was to be expected. Xiaoqing, filled with immense joy, playfully flicked her tongue and coiled it around Lin He's arm, nuzzling against his outstretched fingers. Meanwhile, Xiaohe wielded two large pincers, imbued with a hint of purple. Poking at Lin He's knee, Lin He cast a glance at the mermaids who had previously been engaged in the sacrificial ceremony, only to find them still in a state of shock. A wave of exasperation washed over him. What are you all staring at? I've done you a tremendous favor. Shouldn't this be the time for gratitude, when you present your treasures for me to choose from? Why the hesitance? With this thought, Lin He cleared his throat. The mermaid elder quickly regained composure, leading the others to prostrate themselves before Lin He, paying him reverent homage. Lin He felt a line of black threads appear on his forehead. Are they treating me as a sacrificial object? The mermaid elder, kneeling on the ground, raised his staff to communicate with Lin He. Respected sea god, the merfolk tribe expresses our heartfelt gratitude for your intervention in our rescue. The other mermaids dared not lift their heads, pressing their foreheads to the ground, continuously reciting the incantations of worship. Remembering his earlier disrespect towards the sea god, they felt a surge of fear and devotion. Lin He casually waved his hand. No need for that. It was merely a trivial act. What I desire is not this. Can we not have something tangible? Perhaps sensing that their superficial gratitude was rather meager, the mermaid elder hastily rose, presenting all the sacrificial offerings before Lin He. Esteemed sea god, this is but a small token of our people's appreciation, a humble offering that we hope you will accept it and forgive our previous indiscretions. May you bless our tribe. Lin He surveyed the offerings, a collection of crimson stones and some decent materials that seemed to convey genuine sincerity. That a smile crept upon Lin He's face. I shall accept these gifts. Thank you. As for blessing you, I am not truly a sea god that I may assist you occasionally, but who would remain vigilant over you daily. Although Lin He had amassed many crimson stones, such items were perpetually in demand, so he was quite satisfied with these offerings. After graciously accepting them and exchanging farewells, he departed with Xiaoqing and Xiaohe, venturing into the next space. After pausing briefly to recuperate, the trio replenished their energy. Lin He grasped his shovel. Today, after the update on excavation attempts, he had scarcely utilized it. He opened the map to take a peek, and indeed, it was still on cooldown, a dull gray expanse. Lin He had grown weary of this situation, yet there seemed to be no viable solution. Surely, munching on popsicles would not diminish that 1-second cooldown. For now, he felt utterly shrouded in uncertainty. With a swing of his shovel, the solid rock effortlessly yielded, as if it were mere tofu. Ding, you have excavated a stone wall and discovered a new space. Another space is today destined to be a battle against space itself. Lin He understood that unearthing treasures relied heavily on luck, and the true valuables lay within these spaces, with Xiaoqing and Xiao He by his side. He stepped into the newly revealed area. A refreshing breeze enveloped him, the aroma clean and natural, invigorating even Xiaoqing and Xiao He. This scent, this sensation, it evokes the essence of the Hulunberg grassland. An idea blossomed in Lin He's mind as he felt a green aura encircle his head. This is not a good sign. He hastily shook his head. Sure enough, before him lay the vast expanse of the grassland space, a boundless sea of greenery. A truly delightful sight. Not everyone had the opportunity to visit the grasslands frequently, let alone now. Thus, this discovery stirred Lin He's spirit. Green is the color of life, and in the subterranean world, he had only encountered rigid rocks and gloomy spaces. Hence, he had cultivated numerous green plants within his refuge to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere. However, nothing could compare to this grassland space. Lin He was utterly tempted to collapse onto the grass and roll around. Xiaoqing and Xiao He had already begun to do so. Xiaoqing swiftly scurried across the grass, occasionally flipping over. Xiao He, on the other hand, burrowed into the earth, emerging to harvest swathes of grass with his impressive pincers. Akin to harvesting chives. At that moment, a wild bull charged toward them. Lin He's heart surged with joy. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he hesitated to interrupt his two pets. Xiaoqing, Xiao He, while I appreciate your enjoyment, it appears we're in for a grand feast today. The duo of food enthusiasts perked up at this proclamation, promptly ceasing their playful antics and rushing to Lin He's side. Fixated on the imposing wild bull. He activated his inside eye on the creature. Wild bull monster, silver tier creature. Strength, 75 stamina, 100 wisdom, 10 agility, 30 now. That's what I call tough meat. Yet, this was entirely within Lin He's expectations. He was far more familiar with the wild bull than with the monsters he had previously encountered. Its immense strength and stamina, combined with impressive speed, indicated what? It meant the meat would be tender and delectable, my friends. Just from observation, Lin He concluded that this wild bull's meat quality had undoubtedly reached the level of Wagyu beef, if not surpassing it. This was undoubtedly one of the most exhilarating encounters since Lin He entered the subterranean world. The trio's mouths watered in anticipation, entirely devoid of any combat readiness. Ahem, I believe we should at least maintain a semblance of battle stance. We cannot insult our opponent. Xiaoqing and Xiao He exchanged glances. The drool at the corner of his mouth was the greatest insult of all. This creature possesses formidable combat prowess. All right. I'll draw its attention while you two look for an opportunity to attack. Though their demeanor was wholly that of gluttons, once the battle commenced, they displayed remarkable focus. After all, even the slightest lapse in concentration could lead to their own demise as food. Xiaoqing darted through the lush grass, seamlessly blending into the verdant landscape. This was the perfect battleground for her. Not only would the wild bull monster find it challenging to detect her, but even Lin He, without a master-servant contract, would struggle to locate her. Meanwhile, Xiao He wielded his pincers, digging energetically into the damp soil. Lin He cast a surprised glance at Xiao He. Previously, Xiao He had only burrowed into rock, but now, in this moist terrain, his agility had surged dramatically. This environment truly favored them. Lin He's confidence soared as he recalled the bullfighting techniques he had practiced before. Thus, he faced the wild bull's charge with unwavering composure, his agility allowing him to maneuver with ease. Eye in his hand, the orc bone glowed brightly, illuminating the lush grassland. The wild bull's eyes turned crimson, perceiving the orc bone as a red flag, charging fiercely toward Lin He. Yet, with his agility of 35, Lin He deftly dodged the sharp horns. Simultaneously, Xiaoqing and Xiao He emerged from unexpected angles, delivering powerful strikes to the wild bull monster. Gazing at the wild bull's impressive muscular build, Lin He felt his mouth nearly watering onto the orc bone. Xiaoqing, having bitten down hard, was reluctant to release her grip. Chasing after the bull under the sun, this was the scene they had envisioned? Nevertheless, the trio remained cognizant that this was a battle. As Lin He evaded, the orc bone blazed with intensity, crashing down onto the bull's back. The bull's flesh ignited, releasing an irresistible aroma. How delightful! The sirloin, the shoulder chop, tonight's feast would revolve around this cut. However, upon witnessing the damage, Lin He was taken aback. 250, is this an insult? Or perhaps a double insult? The moment Lin He saw that 250 damage value, his temper flared. He began directing the battle once more. Xiaoqing, go for it. Upon receiving the command, Xiaoqing reluctantly released her grip on the piece of sirloin she had bitten into, swiftly darting into the wild bull monster's ear. Preparing to deliver a fierce bite, the colossal figure of the wild bull monster suddenly fell paralyzed, its body convulsing violently. Lin He, of course, would not miss such an opportunity. Together with Xiao He, he launched a frenzied assault on the beast. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the wild bull monster, and can now collect your spoils. Without waiting for the system notification, Lin He eagerly led his two companions to the corpse of the wild bull monster. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 20 pieces of beef, and due to a hundredfold critical hit effect, you have received a total of 2,000 pieces of beef. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully defeated a silver-level wild bull monster and received a black pepper blueprint as a reward. Black pepper blueprint can be used to cultivate and produce black pepper, which has an exquisite flavor. Beef, and a black pepper blueprint as a bonus. This consideration is simply remarkable. Lin He was quite familiar with black pepper. It was a premium seasoning, a rarity in the subterranean world alongside previous commodities like chili. He hurriedly summoned his refuge, bringing the spoils and his two pets inside. Although the refuge was lush with various thriving plants, it still lacked the natural essence of the prairie space. Lin He began to study the black pepper blueprint, while Xiaoqing and Xiao He, unable to contain their excitement, clamored around Lin He. Eager to taste the freshly slain beef, Lin He, too, desired to indulge, but being particular, he naturally wished to wait until the black pepper was cultivated. Observing his two pets drooling profusely, he couldn't help but chuckle. I must warn you both, if you fill yourselves now, you shall surely regret it later. This was no mere ruse. With black pepper, the flavor would undoubtedly be transformed. Xiaoqing and Xiao He exchanged bewildered glances. Regret? Is the beef poisonous? Lin He, helpless, could only offer them half a piece of raw meat to satiate their cravings. He entered the refuge, where, despite the abundance of cultivated items, there remained ample space due to recent expansions. Fortunately, he had the necessary materials for the black pepper blueprint readily available. He immediately set to work. Using a catalyst, a bountiful harvest of black pepper soon sprouted on the vine. The sight was quite delightful. Lin He quickly harvested it and ground it into powder. Then he took several prime cuts of beef tenderloin, marinated them with various seasonings, and prepared to set up the grill. He brushed oil onto the grill. The sizzling sound of the beef began to fill the air. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqing and Xiao He, who had been complaining of hunger, suddenly found the earlier meat unappetizing. Soon, 3 exquisite steaks were laid upon the table. Lin He, unconcerned with etiquette, picked up his chopsticks and began to devour his portion. The sight was certainly unrefined. In contrast, his two pets were voraciously gorging themselves. Xiaoqing opened her mouth wide, swallowing a steak as large as Lin He's face hole. Utterly oblivious to the flavor, she cast a mournful glance at Lin He, her eyes filled with grievance. Ha ha ha. Slow down, there is more to come. Lin He handed Xiaoqing another grilled steak, placing it on her plate. Xiao He, however, exhibited a more measured approach, tearing the steak apart with its pincers and methodically feeding itself. Just as Lin He finished a steak, he felt a change within his body, staring incredulously at the remaining steaks on the table. He marveled, what a steak! It even boosts stamina. He hurriedly checked his attributes. His stamina had increased from 61 points to 63 points. A substantial gain of 2 points. This effect outstripped that of beverages by a factor of 2. If all went well, the duration should last around 10 minutes. Lin He's spirits soared. Who would choose to drink beverages to fill up when they could feast? Glancing at the drinks in his backpack, he thought, you can retire successfully now. Please refrain from making frequent appearances before me. I fear the steak may misunderstand. While the trio enjoyed their feast, Chu Ran was not idle. She activated a teleportation scroll that brought her to the Ice and Snow Kingdom. The Snowman tribe, sensing someone had arrived via the scroll, rejoiced and hurriedly gathered to welcome her. Chu Ran stood bewildered before the snow folk. I'm here to make ice pops. I mean no harm. But soon she realized they were not there to expel her, and her anxiety subsided. Hadn't the tribe leader described a male deity? Why had it suddenly transformed into a goddess? Did deities even possess gender? They could choose to be male or female at will. Why should it concern her? Hearing the crowd's chattering discussions, Chu Ran's expression stiffened. They mistook her for Lin He. She hurriedly began to clarify. I am not Lin Ge. My name is Chu Ran. This scroll was borrowed from Lin Ge. The tribe leader approached promptly, inquiring, are you here to vanquish the ice serpent? Vanquish the ice serpent? I merely came to make ice pops. Chu Ran, having learned from Lin He about the relationship between the ice serpent and the snow folk, quickly waved her hands in dismay. No. I'm here to assist Lin He as a worker. To make some ice pops, the tribe leader nodded. Since you are a friend of the warrior, our entire tribe shall lend our utmost support. Bring forth the ice pops. Ice pops? Do you really have those? Why not simply take them back to sell? Chu Ren thought joyfully, but her elation quickly turned to dismay as she beheld the bundles of ice pops they presented. They truly were ice pops. The tribe leader beamed at Chu Ren. These are the finest ice pops in our tribe. Whether used as weapons or as walking sticks, they are quite handy. Feel free to choose. There's no need to be modest. Gazing at the tribe leader's generous demeanor, Chu Ren could only dumbly utter a thank you. However, I do not desire these kinds of ice pops. I want to make edible ones. Upon hearing this, the tribe leader grit his teeth, his gaze resolute. Edible? I, as the tribe leader, guarantee they are absolutely edible. Without further ado, he picked up an ice pop and took a bite. Oh dear, the tribe leader grimaced at the sight of his dislodged tooth, his expression reflecting his bitterness. Age has caught up with me. Chu Ren chuckled. No. To put it bluntly, I am here to make ice pops myself. I just need a low-temperature space. Lin He asked me to prepare them here to take back. The tribe leader's expression shifted to one of understanding. Oh, that's how it is. I wondered why you wanted those ice pops. However, ice cannot be preserved at room temperature if you take them back. Once they melt. All right, now that we've clarified everything, let us get to work. They laid out the fruits and water Lin He provided. The entire tribe rallied to assist, and soon a large batch of ice pops was completed. The freezer was filled to the brim, boasting a total of 100 ice pops. There were even extras for each member of the snowfolk. So delicious, so good it brings tears. Wait, the tribe leader is really crying? The tribe leader gazed at the tooth he held in his hand, his old eyes shimmering with tears. Well, there goes another one. Chu Ren bid farewell to the tribe, expressing her gratitude for their help. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt a violent tremor beneath her feet, struggling to maintain her balance. The tribe leader's expression turned to one of alarm as he quickly tucked away his tooth and looked back. The ice serpent. It's the ice serpent. Chu Ren turned to look, stunned. Is this the ice serpent that even Lin He fears? It's colossal. The ice serpent, in a furious rage, must have sensed its precious egg was missing. It surged through the blizzard, the scene utterly terrifying. Amidst the swirling snow, its pitch-black eyes glared menacingly at the crowd.